Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Plague. Within the city of Qinghe, a throng of shambling corpses meandered through the streets. At a street corner, a man clad in blue was suddenly beset by three of these undead beings. Crimson streams gushed from his neck. Yet in mere moments, he rose slowly to join the ranks of the hunters. The virus had successfully infiltrated an ordinary citizen. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 erosion point. Outside the martial arts hall at the city's center, a warrior donned in armor was engaged in a fierce struggle against 5 corpses. A vendor, having been bitten, abruptly clung to his leg from behind, and with a savage bite, the virus successfully infiltrated a warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 erosion points. Atop the heights of the Zhongling Mountains, a figure cloaked in black observed the chaos with quiet intensity. Li Siyu was the architect of this calamity. At that moment, the persistent chime of system notifications resonated in his ears. Recalling a quarter of an hour prior, the bustling city of Qinghe was a different scene altogether. In his view, every individual within the city transformed into streams of data. Citizen Li San, healthy, impotent, physically frail. Warrior Long Xiaotian, healthy and robust, meridians unobstructed. Warrior Guan Yun, exceptionally strong, experiencing alopecia, premature ejaculation, with commendable strength. Countless such data tags materialized before his eyes, vividly illustrating the condition of each person. At that moment, the system's voice reverberated in his mind. Optimal delivery point locked. Shall we commence the release of the virus? Li Ke's expression remained impassive as he replied in a cold tone, "Commence the release." After a brief silence, he added, "Utilize the white mist." This white mist was a disposable item obtained from the system's novice gift pack. According to the system's description, it could triple the virus infectivity and double its transmission speed. System preparing. Preparation complete. Commencing release. Type: virus. Name: Level 1 Walking Dead. Initiating release of Level 1 Walking Dead. Deploying white mist. Ding! Erosion successful. A strange white mist began to coalesce above Qinghe City, like a vast net engulfing the entire city. Initially, the citizens remained oblivious to the anomaly, continuing their raucous bargaining in the streets. But soon, the first scream shattered the city's clamor. An elderly vendor suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground. His skin turned a ghastly gray at a visible pace, his eyes bloodshot. When he rose again, he had completely lost his sanity, opening his bloodied mouth to lunge at nearby customers. The virus successfully infiltrated an ordinary citizen. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 erosion point. Infection began to spread at an alarming rate. The warriors within the city attempted to organize a defense, but they quickly discovered the formidable transmissibility of these corpses. Once bitten, whether an ordinary citizen or a formidable warrior, they would be transformed in a short time. The virus successfully infiltrated a warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 erosion points. The virus successfully infiltrated a warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 erosion points. The virus successfully infiltrated an ordinary citizen. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 erosion point. A steady stream of data notifications flooded Li Ke's mind. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and with a mere thought, a blue interface unfolded before him. Host: Li Siyu. Age: 17. Realm: Dao Seal, 3rd layer. Base attributes: Strength: 380. Speed: 250. Defense: 200. Spirit: 550. Cultivation techniques: Ethereal Demon Codex. 3 styles of the Demon Realm. Virus system: Erosion points acquired: 22, rapidly increasing. Current virus: Level 1 Walking Dead. Observing the ever-increasing erosion points on the panel, Li Siyu pondered deeply. In the span of mere moments, the value surged from 22 to 127 and continued to climb. This prompted a recollection of his arrival in this strange world 3 days prior, when the system's voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the erosion system. This system is an advanced virus transmission system. Hosts can acquire erosion points through the spread of viruses. Erosion points can be used to 1. Upgrade virus levels. 2. Purchase new types of viruses. 3. Enhance host capabilities. This reminded Li Siyu of a zombie virus game he had played in Blue Star. Yet, the chasm between reality and the game was profound. In the game, He was merely a survivor struggling for existence in an apocalypse. Whereas now, he had become the true master of the virus, wielding control over life and death in this world. However, this world was not so easily obliterated, for it was an authentic realm of fantasy. Here, the mighty could soar through the skies, cleave mountains with a sword, and shatter stones with a palm. Ordinary viruses could scarcely erode the formidable cultivators. Within Qing'a City, numerous high-ranking warriors resided. Their physiques far surpassed those of ordinary folk, rendering common plagues ineffective. What was even more daunting was that in certain locales of this world, legendary sects and mighty clans existed. From these secluded sects, a single elder could wield immense power at will, mastering unparalleled techniques capable of summoning winds and rains, reshaping the very fabric of existence. With their robust physiques, they were nearly impervious to ordinary viral incursions, and they possessed a myriad of astonishing abilities. In this realm, the reclusive masters could effortlessly concoct elixirs capable of resurrecting the dead. A single 7-rank soul returning pill could transform a dying individual's fate. Not to mention the higher-tier pills. Some potent talismans could even purify 100 miles of filth. In the presence of true experts, mere viruses appeared insignificant. System notification. The host's virus possesses exceptional evolutionary potential. The virus can be continuously strengthened through erosion points. Enhanced viruses can breach all defenses and infect all living beings. Indeed, this is the most terrifying aspect of the system. The viruses it produces are not mere plagues, but the ultimate virus capable of perpetual evolution. By amassing erosion points, the virus can overcome all obstacles. Regardless of how profound the Dao techniques of the cultivators or the might of the demons, none can escape the fate of infection. More excitingly, this system not only strengthens the virus, but also enhances the host's own power. Li Siyu summoned the panel once more. Host, Li Siyu. Age, 17. Realm, Dao Seal, 3rd layer. Base attributes. Strength, 380. Speed, 250. Defense, 200. Spirit, 550. Current erosion points, 487. Gazing at the twinkling symbols beside each attribute, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Ke's eyes. These values could be elevated by consuming erosion points, and the enhancements were tangible, directly impacting himself. Chapter 2, Ascension of Realms. System, consume 100 total points to enhance strength. Confirming the consumption of 100 total points. Enhancing strength attribute. Strength, 380, 480. In that instant, a warm current surged through Li Ke's body. He could distinctly sense his absorption intensifying, as his very being underwent a rapid transformation in strength. Li Siyu raised his hand and lightly grasped, producing a series of resonant sounds in the air. This power far exceeded that of ordinary Dao Seal cultivators. Notification. Strength enhancement increases immediate physical attack power. Currently capable of shattering stones and splitting metal with bare hands. Li Ke's eyes brightened at this revelation. With an additional 100 points, what greater heights could he achieve? The virus successfully infiltrated an ordinary citizen. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 erosion point. The virus successfully infiltrated a warrior. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 erosion points. The system's notifications echoed ceaselessly in Li Ke's mind. Just after he had consumed 100 points to enhance his strength, he had swiftly accumulated another 200 erosion points. Li Ke's lips curled into a slight smile, and without hesitation, he embarked on a new round of attribute enhancements. System, allocate 100 points to speed, confirming the consumption of 100 erosion points. Enhancing speed attribute. Speed, 250, 350. A refreshing sensation coursed through his entire body. Li Siyu felt his muscles becoming lighter and more agile, as if he were about to take flight. Continue, allocate 50 points to defense, confirming the consumption of 50 erosion points. Enhancing defense attribute. Defense, 200, 250. A resonant clang rang out from within him as Li Siyu sensed his skin becoming tougher and his bones denser. Yet this was merely the beginning. As his attributes continued to rise, Li Siyu felt the true energy within him surging wildly. His cultivation realm was simultaneously ascending Detection indicates the host is on the verge of a breakthrough. Dao Seal, 3rd layer. Dao Seal, 4th layer. Congratulations to the host for successful breakthrough. But this was not the end. As the attribute values continued to increase, the breakthroughs persisted. Dao Seal, 5th layer. Dao Seal, 6th layer. Dao Seal, 9th layer. Congratulations to the host for reaching the pinnacle of the Dao Seal realm. Had any other cultivator been present at that moment, they would surely have been rendered speechless by this spectacle. The cultivation system of this world, the realms of Qi Foundation, Solid Qi, and Dao Seal serve as the very foundation of one's practice. These three realms cannot be swiftly transcended merely through talent or resources. Even an unparalleled genius must endure rigorous training within these foundational stages to lay a solid groundwork for their eventual ascent into the Xiantian realm. The more robust the foundation established, the greater the achievements one can attain in the Xiantian realm in the future. It is precisely for this reason that no one has ever dared to underestimate these three fundamental realms. Those practitioners who yearn for instant success and are overly eager for rapid advancement often find themselves facing insurmountable bottlenecks when attempting to break through to the Xiantian realm, with some even succumbing to madness. However, Li Ke's breakthrough at this moment is entirely different. Bolstered by the system, each of his breakthroughs is remarkably flawless, leaving no hidden dangers behind. His meridians are continuously widening, his dantian is perpetually expanding, and even his soul body is being simultaneously enhanced. This is the terrifying power of the system. It not only allows Li Siyu to rapidly elevate his realm, but also ensures that each advancement is executed with absolute perfection. Congratulations, host! The cumulative number of infected individuals has surpassed 15,000. Acquired corruption points, 15,000. Special notice: the first virus carrier has been completely infected. Additional corruption points acquired, 200. Special notice: the first fatality has occurred. Additional corruption points acquired, 500. As Li Siyu listened to the incessant notifications from the system, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that someone would succumb to the virus so swiftly. It appears that the potency of this virus exceeds his expectations. Standing at a high vantage point, gazing at the mist-shrouded Qinghe city, a flicker of curiosity surged within Li Siyu. Previously, while playing games on Blue Star, he could only witness scenes of zombies rampaging through the screen. Now a real city was undergoing an apocalyptic transformation. As he contemplated this, his vision suddenly sharpened immensely. His eyes pierced through the dense white mist, locking onto a scene within the city. On the western street of Qinghe City, a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years old clutched a bloodied long knife, breathless as he leaned against the wall. At his feet lay a recently decapitated zombie, its foul black blood splattered across his body. The boy's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his gaze aflame with terror and anxiety as he desperately sought his mother and sister. Before the calamity struck, they had been in the embroidery shop located in the eastern part of the city. Recalling the scene from an hour prior, the boy felt a chill run down his spine. He had just exited the Drunken Immortal Tower after lunch when he was unexpectedly thrust into this disaster. A thick white mist had surged from nowhere, swiftly enveloping the entire city. The air was filled with the haunting cries of anguish and strange howls, and the stench of blood hung heavily in the atmosphere. Pedestrians on the streets began to flee in panic, but soon, the boy witnessed a scene that would haunt him for life. A horde of frenzied figures burst forth from the white mist, their eyes an eerie grayish-white, with blackened blood stains at the corners of their mouths. Like starving beasts, they pursued the fleeing crowd. With every person that was brought down, piercing screams echoed, followed by the transformation of the bitten into equally horrifying monsters. In the midst of his stupor, a small figure suddenly stumbled at his feet. It was a girl of about 8 or 9 years, clad in a pink dress, struggling to rise. The boy instinctively reached out to help her. "Little sister, get up quickly." Yet, just as his hand was about to touch the girl, she abruptly turned her head, revealing a face mangled beyond recognition. Her once innocent eyes were now bloodshot, and her long nails had turned pitch black, clawing towards the boy's arm. "Ah!" the boy exclaimed, instinctively pushing the little girl away. But he was a moment too late. Her sharp nails had already left 3 bloody gashes on his left arm. Warm blood trickled down, and he dared not look back, turning to flee. Behind him, the girl's eerie laughter echoed. "Brother, wait for me." That voice carried no trace of human emotion, instead brimming with a bloodthirsty delight. The boy gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm and ran desperately. In his frantic state, he seized a long knife from a devoured city guard, barely preserving his life. The boy's long knife had already been dulled by the countless creatures he had slain, its blade smeared with the foul, black blood of the undead. He had no idea how many of these monsters he had dispatched. Chapter 3. Nightmares in the City. A middle-aged woman staggered towards him, crying out, "Help me! Save me!" Before she could finish her plea, a ghastly creature pounced upon her, its jagged teeth sinking into her flesh with a nauseating sound. The youth raised his long sword, yet hesitated in that fleeting moment. The last flicker of clarity remained in the woman's eyes as she desperately implored, "End my suffering." But Guan Yun knew it was already too late. He watched helplessly as her gaze dulled, her skin taking on the pallid hues of decay. Moments later, she wobbled to her feet, joining the horde of the undead that pursued him. He had witnessed this scene far too many times before. Initially, he felt a pang of guilt for each soul he could not save, but now, his heart had grown numbed. In the face of this catastrophe, compassion had become a fatal weakness. The thick stench of blood permeated the fog, mingling with the haunting screams and the chilling howls of the undead. Qinghe City had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. The corner of a street, a squad of city guards stood resolutely against the tide of the undead, their long spears raised in defiance. Yet soon, cries of agony pierced the air as one guard fell victim to the ravenous jaws of a creature, succumbing to the horrifying transformation. He lunged at his comrades, fangs piercing a throat, blood spraying forth and staining their garments. The formation collapsed into chaos, the small unit descending into a frenzied melee. Guan Yun tightened his grip on the longsword, suppressing the agony radiating from the wound on his arm. Where the flesh had begun to blacken, strange patterns creeping forth. On a distant peak of the Zhongling Mountains, Li Siyu observed this unfolding tragedy with keen interest. His gaze pierced through the thick fog. Locking onto Guan Yun, target detected. Guan Yun identity, martial artist current status, mild infection estimated time to full transformation. 2 hours. A smirk danced on Li Siyu's lips as he perused the information. Guan Yun, a name he was all too familiar with in the recesses of his memories from before his crossing. He chuckled softly at the thought. At that moment, Guan Yun had reached the entrance of his family estate. A grand residence with a crimson door adorned with a copper ring, now veiled in a thin layer of frost. "Mother, sister," his voice rang out like a thunderclap, startling the wandering undead in the vicinity. They all turned in unison, their ashen eyes fixating hungrily on the source of the sound. Black, putrid blood dripped from their maws, leaving a trail of filth upon the ground as they staggered towards him. Claws slicing through the air with a chilling sound, Guan Yun gripped his longsword tightly, his gaze sweeping over the tightly shut doors of the estate as he beheld the encroaching horde. Determination settled upon his features. He raised his sword high, the blackened blood glistening ominously in the sunlight. Energy surged within him, but the wound on his arm throbbed painfully. "Mother, sister, I will save you," he bellowed, launching himself towards the crimson door with a powerful kick. The heavy door crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. He dashed into the courtyard, desperately scanning for familiar figures. Soon, he spotted a familiar silhouette swaying gently, a woman clad in a pale blue skirt. Her back turned to him. "Mother!" As she turned, the moment he beheld her countenance, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The once gentle and kind face was now grotesquely twisted, her skin marred by dark veins. The eyes that once radiated warmth were now filled with a bloodthirsty greed. Blackened blood smeared the corners of her mouth, and her garments were stained with dark red splotches. At her feet lay the lifeless forms of several servants, their necks bearing gruesome wounds. "No, this cannot be." Guan Yun's long sword trembled in his grasp. Just then, rustling sounds echoed from elsewhere in the courtyard. A dozen or so servants emerged, all transformed into undead, mirroring his mother's horrific visage. They collectively sensed Guan Yun's presence, turning their heads in unison, their greedy gazes locking onto this living soul. With a primal roar, his mother lunged at him, followed closely by the other servants, their gaping maws poised to devour him. Guan Yun's grip on the sword tightened, yet he felt his hands quaking. These were the very kin he had shared his days with, especially his mother, the one who had nurtured him. "Mother, Do you recognize me? It's Yun'er. But the only response was a chorus of frenzied howls. Her claws sliced through the air, nearing his face. Instinctively, he swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air and glinting like silver. Thud. Warm blood splattered across his face, and it was only then that he realized the horror of his actions. His sword had severed his mother's arm. No! He gasped, stepping back in terror as he watched her writhe in agony on the ground, his heart shattering. Yet in that moment of despair, an unprecedented hunger surged within him, akin to a beast starved for days, his entire being clamoring for flesh and blood. His eyes flushed crimson, a strange gray-white hue enveloping his pupils. He could feel his teeth sharpening, his nails darkening and elongating before his very eyes. What is happening? Guan Yun stared in horror at his hands, recalling the wound inflicted by that little girl on his journey. Had he been infected all along? A searing pain coursed through his head, bringing him to his knees, his sword slipping from his grasp. I felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, each inch of his flesh undergoing a grotesque transformation. Please, no, Guan Yun cried, clutching his head. Yet he could not quell the primal urge to pounce upon the fallen bodies, to rend flesh and blood. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, a bright, clear voice rang out, "Brother Yun." In an instant, a radiant light cleaved through the sky, a sword-like brilliance forcing a path through the horde of undead surrounding Guan Yun. The stench of putrid blood evaporated in the brilliance, hissing as it dissipated. From the light emerged a figure clad in deep azure, a young girl with a strikingly beautiful face, her brow adorned with an aura of courage. She wielded a jade-green longsword, its blade shimmering with a soft white glow. With each step she took, an overwhelming presence emanated from her. Target detected. Zhou Hauer identity, cultivator status, extremely healthy, divine physique current erosion state. Mild far atop the Cangling Mountains. Li Siyu observed this sudden turn of events, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Chapter 4. The young cultivator, upon seeing Zhou Hauer, Guan Yun's muddled consciousness began to clear. He felt the terrifying hunger within him surging, threatening to completely consume his reason. Hauer, go, he struggled to utter, his voice hoarse and strained. Zhou Hauer, witnessing the scene before her, was filled with tears. She and Guan Yun had grown up together. How could she not recognize the peril he was in? Brother Yun, I will take you away. There must be a way to save you. She moved forward, but Guan Yun suddenly let out a beastly roar, curling into himself. He could feel his teeth sharpening further, his nails lengthening incessantly. The craving for human flesh was overwhelming, threatening to obliterate all rational thought. Go. He bellowed with the last of his strength, violently tearing the jade pendant from around his neck and hurling it away. It was a piece of translucent white jade. Zhou Hauer instinctively caught it, tears streaming down her face. No, I refuse to believe I cannot save you. Gritting her teeth, she brandished her sword and prepared to advance. But the encroaching horde of undead surged forward once more, their chilling howls echoing through the air. The foul, black blood glistened eerily in the sunlight. More terrifyingly, leading the charge was Guan Yun himself. Now utterly devoid of reason, his eyes had turned completely gray-white, blood staining his lips, and a repugnant stench radiated from him. Before Zhou Hauer could react, Guan Yun lunged at her with astonishing speed. His gaping maw sinking into her wrist, blood trickled down the pale wrist of the young girl, staining her azure sleeves a deep crimson. The wound was grievous, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Agonizing pain compelled Zhou Hauer to instinctively strike out, sending Guan Yun hurtling away. Clutching her bleeding wrist, she staggered backward a few steps. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Li Siyu's ears. Carrier of virus No. 16,668 has reached a critical level of infestation. Earned infestation points, 200. Vivid red droplets fell from Zhou Hauer's fingers, pooling into small crimson puddles on the ground. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. The figure before her was no longer the Guan Yun she once knew. His eyes were devoid of humanity, consumed by a ravenous desire for flesh, the remnants of her blood staining his lips. While he emitted a low growl akin to a beast, more of the undead were closing in, swaying as they surrounded her. Zhou Hauer glanced at her wrist, where the wound was visibly darkening at an alarming rate. A chill surged from her core. She understood that she had to flee immediately. If she lingered any longer, she feared she might be trapped here forever. Brother Yun, I will return to save you, she vowed. Before the words had left her lips, a blinding white light erupted from her form. She formed intricate hand seals, and runes flickered into existence in the air. Xintian escape technique, spirit binding lock. Guan Yun was suddenly drawn by an invisible force, flung into the adjacent woodshed. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, golden runes materializing upon its surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hauer executed another hand gesture, transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing from the estate in the blink of an eye. Far atop the Congling Mountain, Li Siyu observed this scene with a slight shake of his head. Target detected, Zhou Hauer, current infestation level, mild 50. Estimated time until complete mutation, 4 hours. How foolish. Already infected, yet she still harbored thoughts of rescue. Li Siyu accessed the system panel, watching the incessantly growing data. Current infected count, 1766. Data is increasing. Special infected entities, 3. Virus evolution progress, 31. A system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Host, why not release the white mist and virus upon the demon flame burning heaven sect? Their numbers are greater, and each cultivator is exponentially stronger than ordinary warriors. The infestation points gained from infecting a cultivator far exceed those from these common folk. Licu withdrew his gaze from the city, a faint smile gracing his lips. The current virus is only at level 1. Even with the white mist enhancement, mass infection of cultivators won't be easy. Rash actions may very well alert the prey. He studied the panel as the numbers danced before him. Current infected count, 18583. Total infestation points, 18892. Virus evolution progress, 33. The gains of this brief half-day were quite substantial, elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Dao Seal's 9th layer while amassing nearly 20,000 infestation points. Though the infection rate had begun to slow, the virus continued its relentless spread. Furthermore, the demon flame burning heaven sect held even greater value for me. The previous owner of this body enjoyed a significant status within the sect. Unlike those pitiful protagonists in Clich D novels, Licu's grandfather was a high-ranking elder, a true power broker within the sect. Such an advantageous position and abundant resources should not be squandered. Host is indeed thorough in consideration, the system promptly praised. Reminder, virus levels can be increased by consuming infestation points and can also be utilized for developing new viruses. Current selectable operations, 1. Upgrade zombie virus level, cost, 10,000 points. 2. Develop new virus, cost, 15,000 points. 3. Enhance host attributes. Each 100 points can enhance one attribute. Gazing at the flashing prompts and listening to the system's incessant reminders, Li Siyu's brow furrowed slightly enough. His voice held a hint of coldness. I am well aware. There is no need for your incessant chatter. Host, I merely intended to remind you. Remind? Li Siyu interrupted with a scoff. I detest having my choices dictated by others, especially by you, a mere system. Before binding with the system, Li Siyu had thoroughly understood its nature. The system was to maintain absolute loyalty to the host while offering suggestions. However, Li Siyu was the sort who valued his own judgment and preferred to make his own decisions. He would rather have the system remain silent. Chapter 5. Transformation of techniques. Having suppressed his dissatisfaction with the system, Li Siyu shifted his focus to the technique attribute panel. The original owner of this body practiced 2 techniques, the Netherworld Demon Canon and the 3 styles of the Demon Domain. The former was a technique reserved for core disciples of the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect, while the latter was a savage skill bestowed by his grandfather, a high-ranking elder. Through the original owner's memories, Li Siyu quickly grasped the hierarchical classification of techniques within this world. Techniques were divided into 4 tiers: Celestial, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The Celestial tier existed solely in ancient legends, said to allow communication with the heavens and mastery over Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements when cultivated to the utmost. Even the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect's library had never housed a Celestial technique. Earth-tier techniques were exceedingly rare throughout the cultivation world, with only a handful existing within the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect, all meticulously sealed away, accessible only to the sect leader and the Holy Sun. The Netherworld Demon Canon was a mid-tier mysterious technique, designed to absorb the dark energies of the heavens and earth to refine the self, with the potential to wield netherworld power at advanced levels. This was the standard technique for core disciples of the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect. As for the 3 styles of the Demon Domain, it was a superior mysterious technique comprised of 3 formidable attacks, each embodying the fierce essence of the Demon Tao, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones when mastered to perfection. Quite unexpected, Li Siyu thought, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The original owner practiced 2 mysterious techniques simultaneously, indicating that this body's talent was indeed commendable. Having witnessed the miraculous potential of infestation points, Li Siyu quickly speculated, could these points also be utilized for enhancing techniques? With a thought, he concentrated on the technique panel. Indeed, beneath the name of the Netherworld Demon Cannon, a prompt appeared. Netherworld Demon Cannon, Netherworld Devouring Demon Cannon 10.000.so. That's how it is. Enhancing this technique requires 10,000 infestation points. He then turned his attention to the 3 styles of the Demon Domain, where a similar prompt emerged: 3 styles of the Demon Domain, 9 styles of the Demon Domain 30,000.30,000 points. That seems reasonable, considering it is a superior mysterious technique. Glancing at his current accumulated infestation points, 19662, Li Siyu contemplated for a moment before making a decision. He resolved to invest 10,000 points into upgrading the Netherworld Demon Cannon first. After all, it was a foundational technique, and improving its quality would undoubtedly benefit his future cultivation. As for the 3 styles of the Demon Domain, he would address it once he had accumulated sufficient points. Despite the considerable advantages gained through the virus, Li Siyu remained level-headed. He understood that relying solely on the virus would not suffice to establish a firm footing within the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect. The most essential factor was to enhance his own strength. Let us commence. Li Siyu silently uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a myriad of erosion points vanished. Immediately thereafter, a formidable force erupted from within him. The previously murky energy of his cultivation surged violently, as if it sought to break free from the confines of his meridians. Li Siyu promptly assumed a cross-legged position, channeling his technique to stabilize the rampaging energy within. However, he soon realized that the energy had completely slipped beyond his control. At that moment, a scarlet light shot forth from his body, soaring into the sky. The dark, inky energy he had cultivated through the Nether Demon Cannon began to undergo a radical transformation. The pitch-black hue gradually faded, replaced by an otherworldly crimson. Simultaneously, the operational pathway of his technique began to shift. The Nether Demon Cannon, which originally refined itself by absorbing the malevolent energy of the world, now commenced a voracious consumption of all surrounding energies. Whether it was malevolent energy, the essence of heaven and earth, or the dissipated energies of other cultivators, they were all forcefully absorbed and converted for his use. Even the airborne viruses were slowly devoured by this overwhelming power. Li Siyu distinctly sensed that with every wisp of energy consumed, his strength incrementally increased. This sensation was akin to an insatiable beast, greedily devouring everything within its reach. After a prolonged period, the raging energy finally subsided. Li Siyu opened his eyes, a glimmer of crimson flashing within his pupils. He could feel that the power within him had undergone a remarkable transformation. The Nether Demon Cannon had completed its enhancement. Current technique: Nether Demon Devouring Cannon, grade, Superior Xian tier, characteristics, Demon Devouring Body, all things originating from one source. Warning: this technique possesses a formidable erosive nature. Please use with caution. Li Siyu gazed at this notification. A flicker of delight passing through his eyes. 1,000 erosion points had directly elevated a mid-tier Xian technique to a superior tier. Li Siyu carefully assessed his cultivation realm. Although he had yet to break through, he was on the verge of reaching the limits of the 9th heaven of Tao imprint. The energy within him flowed, each cycle bringing a tingling sensation of pressure and pain, an omen of an imminent breakthrough. Previously, through the Nether Demon Cannon, he could condense only 2,000 Tao imprints atop his physical form. Now, a mere casual operation of the technique revealed a multitude of Tao imprints dotting his surface, exceeding 4,000 in number. If he were to unleash his full power, it was likely he could reach 5,000. Even more astonishingly, the Nether Demon Cannon had now ascended to a superior Xian tier, surpassing even the 3 styles of the Demon Domain. It appears that the utility of these erosion points far exceeds my expectations. Li Siyu mused inwardly. Not only could they directly enhance attributes, but they could also elevate a technique to such a remarkable level in one fell swoop. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Senior brother, senior brother, a robust male voice drew closer, brimming with unmistakable excitement. Liu lifted his gaze to see a burly man hastening towards him. His fierce countenance marked by thick brows and large eyes, clad in a black robe adorned with the emblem of the Nether lineage. Despite his fearsome appearance, his eyes conveyed a sense of respect and admiration when gazing at Liu. Why the commotion? Do you not resemble a disciple of our Nether sect? Liu furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with reprimand. Drawing upon the original owner's memories, he quickly recognized the identity of the approaching figure. This was Lin Hu, a junior disciple of the Nether lineage, and the most reliable aide of his predecessor. Due to his commendable talent and honest disposition, he had gained significant favor from the former master. Upon hearing Liu's admonition, Lin Hu immediately tempered his demeanor, though the excitement in his eyes remained uncontainable. Senior brother, this is truly a monumental occasion, he whispered. Just now, the newly appointed elder conveyed a message, stating that a marriage proposal is to be directed towards you. Oh? Liu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Lin Hu continued, and it is the saintess of the Celestial Maiden sect. She is a peerless beauty. Having risen above countless disciples, he elaborated. It is said that the saintesses of the Celestial Maiden sect are all captivatingly beautiful, possessing not only unparalleled looks but also extraordinary constitutions. Lowering his voice further, Lin Hu added, moreover, with the sect competition approaching, should you engage in dual cultivation with the saintess, your cultivation will surely soar. Perhaps you could even achieve a breakthrough to the Xin Tian realm. Hearing Lin Hu's words, Liu's brow furrowed slightly. Isn't the Celestial Maiden sect traditionally at odds with our Demon Flame sect? How could they suddenly propose a union? Lin Hu chuckled slyly, glancing around before lowering his voice. What you may not know, senior brother, is that this saintess was forcibly taken by our sect leader. But fear not, the elder personally intervened to secure this marriage proposal from Elder Hong. He continued with a fawning expression. The entire sect is abuzz with this news, claiming it to be fate. At this point, Lin Hu's tone grew more ingratiating. Senior brother, your talent is exceptional. A match with a saintess from the Celestial Maiden sect is more than fitting. Moreover, since you cultivate the Nether Demon Canon, it aligns perfectly with the saintess's technique. Truly a match made in heaven. Just then, an enraged voice suddenly echoed from the skies. Liu, you worthless fool. Come out! Liu merely glanced up at the sky, as if the voice were no more than the insignificant buzzing of a mosquito. He stepped down the mountain with an air of nonchalance. Lin Hu hastily followed, realizing after the voice dissipated, senior brother, that was the voice of Xiao Tianfeng. This marriage proposal was originally intended for him, and now he likely seeks revenge. In the distance, a figure soared on a sword. Halting mid-air, clad in a dark robe, the man possessed a handsome visage, though at that moment, his expression was filled with hostility. From the original owner's memories, Liu quickly discerned the identity of the newcomer, Xiao Tianfeng, a talented disciple of the Jiuyuan lineage, who also had a senior elder as his backing. Moreover, this individual was indeed formidable, having reached the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of Dao imprint, surpassing the original owner. How dare you aspire to marry the saintess? Xiao Tianfeng coldly remarked. A mere waste who relies on ancestral favor to gain entry into the sect dares to contend with me? Lin Hu was infuriated. Preposterous. Senior brother's talents are evident to all. Liu raised a hand to silence Lin Hu's indignation, speaking calmly, before the joyous occasion arrives, trouble has indeed come knocking. Though he spoke thus, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. With each step he took, his aura intensified, the almost imperceptible crimson energy swirling around him, emanating a disquieting pressure. The surrounding disciples, drawn by the commotion, retreated in alarm. They were curious about the outcome of this confrontation, yet the overwhelming presence radiating from the two combatants deterred them from drawing near. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Tianfeng's figure suddenly vanished from mid-air. The next moment, a colossal sword descended with a resounding impact, creating a massive crater in front of Liu. Debris flew and dust swirled. This immense sword measured nearly 3 zhang in length, its blade entirely black, exuding a menacing aura. The tip was deeply embedded in the ground, obstructing Li Siyu's path. Xiao Tianfeng reappeared beside the colossal sword, his face darkened as he glared at Li Siyu. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Yet, in the face of this aggressive demeanor, Li Siyu wore a sardonic smile. An explanation? Who do you think you are to demand one from me? The crimson energy erupted from within him. Soaring skyward, such was the rule in the realm of cultivation. Strength reigned supreme. Should Xiao Tianfeng's backing elder personally seek trouble, perhaps he would show some deference. However, a mere peer did not merit a fraction of his breath. Xiao Tianfeng's fury ignited. Originally, out of respect for our sex bonds, I intended to grant you some face. I never imagined that a discarded waste, eliminated by the divine physician valley, would be so ungrateful. As he spoke, he yanked the colossal sword from the ground, his muscles bulging as he swelled in size. The nine abyss demonic energy coiled around him, rendering him akin to a demonic deity. Today, I shall let you understand what it means that there is always someone stronger. The gigantic sword traced a dark arc through the air, infused with astonishing demonic energy as it cleaved towards Li Siyu. The power of this strike could split mountains and shatter stone. Even cultivators of the same tier would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet Li Siyu stood resolute, unmoving. The crimson energy coalesced around him, manifesting as intricate Dao imprints. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, countless Dao imprints surrounded him, each pulsating with formidable power, resonating together to form a complete protective barrier. This exemplified the might of the ninth heaven of Dao imprint. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Li Siyu's mind, detected that the host is about to enter combat mode. Would you like to activate the combat assistance system? Current available functions, battle data analysis, weakness detection, move prediction. With a thought, Li Siyu commanded, activate. Suddenly, a series of data appeared in his vision. Target: Xiao Tianfeng, cultivation level, peak of Dao Seal 9th layer, current vitality, 98, technique, 9th abyss demon scripture. 7th stage, weakness. An old injury on the third rib of the left side, predicted action. Will launch the 4th style of the 9th abyss demon scripture in 3 seconds. Observing this information, Li Zhu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He was eager to see just how capable this genius from the 9th abyss lineage truly was. Xiao Tianfeng's colossal sword, infused with overwhelming demonic energy, cleaved towards Li Zhu. The air was rent asunder by the strike, producing a piercing shriek. However, when this blow, potent enough to split mountains and shatter stones, landed upon Li Zhu, it was as if it had struck a bottomless abyss, failing to even graze the hem of his garment. How could this be possible? Xiao Tianfeng's pupils quaked in disbelief at the scene before him. He had already broken through to the Dao Seal 5th layer, capable of condensing 800 Dao Seals. Coupled with this exquisite magical artifact, even cultivators at the Dao Seal 9th layer would shy away from accepting such a blow head-on. Yet, Li Zhu stood there unscathed. Even without adopting a defensive posture, Xiao Tianfeng had long been aware of Li Zhu's mediocre strength, but it was precisely for this reason that he could not bear to let a chance as significant as the Saintess of the Heavenly Maiden sect fall into the hands of his rival. Thus, he approached today with the intent to kill, aiming to eliminate Li Zhu in one fell swoop. Who could have anticipated that his full-force attack would be so utterly ineffectual? At that moment, Li Zhu's indifferent voice broke the silence. With such meager strength, you dare to boast before me? Chapter 7. A single blow before the words had fully left his mouth, the blood-colored Dao Seals surrounding him began to swirl. Thousands of Dao Seals intertwined in the air, rapidly coalescing into 100 zhong-long blood-red giant sword. Demon Domain Technique. Mountain breaking. Li Zhu gently raised his hand, and the blood-red giant sword followed suit. Cleaving through the air, wherever the sword energy passed, the atmosphere was torn apart, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Xiao Tianfeng attempted to evade, only to discover that his body was ensnared by an invisible force. He could only watch helplessly as the blood-red sword light descended upon him. With a resounding crash, Xiao Tianfeng's figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily onto the ground hundreds of zhong away. His breath instantly faltered, teetering on the brink of death. From the moment Li Zhu struck until the conclusion, only a few breaths had elapsed. The disciples observing the battle gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Heavens! The senior brother is extraordinarily powerful. Is this the might of the Dao Seal 9th layer? Impossible. Didn't senior brother Xiao also reach the Dao Seal ninth layer? How could he be so easily defeated? Did you not see? Senior brother's Dao Seal's number at least 4,000. He must have broken through. Whispers erupted among the crowd. Yet Li Zhu remained unfazed. He cast a cold glance at the fallen Xiao Tianfeng and remarked indifferently, overestimating oneself. Lin, who stood in stunned silence, his mind still reeling. He could not comprehend how senior brother had become so formidable. After all, Xiao Tianfeng's strength had been superior to senior brother's. Yet now, he lay defeated in a single move, utterly beyond his understanding. Just then, a sudden outburst of exclamations arose from the crowd. Is senior brother going to? The blood-red giant sword did not dissipate. Instead, it flew straight towards the seemingly lifeless Xiao Tianfeng. The blood energy surged from the sword, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. Heavens! If that were to strike true, senior brother would undoubtedly perish. As the blood-red giant sword was about to land on Xiao Tianfeng, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Show mercy. Immediately, a terrifying aura swept forth, its oppressive force capable of shattering the very heavens and earth. Before this overwhelming presence, the blood-red giant sword, powerful enough to split mountains, was forcibly halted mid-air. Unable to budge, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful appearance appeared out of thin air. Standing protectively in front of Xiao Tianfeng, his eyes glowed with intensity as he scrutinized Li Zhu with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. Seeing this, Li Zhu promptly retracted the giant sword suspended in the void. The surrounding disciples bowed deeply upon recognizing the elder, exclaiming in unison, "Greetings, Elder Xian." At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Li Zhu's mind. Successfully infected a cultivator. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 infection points. Target detected. Xiao Tianfeng, current state. Extremely weak, susceptible to infection. Infection level, mild. Estimated time for complete mutation, 12 hours. Gazing at the fleeting data on the panel, a faint smile graced Li Zhu's lips. Others believed that his previous strike aimed to take Xiao Tianfeng's life, unaware that the sword energy had long been infused with the power of a virus, as the possessor of the virus. Li Zhu was intimately familiar with its mode of transmission. The level 1 zombie virus, though merely the most rudimentary form of a virus, propagated with astonishing simplicity. Transmission occurred through blood contact. Once the target sustained an injury, the virus would invade. Had it not been for his earlier acquisition of that one-time use item, the white mist, it would have been impossible to inflict such extensive damage with a level 1 virus in such a short time frame. The downfall of the entire Qinghe city was largely attributable to the amplification effects of that white mist. Logically speaking, given Xiao Tianfeng's strength and physique, even if he were infected by a level 1 zombie virus, his internal spiritual energy should have been able to expel it. Yet this fool had chosen to provoke him today, and after being beaten to such a state, he had now lost even his most basic ability to resist. A cold smile spread across Li Zhu's face. Rather than allowing Xiao Tianfeng to perish so easily, it would be more beneficial to have him continue to create value for himself, since he had already been infected by the virus. What awaited him next would be a torment far more agonizing than death itself. As Elder Xian walked forward, he could not help but reprimand. This Xiao Tianfeng is truly a fool unaware of his own limits. He actively sought death. As he spoke, he covertly cast a glance at Li Zhi in his recollection. This lad was of mediocre talent, not particularly outstanding among the younger generation. While Xiao Tianfeng was not a genius, he was undeniably far stronger than Li Zhu. Yet today's battle had completely defied his expectations. Elder Xian's gaze brimmed with admiration. Truly remarkable. As expected of Elder Li's bloodline, such strength is indeed impressive. Li Zhu accepted the praise with calm composure, his expression serene. As the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Netherworld lineage, he had long grown accustomed to such flattery. Had it not been for Xiao Tianfeng's backing from the second elder, I would have certainly taught this presumptuous junior a proper lesson today, Elder Xian declared indignantly. The demon flame-burning heaven sect was divided into 5 lineages: Netherworld, Ninth Abyss, Blood Demon, Heavenly Calamity, and Dark River. Among them, the Netherworld lineage was the most powerful, while the Ninth Abyss was the weakest. As an elder of the Netherworld lineage, Elder Xian possessed the confidence to reprimand the disciples of the Ninth Abyss. Li Zhu cast a dispassionate glance at the prostrate Xiao Tianfeng and inquired, Elder Xian, This individual has come unprovoked to challenge the chief disciple of my netherworld lineage. According to sect regulations, how should this matter be dealt with? No sooner had he spoken than several powerful auras descended. 4 figures materialized in the air, led by a grim-faced elder, the second elder of the Ninth Abyss lineage. Behind him followed 3 other elders from the Ninth Abyss. The second elder's cold gaze swept over Xiao Tianfeng before fixing firmly on Li Zhu. Li Zhu, you possess quite the audacity to lay such venomous hands on a disciple of my Ninth Abyss lineage. Elder Xian immediately stepped forward. Second elder, your words are misguided. It was clearly your disciple who instigated this confrontation, bringing humiliation upon himself. Should our disciples of the netherworld lineage be subject to bullying in your eyes? Humph! The second elder snorted disdainfully. Xiao Tianfeng is at least an elite disciple of the Ninth Abyss lineage. Li Zhu's actions were excessively ruthless, clearly intent on taking his life. At this proclamation, everyone present gasped in shock. If a life were truly lost, it would escalate into a grave matter. However, Li Zhu remained unfazed, responding calmly, Second Elder, your assertions are flawed. Xiao Tianfeng has attained the Dao Seal 9th layer. I merely employed a slight measure to test him. If he cannot withstand such minor injuries, he is unworthy of the title of elite disciple. Chapter 8. Preparing the offerings. The second elder's rage flared instantly. Arrogant. You, a mere Dao Seal 3rd layer waste, dare to speak so boldly here? Elder Xian, witnessing this, inwardly lamented. Although he was an elder of the netherworld lineage, his cultivation fell short of the second elder's. If a conflict truly erupted, he might not be able to protect Li Zhu. After all, as a resident elder of the netherworld peak, if the chief disciple were to encounter trouble under his watch, the grand elder would undoubtedly flay him alive. However, having just witnessed Li Zhu's astonishing prowess, Elder Xian felt a measure of reassurance. This young man appears to have hidden depths. Elder Xian's gaze turned inscrutable as he regarded the members of the Ninth Abyss. Speaking coldly, Second Elder, we adhere to the principle of not attacking unless provoked. This is the rule of our demon flame burning heaven sect. However, since your disciple dared to challenge the chief of my netherworld lineage, this matter cannot simply be swept aside. He raised his gaze to the second elder. In the spirit of sect camaraderie, my netherworld lineage shall not pursue excessive retribution against you. To quell this turmoil, the Jiyuan lineage must at least surrender 200 lives to assuage our wrath. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the elders from the Jiyuan lineage turned ashen with intensity. They gazed at the distant figure of Xiao Tianfeng, who was barely clinging to life, wanting to retort but finding themselves at a loss for words. After all, the Mo Yin Fentian sect is fundamentally a demonic sect, where strength reigns supreme. The rules are laid out plainly. Should a weaker individual provoke a stronger one and meet their demise, it is deemed a fitting fate. Moreover, they were acutely aware that Xiao Tianfeng had come to instigate a confrontation. This unforeseen marriage proposal was, in fact, an enormous opportunity. Should Xiao Tianfeng manage to severely injure Li Zhu, not only could he seize the marriage for himself, but he would also expose Li Zhu as a mere wastrel. A wastrel, even with the formidable backing of the Grand Elder of the Underworld, is unworthy of receiving any valuable resources. Thus, they tacitly condoned Xiao Tianfeng's actions and even lent their covert support. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sight of Xiao Tianfeng collapsing so effortlessly before Li Zhu. Now, for Li Zhu to spare his life is already a monumental act of grace. What more could they say? The second elder's expression darkened as he coldly stated, the rules of the demonic sect must be upheld. However, as the party directly involved, it is up to Li Zhu to determine if he possesses the capability to demand 200 lives. The customs of the Mo Yin Fentian sect are notoriously ruthless. Since Xiao Tianfeng had survived, the Jiyuan lineage must pay an appropriate price for recompense. However, the exact cost would ultimately hinge upon Li Zhu's own prowess. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu let out a cold laugh. In that case, I shall personally visit Jiyuan Peak. With that, he strode directly toward the massive sword before Xiao Tianfeng. This was Xiao Tianfeng's lifebound artifact, and it rightfully belonged to the victor now. N01 obstructed Li Zhu from claiming the sword, for according to the rules of the demonic sect, it was indeed his trophy. Detecting a continuous decline in the life force of the target, the virus was spreading at an accelerated pace. Estimated time for complete mutation, 5 hours, Li Zhu grasped the hilt of the sword and forcefully drew the massive blade from its resting place. The sword's body was entirely pitch black, emanating a dense aura of demonic energy. With the sword in hand, Li Zhu's form flickered as he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Elder Xian observed the direction Li Zhu had departed, casually casting a glance at the members of the Jiuyuan lineage, his tone icy. Should I discover that anyone from Jiuyuan Peak has acted in secret? Humph! The cold snort was laden with an endless killing intent, causing the Jiuyuan elders' expressions to shift dramatically. Several elders snorted in unison and immediately pursued the direction of Li Zhu, leaving only one elder to carry Xiao Tianfeng, whose countenance was the epitome of despair. This fool has brought utter disgrace upon the Jiuyuan lineage. The Mo Yin Fantian sect comprises 5 principal lineages, each dominating a distinct territory. Minghe Peak rises majestically into the clouds. Tian Sha Peak stands robust and formidable, while Yuming Peak pierces the heavens. Only Jiuyuan Peak and Shuemo Peak are ensconced in the abyss, perpetually shrouded from the sun's rays. The distances between the peaks are vast, and traveling on foot from one main peak to its neighboring counterpart would take several days. Yet, with Xiao Tianfeng's life-bound artifact now in his possession, Li Zhu wielded a sword of exceptional quality, enabling him to traverse the skies at remarkable speed. In an instant, the silhouette of Jiuyuan Peak appeared within his sights. Detecting that the host was about to enter Jiuyuan Peak, current environment, suffocatingly eerie, enveloped in mist, warning, multiple powerful auras detected. Jiuyuan Peak resides within a bottomless chasm, perpetually devoid of sunlight. A heavy fog cloaked the entire mountain, imparting a sense of dread and foreboding. Without hesitation, Li Zhu swung the massive sword, cleaving through the oppressive white mist with a surge of dark sword energy. He harbored no reservations and boldly entered the peak. At this moment, at least 10 elders of the underworld were covertly safeguarding him. If they failed to suppress the Jiuyuan lineage's audacity thoroughly, it was likely that the entire underworld lineage would be incensed. After the sword energy sliced through the mist, the entirety of Jiuyuan Peak finally unveiled itself. The severed white mist did not dissipate but instead began to flow, forming a conspicuous path before Li Zhu. Witnessing this scene, a sardonic smile crept across Li Zhu's lips. It seemed that the Jiuyuan lineage was indeed exceedingly callous. This path was evidently crafted specifically for themselves. They must have prepared sacrifices to pacify the fury of the underworld lineage. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly pierced the heavens. In today's trial, survival is victory. As long as you endure, you shall attain unparalleled power. The weak deserve to perish. Hearing this, Li Zhu smirked derisively and stepped into the peak. Before him lay a throng of figures, all clad in the attire of the Jiuyuan lineage, both male and female. Some exhibited signs of aberration, scales sprouting from their skin, fangs emerging, and others even transforming their entire arms into beastly claws. This was characteristic of the Jiuyuan lineage. They primarily cultivated the bloodline powers of demons and beasts, leading to such aberrations upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. Detecting a multitude of targets. Quantity: over 100 individuals. Distribution of cultivation levels: Qi base realm, 37 individuals; solid Qi realm, 25 individuals; Dao Seal realm, 38 individuals. Do they consider me a trial object? Li Zhu scoffed coldly. The cultivations of these individuals varied, ranging from the lowest Qi base realm to the highest Dao Seal realm. However, this was to be expected. After all, if the Jiuyuan lineage sought to use the lives of some worthless individuals to compensate for Xiao Tianfeng's life, the wrath of the underworld lineage would be beyond their capacity to bear. Kill, eliminate him. Altogether. Upon seeing Li Zhu's slow approach, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Their faces contorted with rage. They clearly understood that if they did not fight with all their might today, they would fall victim to Li Zhu's blade. Chapter 9. The virus is sown. These individuals dare to challenge me? A flicker of disdain crossed Li Zhu's eyes. 2,000 Dao Seals coalesced around him, blood-red light intertwining in the air, swiftly transforming into a colossal sword of 100 feet in length. The blade surged with blood energy, emanating a chilling aura. Warning: target group possesses infection potential. Suggestion for the host: take the opportunity to spread the virus. At that moment, the Jiuyuan disciples also summoned their own artifacts. Some conjured pitch-black long swords, others summoned grotesque demonic blades, and a few directly unleashed their bloodline powers, morphing into half-human, half-beast forms. However, when they sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Li Zu's blood-red sword, their expressions shifted drastically. That aura was too terrifying, as if it could devour all vitality. Boom! The blood-red giant sword fell, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of sword energy. Those weaker disciples barely had time to scream before being torn to shreds by the onslaught. The slightly stronger ones also sustained grievous injuries beneath the terrifying sword energy. The elders of the Jiyuan lineage, observing from the skies, collectively inhaled sharply. This individual's power was astonishingly formidable. Had he truly broken through? Impossible. Just days ago, he was merely at the 3rd level of Dao Seal. How could this be? Look at how he wields the 3 styles of the demon domain. He has mastered it to perfection. As they debated among themselves, another wave of sword energy swept through. This time, a full 20 individuals fell victim to the blade's wrath. The remaining 80 were rendered unconscious. Their bodies were riddled with countless sword marks. Although gravely injured and on the brink of death, they did not perish. This spectacle left the elders in the air utterly astonished. Li Zu had managed to control his strength to such a precise degree, inflicting severe injuries without causing death. Such finesse was beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Since the Underworld Demon Codex had advanced to the Underworld Devourer Codex, Li Zu's control over his internal energy had reached an unfathomable level. His objective was straightforward: to slaughter 100 true geniuses of the Jiyuan lineage. Successfully infecting and eroding a warrior grants the host 50 points of erosion. Successfully infecting and eroding a cultivator grants the host 100 points of erosion. Successfully infecting and eroding a cultivator grants the host 300 points of erosion. The system's prompts echoed incessantly in Li Zu's mind. His plan was simple. First, eliminate these 20 individuals, then severely wound the rest. In such a weakened state, they would be powerless to resist the invasion of the virus. Soon, these individuals would begin to mutate, becoming the first batch of zombies for the Mo Yin Fantian sect. Moreover, the stronger they were, the faster the virus would mutate. Listening to the system's incessant numerical increments, Li Zu pondered. It appeared that the points of erosion gained were contingent upon the cultivation levels of the infected. A sinister chuckle abruptly resonated from the void. Indeed, these worthless beings do not deserve to quell the fury of my underworld lineage. It was the voice of an elder from the underworld. The elders of the Jiyuan lineage turned ashen at this proclamation. They finally comprehended that this was a scheme to bleed the Jiyuan lineage dry. With a cold snort, one elder waved a hand to disperse the surrounding fog. As the mist cleared, another 80 Dao Seal realm geniuses emerged. Each of them radiated formidable auras, evidently the carefully cultivated seeds of the Jiyuan lineage. Let us hope it is not your life that these individuals take first. The elder sneered coldly, while Li Ziyu only offered a faint smile, his brows brimming with disdain and confidence, accompanied by a chilling hint of murderous intent. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Before the echoes of his words faded, the blood-red giant sword once again coalesced in the air. This time, the sword energy was even more terrifying than before, as if capable of tearing apart the very fabric of heaven and earth. The Yinming demon devouring scripture surged wildly within him, manifesting 5,000 seals, all of which were infused into the blood sword. Warning: target group possesses formidable strength. It is advisable for the host to exert full effort. Current usable seals, 5,000. Virus activity, extremely high. The crimson radiance swirled in the air, with the seals interweaving to form a profound grand formation. Each seal contained immense power, resonating with a series of ominous hums in the atmosphere. The 80 prodigies at the seal stage, upon witnessing this spectacle, swiftly summoned their own magical artifacts. Various hues of light intertwined in the sky, exuding a staggering aura. However, when they beheld the 5,000 seals, every face turned pale. One must understand that even a powerful figure at the 9th layer of the seal stage could only condense 3,000 seals at most. Yet, this Li Ziyu, whom they perceived as merely a 3rd layer seal practitioner, could somehow manifest 5,000 seals. How could this be possible? How could his strength be so formidable? Had he already? As the crowd stood in shock, Li Ziyu's figure vanished from his original position. In the next instant, he appeared among them, the blood-red giant sword sweeping across. The sword energy surged, and blood splattered. Those once brimming with bravado now resembled fallen leaves in an autumn breeze, utterly unable to withstand Li Siyu's onslaught. The crimson sword energy crisscrossed through the air, enveloping all 80 prodigies at the seal stage. Screams erupted in a cacophony, and a mist of blood enveloped the scene. The so-called prodigies of the Jiyuan sect found themselves unable to endure even a single exchange beneath Li Siyu's blade. When the blood mist dissipated, the ground lay strewn with corpses in disarray. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 80 seal stage cultivators. Additional erosion points acquired. 12,000. Virus evolution degree. 58.Licu stood amidst the pile of corpses. His gaze indifferent as he looked towards the Jiyuan elders hovering in the air. With such meager strength, you dare to claim to be one of the 5 main sects of the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect? The Jiyuan lineage is nothing but this. Having spoken, he gripped the life-bound artifact of Chu Tianfeng, his figure flickering and vanishing from their sight in an instant, leaving the Jiyuan elders rooted in place. Their expressions darkened to the utmost degree. Not only had they lost a significant number of meticulously nurtured prodigies, but they had also been ridiculed by a mere junior. Yet, they were powerless to retaliate. Forced to watch as the reputation of the Jiyuan lineage was trampled underfoot. After departing Jiyuan Peak, Li Siyu did not return directly to the cave dwelling of Yuming Peak. He did not intend to use the corpses of those seal stage prodigies as sources for spreading the virus. Cultivators of such levels had already drawn the attention of the demon sect. A sudden death or two might not raise alarms, but should a large-scale upheaval akin to that in Qinghe City occur, it would undoubtedly alert the elders of the sect. At that point, not only would his plans falter, but even those infected sources would be eradicated in their infancy. Moreover, the 80 severely injured individuals previously left behind were already sufficient as breeding grounds. Chapter 10. Virus upgrade. These relatively weaker disciples, even if unable to resist the erosion of the virus, would not attract excessive attention from the sect. After all, in a place like the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect, myriad bizarre cultivation methods abounded. The emergence of peculiar anomalies among lower-tier disciples would hardly raise any eyebrows. For Li Siyu, the most crucial aspect of this undertaking was to establish his authority. If today's events were to be swept under the rug, countless individuals akin to Xiao Tianfeng would inevitably come seeking trouble in the future. Now, having forcefully slain over 100 seal stage prodigies, he not only solidified his tyrannical image but also made it abundantly clear that Li Siyu was not to be trifled with. Current total erosion points, 35, 892, usable 4, 1. Upgrading virus level, 20. 000 points required. 2. Enhancing host attributes. Each 100 points can improve one attribute. 3. Purchasing new virus, 50,000 points required. Gazing at the continuously fluctuating numbers on the system panel, a flicker of contemplation crossed Li Siyu's eyes. This haul was substantial. Perhaps it was time to consider upgrading the virus to level 2. Just then, a thought struck him, and a cold smile crept upon his lips. I wonder how that Xiao Tianfeng is faring now? Target: Xiao Tianfeng. Current status: severely infected. It seemed that the oblivious Xiao Tianfeng had become the optimal vector for transmission at this moment. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of the seal stage, the virus within him evolved at an astonishing pace. Furthermore, he was currently on Jiyuan Peak, surrounded by formidable cultivators. Once he fully mutated, a bloodbath would surely ensue within the Jiyuan lineage. With this thought, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. This was indeed an unexpected stroke of fortune. After leaving Jiyuan Peak, Li Siyu did not return directly to his cave, but instead arrived at the scripture repository of the Yuming lineage. The scripture repository of Yuming Peak was perched atop a cliff. Its exterior appeared dilapidated, yet it concealed profound mysteries within. The entire structure was crafted from hundreds of pieces of mysterious iron, each inscribed with dense runes. These runes not only protected the text from moisture, but also blocked external prying. Even divine consciousness could not penetrate the protective runes to discern the circumstances within the repository. Pushing open the rune-covered grand door, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth. Licu inhaled deeply, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. Though he had garnered some understanding of this world through the memories of his predecessor, those memories were far too fragmented. To establish himself in this world, where might was revered, he needed to swiftly comprehend the rules that governed it. Detection. Host has entered the scripture repository. Current environment. Exceptionally high spiritual energy concentration. Recommendation. Familiarize oneself with world rules as soon as possible. Days swiftly passed, and Li Siyu devoted nearly all his time to the study of the texts. During these days, although he did not take direct action, the system continuously relayed news from Qinghe City. The virus continued to ravage that place. While the infection rate had significantly waned, the erosion points remained steadily on the rise. Each time an infected individual perished, he received corresponding points as a reward. After several days, the accumulated erosion points had become quite considerable. Seizing a moment of respite, Li Siyu opened the attribute panel for the zombie virus. Virus name: Zombie virus level 1 transmission route. Blood main symptoms: hunger, craving flesh and blood, loss of rationality, contagion level, low level 1 severity, low level 1 lethality, low level 1 evolution requirement. 01 requires 2,000 cumulative infected individuals, 39,421 death toll, 15. 664. Observing these figures, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. Though it was merely the most basic level 1 virus, its effects were already quite impressive. Through these days of research, he had fully mastered the operational mechanics of the system. As long as he accumulated sufficient erosion points, he could either upgrade the existing virus or develop a new one. It had been several days since the first wave of the virus spread in Qinghe City. During this period, the erosion points he had acquired approached 100,000 points. However, through observation, Li Siyu discovered a significant flaw in the level 1 zombie virus. Almost all infected individuals completely lost their rationality, transforming into beasts driven solely by the instinct to tear each other apart. While he could observe the state of these zombies, he could not exert any form of control over them. This led to an exceedingly awkward situation. Although Qinghe City had completely fallen, those zombies, with their severely diminished intelligence, merely slaughtered one another within the city, rendering any possibility of outward expansion impossible. If this continued, the zombies within the city would inevitably become extinct due to mutual annihilation. This clearly did not align with Li Siyu's expectations. Current options for the host: 1. Upgrade the zombie virus. 20,000 points required. Point 2. Develop a new virus. 50,000 points required. Gazing at the options presented on the panel, Li Siyu furrowed his brow. While it would take merely 20,000 points to upgrade the virus, he had long hesitated over whether to proceed. After all, this was his first attempt at upgrading a virus, and he feared any potential mishaps. System: what changes will occur if the zombie virus is upgraded? Response: upgrading the virus will result in a qualitative transformation. Major changes: 1. Some zombies will undergo mutations, becoming zombie leaders. Point 2. Leaders will possess basic intelligence and can command ordinary zombies. Point 3. Controllable range will expand significantly. 4. Transmission efficiency will increase by 300. Upon hearing this response, a spark of interest lit up in Li Siyu's eyes. Wasn't this akin to the legendary Zombie King? In those apocalyptic tales, such beings were often the most troublesome antagonists. Without further hesitation, Li Siyu promptly issued the command: commence the upgrade, confirming the consumption of 20,000 erosion points. Virus upgrading in progress. Upgrade complete. The data on the panel changed instantaneously. Evolution number: 12 requires 200,000. However, just as Li Siyu was preparing to examine the specifics of the alterations, the system abruptly erupted into a cacophony of alarms. Virus carrier number 1372 failed to mutate, resulting in death. Earned erosion points: 100. Virus carrier number 1373 failed to mutate, resulting in death. Earned erosion points: 100. Virus carrier number 1374 failed to mutate, resulting in death. Earned erosion points: 100. A multitude of notification messages surged forth, causing Li Siyu's brow to furrow increasingly. He had not anticipated that the failure rate for viral upgrades would be so alarmingly high. The remaining count of over 10,000 virus carriers on the panel plummeted at an alarming rate, with dozens of infected individuals succumbing to the virus's mutations every second. Warning: a large-scale mortality event is occurring. Current surviving infected: 12, 847, 11, 926, 10, 581. Mutation success rate: 0.1. This figure rendered Li Siyu's countenance exceedingly grim. If this trend continued, the infected population of Qinghe City would likely face annihilation. Chapter 11. The spread of catastrophe. Just as Li Siyu frowned at the mass fatalities among the infected, the system's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Virus carrier number 14600 has successfully mutated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 4,000 erosion points. LICU was momentarily taken aback. This identification number seemed somewhat familiar. He quickly adjusted his field of vision to investigate further. Before long, a figure materialized within his sight. It was an exceptionally robust zombie, towering nearly 2 meters, with muscles bulging prominently. Unlike other zombies, a flicker of intelligence lingered in its eyes. At that moment, this zombie was trapped within a dilapidated shed. Suddenly, it let out a thunderous roar. This bellow echoed throughout the estate, causing the zombies that had been wandering in the courtyard to instantaneously fall silent, all ceasing their ravenous biting. Licu then recalled that this was none other than the previously encountered Guan Yun, the martial artist he had infected with the virus and subsequently sealed within the shed by Zhou Hauer. Objective: Virus carrier number 14600 mutated entity. Type: Zombie leader. Special ability: can command ordinary zombies. Current erosion status: severe. Intelligence status: basic awareness. Observing the first successful mutation of a zombie, Li Siyu's spirits lifted. Although a multitude of infected had perished, the emergence of a true zombie leader made these losses worthwhile. Just as he was about to conduct a detailed examination of this mutated entity, the system suddenly issued a new prompt. Would you like to establish a mental connection with virus carrier No. 14600? Note: leader-level zombies can connect for 15 minutes each day. During the connection, complete control over the target's actions is possible. Licu's eyes brightened. This was precisely the capability he required at this moment. The primary issue with the zombies in Qinghe City was the lack of management. Apart from a few wandering into the wilderness, most were engaged in mutual slaughter within the city. If he could control this leader through a mental connection, he could guide this chaotic horde of zombies in a desired direction. Commence connection. Licu issued the command without hesitation. Instantly, his vision transformed from the scripture pavilion to that dilapidated shed. He could vividly sense Guan Yun's current state. This mutated body was exceedingly powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary zombie. However, relative to Li Siyu's own strength, it still seemed somewhat feeble. Even more troublesome was the rigidity of this body, rendering all movements exceedingly clumsy. The brain was also remarkably dull. Even simple thoughts required a considerable amount of time to process. Warning: current host's intelligence is limited. Recommendation: utilize simple commands. Current controllable range: 100 feet in radius. Li Siyu attempted to maneuver this body, gradually acclimating to this peculiar sensation. Through the rotting wooden door, he could see the wandering zombies outside. They seemed to sense the presence of their leader and began to slowly converge in this direction. Li Siyu urged the mutated entity to nimbly leap through the shed's window, and within a few bounds, he reached the street. The thoroughfare was in utter disarray, filled with zombies tearing at each other. The stench of black blood stained the cobblestone pathway, and severed limbs littered the ground. Roar! The mutated entity emitted a resounding roar towards the heavens, causing all zombies on the street to immediately halt their actions, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. Under Li Siyu's control, the mutated entity let out another deep growl. Instantly, all zombies bowed their heads, adopting a posture of submission. At that moment, the horde of zombies within the estate surged through the broken gates. Rushing forth. In a matter of moments, hundreds of zombies had gathered around the mutated entity. Having previously studied the geographical environment surrounding the demon flame-burning heaven sect within the scripture pavilion, Li Siyu was well acquainted with the area. 50 miles away from Qinghe City lay Xianyang City, a bustling hub of commerce with a dense population. Excellent. We shall commence from here. Licu guided the mutated entity towards Xianyang City. The throng of zombies behind him followed suit, surging forth like a tidal wave. The guards at the city gates had long since transformed into zombies, and the gates had been breached amid the earlier chaos. Thousands of zombies surged towards the gates, and the heavy walls crumbled under the immense pressure. Though the 15-minute control period was brief, Li Siyu did not require constant guidance for these lowly zombies. As long as he directed the mutated entity to lead the way, these mindless creatures would naturally follow in pursuit. Before long, the first wave of zombies had set foot on the official road leading to Xianyang City. Just then, the system's prompt sounded once more. Virus carrier number 2042 has successfully mutated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 4,000 erosion points. Virus carrier number 50 has successfully mutated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 4,000 erosion points. Virus carrier no. 380 failed to mutate. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 erosion points. A flicker of delight flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. These new mutated entities would undoubtedly facilitate the smooth execution of his plans. The quarter of an hour swiftly elapsed, and the mental connection with the first mutated entity was automatically severed. LICU promptly chose to connect with another new mutated entity. Would you like to establish a mental connection with Virus Carrier No. 2042? Note: leader-level zombies can connect for 15 minutes each day. Connect.as. The perspective shifted once more. What lay before him was a relatively frail corpse. Although it lacked the robust physique of Guan Yun, its movements were markedly more agile. Through this new vessel, Li Siyu discovered that approximately one-third of the horde had departed from Qinghe City, making their way towards Xianyang City. The remaining corpses still wandered within the city, in need of a new aberrant entity to guide them. LICU promptly commanded the 2042 variant to issue directives, organizing the remaining corpses to advance towards the outskirts. This time, he opted for an alternate route, thereby encircling Xianyang City from multiple directions, leaving its inhabitants with no avenue of escape. Warning: the current horde is dispersing. Recommendation: maintain formation. LICU paid no heed to the system's alerts. In his view, the dispersal of the corpses was indeed advantageous, as it would expedite the spread of the plague to surrounding areas. Before long, a second quarter of an hour passed. LICU swiftly connected to a third aberrant entity, continuing to direct the remaining corpses. Thus, the horde from Qinghe City, under the leadership of three aberrant entities, divided into three paths, each consisting of thousands of corpses, marching resolutely in different directions. LICU was acutely aware that it would not be long before Xianyang City experienced a tragedy akin to that of Qinghe City. By then, his virus would achieve even broader dissemination. With the increase in the number of aberrant entities, the movements of the horde became markedly more organized. LICU was quite pleased with this trend. Even if some corpses perished due to mutual slaughter during their migration, their numbers could be replenished through the virus's continued spread. Chapter 12. Meeting on Yunfeng. Having concluded matters in Qinghe City, Li Siyu's attention shifted to the infected individuals of the Jiyuan lineage. Detection of the Jiyuan lineage's infected status. Target: Xiao Tianfeng. Current erosion level: 10. Symptoms: no apparent abnormalities. This data caused Li Siyu's brow to furrow slightly. The practitioners of the Jiyuan lineage predominantly possessed demonic bloodlines, granting them resistance to the level 1 corpse virus far superior to that of ordinary individuals. Even the most susceptible disciples of Jiyuan had only reached an erosion level of 38 over the past few days. With no symptoms manifesting. As for Xiao Tianfeng, a master of the Dao Seal's 9th heaven, his level of infection was pitifully low. Warning: target group possesses a special constitution. Virus efficacy significantly diminished. Recommendation: increase virus level or alter infection strategy. Upon seeing this prompt, Li Siyu felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not rashly disseminated the virus within the Demon Flame sect. Otherwise, the level 1 corpse virus would have been utterly ineffective against these practitioners. Nevertheless, Li Siyu was not in a hurry. Time, for him, was an advantage. As long as the virus had successfully infiltrated, a mutation would inevitably occur one day. Opening his personal panel, Li Siyu reviewed his current status. Host: Li Siyu. Age: 17. Realm: Dao Seal. 9th heaven. Base attributes: Strength: 3860, Speed: 3350, Defense: 2250, Spirit: 2580. Cultivation techniques: Nether Demon Devouring Scripture. 3 styles of the Demon Domain Virus System. Erosion points accumulated: 33. 880. Currently possessed virus. Level 2 corpse. Upgrading the virus not only consumed a substantial number of points, but also yielded a significant replenishment from the deceased infected individuals. With over 30,000 points remaining for utilization, Li Siyu unhesitatingly commanded all points to be allocated to strength, confirming the expenditure of 33,800 erosion points. Strength attribute enhancement in progress. Strength: 38638600. An indescribable surge of power erupted from within him, with every muscle trembling and each bone cracking like thunder. This sensation felt akin to countless ants crawling within his body, or millions of steel needles traversing through his veins. Yet, Li Siyu maintained his composure, quietly awaiting the complete absorption of this newfound strength. Soon, the intense pain subsided, replaced by an unprecedented sense of might. Reclining on the soft couch within the scripture pavilion, Li Siyu gazed deeply at the ceiling. Having just expended over 30,000 erosion points entirely on strength, such a magnitude of enhancement should have propelled him into the Void Realm. Strangely, however, his realm remained stagnant at Dao Seal Ninth Heaven. Showing no signs of impending breakthrough, so be it. One cannot force the progression of cultivation, Li Siyu mused, not overly concerned. After all, his time in the Dao Seal Ninth Heaven had been brief. Desiring an immediate ascent to the Void Realm was indeed a touch hasty. Moreover, even if he could not break through for the time being, what of it? His current strength attribute had reached a staggering 38,600 points, a terrifying figure that even a powerful spirit-body realm expert would find themselves obliterated by a single punch. Just as Li Siyu prepared to rise and exit the scripture pavilion, a gentle voice suddenly resonated from afar. "Grandson, come to Yunfeng." This voice, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloped one in warmth. Yet the underlying authority it carried was enough to induce a shiver in an instant. Li Siyu recognized the owner of the voice, the esteemed elder of the Demon Flame sect. The Grand Elder of the Nether Demon lineage, and his current vessel's grandfather, Li Tianming. Yunfeng, perched at the pinnacle of Yuming Peak, was perpetually shrouded in mist. It was said to be a place rich in spiritual energy. The favored meditation spot of Li Tianming. Moments later, Li Siyu arrived at the summit of Yunfeng. From a distance, he beheld a tall figure standing amidst the sea of clouds. Though the figure appeared ordinary, it emanated an aura of grandeur. Merely the sight of this silhouette filled Li Siyu with an unparalleled sense of oppression. This was not an intentional display of pressure by Li Tianming. Rather, it was an essence that naturally radiated from his formidable strength. Much like the full moon in the sky, it did not need to be ostentatious. Its presence was inherently felt. What an awe-inspiring power! Li Siyu silently appraised. Through the memories of the original host, he knew that Li Tianming held an exalted status within the Demon Flame sect. Yet, it was only at this moment, witnessing him firsthand, that he truly comprehended why even the sect leader treated this venerable elder with such deference. At that moment, Li Tianming slowly turned around. His gaze lingered on Li Siyu for a moment, seemingly sensing something. Although this was Li Siyu's first encounter with Li Tianming, he revealed no signs of anxiety. For he understood well that in the presence of true strength, maintaining composure was the wisest choice. Any slight hint of turmoil could expose a vulnerability. "Grandfather," Li Siyu spoke calmly, his tone respectful yet not servile. Li Tianming regarded Li Siyu, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, it seems you have fully emerged from the shadow of the Divine Physician Valley." Upon hearing this, Li Siyu's heart stirred. Through the original host's memories, he recalled the significant blow dealt by the failed attempts to seek healing at the Divine Physician Valley. "And your cultivation has directly advanced to the Dao Seal Ninth Heaven. It seems your efforts during this time have not been in vain," Li Tianming continued, his tone imbued with approval. At that moment, Li Siyu sensed the oppressive aura surrounding him vanish without a trace. Clearly, the earlier subtle pressure had been Li Tianming testing him. "Thank you for your concern, grandfather. It was merely a stroke of luck in breaking through," Li Siyu replied, a hint of coldness gleaming in his eyes as he continued. "As for the Divine Physician Valley denying me entry, that is of little consequence. I shall inevitably level it in due time." As these words escaped his lips, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. He was keenly aware of the Divine Physician Valleys standing in this realm that was a place that even top-tier factions like the Demon Flame sect regarded with caution, nestled atop the snowy mountains. It was perpetually enveloped in mist, rumored to harbor ancient medical techniques. Its disciples were renowned for their miraculous healing abilities, and even some reclusive experts treated the Divine Physician Valley with respect. Wary of a day when they might require their AIDLICU's animosity towards the Divine Physician Valley stemmed from the memories of the original host. The original host, in his youthful arrogance, had deemed himself a genius and ventured to the Divine Physician Valley for trials, only to return in disgrace, having failed even the first challenge. For someone who held himself in such high regard, this was a profound humiliation. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Tianfeng would use this incident to mock Li Siyu. Regrettably, he was far too feeble, unworthy even to carry Li Siyu's shoes. To the current Li Siyu, the original host's experiences at the Divine Physician Valley were utterly inconsequential. They were merely the disgrace of another, unrelated to him. Chapter 13. The Method of Dual Cultivation. Yet, the existence of the Divine Physician Valley instilled considerable trepidation in Li Siyu. Despite the formidable strength of his virus system, if he sought to dominate this realm, the Divine Physician Valley undoubtedly represented the greatest obstacle. It gathered the most elite healers, each proficient in the arts of detoxification and exorcism. Should they uncover the secret of his virus, it could potentially become his gravest predicament. Thus, in Li Siyu's plans, the Divine Physician Valley would ultimately need to be eradicated, not only for retribution but also to eliminate future threats. Excellent, truly worthy of being my grandson, Li Tianming nodded in satisfaction. As a member of the demon sect, one should possess such a vengeful spirit. Since the Divine Physician Valley dares to look down upon you, they shall undoubtedly pay the price. In the esteemed sect of Mo Yin Fentian, where strength reigns supreme, the principle of vengeance for even the slightest grievance is held in high regard. This attitude exhibited by Li Siyu, however, brought a sense of solace to Li Tianming. Nevertheless, it was evident that Li Tianming did not wish to linger on this topic. He cleared his throat and deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, you must be aware of your impending marriage to the saintess of the Tianan sect, correct? Li Siyu inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Observing his grandson's reaction, Li Tianming suddenly wore a knowing smile. Originally, I intended to deliberate on this matter further, but I did not anticipate your rapid breakthrough to the ninth heaven of Tao imprint. In light of this, I shall certainly lend you my assistance, enabling you to ascend to even greater heights. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu maintained his calm demeanor. He inquired with a hint of curiosity. May I ask what means you have? Grandfather? Li Tianming, with a mere flick of his finger, sent a crimson light surging into Li Siyu's brow. In an instant, myriad intricate images materialized within Li Siyu's mind. They depicted two figures engaging in various peculiar movements, their actions transforming continuously, as waves of enigmatic energy coursed through Li Siyu's being. Those seemingly lascivious images concealed profound truths of the ultimate path. Every movement and transformation contained unique routes of cultivation. Behind those exhilarating visuals lay an entire system of dual cultivation techniques. New technique acquired. 9 transformations of mysterious arts grade, earth grade, middle tier attributes, dual cultivation breakthrough, essence absorption and enhancement. What is this? Li Siyu gazed at the technique that had abruptly appeared on his interface. Unable to suppress his inquiry, Li Tianming's smile grew increasingly sinister. This is an earth grade, middle tier technique that I procured from an ancient relic. Within the entire Mo Yin Fentian sect, this 9 transformations of mysterious arts is singular. At this revelation, Li Siyu's heart quaked. Earth grade techniques are exceedingly rare within the realm of cultivation. Even a prominent sect like Mo Yin Fentian harbors only a scant few within its treasury. The fact that Li Tianming offered such a precious technique without hesitation left Li Siyu in awe, compelling him to reflect on the advantages of having a formidable ally. Perceiving Li Siyu's thoughts, Li Tianming continued, in the eyes of our demonic path practitioners, dual cultivation is indeed a transcendent path. Finding a suitable furnace for refinement can yield remarkable advancements in cultivation. A glint of significance flickered in his eyes. Previously, I refrained from allowing you to engage in dual cultivation too early, as your cultivation level was too low, and such reckless attempts would have been detrimental. But now, the circumstances have changed. At this point, Li Tianming's tone grew increasingly grave. That saintess of the Tianan sect is not only a rare beauty but also possesses an exceptional 3 spiritual roots constitution. This furnace is truly a heavenly opportunity. I have already made arrangements for her to be brought to your residence shortly. A wicked grin crept across Li Tianming's face. You may indulge yourself as you please. If you can ensure that she bears the bloodline of our Pei family before the wedding, it would be most fortuitous. Li Siyu listened, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Although he was well aware that practitioners of the demonic path often acted unconventionally, hearing his grandfather speak so brazenly about such matters was still somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive facade and merely replied, "Thank you, grandfather." Observing Li Siyu's demeanor, Li Tianming felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. In his view, those who could remain composed in the face of such matters were destined for greater achievements. Go. Prepare yourself well. Li Tianming waved his hand. Remember, the path of dual cultivation requires mutual consent. Although that saintess has been abducted, securing her genuine submission will yield far better results. Licu nodded silently and turned to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted. Rest assured, grandfather, I am well aware. Watching his grandson depart, Li Tianming nodded with approval. This grandson surpassed his expectations in maturity. Certain matters need not be spoken of in detail. After leaving Yunfeng, Li Siyu's mind replayed the contents of the technique he had just received. As a disciple of the demonic sect, he already possessed a wealth of dual cultivation techniques in his memory. However, those techniques were of lower grade and less effective. More importantly, under Li Tianming's vigilant surveillance, the original host had never had the opportunity to attempt these techniques. But now, circumstances had changed. Not only was Li Tianming willingly imparting knowledge, but he was also providing an exceptional furnace for refinement. This allowed Li Siyu to finally experience the unique ambience of the demonic sect. Although he bore a viral system, Li Siyu had never been a meek soul. With opportunities presenting themselves, he would naturally not refuse. This led him to ponder the advantages of having a powerful backing. Even without the system's support, one could thrive in this world. Meanwhile, Li Tianming gazed at Li Siyu's receding figure, his smile waning, replaced by a frigid demeanor. I hope you do not disappoint me as your father did. At that moment, a series of notifications resonated within Li Siyu's mind. Consumed 100 corruption points. Proficiency in 9 transformations of mysterious arts increased by 1. Current proficiency. 25 consumed 100 corruption points. Proficiency in 9 transformations of mysterious arts increased by 1. Current proficiency. 65 consumed 100 corruption points. Proficiency in 9 transformations of mysterious arts increased by 1. Current proficiency. 100 as he observed the proficiency of 9 transformations of mysterious arts soar from 1 to 100, Li Siyu felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that corruption points could not only be used to upgrade techniques, but also to directly enhance their proficiency. This was his first discovery of such a function within the system. Upon his arrival in this body, the proficiency of both the MOU3 techniques and the Yu Ming Demon Cannon had already reached 100, thus he had never explored this feature. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts, being an earth-grade, middle-tier technique, would have taken an indeterminate length of time to master through self-cultivation. However, now, with merely 10,000 corruption points, he could elevate it to perfection, which filled Li Siyu with immense satisfaction. Chapter 14. The Saintess of Tian Insect Detection. Host proficiency in technique has reached 100. Unlocking special effects. 1. Dual cultivation efficiency increased by 302. Ability to absorb the essence of the other party's techniques. 3. Refinement of the furnace's taming degree increased by 500 upon witnessing these newly unlocked special effects. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Li Siyu's eyes. These effects surpassed his expectations, particularly the ability to absorb the essence of the other party's techniques, which seemed tailor-made for him. The Saintess of the Tian Insect must possess formidable techniques. If he could absorb their essence, it would undoubtedly provide a significant boost to his own capabilities. More importantly, with the enhancement of these effects, he could transform the Saintess into his puppet in the shortest possible time. At that point, not only would he gain a powerful ally, but he would also infiltrate the inner workings of the Tian Insect. As for why Li Siyu suddenly had over 10,000 corruption points, the explanation was simple. During his conversation with Li Tianming, several mutated entities had emerged among the tens of thousands of virus carriers within Qinghe City. Each mutated entity could yield him 4,000 points, and with the continuous death of carriers providing additional points, surpassing 10,000 points was effortlessly achievable. This is precisely where the terror of the viral system lies. Once the virus begins to spread, Li Siyu can continuously acquire corruption points. Of course, the corresponding price is that the carriers of the level 1 zombie virus are also accelerating their demise. Currently, those zombies have yet to reach the next city, and their numbers have plummeted from the initial tens of thousands to fewer than 6,000. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, a striking figure immediately caught his EYIT was a young girl appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. Clad in snow-white garments, her skin as flawless as jade, and her features exquisitely delicate. Despite being tightly bound by chains, her innate aura of purity remained unblemished. Is this the Saintess of the Tian Insect? Li Siyu raised an eyebrow. Upon encountering such a captivating beauty, he suddenly comprehended why Xiao Tianfeng had so recklessly provoked him. With a creature of such allure, it was no wonder any man would struggle to maintain composure, especially given the intertwining interests of various factions. Delving into the memories of the original host, information about this saintess swiftly surfaced in his mind. The girl was named Yun Yuan, a rare prodigy of the Tian sect, having broken through to the third heaven of void breaking at the tender age of 18, placing her 3 major realms above Li Siyu's current level. Logically, a practitioner of such prowess should never have been easily captured by the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect. Yet, whether due to Yun Yuan's naivety or sheer misfortune, she was discovered by an elder of the Yu Ming lineage while traversing the vicinity of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect. Without hesitation, the elder captured her, sealing her cultivation with specially crafted chains, and through a series of fortuitous events, she ultimately found herself here, before Li Siyu. What a splendid gift! Li Siyu gazed at the pitiful girl before him, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yun Yuan was firmly bound by chains, yet her clear eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, they reflected a stubborn defiance. She regarded Li Siyu coldly, as though he were an inexperienced junior unaware of his own limitations. Unfazed, Li Siyu studied the exquisite beauty before him with keen interest. Although Yun Yuan presently projected an air of superiority, he recognized that such spirited women were often the easiest to tame. More importantly, Yun Yuan's cultivation of the Taiyin Xianjing was inherently linked to a dark attribute. When combined with the recently acquired 9-turn Xian Gong, it could not only propel his own power to new heights, but also allow him to exert control over this haughty saintess. This thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. With the unique effects of the 9-turn Xian Gong and the diverse capabilities of the virus system, this lofty saintess of the Tian sect was destined to become a stepping stone on his path to greatness. Do enjoy the days to come, my dear saintess. Li Siyu's voice bore a hint of mockery. Yun Yuan's defiance intensified. You despicable demon from the dark sect, even if you kill me, I shall never submit to you. Li Siyu approached Yun Yuan slowly, his slender fingers gently gripping her delicate chin, an action that caused her to shudder involuntarily. She had never been treated with such disrespect, and a surge of anger coursed through her. Release me, you wretched, shameless demon, Yun Yuan exclaimed, her icy voice laced with barely contained fury. Yet, Li Siyu remained undeterred, his interest in this proud woman unabated. A glint of amusement sparkled in his dark eyes, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Yun Yuan trembled in anger at his demeanor. During her time in the Tian sect, even the most revered elders treated her with the utmost respect, addressing her as saintess. Even those dark sect elders who had captured her had merely bound her with chains, never daring to defile her in such a manner. Yet this young man, seemingly her equal in age, disregarded her status completely, unabashedly appraising her as if she were prey. The feeling of being hunted instilled an involuntary fear within Yun Yuan. What is this? The esteemed saintess of the Tian sect. Now aware of fear, Li Siyu's voice was laced with derision. I had assumed you would continue to put on a brave front as before. His words struck Yun Yuan like a heavy blow. As the saintess of the Tian sect, she had never endured such humiliation. Under normal circumstances, a mere glance from her could obliterate someone as presumptuous as him, with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the void realm. She was a top-tier existence within the realm of cultivation. Even among the younger generation of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect, few could rival her talent. However, at this moment, her meridians were sealed by those specially crafted chains, rendering her powerless. She could barely muster the most basic circulation of true energy, let alone resist. You had best release me quickly. Yun Yuan gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain calm while fellow disciples from the Tian sect will arrive soon. And my senior brother will surely tear you to shreds. At her declaration, Li Siyu couldn't help but chuckle, his laughter thick with disdain and mockery. Your senior brother? Does he truly think he can flaunt his power in front of me? Li Siyu released his grip on Yun Yuan's chin and casually remarked, let me inform you of something. This is the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect, not your Tian sect. If your senior brother possesses the gall to come alone, I would commend him as a true MAN. As he spoke, a heavy scent of blood emanated from him, remnant of his recent massacre at the 9 Abyss Peak. However, Li Siyu continued, his tone playful. Even if he dares to come, Whether he leaves standing or lying down will not be for him to decide. Yun Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Only now did she recall that a disciple had reported earlier that this man had wreaked havoc at Nine Abyss Peak, single-handedly slaying nearly 100 talented individuals from that lineage. Moreover, judging by the aura he exuded, he had evidently broken through to the 9th level of the Dao Seal realm. While this level was still insignificant to her, it was a rare achievement among the younger generation. Most importantly, he was backed by the Grand Elder of the Yuming lineage, a figure whom even the sect master of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect would treat with deference. With this realization, despair welled up within Yun Yuan. On the territory of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect, even if her senior brother did arrive, he would likely not fare well. Recognizing her predicament, she resolved to comply. Licu gently patted Yun Yuan's cheek, a mysterious smile flickering in his eyes. You and I are about to cultivate together. If you can satisfy me, perhaps I might grant you a respectable identity. Yun Yuan trembled at his words, disbelief filling her eyes. What do you intend to do? Though she had long suspected that her abduction foretold a grim fate, confronting the reality of it left her dizzy. Li Siyu's lips curved into a cold smile as he lifted Yun Yuan effortlessly, half embracing her as he carried her to the jade bed within the cave dwelling. Panic surged within Yun Yuan, and she struggled fiercely. What are you doing? Let me go. Li Siyu looked down at her with indifference, stating flatly, You're merely a cauldron. Spare me the chatter. You despicable, shameless demon. Even if you claim my body, you shall never possess my heart. Yun Yuan glared defiantly at him. Licu scoffed dismissively. Ha! Do you think I covet your heart? To me, you are nothing more than a tool for cultivation. With that, he pressed down upon her, and despite her desperate struggles, the chains rendered her entirely powerless. As the 9-turn Xian Gong activated, streams of pure energy were siphoned from Yun Yuan's body. This technique differed from ordinary dual cultivation methods, as all benefits accrued solely to the practitioner. Outside the cave, waves of true energy fluctuations resonated, a clear indication of Li Siyu's rapidly ascending power. The transition from the 9th level of Dao Seal to the Xian Tian realm was merely the beginning. As the technique continued to operate, his cultivation soared. Xian Tian realm, 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level. Yun Yuan felt an overwhelming weakness as the true energy within her was relentlessly drained. Despair consumed her as she realized that this esteemed saintess of the Tian insect had been reduced to a mere tool for another's cultivation. Meanwhile, Li Siyu's strength continued to rise. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level of the Xian Tian realm. The operation of the 9-turn Xian Gong became increasingly seamless, and as he reveled in the surging power within him, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. The sensation of rapidly enhancing strength intoxicated him. 7th level, 8th level, 9th level of the Xian Tian realm. For most, breaking through to the Xian Tian realm required years of arduous effort, a stage signifying a departure from the mundane, allowing one to traverse the skies and wield the powers of heaven and earth. Typically, a cultivator would need decades to ascend from the Dao Seal realm to the Xian Tian realm, let alone someone as young as Li Siyu. Yet at this moment, with the aid of the 9-turn Xian Gong, he ascended effortlessly, as the energy within Yun Yuan continued to be plundered. Li Siyu's strength surged at an astonishing pace. Another breakthrough was imminent, and Licu's expression remained serene as he felt the surging power within him. The 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Xintian realm. Each breakthrough was accompanied by Yun Yuan's agonized groans. This celestial maiden of the Tian insect, once a formidable force in the void-breaking realm, had now been reduced to a mere vessel for another's cultivation. The stark contrast drove her to the brink of despair. As the 9-turning Xian Gong circulated, the spiritual energy within Yun Yuan surged like a tidal wave into Li Siyu's meridians. The domineering nature of this technique far surpassed ordinary dual cultivation methods. It ruthlessly siphoned energy without leaving a trace, as a rare prodigy of the Tian insect. The purity of the spiritual energy within Yun Yuan was unparalleled among her peers. Licu's breakthrough had completely defied conventional logic. Under normal circumstances, even with a powerhouse like Li Tianming overseeing, achieving such a realm would require years of effort. Yet now, aided by the system's transformation and the enhancement of the 9-turning Xian Gong, all shackles had been shattered. Those so-called bottlenecks paled in comparison to the sheer numerical superiority. Yun Yuan sensed the dwindling energy within her and despair flickered in her eyes. Her cultivation was plummeting at a visible rate, falling from the awe-inspiring void-breaking realm down to the spirit root realm. This decline was an unbearable blow for any cultivator, let alone a proud daughter of heaven like her. Why was this happening? The plum blossom mark on her forehead flickered ominously, the emblem of the Tian insect saintess, now dimmed by her faltering cultivation. She yearned to plead for mercy, only to find that even the strength to speak had been drained. She could only watch helplessly as hundreds of years of accumulated cultivation were siphoned away. Meanwhile, Li Siyu appeared oblivious to her suffering, continuing to cultivate. His realm was on the verge of breakthrough, and the erosion point count had already surpassed 20,000. Such a terrifying rate of enhancement, if made public, would certainly astonish the entire cultivation community. Yuan Yuan's beauty remained striking, yet the brilliance in her gaze had faded. She resembled a wilting flower, helplessly watching everything she once possessed being stripped away. Licu maintained an impassive expression, devoid of any compassion. In this brutal world of cultivation, mercy often equated to weakness. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Li Siyu's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. You have met the conditions. A new method of erosion through bodily fluids is now available. Li Siyu paused momentarily, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Activating bodily fluid erosion would require a consumption of 10,000 erosion points. Would you like to confirm activation? Just then, the system chimed in again. Special conditions detected. Special task, cultivate virus has been generated. Would you like to accept? Li Siyu involuntarily slowed his movements, and upon sensing the change in the man, Yuan Yuan's eyes filled with despair as she weakly uttered, "Please, just kill me." Observing the despair etched on her face, Li Siyu's lips curled into a derisive smirk. Rather than halting, he quickened the pace of their dual cultivation. Simultaneously, he inquired within, "System, what exactly is this special task? What benefits does it hold for me?" Chapter 16. Cultivating the virus according to the host's behavioral patterns, the system automatically triggered a special task. Completing this task will yield substantial rewards, including but not limited to new viruses, special items, erosion points, etc. Would you like to accept the task? Li Siyu raised an eyebrow. What happens if I decline? The task is optional. Acceptance or refusal will not negatively impact the host. Failure to complete the task will also incur no penalties. After a brief contemplation, Li Siyu calmly replied, "I accept." Ding, congratulations, host. You have accepted the special task of cultivating the virus. Reward, 1,000 erosion points. Activating virus cultivation. Task requirements. Successfully infect a target through bodily fluids. Virus seed has been implanted within the host's body. Task reward. Unlock new task chain upon completion. Licu gazed at Yuan Yuan before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Initially, he believed that fulfilling the system's virus cultivation task would be challenging. But he was pleasantly surprised to find it quite simple. Merely implanting a seed through bodily fluids would suffice. For him, this was a trivial matter. The rewards offered by the task held considerable allure for Li Siyu. Recalling his earlier choice, he had opted not to develop a virus himself, but rather to evolve the existing zombie virus. The primary reason was the exorbitant cost of creating a new virus, requiring 50,000 erosion points. Moreover, after extensive research, he discovered that this sum was merely a starting point. Developing a new virus necessitated continuous investment, including gene sequence optimization, toxicity adjustment, and transmission route design, all of which demanded substantial erosion points. Thus, Li Siyu was now even more convinced that his initial decision was prudent. According to the system's data, fully developing a new virus from inception to practical application would require a total investment of at least 6 figures in erosion points. This staggering figure was the main reason Li Siyu had not heeded the system's advice to directly develop a new virus. Now, merely implanting a seed to obtain a new virus opportunity left him both astonished and delighted. He observed Yuan Yuan, who had been drained of considerable spiritual energy, his gaze deepening. Though Yuan Yuan's once ethereal beauty now bore signs of weariness, she could not conceal her otherworldly grace. Licu did not hesitate, accelerating the pace of their dual cultivation. However, this time, he focused on transmitting the virus seed into Yuan Yuan's body rather than utilizing the 9-turning Xiangong. Special task successfully triggered. Reward, 10,000 erosion points. Virus cultivation task initiated. Current cultivation progress, 1. The system's notification resonated in Li Siyu's mind, enhancing his mood. Looking at Yun Yuan, he felt a subtle smile tugging at his lips, even though Yun Yuan now appeared somewhat fatigued and haggard. She continued the dual cultivation without pause. Host, virus cultivation requires a continuous supply of spiritual energy. It is recommended to maintain the current state. Licu nodded gently. Having anticipated this, by dual cultivating to absorb Yun Yuan's spiritual energy while simultaneously nurturing the new virus. He was reaping benefits on two fronts. Warning: abnormal fluctuations detected in the target's spiritual energy. It is advisable to moderate the absorption rate. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Li Siyu slightly adjusted his absorption speed. He did not wish to damage this rare cultivation vessel, as finding a cultivator of such high caliber was no easy feat. Yun Yuan seemed to sense something growing within her, yet she had no strength left to resist. She could only allow Li Siyu to manipulate her, becoming the vessel for his virus cultivation. Virus cultivation progress. 2. Excessive residual spiritual energy detected within the host. It is advisable to accelerate the absorption rate. Li Siyu observed Yun Yuan thoughtfully, adjusting the rhythm of his energy absorption. He understood that to expedite the virus cultivation process, he needed to maintain an optimal balance, not too fast to overwhelm the vessel, nor too slow to hinder the virus's growth. Time ticked by, with Yun Yuan's breath growing increasingly feeble, while Li Siyu felt his own cultivation steadily advancing. The virus seed thrived within Yun Yuan, filling him with anticipation for the new virus he was about to acquire. Caution: new virus mutation characteristics detected within the target. Host is advised to closely monitor the changes. Licu narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the transformations occurring within Yun Yuan. This change might yield unexpected surprises, exactly what he had been hoping for. As for Yun Yuan's feelings, he paid them no mind. In his view, the world of cultivation was a realm of the strong devouring the weak. Being chosen as a vessel for his cultivation was merely Yun Yuan's fate. Virus cultivation progress. 3. Warning: fluctuations detected in the target's life signs. It is advisable to supplement some vitality. Licu retrieved a nourishing spirit pill from his storage ring and forcibly administered it to Yun Yuan. He did not wish to see his efforts come to naught. He had to ensure Yun Yuan could endure until the virus matured completely. 7 days later, above the Yuming peak of the Moang Wentiangong, countless streams of light streaked across the sky, converging like a meteor shower. The entire Yuming peak was enveloped in a dazzling array of colors. Congratulations to the Yuming lineage for the chief's wedding. I, the demon lord of the Fengyue Pavilion, bring a 9-tiered artifact, the Li Hua Divine Sword, along with 36 young men and women to offer my congratulations. A deep voice resonated through the heavens. Then, another commanding voice followed. The demon lord of the Taishu demon sect, Mo Tianhe, arrives with an 8-tiered technique, the Taishu Demon Classic, and 100,000 spirit stones to extend his congratulations. The Blood Flame Demon Lord of the Moang Wentiangong, accompanied by a 7-tiered pill formula, the Blood Yuan Transformation Pill, and a Spirit Vein, also came to celebrate the new couple of Yuming Peak. One voice after another rang out, accompanied by various lavish gifts. The surrounding cultivators began to murmur among themselves. The Yuming Demon Lord has quite the influence. Even the leaders of 2 major demon sects have come personally. Of course, the Yuming Demon Lord is one of our Moang Wentiangong's top alchemists. Who wouldn't give a little face? As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a figure cloaked in black stood in the shadows outside the nether peak, observing the proceedings with a cold gaze. This individual was Mo Wuhan, a disciple of the Heavenly Kill lineage, sent by Elder Tian Sha to attend the wedding. Mo Wuhan shared a profound friendship with Chu Tianfeng of the Jiyuan lineage, and he harbored a deep resentment towards Li Zhu for his ostentatious marriage. He scoffed disdainfully. He merely relies on the reputation of his grandfather. If it weren't for the backing of the Nether Demon Lord, what is Li Zhu truly worth? Chapter 17. The rescue of the Saintess. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ear. Indeed, the Nether Demon Lord possesses remarkable alchemical skills, and thus, everyone must show him respect. Mo Wuhan turned to see a youth enveloped in dark runes, emanating a terrifying aura. Yun Juhan, the chief disciple of the Mingyi lineage, had also arrived, providing an excellent opportunity to suppress this audacious individual. Chu Tianfeng approached from a distance, treading the air without the aid of any artifact, clearly having surpassed the Xintian realm. His countenance was austere, imbued with a peculiar energy, yet it failed to attract significant attention within the demon sect. After all, In the Burning Heaven Demon Sect, what bizarre entities had they not encountered? Imo Wuhan's gaze shifted to Yun Juhan, whose father was the esteemed leader of the Burning Heaven Demon Sect, bestowing upon him a status of unparalleled prestige. Yun Juhan's cultivation was unfathomable. He had already broken through to the Dao Seal realm a decade prior, and his current level remained inscrutable. Yun Juhan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Tianfeng, his tone dripping with contempt. Chu Tianfeng, you would do well to keep your head down and refrain from instigating trouble. You and that Li Zu are nothing but two worthless fools in my eyes. Should you dare to involve me again? Do not blame me for being ungracious. With that, Yun Juhan strode directly towards the interior of the Nether Peak, leaving a livid Chu Tianfeng standing in place. Despite being peers as chiefs of their respective peaks, their power and status were worlds apart. Within the demon sect, those who held the position of chief were often not due to their personal prowess, but rather the formidable forces backing them. Seeing this, Imo Wuhan smirked coldly. Brother Chu, do not take it to heart. Yun Juhan has always been arrogant. However, it must be said that Li Zu truly deserves his fate. Brazenly seizing others' fortunes, it is only a matter of time before someone intervenes and acts justly. Chu Tianfeng clenched his fists, a flash of malevolence flickering in his eyes. If given the chance, I will surely tear him to shreds. The humiliation of being defeated by Li Zu in a single move, followed by his grandfather's punishment, only intensified his fury. On that day, he had not only lost face but had also been confined in a secret chamber for days, enduring torment. This deep-seated hatred had long since engraved itself into his very bones. Let us go. The wedding is about to commence. Imo Wuhan patted Chu Tianfeng on the shoulder. Today is Li Zu's joyous occasion, and as guests, we must present some unique gifts. The two exchanged knowing smiles and proceeded towards the interior of the Nether Peak. Inside the Nether Peak, swirling black mist enveloped the space, with countless flames of darkness dancing through the air. Powerful figures from the three great demon sects gathered together, casting the entire mountain peak into a stifling and eerie atmosphere. Elder Li Tianming of the Nether sect stood upon a high platform, his black robe billowing in the wind. A faint smile graced his weathered visage as he chatted amiably with the enchanting demon lord of the Wind Moon Pavilion. Yao knew today marked the grand wedding of his grandson, and he hoped his fellow friends would be forgiving. Li Tianming's voice carried a hint of politeness, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. Yao Nu giggled. You are too courteous, my nether friend. With such an outstanding grandson marrying the saintess of the heavenly maiden sect, it is indeed a match made in heaven. Imo Tianhe of the Tai Su demon sect chimed in. Indeed, young friend Li Zu has achieved so much at such a young age. Given time, he will surely become a great figure. The entire wedding scene exuded an unsettling aura. What should have been celebratory red candles now burned with ominous black flames. The crimson carpet was dyed with the blood of countless cultivators, exuding a strong scent of blood. Eerie shadows floated in the air, emitting spine-chilling, ghastly laughter. This was a wedding of the demon sect. Starkly contrasting with the celebrations of the secular world, the crowd conversed. A tall figure approached from afar. Li Zu donned a black ornate robe embroidered with intricate demonic patterns, shimmering with an eerie glow as he walked. His visage was strikingly handsome, exuding an otherworldly grace with every gesture. Beside him, Yun Yuan, clad in red, appeared ethereal yet somewhat unsteady. Her eyes were hollow and despondent, resembling a soulless shell. Upon witnessing this scene, the powerful figures of the demon sect revealed knowing smiles. They understood all too well that this once proud celestial maiden had now become Li Zu's furnace. The saintess of the heavenly maiden sect is indeed extraordinary. Such grace and beauty, truly a peerless enchantress. Alas, it is a pity that she has fallen into our demonic hands. However, this is for the best. At least we can cultivate a prodigious talent for our path. Li Zu paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his expression remaining indifferent as he held Yun Yuan's hand and walked slowly towards the main seat of the wedding. Just then, a clear and cold voice resonated through the air. Saint son of the heavenly maiden sect, Yi Qingtian, accompanied by the esteemed elders of the sect, has come to offer congratulations. As the words fell, dozens of figures burst through the air, led by a strikingly handsome young man clad in white as snow. Behind him, several elderly specters with white hair observed intently. Yi Qingtian's gaze fell upon Yun Yuan. A flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Junior sister, I have arrived late. Tears welled in Yun Yuan's eyes, but did not fall. Li Zu remained expressionless, merely casting a fleeting glance at Yi Qingtian. Since you are here, please take your seat. Today is my joyous occasion. Surely the heavenly maiden sect would not deny me this courtesy? Yi Qingtian stood at the front of the hall, dressed in white, his appearance strikingly elegant. Although he appeared youthful, his frame was slender, and his eyes held a glint of coldness. His aura surged like an ocean, with strands of sword and tint swirling about, as if ready to engulf the world at any moment. At that moment, Yun Yuan seemed to be stirred by something, suddenly murmuring, "Senior brother." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Li Zu turned to the beauty beside him, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Is this the senior brother you mentioned earlier?" As he spoke, he scrutinized the white-clad youth before him. Li Zu chuckled inwardly, having anticipated the farce of the day. Marrying a woman should not necessitate such a grandiose display for the burning heaven demon sect. Yet he desired to create such a commotion, to provoke the heavenly maiden sect, a formidable force of righteousness. The long-standing conflict between good and evil had persisted for ages. As a man of the demon path, he was naturally a sworn enemy of the heavenly maiden sect. Li Zu scoffed lightly, suddenly pulling Yun Yuan into his embrace, prompting a wave of raucous laughter from the surrounding crowd. "Ha ha ha, it seems the saintess of the heavenly maiden sect is quite affectionate with our little demon lord. Is this the righteous saintess? Hardly seems so." Chapter 18. Provocation. Saintess, have you begun to flaunt your affections? Amidst the laughter, Li Zu suddenly lowered his head and unexpectedly kissed Yun Yuan's crimson lips. Yun Yuan appeared entranced by his aura, instinctively responding. The mockery around them grew louder. "This is such a reaction. It seems genuine. The saintess has indeed fallen under the spell of the demon lord. The heavenly maiden sect has lost all face." Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qingtian erupted in fury, a fierce sword intent surging skyward. "Stop! What are you doing?" His pure-hearted junior sister, the exalted saintess of the heavenly maiden sect, was now intimately engaged with a demon lord before the eyes of all. This was an immense humiliation for the sect. Li Zu gradually released Yun Yuan, observing her flushed cheeks with a light chuckle. "What is it, Yi Saint's son? Are you here to claim your bride?" Warning: Yi Qingtian's internal sword intent was surging violently. Poised to strike, Li Zu remained unfazed, continuing, "Today is a day of great celebration for me. If you wish to make a move, perhaps it would be best to wait until the wedding concludes." Yi Qingtian fixed his gaze on Yun Yuan, his voice trembling. "Junior sister, how can you? You are the saintess of the heavenly maiden sect." Yun Yuan lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Seeing this, Li Zu tightened his embrace. "Yi Saint's son, Yuaner is now my Dao partner. Do you question my worthiness?" Detecting Yi Qingtian's rising murderous intent, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Why Yi Qingtian's sword intent surged menacingly, his eyes glinting with coldness. "Li Zu, do not get ahead of yourself. Today, I will take my junior sister back to the sect." Li Zu's cold laughter rang out. "Then we shall see if you possess the capability." With that, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from his being, intertwining with Yi Qingtian's sword intent in a violent clash. The tumultuous demonic energy collided fiercely with the sharp sword intent, producing deafening blasts that echoed throughout the hall. Yi Qingtian, previously composed, was now consumed by rage, his eyes nearly ablaze. "Wretch, today I shall slay you here," Yi Qingtian bellowed with a voice laced with boundless fury and murderous intent. Behind him, several figures flickered into view, revealing the elders of the Tian sect. Each of these venerable beings radiated an extraordinary aura, exuding a suffocating pressure. Their gazes towards Yun Yuan were filled with compassion, yet overshadowed by anger and shame. "To insult the saintess of the Tian sect. Such transgressions are unforgivable," one elder, with hair as white as snow, cried out in wrath. With a swift gesture, Yi Qingtian summoned a colossal sword, stretching 100 feet in length, its blade adorned with swirling runes that emanated a heart-stopping power. "Isn't the demon sect known for venerating the strong? Today, I shall witness the prowess of this so-called grandson of the demon lord." Yi Qingtian sneered, the giant sword descending with the might to cleave the heavens towards Li Zu. Warning, warning, powerful sword energy detected. The elders of the Tian sect hastily formed seals, erecting barriers that sealed off the entire space, leaving Li Zu with no escape route. Observing from the sidelines, the onlooking cultivators began to murmur, "Why, Yi Qingtian has indeed entered the celestial realm. Could that sword be the sect's treasured weapon, the moon-cutting divine sword? It appears the grandson of the underworld demon lord is doomed. How can a mere Dao Seal cultivator withstand the full force of a celestial realm expert?" Yuan Yuan nestled in Li Zu's embrace, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Li Zu, were you not so arrogant? Now you see the might of the Tian sect, do you not? My senior brother will surely rescue me." Her eyes sparkled with hope as she awaited her brother's arrival, igniting a deep yearning for life within her. "My brother will undoubtedly take me away. He has already broken through to the celestial realm. How could Li Zu, a mere Dao Seal cultivator, possibly be his match?" She constantly reassured herself. Though Li Zu had tormented her to the brink of despair in recent days, the approach of the sect's formidable experts filled her with renewed hope. The elders of the Tian sect surrounded them, their imposing presence reinforcing her conviction that today, she would surely escape her suffering. "Li Zu, your time has come. I shall see how long you can remain arrogant without your grandfather's protection." A cold smirk danced in her heart, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Tianming stood atop a platform, his expression darkened with foreboding as he witnessed Yi Qingtian's earth-shattering sword strike. He planned to intervene. However, just as he prepared to act, several supreme elders of the Tian sect simultaneously unleashed their power, ensnaring him with formidable barriers. "Li Tianming, should you dare interfere, we shall not hesitate to fight," an elder with flowing white hair declared coldly. Li Tianming's face twisted in anguish. Although he possessed the strength to forcefully retaliate, doing so would inevitably ignite a full-scale conflict between the two factions, as the Grand Elder of the underworld lineage. He was compelled to weigh the consequences. From a distance, Chu Tianfeng observed the unfolding scene, shivering involuntarily. "Thank goodness, it is not me," he silently rejoiced, recalling his previous infatuation with Yuan Yuan. Had he truly wed her, he would likely be in the same dire situation as Li Zu. Witnessing Li Zu's impending doom, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. This is retribution, relying on a powerful grandfather to act with impunity. Today, let us see how you conclude this. Yet, unfazed by Yi Qingtian's unstoppable sword strike, Li Zu maintained a serene smile, his demeanor unruffled. "Such meager strength dares to flaunt its might before me?" Li Zu scoffed lightly. A strange power erupting from within him died in an instant. The heavens darkened, enveloped in a sea of bloodlight. A blood-red giant sword materialized above Li Zu, exuding a terrifying pressure that sent chills through the onlookers. Yi Qingtian, witnessing this, sneered dismissively, a mere trick, daring to show off before the moon-cutting divine sword. The two colossal swords collided in midair with a thunderous crash. The brilliant sword light illuminated the sky, forcing countless cultivators to retreat in fear of the terrifying ripple effect. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the legendary moon-cutting divine sword shattered into countless fragments in an instant. How is this possible? Yi Qingtian's pupils constricted violently, disbelief flooding his senses as he beheld the scene. His prideful moon-cutting divine sword had been so effortlessly destroyed by a junior. Even more terrifying, the blood-red giant sword, having vanquished the moon-cutting divine sword, surged towards him without losing momentum. The backlash from the shattered divine sword surged into Yi Qingtian's body, rendering him immobile in an instant. As the blood-red giant sword approached, despair etched itself upon Yi Qingtian's face. Yuan Yuan, witnessing this turn of events, felt her hopes shatter in an instant. She could hardly believe that her esteemed brother was unable to withstand even a casual strike from Li Zu. Chapter 19. A prompt resolution suggested at that moment. Li Zu's eyes glinted with disdain. "With such paltry skills, you dare disrupt my wedding?" The blood-red giant sword radiated an overwhelming malice as it descended upon Yi Qingtian. The elders of the Tian sect gasped in alarm, hastening to intervene. However, their attacks merely dissipated against the blood-red giant sword, creating no disturbance whatsoever. With a deafening roar, Yi Qingtian was struck and sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The strength of his celestial realm cultivation crumbled before Li Zu as if it were nothing. Chu Tianfeng, witnessing this spectacle, felt his legs weaken. almost collapsing to the ground. He could hardly fathom that Li Zhu possessed such terrifying power. That was a celestial realm expert. Yet, he could not withstand even a single exchange. The elders of the Tianen sect were equally astounded. Unable to comprehend how a mere youth, barely in his 20s, could unleash such formidable combat prowess, Li Zhu remained composed, his expression calm, as if the cataclysmic strike had been a trivial endeavor in that moment. A profound silence enveloped the entire assembly. Even those elders who had considered intervening were now hesitant to act rashly. Amidst the miasma of demonic energy, an eerie stillness reigned. Li Tianming observed the familiar yet foreign figure before him. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features. That technique, that suffocating aura. This is the art of heavenly techniques. How could Zhu'er wield such a move? Li Tianming pondered, recalling all he had taught Li Zhu. While the 3 moves of the demon domain had indeed been imparted by him, he had never so much as hinted at the art of heavenly techniques, a forbidden technique at the core of the underworld lineage. One he himself would not dare to employ lightly. Upon hearing Li Tianming's murmurs about the art of heavenly techniques, an uproar erupted among the crowd. This cannot be. The art of heavenly techniques is a forbidden killing technique of the underworld lineage. It was rumored that mastering this technique required the consumption of others' lifeblood. Could it be that it is no wonder he could defeat Yi Qingtian in a single strike. It turns out he resorted to such dark arts. Whispers of disbelief resonated throughout the onlookers, while Yun Zhu, the foremost disciple of the river of the underworld, stood among them with narrowed eyes, a hint of amusement in his expression. As the chief disciple of the river of the underworld, he understood well the horrors of the art of heavenly techniques. In his youth, he had contemplated mastering it himself, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to its exceedingly harsh requirements. He never imagined that today, a mere young junior would successfully cultivate it. This saint's son has truly drawn the short straw, encountering an opponent proficient in the art of heavenly techniques. Yun Zhu inwardly chuckled, his gaze never leaving Li Zhu. While the elders of the Taishu demon sect wore solemn expressions. One elder, with hair like snow, nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. This young man has already attained the void-breaking realm. Achieving such prowess at a tender age is indeed remarkable. Initially, everyone believed the grandson of the underworld demon lord was doomed to die. Yet they were taken aback as he not only neutralized Yi Qingtian's lethal strike, but also countered with lethal force. Such a display of skill had far surpassed their expectations. The demon sect had always valued results over processes, and at this moment, the cultivators present began to reassess their views on Li Zhu. This young man was destined to become a new prodigy of the demon sect. With such strength at a young age, given time, his achievements would be limitless. Yun Yuan stood by, still relishing the echoes of that earth-shattering battle. She had never envisioned that her nearly invincible brother in her eyes would be defeated by Li Zhu with a single strike. The image of that moment replayed in her mind. The instant the art of heavenly techniques was unleashed, it felt as if the very heavens were shackled, and Yi Qingtian's proud figure was consumed by darkness. Li Zhu expressionlessly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential task. His gaze remained indifferent, yet deep within his dark pupils flickered a haunting, chilling light. Li Tianming regarded his grandson with a tumultuous mix of emotions. He understood all too well what the emergence of the art of heavenly techniques signified. It was a forbidden art that required countless lives as a price for mastery. The fact that Li Zhu could grasp it in such a short time undoubtedly came at an unimaginable cost. "Zhu'er, what have you truly endured?" Li Tianming inwardly sighed, yet he could not help but acknowledge that at this moment, Li Zhu had completely exceeded his expectations. Casting a glance at the disheveled Yi Qingtian in the distance, a cold smirk crept across his lips. It seemed that the holy son of the heavenly maiden sect was nothing extraordinary, unable to withstand even a single strike from me. Truly disappointing. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his figure transformed into a streak of black light, darting swiftly towards Yi Qingtian. The speed was so astonishing that even the many powerful figures present were momentarily caught off guard. The black robe billowed ominously as Li Zhu traced a graceful arc across the sky. The fierce aura he exuded evoked thoughts of the legendary Grim Reaper. This boy intends to eradicate completely, daring to cause trouble in the demon sect. One must be prepared for annihilation. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. The Heavenly Maiden sect is likely to suffer a significant setback. The surrounding cultivators buzzed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. To stir trouble on the demon sect's territory was akin to courting death. Yi Qingtian gazed at the rapidly approaching Li Zhu, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Despite suffering a grievous defeat moments ago, he still did not believe that anyone among his peers could surpass him. You little bastard. How dare you humiliate me so? Today, I shall tear you apart. Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through him. Once more channeling the remnants of his spiritual energy, countless sword energies swirled around him, forming an immense sword formation. Detecting that the target was coalescing a sword formation, the system prompted the host to resolve matters swiftly. The voice echoed in Li Zhu's mind, but he merely smiled faintly. The struggles of a dying man. The next instant, Li Zhu's figure vanished from sight. Yi Qingtian's pupils constricted. He could not catch even a glimpse of Li Zhu's whereabouts. It felt as though his opponent had melded completely into the void. Die! Yi Qingtian roared, unleashing a torrent of sword energies that cascaded in all directions like a violent downpour. Yet, these attacks vanished into nothingness, failing to graze Li Zhu even slightly. Meanwhile, Li Zhu moved through the dense barrage of sword energies with the ease of a leisurely stroll, deftly evading every assault with perfect precision. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. This was no battle. It was sheer mockery of his opponent. With a thunderous impact, Yi Qingtian's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. A gaping wound appeared in his chest, and vitality rapidly drained from him. A piercing scream reverberated through the air as Yi Qingtian crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Chapter 20. A decision to abandon. Witnessing this scene, several elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect could no longer restrain themselves. You beast! Dare to harm the holy son of my Heavenly Maiden sect! You seek death! An elderly man with flowing white hair bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura as he struck forth, warping the very air around him. However, just as his attack was about to reach Li Zhu, a far more horrifying presence suddenly descended. The elder's assault dissipated into thin air, as if it had never existed. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a superlative powerhouse from the demon flame burning heaven sect standing aloft in the sky. His gaze indifferent yet suffused with a chilling pressure. Are you all seeking to provoke the demon flame burning heaven sect? Li Tianming's voice was soft, yet it sent shivers down the spines of all present. Even the elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect dared not act rashly at this moment. A blanket of silence enveloped the entire wedding venue, with everyone fixated on the bloodied, barely conscious Yi Qingtian. This once proud holy son of the Heavenly Maiden sect now lay on the ground like a stray dog. How laughable! The esteemed holy son of the Heavenly Maiden sect has been reduced to this state. Someone in the crowd was the first to voice mockery, prompting a wave of laughter. The holy maiden has been abducted and turned into a cauldron, and now even the holy son has been beaten like a dog. Where will the Heavenly Maiden sect hide its face? This is the so-called lofty Heavenly Maiden sect. The holy maiden turned into a cauldron. The holy son rendered a cripple. What a grand joke! The faces of the Heavenly Maiden sect elders turned ashen, a mix of rage and profound apprehension flickering in their eyes. They acutely sensed that with the emergence of the demon flame burning heaven sect's formidable figures, the situation had spiraled entirely out of their control. Originally, they had come to rescue Yun Yuan, but now not only had their rescue mission failed, but they had also placed Yi Qingtian in such peril. Sect Master, one elder began, hesitating as he glanced at the white-haired elder at the forefront. The elder sighed deeply, a glimmer of helplessness in his eyes. Remaining here has become utterly meaningless. The top-tier powerhouses of the demon flame burning heaven sect have revealed themselves in succession. If we do not leave now, we may end up sacrificing ourselves. At that moment, one elder suddenly leaped forward, darting towards Yi Qingtian with lightning speed, clearly intending to take him away while there was still an opportunity. Just then, a dispassionate voice rang out. In such a hurry to leave, do you believe that the demon flame burning heaven sect has not treated you well? The speaker stood with hands clasped behind his back, and behind him loomed several imposing figures. Although those figures were somewhat indistinct, they instilled a profound sense of dread in all present. The elder attempting to rescue Yi Qingtian suddenly faltered. only to see a brilliant sword light cleave towards him. Boom! The elder was sent reeling from the blow, blood spurting from his mouth. The assailant moved with grace. It was none other than Yun Wujing, the current head of the demon flame burning heaven sect. Li Zhu gazed at Yun Wujing, his mind conjuring various rumors about this formidable leader. The rise of the demon flame burning heaven sect to dominance within a century could largely be attributed to this inscrutable figure. Yun Wujing advanced with measured steps, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Since you have come, why not stay a while longer? I am curious to see what means the Heavenly Maiden sect still possesses. The elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. At this moment, they realized they had fallen entirely under the control of their adversaries. Li Zhu maintained his indifferent demeanor, as if the unfolding events had no bearing on him. Meanwhile, the faces of the Heavenly Maiden sect's powerful figures turned grim as they helplessly watched Yi Qingtian crumple to the ground. None dared to approach. The elder at the forefront wore a grave expression, his gaze darting between Yi Qingtian and Li Zhu, ultimately revealing a flicker of resolve in his eyes. Retreat. This command ignited a stir among the disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the elder. Elder, do not abandon me. Save me. Struggling with his heavily injured body, he crawled forward, his voice tinged with unprecedented panic and fear. He had never imagined that he would descend to such depths one day. Elder, I am the Holy Sun. How can you? How can you? Yi Qingtian's voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. The pride he had always held so high now utterly shattered. He had always been the brightest jewel of the Heavenly Maiden sect, the Holy Sun painstakingly nurtured by the sect, yet now he faced abandonment. The second elder furrowed his brow, turning to the Grand Elder. Should we not take him with us? The Grand Elder shook his head, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The people of the demon flame burning heaven sect are well prepared. That Li Zhu's strength exceeds our expectations. If we linger, we may find ourselves perishing here. Moreover, he glanced at the prostrate Yi Qingtian. He is already ruined. These words struck Yi Qingtian like a heavy hammer. Driving deep into his heart, he stared blankly at his hands, still marked by the wounds from his battle with Li Zhu. He had never envisioned that he would suffer such a significant defeat at the hands of a nameless little demon. No, it is impossible. I am the Holy Sun. How could this be? Yi Qingtian's voice dwindled, the light in his eyes dimming gradually. He watched as the elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect led the disciples in retreat. Those who had once regarded him with utmost respect now not daring to cast a glance in his direction. The Grand Elder shot one last glance at Yi Qingtian, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Today's events reveal we underestimated our foe. Yi Qingtian, your arrogance has led to your own downfall. Had you reigned in your brilliance sooner, you would not have met such a fate. Why? Yi Qingtian trembled, unable to believe that this was reality. Once, he had been the most resplendent genius of the Heavenly Maiden sect, the object of admiration for all disciples. Yet now, he faced abandonment by his sect, reduced to a laughingstock. I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Yi Qingtian let out a despairing howl, his voice filled with hopelessness and resentment as he glared at the indifferent Li Zhu standing nearby. You have ruined everything for me. Li Zhu remained impassive, as if Yi Qingtian's words had not penetrated his ears. He merely stated calmly, if your skills are inferior, you must accept your fate. This statement utterly shattered Yi Qingtian's final vestige of defiance. He slumped to the ground, watching as the figures of the Tian sect gradually faded from his sight. Those disciples who once treated him with the utmost reverence now turned their backs. Not a single one glancing back at him. Chapter 21. You wretched woman! The Grand Elder led the others away swiftly, a quiet sigh escaping him. How could he not understand the implications of today's defeat? Not only had the Tian sect lost its dignity, but they had also suffered the loss of a holy son. Yet the current circumstances left no room for lingering attachments. Senior brother, is this truly the right course of action? The third elder could not help but inquire. A glint of coldness flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. The shame of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. But now is not the time that the group departed. Only Li Zhu and the barely conscious Yi Qingtian remained in the vast square. Once the invincible holy son of the Tian sect, he now resembled a stray dog, utterly bereft of his former grandeur. Lying in a pool of blood, Yi Qingtian's eyes brimmed with resentment and despair as he watched his fellow disciples turn away. Just as the members of the Tian'an sect prepared to leave, a mocking, delicate laughter suddenly echoed through the air. Hee hee hee. The hypocritical facade of the Tian'an sect has long been known to me. Seeing it today, I must say, it truly lives up to its reputation. Before the words could settle, a dazzling barrier materialized out of thin air, sealing off the retreat of the Tian'an sect. The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he jerked his head upwards before him. A stunning woman in a flowing red gown approached gracefully, her smile enchanting yet imbued with an indescribable malice. This woman was none other than the demon lord of Fengyue Pavilion, the vengeful spirit known as Yuan En. Don't so easily discard your own holy son. The Tian'an sect's pride is truly worthless. Yuan En chuckled, her gaze sweeping over the members of the Tian'an sect. The Grand Elder's face turned ashen. Mistress of Fengyue Pavilion, this matter does not concern you. Please, step aside. Step aside? Yuan En covered her mouth in a light laugh. You, Tian'an sect, pride yourselves on righteousness, yet you lack even the most basic semblance of compassion. Meanwhile, that wretched boy you abandoned, the little demon from the Yuming lineage, has thoroughly enjoyed your holy maiden. Yet he still risks his life to save her. This revelation. The countenance of the Tian'an sect members darkened further. Suddenly, a multitude of figures materialized behind Yuan En, a group of strikingly beautiful women, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Greetings, Demon Lord. They chorused in unison. The members of the Tian'an sect finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Fengyue Pavilion had not merely come to observe. They had mobilized their entire force. As they stood in shock, another rift in the air opened, and figures began to pour forth. The Taishu demon sect, Emo Tianhe, has come to lend assistance. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe appeared, accompanied by dozens of formidable warriors. Their arrival only deepened the enigma of the situation. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted. So it was you who orchestrated this trap. Hee hee, at last, you comprehend, Yuan En remarked. A smirk playing on her lips. This wedding was intended for your Tian'an sect all along. Surrounded by the three great demon sects, the members of the Tian'an sect began to realize they had fallen into a meticulously crafted snare. You, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. What a brilliant scheme! A scheme! Yuan En chuckled, shaking her head lightly. Into your Tian'an sect always proclaiming its righteousness. Today, we merely wish to inquire what your so-called righteous path truly entails. At this moment, Li Zhu remained expressionless, yet a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. Yuan En's gaze lingered on Yun Yuan for a moment, her smile deepening. Speaking of which, your holy maiden is rather intriguing. While she pines for your holy son, her body is undeniably honest with that little demon. Yun Yuan's face blanched, and she struggled to refute the claim, only to find herself at a loss for words. The truth was, she could not resist the allure of Li Zhu's presence, yet she remained baffled by it. Observing the grim expressions of the Tian'an sect, Yuan En continued, Today, let us settle the old scores of these years. No sooner had she spoken than the women of Fengyue Pavilion encircled the members of the Tian'an sect. Their faces bore wicked smiles, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. The warriors of the Taishu demon sect brandished their weapons. A wave of murderous intent flooding the skies. At that moment, Emo Tianhe cast a glance of impatience, surveying the Tian'an sect members coldly. Enough with the chatter. Let us end this swiftly. With a bewitching smile, Yuan En raised her delicate hand. In that case, let us send them on their way. As her words fell, countless snowflakes began to drift from the sky, appearing soft and beautiful yet concealing a deadly threat. With a wave of her hand, the falling snowflakes transformed into a myriad of blades, sweeping toward the members of the Tian'an sect. The demon lords of the Mo Hua sect and Taishu demon sect were equally unyielding. And the three great demon sects launched their assault in unison, a terrifying wave of demonic energy engulfing the heavens. The elders of the Tian'an sect scrambled to defend themselves, but they were no match for the combined might of the three demon sect leaders. The elder who had previously attacked Li Zhu was the first to fall, unable to mount a defense before being pierced by Yuan En's snowflake blades. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the gaping wound in her chest before plummeting to the ground. One by one, the elders of the Tian'an sect fell, some reduced to mere blood under the corrosive influence of the blood demon lord. while others were shredded by Mo Tianhe's Taishu demonic energy. Screams of anguish echoed, and blood stained the earth. Yi Qingtian watched the scene unfold, his initial fear giving way to despair, until he could no longer contain himself, unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. "It's all because of you. You wretched woman, Yun Yuan, it's all your fault. If you hadn't betrayed the sect, how could the Tianen sect have met such a fate?" Yun Yuan stood frozen beside Li Zhu, watching familiar faces fall into pools of blood, unable to snap out of her stupor. When she heard her senior brother's furious accusations, it struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her rooted to the spot, unable to believe how events had spiraled out of control. Initially, the others had dismissed Yi Qingtian due to his lack of strength, but now, his furious outcry drew the attention of the powerful figures present. Several lethal attacks immediately surged toward him, intent on swiftly eliminating this bothersome presence. Just then, Li Zhu suddenly spoke to Li Tianming, who had stepped back from the fray. "Grandfather, spare his life," Li Tianming, puzzled, looked at his grandson. "Spare him for what? This waste of a person would be better off dead." Though confused, Li Tianming nonetheless waved his hand, deflecting the attacks aimed at Yi Qingtian, while Yi Qingtian sat on the ground, trembling, realizing that he had survived only due to the protection of his enemies. A bitter irony that nearly drove him enmity. Li Zhu observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, stating coolly, "Let him witness as Yun Yuan becomes my life partner. Let him see his own powerlessness. That will be far more interesting than killing him." Chapter 22. "Why not just kill me directly?" Li Tianming's eyes flickered with approval. "You certainly possess a ruthless streak." The battle raged on, the resistance of the Tianen sect appearing increasingly futile against the combined assault of the three demon sect leaders. With each passing moment, another fell, blood splattering everywhere. Yun Yuan, watching this horrific spectacle, finally succumbed to despair, collapsing to her knees. Yuan En observed her plight with a mocking smile. "How pitiful, the once proud daughter of heaven now reduced to this. But perhaps you should be grateful. Had it not been for your marriage to Li Zhu, we would not have found such an opportune moment to annihilate the Tianen sect," O Tianhe scoffed. "The mere Tianen sect should have been eliminated long ago. Relying on an elder, they clearly do not understand their own insignificance. Today, let them vanish completely from this continent." While the three demon sect leaders pressed their advantage against the Tianen sect, Li Zhu remained unfazed by the unfolding chaos. His gaze fell upon the barely conscious Yi Qingtian, a faint smile gracing his features. With a wave of his hand, a blade of sword energy swept Yi Qingtian out from the edge of the battle and onto the open ground. Yi Qingtian tumbled to the ground, coughing up blood, his face contorted in rage as he glared at the composed Li Zhu. Seeing the blatant mockery in Li Zhu's eyes only fueled his fury further. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully infecting a holy son, earning 10,000 points of erosion." The system's notification echoed in Li Zhu's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow before turning to Li Tianming. If he is to watch, then it cannot be a comfortable experience. A glimmer of approval crossed Li Tianming's gaze. "Good idea. Since this holy son is so unwilling to accept, let him witness how you celebrate your wedding while watching his sect's downfall." With that, he waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, Yi Qingtian's body was lifted into the air, suspended above the ground. Yi Qingtian's eyes widened as he beheld his predicament, and he broke down in tears. "It's all because of you demons. All because of you. Why not just kill me directly? Why must you humiliate me like this?" However, his furious tirade went entirely unnoticed, as the members of the demon sect merely scoffed, their excitement only heightened by his frenzied demeanor. Li Siyu glanced indifferently at Yi Qingtian, suspended in midair, and inwardly smirked. "Since you insist on this farce, I shall grant you a splendid opportunity to witness it." At that moment, the battle was entirely under the control of the three powerful factions of the demon sect. The elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect fell one after another, their blood staining the earth. The vengeful woman smiled enchantingly and coldly addressed the members of the Heavenly Maiden sect. "How dare you? A mere Heavenly Maiden sect, challenge us? Do you think yourselves extraordinary simply because you have a supreme elder? Today, I shall ensure your complete eradication from this continent." With that, she swung the ghostly purple magic sword in her hand, unleashing a terrifying sword energy aimed directly at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened as he brandished his long sword to collide with the attack. Yet, At that very moment, an even more dreadful assault surged from behind. Mo Tianhe wielded a peculiar magical artifact, his prized 8th rank technique, the Tai Su Demon Cannon. A glimmer of cold amusement flashed in his eyes as he swept his hand, a vast tide of Tai Su demonic energy cascading forth. The Grand Elder's form faltered, instinctively raising his hand to defend, but this terrifying demonic energy manifested as a tangible force, arresting his attack midair and rendering it utterly ineffective. The sheer might of this demonic energy was astonishing. No wonder they had gained such an advantage in such a short span of time. The Grand Elder's heart trembled in secret as the tide of Tai Su demonic energy engulfed him in an instant. Ah! He let out a piercing shriek, his body disintegrating under the corrosive force of the demonic energy, ultimately dissolving into countless specks of starlight scattered in the void. The disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect, witnessing this scene, were gripped by terror. They could hardly believe that even the Grand Elder, long revered as the strongest entity of the Heavenly Maiden sect, could not escape death. Observing the fall of their Grand Elder, the remaining elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect promptly lost all courage to resist, retreating in a desperate attempt to flee the battlefield. However, at the very moment they turned to escape, the demonesses of Fengyue Pavilion had already sealed off their retreat. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the vengeful woman's eyes as she waved her hand, summoning a storm of snowflakes that transformed into lethal blades, hurtling toward the crowd of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Countless disciples let out agonizing cries, their bodies pierced by the snowflake blades in an instant. Blood stained the ground, corpses littering the surroundings. Those elders who had hoped to escape found themselves with no avenue of retreat. Helplessly watching as their disciples fell one after another, ultimately succumbing to the blades of the demonesses of Fengyue Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, Chu Tianfeng's expression darkened considerably. He had merely intended to observe how Li Siyu would meet his demise at the hands of the Heavenly Maiden sect. However, he never anticipated that Yi Qingtian would be so easily vanquished by Li Siyu. Even more shocking to him was that today's wedding was nothing but a trap, and the Heavenly Maiden sect would fall so effortlessly to the combined might of the 3 great demon sects. This outcome had utterly surpassed his expectations. How could Li Siyu possess such extraordinary fortune? Chu Tianfeng clenched his fists, a flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. Although he was reluctant to admit it, a twinge of apprehension had begun to take root within him. It was important to note that he was a prodigious disciple of the Jiuan lineage, standing out among his peers. Yet, in the face of Li Siyu's power, he found himself utterly impotent. This compelled him to reassess Li Siyu's capabilities. A thought struck him, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon Yun Yuan, who stood nearby. This was originally my opportunity. Had I seized it, it would be I who attained great cultivation today. Just then, Chu Tianfeng's eyes inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure. There stood a handsome man high in the sky, a faint smile gracing his exquisite features. Yun Juhan, the chief of the Mingyi lineage. Simultaneously, Yun Juhan's gaze also rested upon Li Siyu. Their eyes interwove in the air, both flashing with an inscrutable light. At that moment, Li Siyu, who had been focused on the battle, suddenly turned to face Yun Yuan. He gently took her hand and spoke coolly. Since we have come this far, why not continue with the wedding ceremony we began earlier? His words instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The 3 powerful figures of the demon sect, who had been immersed in battle, ceased their attacks, staring at Li Siyu in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend the surreal tableau before them. Yi Qingtian, beside them, widened his eyes in incredulity, struggling to digest the scene unfolding before him. Chapter 23. The wedding ceremony commences. The vengeful woman continued to slice through the elite of the Heavenly Maiden sect, her gaze playfully drifting toward Li Siyu's situation. A beguiling smile graced her lips, her voice tinged with amusement. How intriguing! This young man seems to have turned us all into his wedding stage. She swung her ghostly purple sword once more, causing several more elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect to fall into pools of blood. As she beheld this scene, the smile on the vengeful woman's face grew even more pronounced. However, I am quite willing to continue playing along in this drama. Do Tianhe hovered above, observing Li Siyu below, a flicker of approval glimmering in his eyes. Tio remained so composed at such a young age is indeed remarkable. He turned his gaze to Li Tianming and remarked indifferently, Zh, your grandson has potential. Meanwhile, the sect master of the Demon Flame Burnt Heaven sect, Yun Wuji, regarded Li Siyu with a profound gaze. A glimmer of inscrutability in his eyes. As the leader of one of the three great demonic sects, he could sense the chilling aura emanating from Li Siyu, one that belied his youth. Li Tianming gazed upon his grandson with a look of indulgence. This grandson had always been more astute than his peers, and now he displayed unimaginable prowess, justifying years of nurturing at that moment. Li Siyu spoke coolly. Since we are to consummate this marriage, let us proceed. As his voice fell, several disciples of the demon sect approached, bearing trays that held 2 goblets fashioned from human bones. Filled with a blood-red liquid, Yun Yuan gazed at the bone goblets, her complexion paling, trembling. She extended her hand but hesitated to touch the cup. Licu regarded her coldly. What is this? The saintess of the heavenly maiden sect lacks the courage for such a trivial matter. From a distance, Yi Qingtian's anguished cries pierced the air. Yun Yuan, don't drink. Please, don't drink. Yet, Yun Yuan understood that she had no choice left. Under Li Siyu's frigid gaze, she unsteadily raised the bone goblet. In this realm, marriages between cultivators were far less intricate than those of the mundane world. A single cup of exchanged wine was sufficient to establish a bond as partners in life and death. However, within the demonic path, such a relationship often signified absolute dominance and submission. Lic would become the dominator, while Yun Yuan would merely serve as a vessel on his path of cultivation. Observing Yun Yuan's pallid countenance, Li Siyu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He elegantly lifted his goblet, intertwining his arm with hers. Just as they were about to drink from the cup, Yi Qingtian let out a heart-wrenching scream. Stop! Yun Yuan, you cannot do this, yet his cries went unheeded. Under Li Siyu's icy scrutiny, Yun Yuan gradually brought the blood-red liquid to her lips. The crimson liquid trickled down her chin, staining her pristine gown with an eerie hue. Her eyes became vacant, as if her soul had been stripped away, leaving behind only a lifeless shell. In the distance, the elders of the heavenly maiden sect continued to fall, their anguished screams echoing through the air. Yet, Yun Yuan did not so much as furrow her brow, as though the deaths of those once regarded as beloved kin held no significance for her. Yi Qingtian hung suspended in the void. His hands trembling, tears welling in his eyes, he watched helplessly as Yun Yuan was forced to complete the wedding ceremony, witnessing the woman he loved descend into the abyss, unable to intervene. The despair threatened to shatter him. Yun Yuan, why do you not resist? Why do you accept your fate? Yi Qingtian murmured, his voice laden with anguish. Licu observed the unfolding scene with cold detachment, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. He leaned closer to Yun Yuan, his voice laced with amusement. Look, how pitiful your senior brother Qingtian is. Is this truly the man you once longed to entrust your life to? So powerless. He cannot even protect you. Yun Yuan's expression remained blank, her gaze vacant, as though she had not heard Li Siyu's words. She didn't even spare Yi Qingtian a glance, as if he were merely an inconsequential passerby. Witnessing Yun Yuan's reaction, Li Siyu chuckled softly. He raised his hand to caress her cheek, his tone carrying an edge of warning. Very well, it seems you have come to understand your position. Remember, from this day forth, you are mine, a tool for my cultivation. It is in both our interests that you remain obedient. With that, he turned his gaze to Yi Qingtian, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Before Yi Qingtian could react, Li Siyu had already coalesced a dark demonic energy in his hand, which pierced through Yi Qingtian's chest. Farewell, Qingtian. Li Siyu gazed at the fallen figure of Yi Qingtian, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yun Yuan remained unresponsive, as if the events unfolding before her were of no consequence to her. Her eyes were devoid of life, no longer reflecting the vibrant spirit she once possessed. However, as night fell, Yun Yuan behaved unusually, approaching Li Siyu with intent. Her gaze was filled with an enigmatic allure, her slender fingers gently tracing the contours of Li Siyu's chest. Unlike the passive role she played during their dual cultivation sessions in the past, tonight she took the initiative, prompting Li Siyu to ponder her intentions. Yun Yuan was channeling her despair in an alternative manner. Yet he remained indifferent. To him, Yun Yuan was merely a tool for cultivation. Her thoughts held little significance. As the dual cultivation progressed, Li Siyu felt the power within him surging. He opened the system panel and observed the ever-increasing data. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Host. Li Siyu age, 17 realm, 9th layer of Shantian realm basic attributes. Strength, 58660, speed, 45550, defense, 42850, spirit, 46680 cultivation techniques. Yuming Shimo Dian, Mayu Sanshur, Jiuzhuan Xian Gong virus system. Erosion points, 115847, current virus. Level 1 zombie, level 2 zombie upgrade progress. 5 today's wedding left Li Siyu with profound reflections. Although his cultivation remained at the 9th layer of Shintian realm, he was effortlessly capable of defeating Yi Qingtian of the Tongtian realm, prompting him to delve into the reasons behind this. The system was indeed wondrous as Li Siyu gazed at the astonishing attribute values far surpassing ordinary comprehension. A cold smile graced his lips. This was the fundamental reason he could combat opponents of higher tiers. While the power granted by 1's realm was undeniably crucial, the enhancements provided by the system were even more formidable. With over 50,000 points in strength attributes, such figures had transcended the norms of the cultivation world. As he pondered, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The number of infected in Xianyang City has surpassed 10,000. Erosion points gained. 10,000. New mutated entities detected. Additional erosion points gained. 4,000. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Li Siyu's eyes. During his dual cultivation with Yun Yuan, the virus carriers had not ceased their actions. Chapter 24. Awakening of Spiritual Roots. Xianyang City was merely 50 miles away from Qinghe City. Under the leadership of the mutated entities, a horde of zombies swiftly invaded the city. This bustling trade hub fell to desolation within just 2 days. Countless zombies roamed the streets, and the once bustling marketplace had turned eerily silent. Occasionally, piercing screams echoed, the cries of survivors yet to be infected who had been discovered by the zombies. Interestingly, some straggling zombies were captured as exotic beasts and taken to Beiling City. The unsuspecting guards believed they had captured a rare prey, oblivious to the fact that they were dealing with messengers from hell. Foolish mortals, Li Siyu chuckled softly. As expected, the guards tasked with overseeing the zombies were soon bitten, and the virus spread like a plague throughout Beiling City. In just a few days, over half of the city succumbed. The fall of these 3 cities provided Li Siyu with an abundance of erosion points. He not only utilized these points for attribute enhancements, but also upgraded the Mayu Sanshur to the intermediate earth grade. This explained why he could effortlessly shatter Yi Qingtian's pride, the moon-cutting divine sword, with a single technique. Current technique, Mayu 9 styles grade, intermediate earth grade characteristics, 1. Demonic energy amplification, 302. Enhanced counteracting effect, 3. Power multiplies with realm advancement. Seeing this remarkable attribute enhancement, Li Siyu nodded in satisfaction. With such a technique at his disposal, even cultivators of higher realms would find it difficult to act recklessly before him. The system's notification continued. The number of infected in Beiling City has surpassed 5,000. Erosion points gained, 5,000. New mutated entities detected. Additional erosion points gained, 4000. At this moment, more zombies began to spread to surrounding towns. The mutated entities exhibited increasing intelligence, now understanding the strategy of dispersing infections. In contrast to their earlier chaotic bites in Qinghe City, the zombies now displayed organization and discipline. This strange transformation brought Li Siyu a sense of satisfaction. The evolution of the zombie virus was indeed extraordinary, enhancing both its infectiousness and granting these zombies a basic level of intelligence. Li Siyu quietly observed the system panel, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. He currently possessed over 100,000 erosion points, and the number of virus carriers had reached an astonishing 50,000, including nearly 100 mutated entities with basic intelligence. Such a scale of zombie horde was sufficient to sweep through ordinary small sections. Under his control, these mutated entities led the zombie horde towards densely populated cities. At the present rate of spread, it would not take long for the number of zombies to exceed 1 million. By that time, these zombies would no longer merely serve as tools for providing him with erosion points. They would become the vanguard of his conquest of this world. With the continuous evolution of the virus, more zombies would transform into mutated entities, serving him loyally. It was time for him to make a breakthrough as well. Li Siyu gazed at the Jiuzhuan Xiangong on the panel, his eyes shining with determination. 100,000 erosion points were sufficient to elevate this intermediate earth grade technique to a higher level, consuming 100,000 erosion points. Technique upgrade in progress. Zhujuan Xiangong Zhujuan de Xiangong grade. Superior Earth grade characteristics. 1. Dual cultivation efficiency increased. 1002. Can directly absorb opponent's essence. 3. Cultivation speed increased. 500. Upon the upgrade, Yun Yuan, who lay atop Li Siyu, emitted a piercing scream. She felt the power within her rapidly depleting, as if her very essence were being forcibly extracted. The sensation was akin to having her entire vitality wrenched away. The plum blossom mark on her forehead flickered violently before extinguishing completely, once a symbol of her identity as the holy maiden of the Tiananmen sect. It now served as a stepping stone for Li Siyu's breakthrough. A torrent of immense power surged into Li Siyu's body, and he could distinctly sense a new realm beckoning him, the spiritual root realm. Li Siyu closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. The spiritual root realm marked the true beginning of a cultivator's journey. In this realm, practitioners would awaken their spiritual roots, heralding the path of cultivation that lay ahead. However, merely entering the spiritual root realm did not guarantee the immediate manifestation of true spiritual roots. Only upon reaching the 6th layer of the spiritual root realm could one genuinely cultivate their own spiritual root. Until then, all was merely a precursor and preparation. Yun Yuan collapsed beside him, her complexion as pale as paper. She had completely lost consciousness, her life force dwindling to an almost imperceptible whisper. In the instant Yun Yuan fell into a faint. A ghostly green mark appeared on Li Siyu's forehead, radiating a soft glow. Li Siyu's gaze shifted, and he reached out to gently touch the mark. This was not a spiritual root he had cultivated himself. Rather, it was a wood-type spiritual root that he had directly plundered from Yun Yuan through the Zhujuan de Xiangong. The system panel immediately displayed new attributes. Wood-type spiritual root. 0. Upon seeing this value, Li Siyu contemplated. Since other attributes could be enhanced using erosion points, this plundered spiritual root should be no exception. He attempted to click the symbol next to the attribute, and the system promptly displayed a prompt. Each increase of 2 requires 5,000 erosion points. Confirm upgrade. Li Siyu quickly calculated. To elevate the spiritual root from 0 to 100 would necessitate a total of 250,000 erosion points. This figure left him somewhat exasperated. 250,000. Li Siyu chuckled softly. It seems it will take some time to elevate the spiritual root to its maximum level. He did not invest all his erosion points solely into enhancing the spiritual root. Being a cautious individual, he understood the importance of retaining some leeway. Just then, the system's notification sounded repeatedly. Successfully eroded a cultivator. Congratulations, host, for gaining 6,000 erosion points. Successfully eroded a cultivator. Congratulations, host, for gaining 7,000 erosion points. Successfully eroded a cultivator. Congratulations, host, for gaining 8,000 erosion points. Li Siyu's eyes brightened. The flurry of notifications immediately reminded him of the 80 severely injured disciples from the Zhu Yuan lineage. It appeared the virus had finally taken effect. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. Back at Zhu Yuan Peak, he had deliberately inflicted only serious injuries on those individuals without killing them, intending for them to serve as carriers of the virus. It appears that this decision was indeed astute. A large-scale infection event has been detected. Location: Zhu Yuan Peak. Current number of infected individuals: 78. The system's data analysis has confirmed Li Siyu's suspicions. Those severely injured disciples of Zhu Yuan are currently enduring the agonizing process of transformation. Moreover, as they are all cultivators, the spiritual energy within them far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Once they fully transform, they are bound to become even more formidable walking corpses. Chapter 25. The bestowal of spiritual roots. The following day, atop Yun Peak, Li Tianming gazed at his grandson with a look of astonishment. In just a few short days, Li Siyu had already advanced to the realm of spiritual roots, a speed of cultivation that was truly astonishing. Siyu, allow me to ask you directly. How did you execute the shooting style that day? Li Tianming inquired straightforwardly. Lic had anticipated this question and, maintaining his composure, replied, a few days ago, while cultivating the 9 turns great mysterious art, my cultivation surged, and I suddenly experienced an epiphany. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. So that technique is called shooting style? At that time, I merely derived a new move based on my insights, unaware that it was a forbidden technique of the Yuming lineage. His words were delivered with a casual air, yet they were entirely plausible. Li Siyu understood that in such moments, it was crucial to appear calm and unflustered. Moreover, Li Tianming was his greatest supporter and would only place greater emphasis on his displayed talent, never delving too deeply into the underlying reasons. Indeed, upon hearing this explanation, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Tianming's eyes, but he soon broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent, excellent, truly, you are my grandson. Li Tianming stroked his beard, his face aglow with pride. Even I have spent decades studying the shooting style. Yet you managed to comprehend it on your own. Such insight and talent are indeed a blessing for my Mo Yin Fantian sect. Li Siyu stood respectfully to the side, neither humble nor arrogant. Li Tianming was embellishing himself, but this suited Li Siyu just fine. However, Siuer, Li Tianming's tone suddenly grew serious. While the shooting style possesses immense power, it also places a tremendous burden on the practitioner. You should refrain from using it too often, Li Siyu respectfully replied. Your grandson will heed your teachings, grandfather. Seeing Li Siyu's understanding demeanor, Li Tianming felt increasingly satisfied. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and began to elucidate the path of cultivation to his grandson. In cultivation, there are two significant thresholds. The first is the foundation establishment, and the second is the excavation of one's innate talent. The three realms of Qi Foundation, Solid Qi, and Dao Seal belong to the foundation establishment phase, which you have already surpassed, so there is no need to elaborate. Now that you have entered the realm of spiritual roots, you must face the three great realms of Shintian, spiritual roots, and void breaking. This is the true path of cultivation. Li Tianming's voice carried a hint of sentimentality. Among these, the most critical aspect is how many spiritual roots can be awakened during the period of spiritual roots. This directly determines a cultivator's future achievements. For instance, when I was in the spiritual roots realm, I awakened 4 spiritual roots in one go, which led to my current accomplishments. At this point, a glimmer of pride sparkled in Li Tianming's eyes. Listening to these words, Li Siyu couldn't help but inwardly scoff. He had no need for awakening spiritual roots. With the 9 turns great mysterious art, wouldn't it be swifter to directly seize others' spiritual roots? Yet on the surface, he maintained an air of humility, asking, "Might I inquire about your grandson's aptitude? Are there any signs of awakening spiritual roots?" Li Tianming scrutinized Li Siyu carefully, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. "Oh? What is this mark on your forehead?" Li Siyu's heart raced, but he remained outwardly calm. "It appeared unexpectedly during my cultivation a few days ago. I believe it to be a sign of wood-type spiritual roots." Wood-type spiritual roots? A flicker of surprise crossed Li Tianming's eyes. That is indeed a commendable starting point. However, to reach the level of your grandfather, more spiritual roots will be necessary. Li Siyu smiled slightly. Your grandson understands. Li Tianming observed Li Siyu thoughtfully and continued. The cultivation of spiritual roots requires not only talent, but also the support of techniques and aptitude. Saying this, Li Tianming retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Li Siyu. This is the complete cultivation method of the Yuming Magic Classic. Although it is merely a high-grade Shin-level technique, it will greatly benefit your cultivation of spiritual roots. Li Siyu received the jade slip respectfully, though inwardly he shook his head, for he was already practicing the Yuming Devouring Magic Classic, which far surpassed this version. Nevertheless, he maintained a grateful expression. "Thank you, grandfather." Seeing his grandson so perceptive, Li Tianming became even more animated in his explanations. The most important aspect of the spiritual roots realm is to establish a solid foundation. Each level must be approached with care. Li Tianming spoke at length, sharing the insights he had gathered over many years of cultivation. Such personal instruction from a top-tier expert was a privilege the original host had frequently enjoyed in the past. But now it had been bestowed upon Li Siyu. This opportunity would be difficult to come by, even for Yi Qingtian, the saint of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Li Siyu listened intently. Although he had the system's support, the first-hand experiences of these true powerhouses still proved immensely beneficial. After all, relying solely on data accumulation could never compare to genuine practice. Now, allow your grandfather to demonstrate. A glimmer of self-satisfaction flickered in Li Tianming's eyes as he activated the technique. In an instant, 4 different attributes of spiritual root light swirled around him, creating a dazzling spectacle as the 4 types of spiritual energy intermingled harmoniously. At that moment, a system notification suddenly resounded in Li Siyu's mind. Detected target demonstrating spiritual roots. Would you like to spend 100,000 erosion points to comprehend blood-type spiritual roots? Would you like to spend 100,000 erosion points to comprehend fire-type spiritual roots? Would you like to spend 100,000 erosion points to comprehend metal-type spiritual roots? Would you like to spend 100,000 erosion points to comprehend water-type spiritual roots? Upon hearing these prompts, Li Siyu's expression turned peculiar. He quickly checked his panel and discovered that his current erosion points, combined with the meager gains from the past 2 days, barely amounted to 80,000 points. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. He had initially hoped to seize several spiritual roots during this opportunity, only to find his points insufficient. What do you think? Li Tianming concluded the display of his spiritual roots and looked at Li Siyu with pride. This is the power of multiple spiritual roots. If you can awaken multiple spiritual roots in the future, your achievements will undoubtedly be boundless. Li Siyu nodded respectfully. Your grandson will certainly strive to cultivate diligently, living up to grandfather's expectations. Good. Li Tianming nodded with satisfaction. Knowing you have this mindset reassures me. System, can this comprehension opportunity be preserved? Li Siyu inquired in his heart. It can be preserved as long as you have enough erosion points. You can redeem it at any time. Receiving this response, Li Siyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The system's extraordinary capabilities once again expanded his understanding, allowing him to directly purchase comprehension of a top-tier expert's spiritual roots. This feeling of gaining without effort was indeed quite addictive. Noticing Li Siyu's dazed expression, Li Tianming mistakenly assumed he had spoken too much for the day and that Li Siyu needed time to digest the information. He kindly remarked, "Let us conclude our discussion for today. You should take your time to process it." Li Siyu nodded, preparing to take his leave when Li Tianming suddenly spoke again. "By the way, Siyu, on the day of your wedding, we dealt a heavy blow to the Heavenly Maiden sect. In recent days, we have struck several more times, and now the Heavenly Maiden sect has been utterly annihilated." Chapter 26, Ascendance of Realms. A hint of pride appeared on Li Tianming's face. "You, my boy, are fortunate to have coincided with the major battle of my Mo Yin Fen Tian sect." Li Siyu respectfully responded, "Thank you, grandfather, for the information. There is one more matter," Li Tianming continued. "The sect master plans to hold a competition among the 5 lineages, inviting the geniuses from each peak to participate, allowing you to broaden your horizons. Moreover, before departing, the outstanding individuals from the 5 lineages will also have the opportunity to enter the secret realm for cultivation. This is a rare opportunity." Upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, a spark of interest ignited in Li Siyu's eyes. He held little enthusiasm for the competition, but places like the secret realm often concealed numerous opportunities. Li Tianming discerned his grandson's thoughts and chuckled. "Rest assured, you will certainly be among those selected from our Yuming lineage. Additionally, that secret realm is located on our Yuming Peak, and I am one of its guardians. In 5 days, come to Yun Peak, and I shall personally guide you into the realm for some tempering." Hearing Li Tianming's words, a glimmer of amusement danced in Li Siyu's eyes. Indeed, in this Mo Yin Fen Tian sect, relationships and strength were the most crucial keys to advancement. The so-called rules were merely designed for ordinary disciples without connections. Individuals like him, with a demonic lord-level backing and astonishing strength, had no need to adhere to such trifling formalities. Truly, this was a sect of the demonic path. Li Siyu wore a faint smile. In the ensuing 5 days, he busied himself with preparations for entering the secret realm, while subtly orchestrating the expansion of his undead army. At this juncture, the horde of zombies had completely transcended their initial state of mindless tearing. Under the guidance of the mutated beings, they adopted a more covert mode of infection. Each time they besieged a city, a portion of the undead would quietly infiltrate the next target. In a mere 5 days, 9 cities had succumbed, starting from Qinghe City to Xinyang City and then to Bailing City, one after another falling into despair. Each conquest brought Li Siyu a staggering influx of erosion points. Current erosion points: 1, 127, 544. Gazing at the colossal figure on the system panel, Li Siyu felt little elation. Had he received this number at the outset, he would have been beside himself with joy. However, at present, this seemingly astonishing figure appeared somewhat inadequate in his eyes. Merely comprehending a single spiritual root required 100,000 points, and elevating it to its maximum level necessitated 250,000 points. Now possessing 6 spiritual roots, Each required such extensive points for complete mastery. Not to mention the enhancement of techniques and attributes, each demanding copious amounts of investment. Licu's gaze turned to Yun Yuan, who lay upon the bed. Over the past few days, he had been plundering her spiritual roots through dual cultivation. In addition to the initial wood-type spiritual root he acquired, he had also extracted water and fire-type roots from her. At this moment, Yun Yuan, once exalted in her void-breaking realm, had plummeted to the pinnacle of the Xintian realm, teetering on the brink of further decline. The luster that once graced her exquisite visage had faded, rendering her exceedingly frail. Yet, Licu remained indifferent. In his eyes, Yun Yuan was merely a tool for cultivation. Beyond the 3 spiritual roots plundered from Yun Yuan, Licu had expended 300,000 erosion points to comprehend gold, earth, and wind-type spiritual roots in total. The 6 spiritual roots comprised wood-type spiritual root acquired from Yun Yuan, water-type spiritual root acquired from Yun Yuan, fire-type spiritual root acquired from Yun Yuan, gold-type spiritual root, 10,000 points invested, earth-type spiritual root, 10,000 points invested, wind-type spiritual root, 10,000 points invested. Though he possessed 6 spiritual roots, Licu's realm remained stagnant at the second level of the spiritual root realm. This was not due to a lack of desire to break through, but rather because each level's ascension required an immense accumulation. Even with the system's support, achieving a breakthrough in a short period was no easy feat. Furthermore, his current priority was to elevate these spiritual roots to a practical level, as their potential had yet to be fully realized. Licu surveyed the system panel, where each spiritual root attribute lingered at a relatively low tier. A flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. Should he succeed in elevating all 6 spiritual roots to their maximum levels, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. At that time, even the most formidable practitioners in the void-breaking realm would seem no more than mere chickens before him. However, accomplishing this goal would require an astronomical number of erosion points. Elevating a single spiritual root from its current rank to the maximum level demanded over 200,000 points. To enhance all 6 spiritual roots would necessitate at least 150,000 points. Excluding the upgrades of other attributes and techniques, Licu contemplated the data displayed on the panel, a hint of introspection gleaming in his eyes. Although he had amassed a substantial number of erosion points, directly utilizing them to enhance his spiritual roots was not the wisest choice. For in the early stages of spiritual roots, a practitioner's ascension in realm could also catalyze the rapid growth of their roots. Why squander these points? Seated cross-legged in the center of the cave, the radiance of the 6 spiritual roots swirled around him. Wood, water, fire, gold, earth, and wind. 6 distinct attributes of spiritual roots intertwined, creating a magnificent tableau. Boundless spiritual energy, drawn in by the 6 roots, surged into his being like rivers converging into the sea. Each spiritual root absorbed the energy from the heavens and earth at an astonishing rate, subsequently refining and transforming it into the purest power that coursed through his meridians. This sensation was exquisite. Licu closed his eyes, focusing intently on the transformations occurring within him. The simultaneous operation of the 6 spiritual roots resulted in an enhancement rate that far exceeded his expectations. A day later, upon opening his eyes, he sensed a distinctly different aura. Host realm upgraded. Spiritual root level 1, spiritual root level 3. What delighted him most was that this day's advancement had required no consumption of erosion points whatsoever. Merely relying on the natural absorption of the 6 spiritual roots, he had achieved such an astonishing result. It seemed these points could be utilized for endeavors of greater value. Licu directly summoned the virus panel, preparing for a new round of evolution for the undead virus. Would you like to expend 200,000 erosion points to evolve the first-level undead virus? Confirm. Upon his confirmation, the 20,000 points were instantly deducted, and the virus data began to shift. First-level undead virus evolution in progress. Adding trait. Agility. All infected entities' speed increased by 300. Infection range expanded by 500. Unlike the previous evolution, this time the virus acquired an entirely new characteristic. All infected undead became extraordinarily agile, their movement speed multiplying several times. Through mental connection, Licu immediately sensed this transformation. Originally, while numerous, the undead's greatest weakness had been their sluggish pace. Now, every single one had transformed into a specter-like entity, capable of astonishing speed, Chapter 27. A Council for Restraint. This also elucidated why, in recent days, the undead had spread with such alarming rapidity. The fall of 9 cities was no mere coincidence. It was a direct result of this evolution. Yet, the system's notification also gave Lee Siyu a headache. Next evolution requires erosion points. 1,000,000.1 million erosion points. This figure exceeded his current capacity to bear. It seemed that to evolve again, a larger scale of expansion was necessary. Lee Siyu stood before the cave entrance, gazing at the city shrouded in white mist in the distance, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Through mental connection, he could clearly perceive the movements of the undead. Under the leadership of the mutated beings, they were spreading outward with unprecedented speed. Cities that once required days to reach could now be breached in half a day. This terrifying rate of expansion filled Lee Siyu with hope. Once I accumulate enough points, I can attempt a new evolution. However, the immediate priority was to prepare for the impending journey into the secret realm. Lee Siyu glanced down at his realm. His spiritual root level 3 cultivation had already surpassed that of his peers. Coupled with the formidable enhancements from the 6 spiritual roots, even practitioners of higher realms might not pose a challenge to him. More importantly, he still possessed a considerable number of erosion points to elevate attributes and techniques at any time. These were his trump cards. This expedition into the secret realm might yield unexpected rewards. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Lee Siyu's eyes. In his view, every opportunity could become a catalyst for the virus's spread. Among those entering the secret realm were the elite disciples of the 5 main peaks of the Mo Yin Fantian sect. If I could disseminate the virus among them, with this thought, a meaningful smile crept upon Lee Siyu's lips. He then donned a brand new black robe adorned with intricate demonic patterns, setting forth towards Yun Peak. The robe shimmered with a mysterious light under the sun as he walked. Upon his return to the summit of Yun Peak, he found Li Tianming standing with his hands clasped behind him. Gazing at the distant sea of clouds. Siyu, have you broken through again? Li Tianming turned, surprise flickering in his eyes. Observing the increasingly profound aura radiating from his grandson, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Though that saintess from the Tian'Nv sect is indeed a splendid furnace, you must also know when to stop. If you continue this frenzied dual cultivation, even with her exceptional talent, she may not withstand a month before being utterly crippled. A hint of helplessness crossed Li Tianming's face. While dual cultivation was the most common practice within the demon sect, Lee Siyu's frenzied pace of advancement stirred his concern. Li Siyu merely nodded lightly. Saying no more, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Li Tianming conjured a dark portal that slowly unfolded in the void. It was the entrance to the secret realm. Though our Yuming lineage may not be the strongest among the sects, you might not know that the founding ancestor of the Mo Yin Fantian sect hailed from our Yuming lineage, Li Tianming explained as he led the way. In terms of heritage, we are in no way inferior to the Ming He lineage. Crossing through the dark portal, the sight before Lee Siyu stirred his emotions. They stood upon the back of a colossal creature, one whose size rivaled mountains, emanating a disquieting aura. Within lies a heavenly spirit beast. Li Tianming spoke with a hint of pride. It was encountered by our ancestor during his travels in the northern domain. A being comparable to an immortal beast. After a fierce battle, although our ancestor could not slay it, he successfully subdued it and established this secret realm within its body. 2 individuals cautiously traversed the massive beast's spine. As Li Tianming continued to elucidate, the primary function of this secret realm is to temper one's physique. The essence of the colossal beast is imbued with unfathomable energy. As long as you can withstand it, absorb as much as you can. At this juncture, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Tianming's eyes. As practitioners of the demon sect, we have always emphasized insatiable greed. As long as one does not perish, one must absorb to the utmost. This is the quintessential style of our demon flame burning heaven sect. Listening to these words, Li Siyu nodded inwardly. This reckless approach to plunder indeed resonated with the modus operandi of the demonic path. Just then, a swirling mass of crimson mist abruptly materialized before them. Within the fog, countless blood-red filaments could be discerned, pulsating with a disquieting aura. Li Siyu sensed that these sanguine strands harbored astonishing energy. If he could absorb them, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This marks the entrance to the secret realm. Li Tianming pointed toward the dense blood mist. stating, "By passing through this fog, you shall enter the true core of the secret realm." Licu promptly nodded, his footsteps unwavering as he approached the blood mist, eager to uncover its mysteries. "Hold on," Li Tianming interjected hastily, a hint of exasperation on his face. "Why squander time here? This blood mist is merely the vaporization of the colossal beast's essence, nothing of significance. I shall take you directly to the core area, where the genuine essence of the Tianling beast resides." Upon hearing this, Li Siyu halted, feeling somewhat speechless. Li Tianming's nonchalant tone made it seem as if he were discussing a backyard garden. Under Li Tianming's guidance, the two continued deeper into the secret realm, encountering blood-like scenery at every turn. The ground and the rock walls were encrusted with dark red crystals, formed from the essence of the Tianling beast. Various peculiar spirit beasts roamed within this crimson domain, some adorned with 3 heads and 6 arms, others possessing dragon heads and serpentine bodies, with even more covered in metallic scales. Each of these creatures had undergone a transformation due to the Tianling beast's essence, exuding formidable auras. However, at that moment, Li Siyu found little interest in them. With the enhancement of his 6 spiritual roots, his perception had expanded manifold. He distinctly felt that the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the pressure became. It was a force emanating from the depths of the soul, as if it aimed to pulverize any intruders. For an ordinary practitioner at the spirit root stage, merely entering this place would likely result in being reduced to mere bones. Yet, curiously, whenever this pressure approached them, it dissipated instantaneously upon contact with the colossal beast beneath their feet. Furthermore, the beast seemed to grow increasingly exhilarated by these pressures, quickening its pace. This revelation sparked intrigue within Li Siyu. Had he come alone, he likely wouldn't have been able to approach even the periphery of the secret realm. Chapter 28. Special Virus. No wonder Li Tianming remained so composed. It appeared he had been well prepared. Detection of powerful energy fluctuations. It is advised that the host collect the Tianling beast's essence, which can be used to enhance the virus and improve its transmission efficiency. The system's prompt illuminated Li Siyu's mind. The value of this secret realm likely surpassed his wildest imagination. Should he seek an opportunity to explore it independently? Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. Despite having the system at his disposal, recklessly acting in a place where even the soul could be pressured would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Ahead lies the core area. Li Tianming's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lifting his gaze, a vast crimson expanse came into view. The mist there was more concentrated than that at the periphery, with thick, blood-red pillars of light shooting skyward. This is where the true essence of the Tianling beast resides. Li Tianming indicated those crimson columns. When the time comes, you shall step directly inside and absorb as much as you can. Remember, hold nothing back. Licu nodded with calm demeanor, yet internally, he grew increasingly vigilant. This secret realm exuded an air of the uncanny, and even the fluctuations of the pressures unsettled him. While Li Tianming was by his side, a moment's caution could not be overlooked, especially now, standing at the threshold of the core area, where the oppressive aura reached its zenith. Even with the protection of the Tianling beast, Li Siyu could still feel a chilling sensation penetrating to his very marrow. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianming suddenly produced a piece of dark red scale from his sleeve and handed it to Li Siyu. The scale, roughly the size of a palm, radiated an eerie dark red hue. With mysterious patterns faintly swirling upon its surface, as Li Siyu grasped the scale, he felt a heart-pounding energy contained within. "What is this?" Li Siyu inquired, puzzled. Li Tianming's expression turned grave. "We are now deep within the secret realm. Even practitioners at the heavenly ascension stage would hesitate to tread lightly here. This scale was taken from the Tianling beast by our ancestor, and after countless generations of refinement, it has become an exceedingly precious protective item." His voice carried an air of solemnity. "With this scale, you shall be safeguarded even against the most intense pressures." However, Li Tianming paused for effect. This treasure should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. If you can withstand the pressure within your limits, strive to rely on your own strength. This will be far more beneficial for your cultivation. Licu nodded silently, stowing the scale within his storage ring. He understood that anything that compelled such seriousness from Li Tianming was undoubtedly extraordinary. Host has obtained a special item. Tianling scale, quality, superior earth grade. Characteristics, can withstand the pressure of the Tianling beast. Absorption speed increased by 300. The system's notification sparked a glimmer of excitement in Li Siyu's eyes. Yet he maintained an air of calmness. Go forth, Li Tianming gestured. Remember my words. Do not be greedy or reckless. Li Siyu nodded, propelling himself skyward like a sword, the power of the 6 spiritual roots surging through him, allowing him to ascend effortlessly, breaking free from the Tianling beast's protection. Beware of those blood-colored waterfalls. Li Tianming's voice carried on the wind. They are transformed from the beast's essence, significantly more potent than those outside. Do not rush in recklessly. Take your time to refine. Remember, if you cannot endure, activate the scale immediately. The echoes of Li Tianming's admonitions resounded in Li Siyu's ears, yet his focus was entirely captivated by the scene before him. Suspended in midair, he was surrounded by countless blood-red waterfalls cascading from the heavens. Each waterfall emanated a disquieting pressure, as if intent on pulverizing all living beings. Detection of powerful energy fluctuations. It is advised that the host stay away from the blood-red waterfalls. Current pressure level, lethal. The system's warnings echoed incessantly, yet Li Siyu remained unfazed. He could sense that the energy contained within these blood-red waterfalls was exponentially greater than that at the periphery, a stark contrast. However, just as he descended into the valley, an unprecedented and terrifying pressure surged from all directions. The intensity of this pressure was so profound that even the protective barrier formed by his 6 spiritual roots could not entirely withstand it. Li Siyu's expression darkened as he felt his meridians straining under the overwhelming force. Warning, current pressure has exceeded the host's tolerance threshold. Immediate usage of the Tianling scale is advised. Host's life force is steadily declining. Yet, Li Siyu disregarded the system's warnings, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Since Li Tianming had advised him to rely on his own strength, how could he concede defeat so quickly? The 6 spiritual roots within him whirled vigorously, forming a flawless protective shield. The wood-type spiritual root transformed into entwining vines, the water-type spiritual root crystallized into an ice wall for defense, and the fire-type spiritual root erupted with searing heat to resist the onslaught. Each spiritual root exerted its utmost to counter this terrifying pressure. Even so, Li Siyu could still feel a piercing pain radiating from his limbs, a sign that the pressure was breaching his defenses, slowly dismantling his physical form. How intriguing, he murmured softly, excitement flickering in his eyes. This pressure, which threatened to crush him, ignited a spark of combativeness deep within his soul. As a transmigrant, he did not wish to concede defeat so swiftly. Yet soon, he realized he may have overestimated his capabilities. The pressure did not relent. Instead, it intensified, causing cracks to appear in the protective barrier formed by his 6 spiritual roots, threatening to shatter completely. Li Siyu could distinctly feel his life force dissipating rapidly. If this continued, it would not be long before he was entirely crushed by this overwhelming force. Just as Li Siyu teetered on the brink of annihilation, the system's prompt suddenly chimed. Detection of a special virus. Unknown mutation present in the current environment. Shall we begin analysis? Note, the parsing process must not be interfered with by any external forces. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. In this seemingly desperate situation, the system unexpectedly discovered a new variant of the virus. This might be the opportunity he had been waiting for. The parsing begins, confirming the consumption of 1,000 erosion points. Parsing progress, 2. Estimated remaining time, 10 minutes. The system commenced its analysis of this special virus, and Li Siyu could sense a subtle transformation occurring within him. The oppressive pressure that had once caused him immense pain now seemed somewhat more bearable. Parsing progress. 5. A symbiotic relationship between the virus and the blood of the celestial beast was detected. Analyzing the symbiotic characteristics. Chapter 29. New function. At that moment, Li Tianming, who had been observing from the shadows, could no longer remain passive. He gazed at his grandson, nearly immobilized by the oppressive force. His brows furrowed, and a trace of concern appeared on his weathered face. Indeed, the pressure here is still too strong for Siwur. With this thought, Li Tianming no longer hesitated and raised his hand, unleashing a beam of crimson light. The light, like a spiritual serpent, pierced through layers of oppressive force, instantly enveloping Li Siyu within. A gentle yet potent power isolated the terrifying pressure completely. Siwur, with your grandfather protecting you. Feel free to absorb Li Tianming's voice carried a hint of indulgence. However, just as the bloodlight enveloped Li Siyu, a warning from the system suddenly rang out. Warning, external force interference detected. Parsing progress interrupted. Current progress, 12. Parsing failed. Seeing this notification, Li Siyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was a rare opportunity to discover such a precious virus variant, yet it was thwarted by Li Tianming's good intentions. Grandfather, it's unnecessary, Li Siyu said through gritted teeth. I can endure. This refusal surprised Li Tianming. In his memory, this grandson had always been obedient, rarely rejecting his goodwill. Yet, at this moment, Li Siyu's tone was imbued with an unprecedented determination. Are you certain? Li Tianming asked hesitantly. Looking at his grandson's pale face, he was genuinely uneasy about letting go. After all, even a formidable being at the celestial level wouldn't dare to underestimate the pressure in this secret realm. Let alone Li Siyu, who was merely at the spirit root level. Yet Li Siyu insisted, please trust me, grandfather. This resolute attitude sparked a glimmer of realization in Li Tianming. To him, the most crucial trait of a cultivator was having their own perspective. Over-reliance on external forces could, in fact, hinder their growth. After a moment's contemplation, Li Tianming finally slowly retracted the crimson light. As the protective barrier dissipated, the suffocating pressure once again enveloped Li Siyu. But this time, Li Siyu's gaze was exceptionally steadfast. External force interference eliminated. Shall we resume parsing? The system's prompt sounded at the right moment, and without hesitation, Li Siyu responded, begin. In the distance, Li Tianming observed his stubborn grandson, a look of approval dawning in his eyes. This unwavering spirit in the face of adversity was precisely what a true cultivator should embody. Indeed, he was worthy of being my grandson, Li Tianming. He nodded in satisfaction, unaware of the fleeting ferocity that flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. For Li Siyu, the pain inflicted by mere pressure was inconsequential, as long as he could achieve the parsing of that special virus. Any price would be worth paying. Just as Li Siyu exerted all his strength to resist the overwhelming pressure of the celestial beast, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A brilliant light suddenly erupted from his forehead, followed by a second and third, each illuminating the manifestation of a different spirit root. As the spirit roots unveiled one by one, the suffocating pressure began to diminish. His previously immobilized body gradually regained its freedom. The wood spirit root transformed into a verdant beam of light that shot skyward. The water spirit root coalesced into a cerulean curtain surrounding him, and the fire spirit root erupted into a searing flame enveloping his entire form. The simultaneous emergence of these three spirit roots painted a magnificent scene in the air. How is this possible? Li Tianming's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief. As an ancient being who had lived for hundreds of years, he understood all too well what this signified: wood, water, and fire spirit roots, and of such high quality. In the realm of cultivation, awakening even a single top-grade spirit root was a rare phenomenon occurring only once in a century. Yet now, his seemingly ordinary grandson had manifested 3 spirit roots in one go. What was even more astonishing was that the quality of these spirit roots was nearing the mid-grade level. However, at that moment, Li Siyu was utterly indifferent to Li Tianming's astonishment. For the system's prompt rang out once more. Parsing progress. 100. Consumed 1,000 erosion points. Parsing complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new type of special virus, Spirit Beast Virus. Reward erosion points. 200. 000. The system is about to upgrade. A smile crept across Li Siyu's lips. With these points, he could elevate the virus system to an entirely new level. Shall we consume 100? 000 erosion points to commence the upgrade? The upgrade will unlock new functionalities. Confirmed at Li Siyu made his choice without hesitation. 100,000 points were instantly deducted, and the system began its upgrade process. On his virus panel, a brand new option appeared. New virus type. Spirit Beast Virus. Characteristics. 1. Can infect Spirit Beasts. 2. The infected will acquire certain traits of Spirit Beasts. 3. Transmission speed increased by 504. Other abilities yet to be discovered. As he gazed at these newly added attributes, a flicker of delight crossed Li Siyu's eyes. He had initially been troubled by how to enhance the virus's transmission efficiency. But unexpectedly, he had received an extraordinary boon within this secret realm. What thrilled him most was that this harvest exceeded his original expectations. He had intended to refine his body within the secret realm, yet had reaped such significant benefits before even beginning. Li Tianming observed the subtle smile on Li Siyu's face, assuming it was due to his awakening of the three spirit roots. Little did he know that Li Siyu's thoughts were entirely different at this moment. If the spirit beast virus could merge with the walking corpse virus, a playful glint flickered in Li Siyu's eyes as he began to formulate his next plan. Just as Li Tianming was still in shock over his grandson's awakening of the three spirit roots, the scene before him caused his heart to leap. Li Siyu suddenly soared into the sky, his form akin to an arrow loosed from its bow, hurtling towards the crimson waterfall. Stop! Li Tianming's expression changed dramatically, his voice filled with urgency and anger. He had initially thought Li Siyu remained stationary to gradually acclimate to the pressure here, slowly beginning to absorb the blood of the celestial beast. Yet he never anticipated that this reckless child would attempt to plunge directly into the waterfall containing the purest blood of the celestial beast. One must understand that the energy contained within that blood waterfall was magnitudes stronger than the surrounding area. Even a celestial-level powerhouse would not dare to approach lightly, let alone leap directly into it. This reckless boy, does he not value his life? Li Tianming was nearly driven to madness, his figure flashing as he attempted to intervene. However, the pressure in the heart of this secret realm was too formidable. Even with his cultivation, he could not move freely. As Li Siyu's figure neared the waterfall, Li Tianming's heart raced to his throat. Splash! With a soft sound, Li Siyu's figure had already vanished into the waterfall. Chapter 30. Comprehensive Enhancement. Unfilial Son. Li Tianming bellowed, his face etched with anxiety. In his view, Li Siyu's reckless actions would undoubtedly provoke the violent energies contained within the waterfall, which could easily shred a spirit root-level cultivator to pieces. However, to his surprise, the anticipated chaos did not ensue. The blood-colored waterfall continued to cascade as usual, exhibiting no signs of disturbance. Even the ripples from Li Siyu's entry into the water did not form. It was as if the waterfall had been waiting patiently, gently accepting him into its embrace. Li Siyu's figure descended slowly with the waterfall, ultimately sinking to the lake's bottom, the entire process astonishingly serene. What is happening? Li Tianming's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. As the Grand Elder of the underworld lineage, he knew all too well the terrifying nature of this blood waterfall. It was the essence of the celestial beast's blood, containing enough power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Any creature that rashly intruded would be instantly annihilated. Yet now, it was inexplicably docile, accepting Li Siyu without resistance. At that moment, streams of pure blood light suddenly surged from the waterfall, darting towards Li Siyu like playful fish. These lights entered his body without causing any discomfort. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianming's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Could it be that Siyu truly inherited his father's unique constitution? Upon contemplating this, Li Tianming found himself ensnared in deep thought. Li Siyu's father had possessed an exceptionally rare constitution in his lifetime, endowed with a natural affinity for the blood of various beasts. It was precisely due to this unique trait that he had managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm within a mere century. Nevertheless, Li Tianming gazed at the tranquil waterfall with a lingering disbelief. Even if Li Siyu truly inherited his father's constitution, could such a reckless foray be devoid of peril? After all, this was the essence of the celestial beast. Even with a special constitution, the magnitude of energy contained within was not something a mere spirit root cultivator could withstand. Moreover, Li Siyu's demeanor appeared to differ significantly from that of his father. While his father had demonstrated an extraordinary affinity for beast blood, he had never exhibited such an exaggerated response. Not only could he instantly suppress the violent aura of the celestial beast's essence, but it also seemed to willingly draw closer to him. Such a phenomenon had never been documented, even in the ancient texts of the demon flame burning heaven sect. What on earth is going on with this lad? As Li Tianming observed the crimson waterfall, his confusion deepened. He had thought he fully understood his grandson, yet the events of today revealed that his perceptions were far from the truth. At this moment, Li Siyu was utterly unconcerned with Li Tianming's thoughts. Immersed in the blood-red waterfall, he focused intently on absorbing the surrounding essence. The instant he closed his eyes, he could distinctly sense his constitution undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. The pure essence of the celestial beast surged into his body like docile lambs, strength attribute increasing, 58,660 59,660 60,666 1660 speed attribute increasing, 45,550 46,550 47,054 8050 defense attribute increasing, 43,054 4050 44,554 5550. The values on the system panel fluctuated wildly, with all attributes soaring at a rate previously unimaginable, even surpassing the gains made during the dual cultivation with Yun Yuan. The key to this extraordinary enhancement lay in Li Siyu's unprecedented ease of entry into the Crimson Waterfall. To outsiders, the waterfall emanated a suffocating pressure that even those at the celestial realm would hesitate to approach. Yet for Li Siyu, he felt no oppression from the essence of the celestial beast. This was not due to an extraordinary talent or a special constitution, but rather a result of the system's complete analysis of the peculiar virus. Once the system had successfully deciphered the virus, the oppressive force within the entire secret realm lost its effect on Li Siyu. Both the external pressure and the terrifying power contained within the Crimson Waterfall could not hinder him in the slightest. In fact, the once ferocious essence now seemed to beckon him closer, as if recognizing Li Siyu as its master, eagerly offering him its power. This sensation surpassed even that experience during dual cultivation. Li Siyu reclined in the blood pool, utterly relaxed. The essence flowed continuously into his body, bringing not discomfort but an overwhelming sense of delight, akin to soaking in a hot spring, with every pore expanding and every fiber of flesh reveling in ecstasy. This feeling exceeded even that of his previous dual cultivation with Yun Yuan, as dual cultivation ultimately involved the usurpation of another's power, which inevitably met with some resistance. However, the current scenario was entirely different. The essence willingly surrendered to him, actively providing the purest strength. Even the 6 spirit roots within him greedily absorbed the energy contained in the essence. Each spirit root grew at an astonishing rate, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. The wood-type spirit root flourished under the essence's nourishment, its foliage growing wildly. The water-type spirit root absorbed the essence's quintessence, transforming into a crystal-clear spring within his body. The fire-type spirit root refined the ferocious power of the essence, unleashing an even more intense heat. Even the later comprehended gold, earth, and wind spirit roots experienced rapid growth, each emitting a dazzling aura. This comprehensive enhancement brought Li Siyu immense satisfaction. It was worth noting that even with the system, he required a substantial amount of erosion points to elevate a single spirit root. Yet now, all 6 spirit roots were simultaneously receiving nourishment and enhancement, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All of this was thanks to the system's thorough analysis of the peculiar virus. It was that analysis that granted Li Siyu the ability to completely master the essence of the celestial beast. Indeed, the system was my greatest ally, Li Siyu mused inwardly, further solidifying his conviction. Enveloped by the essence of the celestial beast, Li Siyu resembled a voracious devourer, unreservedly absorbing the surrounding power. It felt as though his body had become an insatiable abyss, welcoming all, capable of fully absorbing even the most concentrated essence. Meanwhile, Li Tianming, observing from the outside, was filled with trepidation. He watched in disbelief as Li Siyu's cultivation surged at an incredible speed. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels of the spirit root realm, and upon breaking through to the 6th level, the water level in the blood pool began to plummet dramatically. Chapter 31. Suppressing cultivation, even the once mighty Crimson Waterfall visibly diminished in flow. What astonished Li Tianming further was that the essence absorbed by Li Siyu transformed around him into little crimson beasts, flitting about like fish before being entirely consumed by him. How is this possible? Li Tianming was taken aback. These essences had existed for millennia. Even he, a cultivator of considerable strength, would not dare to attempt direct absorption. Yet now, a mere junior at the spirit root realm was brazenly devouring these essences, far beyond his comprehension. More critically, these essences constituted the very foundation of the secret realm. If Li Siyu continued to consume them recklessly, it would not be long before they were depleted, and the value of this place would diminish significantly. Fewer. Cease at once. Li Tianming could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "This is perilous." However, Li Siyu paid no heed to this warning. Continuing to absorb the essence greedily, he even retorted coldly, "Did you not say, grandfather, to absorb as much as one can?" This statement left Li Tianming momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had previously urged for the maximum absorption possible. But who could have anticipated this child's capacity for absorption would be so terrifying? Even he, a top-tier cultivator, could not achieve such unrestrained consumption, let alone a junior at the spirit root realm. What kind of monster is this child? Watching the water level in the blood pool plummet, Li Tianming felt as though his heart were bleeding. These essences were vital resources for the demon flame burning heaven sect, typically used under strict control. Yet now, his grandson had come to drain the essence accumulated over thousands of years. If this were to spread, one could only imagine the uproar it would cause. Taking a deep breath, Li Tianming ultimately chose to close his eyes and meditate. Out of sight, out of mind, he reassured himself. After all, these essences were meant to forge the next generation. If Siwei can absorb them, then let it be. In the blood pool, Li Siyu's lips curled into a cold smirk. He was acutely aware of Li Tianming's concerns, yet such matters were of no consequence to him. For him, the pursuit of power was paramount, and he intended to seize as much as possible. The opinions of others were utterly trivial. As time progressed, the essence of blood within the pool dwindled, transforming the once thundering waterfalls into mere trickles. Nevertheless, Li Siyu's rate of absorption remained unabated, growing increasingly frenzied, as if an insatiable abyss resided within him, capable of fully digesting any amount of essence. His cultivation level surged relentlessly, soon breaking through to the 7th level of the spirit root realm, a speed of enhancement unparalleled even in the annals of the entire Mo Yin Fantian sect. This extraordinary progression was attributable to the system's analysis. It was due to the complete dissection of the peculiar virus that he could absorb the essence with such ease. Otherwise, no amount of time could have enabled him to reach this level. Li Tianming remained seated in meditation, eyes closed, seemingly unable to bear witness to the complete consumption of the precious blood essence. Yet, his consciousness remained firmly locked onto Li Siyu's condition, fearful that the lad might encounter unforeseen consequences from excessive absorption. What he did not anticipate, however, was that no matter how much essence Li Siyu consumed, he exhibited no signs of discomfort. Rather, the more he absorbed, the more invigorated he appeared, as if he would never be satisfied. As time elapsed, Li Siyu swiftly ascended to the 9th level of the spirit root realm. At that moment, a thought struck him, prompting him to immediately suppress his burgeoning realm, while continuing to voraciously absorb the power of the essence. He meticulously controlled himself to prevent an untimely breakthrough. It was not yet the right moment for elevation. After all, Li Siyu's 6 paths of spirit roots had only recently awakened. If he were to ascend to a higher realm now, he would forfeit any future opportunity to cultivate these roots. The growth of spirit roots necessitates a specific realm for optimal development. Missing this phase would mean that no matter how formidable his strength became later on, the potential of these roots would remain eternally buried. As seconds turned into minutes, a day slipped by in the blink of an eye. The once mighty blood-red waterfalls had completely dried up, leaving behind only a cracked expanse at the bottom of the blood pool. The essence of the celestial spirit beasts, which had existed for millennia, was entirely consumed by Li Siyu within a single day. Boom. A figure emerged slowly from the desiccated blood pool. Li Siyu radiated an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spine. His presence magnified 100-fold compared to before. Had he not deliberately restrained his cultivation, he would likely have already broken into the void-breaking realm. Furthermore, after being refined by the essence of the celestial spirit beasts, his physique had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Every sinew and fiber now contained unimaginable power, and even his breath carried an air of supremacy over all beings. Li Tianming gazed at the emerging Li Siyu, then at the completely desiccated blood pool, rendered speechless. This was the essence of the celestial spirit beasts, cultivated over tens of thousands of years, now effortlessly consumed by his own grandson. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Mo Yin Fantian sect. Even more astonishing to him was the ethereal aura of the celestial spirit beasts surrounding Li Siyu, an aura that instilled fear and an involuntary urge to submit. This boy, a glimmer of greed flickered in Li Tianming's eyes. He understood well that anyone capable of rendering the essence of the celestial spirit beasts so docile must possess some hidden secret. Yet, ultimately, he merely sighed, "Let us return." The martial competition of the five veins is likely at a crucial juncture. It is time to showcase your strength to those inept fools. Though Li Siyu was enveloped in the potent pressure of the spirit beasts, rendering it difficult for Li Tianming to ascertain his precise cultivation level, one thing was certain. Li Siyu's power far exceeded the mere ninth level of the spirit root realm. The mere aura he emanated was sufficient to instill dread in cultivators below the celestial realm. Surely, this was not the demeanor expected of a fledgling who had just broken through the spirit root realm. Truly, he was a prodigy. Li Tianming inwardly lamented the astonishing pace of his grandson's growth, which had far surpassed his expectations. First, awakening 6 paths of spirit roots, and now, consuming the essence of the celestial spirit beasts accumulated over millennia. Such an opportunity was unprecedented in the entire history of the cultivation world. Chapter 32. The Clash of the Five Veins. Li Siyu remained oblivious to Li Tianming's contemplations. For him, the monumental enhancement he had achieved was of utmost importance. The perceptions of others were of no concern. He was now eager to confront those so-called geniuses. Tian Peak of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect. Ominous energies surged skyward, blood-red clouds roiling in the heavens, casting an eerie glow over the martial arena. Thousands of young cultivators gathered, each burning with fervent combat spirit. This was the venue for the finals of the Five Veins martial competition. Any disciple of the demon sect under 30 years of age was eligible to showcase their prowess here. Surrounding the martial arena, countless formations conjured from demonic energy whirled into motion, enveloping the entire battleground to safeguard against the potential demise of those fervent young cultivators during their clashes. Look, there's Chu Tianfeng. I hear he has broken through to the Xin Tian realm. Perhaps he can secure a spot in the top 3 this time. Ha, you must be unaware. He's no longer the chief of the Jiuyuan lineage. Why? Wasn't he exceptionally gifted? It's all because of Li Siyu. You didn't witness that battle. The esteemed chief of Jiuyuan was defeated in a single move, utterly humiliating. The crowd buzzed with conversation until a thunderous roar interrupted them. On the battle stage, 2 figures clashed fiercely. One clad in a black robe, enveloped in a dense aura of blood and slaughter. The other donned in white, though his attire was stained with splatters of blood. These were none other than Mo Wuhan, the chief of the blood demon lineage, and Chu Tianfeng of the Jiuyuan lineage. Kill! Chu Tianfeng shouted, his longsword transforming into a myriad of sword shadows, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed at Mo Wuhan. Each beam of sword light contained an overwhelmingly tyrannical force, a technique only a Xian Tian realm expert could wield. Yet, Mo Wuhan showed no fear, forming seals with his hands as a blood-red rune materialized in the air. Blood demon true art. Soul devour. In an instant, countless crimson orbs converged in the void, morphing into a massive gaping maw that lunged towards Chu Tianfeng. The 2 techniques collided in mid-air, erupting into a deafening cacophony. The shockwaves swept through the arena, forcing even the watching disciples to retreat repeatedly. Both had evidently broken through to the Xian Tian realm. Truly, they were prodigious disciples of their respective peaks, showcasing extraordinary strength. Yet, compared to Li Siyu, they still paled in comparison. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianfeng's countenance darkened. He recalled the encounter on Jiuyuan Peak, still haunted by lingering trepidation. Although he had fortuitously advanced to the Xian Tian realm afterward, he could not shake the profound fear that lingered deep within. Even the elder backing him had grown utterly disillusioned, stripping him of his chief position and imposing a month-long confinement. Chu Tianfeng, your heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness. Mo Wuhan sneered, expanding the blood-red rune in his grasp. Such indecisiveness, no wonder you were defeated by Li Siyu in a single strike. Shut your mouth. Chu Tianfeng roared, his sword aura surging wildly. Yet, within that frenzied energy, there lingered a hint of insecurity. Indeed, ever since that battle, his resolve had been irreparably scarred. Each time he recalled Li Siyu's apathetic gaze, he would tremble involuntarily. What was even harder for him to accept was that the battle not only led to his humiliation but also resulted in the loss of nearly 100 elite disciples from the Jiuyuan lineage. Those were carefully nurtured seeds of talent, now obliterated by his momentary impulse. The elder is right. You are nothing but a waste, Mo Wuhan taunted as he pressed his offensive. You can't even protect your own disciples, yet you dare to claim the title of chief? Enraged, Chu Tianfeng unleashed a cataclysmic sword strike, yet this blow, despite its grandiosity, appeared chaotic and lacked the sharp precision of his previous attacks. Chu Tianfeng, is this the best you can muster? Mo Wuhan mocked. With such meager strength, do you dare to dream of placing in the top 10? How delusional. Glaring at Mo Wuhan's mockingly smug expression, Chu Tianfeng's chest heaved violently. He was unwilling to concede, utterly unwilling. Silence. This is my final opportunity. He shrieked. Who do you think you are to mock me? Upon contemplating the grim prospect of failing to secure a position within the top 10, he realized that the resources rightfully belonging to the chief would be irrevocably severed. In that eventuality, the chasm between him and Li Siyu would only continue to widen. The mere thought of Li Siyu ignited a flicker of resentment in Chu Tianfeng's eyes. How could that worthless individual be deserving of a prime alchemical furnace like Yun Yuan? Why did the fortuitous opportunities that should have been his fall into the hands of such a person? If only Yun Yuan were to become his partner on the path, with her exceptional talents, his cultivation would surely soar. Yet now, all had been usurped by that Li Siyu. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chu Tianfeng's eyes suddenly turned a crimson hue, bloodshot and filled with fury. Kill! He let out a primal roar, his aura becoming increasingly frenzied. Within that aura was an eerie sense of decay, but those present assumed it was merely him performing some arcane technique. However, Mo Wuhan sensed an unusual shift. Though he chose not to dwell on it in the realm of the demon flame-burning heaven sect, a plethora of bizarre techniques existed. Even a bout of madness would prove inconsequential with a scoff. Mo Wuhan remarked, for a waste like you, it would be wise to accept your fate. Waste. Chu Tianfeng's voice turned hoarse and piercing. How dare you claim I am a waste? In his grasp, the sword erupted with a strange black light, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Yet, the onlookers were unfazed, for the nature of demonic arts was inherently strange. Such phenomena were hardly surprising. Chu Tianfeng's attacks grew ever more frenzied. Each strike imbued with lethal intent. The sword chi not only encapsulated his rage, but was also saturated with resentment towards Li Siyu. Why? Why did that worthless being receive Yun Yuan? As he swung his sword, he roared, those opportunities were meant to be mine. All of them are mine. His eyes were wild with madness, his teeth had sharpened, and even his nails grew at a visible pace. Yet, Mo Wuhan dismissed it as a manifestation of some demonic technique's frenzied state. Sneering, you truly are pitiable, unaware of your own limitations. Yun Yuan, do you think you are worthy? Li Siyu could defeat you with a single move. You are not even fit to serve him. These words ignited Chu Tianfeng's fury completely. His eyes burned scarlet, emitting a beastly growl, his entire being radiating an uncanny aura. Chapter 33. Complete mutation. Strangely, it seemed that Chu Tianfeng's strength genuinely escalated in this state. Each sword strike carried a heart-stopping power, compelling even Mo Wuhan to treat him with caution. Hmph, finally revealing your true prowess? Mo Wuhan sneered, oblivious to the abnormal madness glinting in Chu Tianfeng's eyes. At this moment, Chu Tianfeng was entirely consumed by his madness. He knew he must win, must enter the top 10, otherwise he would never catch up to Li Siyu, and he might even lose his current cultivation. The resources of the Nine Abyss lineage were of utmost importance to him. If he lost that support, he would never be able to match Li Siyu's pace in his lifetime. More crucially, he refused to accept it. He truly refused to accept it. Why was that Li Siyu granted such a perfect alchemical furnace? Why did that waste possess so many opportunities? Die. Suddenly, Chu Tianfeng erupted in violent rage, his sword transforming into a streak of black light aimed directly at Mo Wuhan's heart. This strike had entirely forsaken defense. Driven by a determination to kill, his eyes were bloodshot, and a trickle of black saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. But at this moment, he was beyond such considerations, fixated solely on one thought: kill Mo Wuhan and enter the top 10. This singular notion consumed his entire being, allowing him to completely disregard the transformations occurring within his body. Even his consciousness began to blur, leaving only an insatiable thirst for flesh. At that moment, an uncontainable hunger surged within Chu Tianfeng. This hunger did not stem from his stomach but arose from the depths of his soul. He gazed greedily at Imo Wuhan, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. In his sight, Imo Wuhan ceased to be an opponent, instead transforming into a delectable morsel of flesh. Roar. A beast-like howl escaped Chu Tianfeng's lips as his speed surged, akin to a shadow lunging towards Imo Wuhan. The surrounding audience was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What kind of technique was this? How could his speed be so extraordinary? Could it be some secret demonic art? Upon witnessing this scene, Imo Wuhan's expression darkened considerably. He chuckled coldly. So you've resorted to practicing the corpse path technique. No wonder you appear in this ghastly state. However, do you truly think such despicable tactics can seize my position? Dream on. Blood energy surged around Imo Wuhan, layers of crimson symbols coalescing in the air, forming a blood-red barrier. Blood Demon True Art, Blood Demon Shield. But to everyone's astonishment, Chu Tianfeng's speed increased yet again. He darted through the blood-red symbols like a specter, instantly appearing before Imo Wuhan. His grotesque visage was suffused with avarice, his sharp teeth glinting ominously. Not good, Imo Wuhan's pupils constricted, just as he intended to retreat. Chu Tianfeng's fangs sank deep into his shoulder. A chilling scream reverberated throughout the arena as blood gushed forth, a large chunk of flesh torn away by Chu Tianfeng. His frenzied demeanor sent shivers down the spine of all present. Good heavens! Has he lost his mind? Is he still even human? He resembles a malevolent spirit. Were Chu Tianfeng and Imo Wuhan not allies? How could he inflict such brutality? Yet, Chu Tianfeng was beyond hearing the murmurs around him. Like a ravenous beast, he continued to gnaw at Imo Wuhan's flesh. Each bite echoed with a nauseating sound, blood staining his garments, yet it did nothing to impede his voracious appetite. Imo Wuhan's face contorted in agony as he roared in fury. Chu Tianfeng, you lunatic! He could feel his flesh being devoured piece by piece, the torment nearly driving him insane. Yet, what filled him with despair was the realization that the power within him was rapidly depleting. Damn it! What sort of wicked sorcery is this? Imo Wuhan's visage twisted in a grimace. He knew he could not allow this to continue. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before this madman consumed him entirely. If you seek death, then let us perish together. In that instant, Imo Wuhan formed seals with his hands, the blood energy within him surging violently. This was a forbidden technique of the blood demon lineage, capable of unleashing power far beyond one's realm for a brief period. The cost, however, was the complete forfeiture of one's cultivation, even risking death itself. Yet at this moment, Imo Wuhan had no time for such considerations. He would rather perish alongside Chu Tianfeng than be consumed alive. Blood Demon True Art, Blood Demon Explosion. A terrifying aura erupted from Imo Wuhan, enveloping the entire arena in a crimson glow. The sheer strength caused even the observing elders to change their expressions. Yet, Chu Tianfeng appeared utterly devoid of reason, continuing to latch onto Imo Wuhan with unrelenting ferocity. His eyes glimmered with a voracious hunger. As if he beheld nothing more than a sumptuous morsel, as the two seemed poised for mutual destruction, the spectators collectively inhaled sharply. No one had anticipated that this contest would devolve into such a gruesome spectacle. Those disciples who typically associated with Chu Tianfeng looked on in disbelief. In their memories, though proud, he had never exhibited such a frenzied side. But at this juncture, Chu Tianfeng possessed not a shred of rational thought. His consciousness had been wholly subsumed by a ravenous craving for flesh, rendering even the imminent threat of Imo Wuhan's self-detonation incapable of deterring him. The barriers surrounding the arena had been torn asunder by this rampant force, fissures spreading inexorably. Should Imo Wuhan's self-detonation be unleashed in its entirety, the entire martial arts arena would be reduced to rubble. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a wave of terrifying pressure descended from above. Every individual present felt their hearts lurch, as though an invisible hand clutched their throats. This soul-deep tremor caused many of the weaker disciples to collapse to their knees. It was elderly Tianming and Li Siyu, two figures materialized from thin air, gazing down upon the unfolding battle. Li Tianming's expression was grim, while Li Siyu wore an indifferent countenance, his eyes betraying a hint of amusement, upon witnessing the scene before him. Li Siyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated the effects of the zombie virus to be so pronounced. The extent of Chu Tianfeng's transformation far exceeded his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Siyu raised his hand, Pointing into the void, an invisible force struck Mo Wuhan's dantian, directly severing his spiritual root. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the arena as Mo Wuhan was sent careening backward like a kite severed from its string. The accumulated self-detonation energy within him dissipated instantaneously, leaving him utterly debilitated. This spectacle left everyone present dumbfounded. Lic was assisting Chu Tianfeng. Why would he cripple Mo Wuhan's spiritual root? This was excessively ruthless. Did they not have a history of enmity? Chapter 34. Severing cultivation. The murmurs of speculation rose and fell, only to be abruptly silenced by a voice imbued with authority. Licu. Such audacity. How dare you disrupt the tournament? A figure descended from the heavens, revealing itself to be Kong Qingshan, an elder from the Mingyi lineage. His countenance was ashen, clearly indicating his profound displeasure with Li Zu's actions. Yet, Li Zu paid no heed to the reprimand, maintaining an indifferent gaze upon the scene unfolding on the arena. That moment, Chu Tianfeng had become increasingly frenzied, viciously clinging to the nearly lifeless Mo Wuhan. Tearing at his flesh with abandon, Mo Wuhan's body had suffered grievous damage, yet, bolstered by years of cultivation, he still clung to life. Blood gushed forth from his wounds, and his anguished groans sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, Kong Qingshan's silhouette materialized behind the two, forcefully separating them. Cease this. All of you, stop immediately. To everyone's astonishment, upon being parted, Chu Tianfeng abruptly regained his senses. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. This unexpected turn of events should have incited a considerable uproar. However, due to the shocking act of Li Zu crippling Mo Wuhan's spiritual roots, few paid attention to Chu Tianfeng's departure. Li Zu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Kong Qingshan glared at Li Zu. Acting independently to incapacitate a participant's cultivation is a sacrilege against this tournament. Li Zu remained expressionless, seemingly oblivious to the accusation. His gaze remained fixed in the direction where Chu Tianfeng had vanished, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. He was acutely aware that the virus within Chu Tianfeng had begun to manifest. This outbreak was merely the beginning. What was to follow would surely astonish the entire Moyan Finchen sect. Meanwhile, the spectators were utterly engrossed in the astonishing spectacle they had just witnessed. Li Zu is incredibly domineering. He acts without hesitation. This will lead to trouble. The Blood Demon Peak will undoubtedly retaliate. Why do you think he chose to assist Chu Tianfeng? Weren't they supposed to be adversaries? Kong Qingshan, observing the silent Li Zu hovering in the void, felt a surge of frustration. From the moment these two arrived, he sensed something amiss. As the law enforcement elder of the Yuming lineage, he bore the responsibility of maintaining order during the tournament. Were such incidents to occur in private, it might be acceptable, but in such a public setting, failing to intervene would inevitably lead to complications. Yet, Li Zu disregarded his inquiries, and his aloof demeanor ignited Kong Qingshan's ire. Impudent, to openly flout the rules before so many witnesses. Do you believe your grandfather's backing grants you carte blanche? Before Kong Qingshan could finish his words, a formidable pressure suddenly descended. Li Tianming cast a cold glance at him. Silence. My grandson's intervention was an act of rescue. Chu Tianfeng was, after all, the great-grandson of that old curmudgeon, Ma Chongkong. Should he perish here, do you think the old man would simply let it slide? Had my grandson not acted promptly, the chaos would have escalated even further. Although Li Tianming too was taken aback by his grandson's sudden intervention, witnessing Kong Qingshan's haughty demeanor ignited his own temper. You, a mere junior elder of the Mingyi lineage, dare to raise your voice here? Do you seek death? This rebuke made Kong Qingshan tremble. He suddenly recalled that this elder before him was a paramount figure of the Yuming lineage, one of the most powerful individuals within the entire Moyan Finchen sect. Even the sect leader would show him deference. Kong Qingshan's attitude immediately shifted. Great elder Yu Yuming, please forgive me. My intentions were to uphold the rules. Observing Kong Qingshan's sudden subservient demeanor, Li Tianming snorted disdainfully. Such a sycophant was just now so boisterous, yet now he cowers. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Kong Qingshan silently regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Li Tianming's words held merit. After all, Chu Tianfeng was the great-grandson of Ma Chongkong. Should he perish at the tournament, that peculiar old fellow would likely go berserk. The repercussions would not only fall upon him, Realizing this, Kong Qingshan's gaze towards Li Zhu grew increasingly complex. This young man's thoughts were remarkably astute. His timely intervention had aided Ma Chongqing's great-grandson, a favor that the old man would surely remember for a long time. Nevertheless, Li Zhu remained impervious to the surrounding murmurs, his attention still fixed on the direction of Chu Tianfeng's disappearance. Detecting that the host's virus carrier is on the verge of full mutation. Current progress, 95. The system's prompt sparked a flicker of anticipation in Li Zhu's eyes. It seemed that Chu Tianfeng's mutation was unfolding even more smoothly than anticipated. What piqued his interest further was that the infected individuals lurking within Jiyuan Peak would likely soon find it impossible to contain themselves. Amidst the ongoing discussions, Li Tianming suddenly declared, "Enough! Let the competition resume." As for Mo Wuhan, he cast a cold glance at the prone, gasping. Mo Wuhan, if he cannot withstand such minor injuries, it signifies he is unworthy of being in the top 10. This pronouncement rendered the entire assembly silent. No one had expected Li Tianming to utter such a harsh judgment. Mo Wuhan was, after all, a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the blood demon lineage, now deemed a waste with a mere statement. Yet, no one dared to refute it, for the one who spoke was Li Tianming. Although Kong Qingshan felt reluctant, he could only bow his head in agreement. The great elder speaks truth. It is indeed Mo Wuhan's lack of skill that has betrayed this sect's investment. Li Tianming nodded in satisfaction before turning to the assembled crowd. Let the competition continue. I wish to see who else can withstand even 3 moves against my grandson. This statement caused a shudder among the young cultivators present. None could have anticipated that the tournament would devolve into such a spectacle. With Li Zhu, this prodigy present, it was no longer a contest but rather a massacre. Yet, no one dared voice their thoughts. After all, Li Zhu had effortlessly crippled Mo Wuhan's spiritual roots, a feat that had amply showcased his prowess. Meanwhile, Li Zhu paid no mind to the fearful gazes directed at him. His focus remained solely on the system notifications. Just prior to arriving at the arena, his mind had been inundated with successive prompts. Successfully infected a cultivator. Congratulations, host. You have earned 40,000 erosion points. Virus carrier number 4399 has successfully mutated. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 erosion points. These notifications brightened Li Zhu's outlook. Since acquiring the virus system, the highest erosion points he had previously received in a single instance were merely 10,000 during the infection of Yi Qingtian. Yet this time, a standard infection had yielded him 40,000 points, while the mutation had directly granted him 50,000 points. Such returns exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. Chapter 35. Who dares to fight? It appears that the value of these demonic cultivators far surpasses my imagination. What pleased Li Zhu even more was Chu Tianfeng's condition. That once invincible chief of Jiyuan had now become nothing more than a puppet. Completely at his command, he recalled the 80 severely injured cultivators left behind on Jiyuan Peak. Besides Chu Tianfeng, all others had completed their mutations and were now lying in wait throughout the Moyan Finchen sect, ready for his orders. However, Li Zhu was somewhat taken aback to find that Chu Tianfeng seemed distinct from the other mutated entities. While the ordinary mutated beings retained some semblance of reason, they could mostly only execute simple commands. Chu Tianfeng, however, not only retained considerable intelligence but could also autonomously assess situations. Just moments ago, a mere subtle hint from him had been enough for Chu Tianfeng to grasp his intention and decisively choose to withdraw. This level of awareness far exceeded that of other mutated beings. Detecting special mutated entity, Chu Tianfeng. Current status, fully mutated. Intelligence retention, 85. Obedience level, 100. Special ability, retains human form and possesses independent thought. Upon observing this data, Li Zhu fell into contemplation. This unique form of mutation might provide unexpected assistance to his plans. After all, compared to those mindless, ravenous zombies, a being like Chu Tianfeng, capable of maintaining rational thought, was undoubtedly more valuable. At the very least, it would greatly facilitate infiltration. Most importantly, Chu Tianfeng's current identity was exceptionally unique. As Ma Chongqing's great-grandson, he enjoyed inherent advantages in movement within Jiyuan Peak. This implied that he could effortlessly connect with more potential targets for infection. Considering this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Zhu's eyes. He suddenly understood why this infection and mutation had granted such generous rewards and points. Because Chu Tianfeng was not merely a successful mutated entity, but rather a perfect vector for transmission. Through him, the virus could spread within the Moyen Finchen sect in a more covert and efficient manner. Li Zu's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Having just made a breakthrough, it seems opportune to find someone to test my skills. This statement plunged the entire martial arena into silence. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. None could have anticipated that Li Zu would suddenly make such a request. It was well known that his name had not appeared on the roster when the tournament commenced, leaving many disciples eager to witness his prowess feeling regretful. Was Li Zu actually going to participate in the contest? Hadn't he been in seclusion preparing for his grand wedding? Why had he appeared at this moment? It has come to my attention that not long ago, he effortlessly defeated Yi Qingtian with a single strike. Who would dare to engage him in combat? The murmurs of speculation rose and fell, yet not a single soul stepped forward to challenge him. Kong Qingshan furrowed his brow and spoke up. Li Zu, what do you mean by this? The martial arts tournament is nearing its conclusion, and the top 10 positions have already been determined. Are you claiming yourself to be among the top 10? Li Zu interrupted him, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. Perfect. Allow me to witness the true capabilities of these so-called geniuses. His audacious proclamation sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. Despite the calmness of his tone, the arrogance that emanated from him was impossible to overlook. Kong Qingshan's face turned a shade of iron. No, this is against the rules. The martial arts tournament has its regulations. Since you did not participate in the preliminary selections, rules? Li Zu chuckled lightly, and a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from within him. The radiance of 6 spiritual roots swirled around him, creating a magnificent spectacle. The intensity of the pressure was such that even some of the already established top 10 geniuses found themselves involuntarily taking a few steps back. We of the Mo Yin Fantian sect have always revered strength above all else. Have we not? Li Zu coldly remarked. What, now you choose to speak of rules? This statement struck at the soft underbelly of Kong Qingshan. Indeed, practitioners of the demonic path traditionally revered the strong. To overly emphasize rules at such a moment would only make him appear excessively pedantic. Just as Kong Qingshan found himself in a predicament, Yun Zhuhan's voice suddenly rang out, interesting. Since Li Zu wishes to spar, let him give it Atrys, the chief disciple of the Mingyi lineage. Yun Zhuhan's words carried significant weight. However, Li Zu did not even spare him a glance, merely stating, I have no interest in you. This blunt rejection darkened Yun Zhuhan's expression, but he quickly regained his composure. Li Zu continued, ultimately, I have no intention of competing with you. I merely wish to find a few individuals to practice against. This statement, delivered with such nonchalance, was laced with overt disdain in his eyes. These so-called genius disciples were merely targets for his training. Arrogant. A figure suddenly burst forth from the crowd. It was Qi Yin, a disciple of the blood demon lineage who had already entered the top 10. Even if you have defeated Yi Qingtian, it does not grant you the audacity to act recklessly before me. Qi Yin roared, the blood-fiendish energy within him surging wildly. Yet, Li Zu merely cast a glance at him. Irritation flickering in his eyes, with such meager strength, you presume to challenge me. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying pressure descended. Qi Yin felt his entire body stiffen, and before he could react, he sensed his spiritual roots shatter under the weight of that power. With a cough of blood, Qi Yin collapsed to the ground, incredulous as he stared at his hands, the familiar power now completely absent. In the span of a heartbeat, a once prominent genius had been utterly crippled. The martial arts arena fell into a profound silence, as no one anticipated Li Zu's decisive action, eliminating a top 10 contender without even granting him the opportunity to retaliate. Is this truly the extent of his power? Not even Qi Yin could withstand a single blow. No wonder even Yi Qingtian was defeated by him. Observing Qi Yan's woeful state, a hint of disdain crossed Li Zu's gaze. Such a level of ability, and yet you dare to enter the top 10? His eyes swept across the other genius disciples. Who else wishes to give it a try? No one responded. All were rendered speechless by his overwhelming display of dominance. Even Kong Qingshan dared not utter another word, merely watching helplessly as events unfolded. After all, the strength that Li Zu exhibited surpassed all his expectations. The mere pressure he exerted was beyond what an ordinary spiritual root realm practitioner could possess. Moreover, he had the backing of Li Tianming. Under such circumstances, even as an elder of law enforcement, he dared not act rashly. Since no one dares to respond, let it be so. Li Zhu turned to leave. His tone brimming with disappointment. It seems the so-called geniuses are nothing more than this. Chapter 36. A single strike rebuffed, gazing at the terrified expressions of those below, Li Zhu contemplated other matters. Initially, he felt little interest in this martial arts tournament among the 5 lineages, but the recent performance of Chu Tianfeng had taken him by surprise. In that fleeting mental connection, he had distinctly sensed the changes within Chu Tianfeng. Detection of a special mutated state, strength enhancement, 300 intellect retained, 65 control duration extended. 1 hour. The system's data analysis illuminated Li Zhu's mind. This indicated that Chu Tianfeng not only retained most of his rationality, but his combat prowess surpassed that of his premutation state. The fact that he could severely injure Mo Wuhan, a practitioner of the spiritual root realm, was ample proof of this. What intrigued him even more was that the control over Chu Tianfeng was far smoother than with those ordinary mutated practitioners. Originally capable of sustaining a mental connection for only a quarter of an hour, it now extended to a full hour with Chu Tianfeng. It appeared that cultivators indeed made far better hosts than ordinary practitioners. Li Zhu's gaze swept over the so-called genius disciples below, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Perhaps these top 10 geniuses could serve as targets for his next experimental endeavors. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the severely weakened Mo Wuhan. After being bitten by Chu Tianfeng, the level of viral infection within Mo Wuhan had reached 50. Target. Mo Wuhan current state. Mild infection. Observing this data, Li Zhu nodded to himself. In a few days, Mo Wuhan would transition into a state of severe infection. That time. What a grandiose claim! A sudden roar disrupted Li Zhu's thoughts. A towering figure surged forth from the crowd, leaping onto the stage. This individual stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, emanating a disquieting aura. He was the blood fiend monarch of the blood demon lineage. My heavens, he is a practitioner of the void-breaking realm. It was rumored he had long held disdain for Li Zhu. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. Gasps erupted from the crowd as the newcomer was none other than the core disciple of the blood demon lineage. The blood fiend monarch, whose cultivation had reached the first level of the void-breaking realm. He towered over others, his face chiseled like stone, and his blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty madness. Most concerning was his formidable strength. Breaking through to the void-breaking realm at merely 25 years of age made him a top-tier talent, even among the Mo Yin Fantian sect. The blood fiend monarch looked down upon Li Zhu, his voice dripping with contempt. You dare to run rampant here? Li Zhu maintained his indifferent demeanor. Run rampant? What of it? This statement ignited the fury of the blood fiend monarch. Arrogant! I acknowledge your capabilities to some extent, but before me, you are insufficient. He erupted with a wild energy, the air around him thick with blood fiendish aura. Today, I shall seek justice for the disciples of my blood demon lineage. The disciples below watched in trepidation, fully aware that the blood fiend monarch not only possessed profound cultivation, but also wielded the blood demon lineage's ultimate technique, the blood demon soul devouring art, renowned for its cruelty and ruthlessness. Once unleashed, even practitioners of the same level would find it difficult to resist. Yet, as Li Zhu regarded the enraged blood fiend monarch, a flicker of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. Would a practitioner of the void-breaking realm, if infected, prove to be even more unique than Chu Tianfeng? With this thought, a playful smile crept upon his lips. You wish to seek guidance? By all means, come and try. His tone remained placid, yet an oppressive aura erupted from him. The blood fiend monarch felt this pressure and his pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Li Zhu could unleash such terrifying energy. It bears mentioning that even an ordinary practitioner of the void-breaking realm could not possess such a presence. Intriguing. The blood fiend monarch licked his lips, his desire for battle intensifying. Since you are so eager to court death, I shall oblige. Before the words left his mouth, his figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Li Zhu, delivering a punch that rippled through the air. This punch was infused with boundless blood fiendish power, capable of heavily injuring even practitioners of the same level. However, Li Zhu did not even blink, merely observing as the forceful punch descended. As the fist neared, the oppressive energy within Li Zhu erupted instantaneously. a terrifying force swept forth, rebounding that tremendous punch back in its entirety. Boom! The Blood Fiend Monarch's figure was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. The sheer force was so powerful that it left a massive dent in the sturdy martial arts stage. How is this possible? He actually repelled the Blood Fiend Monarch with a single strike. Is he truly a practitioner of the spiritual root realm? A wave of astonishment swept across the stands. No one could have anticipated that Li Zhu would so effortlessly nullify the attack of a void-breaking realm expert. The Blood Fiend Monarch rose from the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes widened in fury, locking onto Li Zhu as he seethed. Good. Very good. Unexpectedly, this little beast truly possesses some skill. A surge of fury welled up within him as he grappled with the humiliation of being belittled by a mere 17-year-old junior. Despite being a formidable figure within the realm of void-breaking, Tiohim, Li Zhu was nothing more than a brash youth emboldened by the backing of Li Tianming. However, with the next move, we shall see if you can maintain such ease. Yet, Li Zhu could not be bothered to cast even a glance in his direction, merely sweeping his gaze indifferently over the crowd below. This is a waste of time. You all may come at me together. This declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the entire martial arena. Even those disciples who had initially anticipated the spectacle gasped in shock. How audacious, to challenge all 10 of the top talents simultaneously? Upon witnessing this scene, Li Tianming, standing atop the platform, could not help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, truly, my grandson Li Zhu. This bravado, this strategy, is reminiscent of my own youth. He then turned to the grim-faced Kong Qingshan. Elder Kong, behold, this is the kind of momentum our Mo Yin Fantian sect should embody. Kong Qingshan, suppressing his fury, dared not retort, yet his dissatisfaction with Li Zhu deepened. Such arrogance was nothing short of a challenge to the dignity of the entire sect. Meanwhile, the Blood Fiend Demon Lord was thoroughly enraged by Li Zhu's audacious remarks. Seeking death, suddenly, a terrifying aura of bloodlust erupted from him, rendering his presence ethereal. This was the secret technique of the Blood Demon lineage, Blood Demon Escape, which could exponentially enhance the user's speed. The Blood Fiend Demon Lord's figure flickered in the void, appearing in various positions, making it nearly impossible to track his movements. However, Li Zhu displayed an expression of impatience. I have already stated that this is a waste of time. As soon as the words left his lips, a dreadful aura suddenly burst forth from within him. The Blood Fiend Demon Lord, in the midst of his rapid movements, felt his body freeze, suspended in midair. The oppressive force was so overwhelming that even he, a master of the void-breaking realm, found himself utterly immobilized. What kind of power is this? The Blood Fiend Demon Lord's eyes widened in terror as he realized he could not move. Nor could he muster any of his true energy. Li Zhu let out a cold snort, and the oppressive force surged dramatically. Crack! The ground of the martial stage was instantly riddled with countless fissures. Spreading like a spider's web, under this terrifying pressure, the Blood Fiend Demon Lord knelt on the ground, stripped of any semblance of the dignity befitting a master of the void-breaking realm. Trembling, he could not comprehend why a mere junior of the spirit root realm could unleash such a harrowing pressure. This power not only suppressed his true energy but also sent shivers through his very soul. Such a sensation was one he had never experienced, not even in the presence of sect elders. The onlookers below were rendered speechless by this scene. A distinguished master of the void-breaking realm, brought to his knees by a mere glance from Li Zhu, this was a display of power unheard of. How intriguing! A cool, detached voice suddenly broke the silence of the martial arena. Yun Juhan slowly rose, his eyes glinting with interest. It seems that junior brother Li Zhu's strength has indeed seen considerable improvement. His addressing of Li Zhu sent a shiver through the audience. It was known that Yun Juhan was the son of the sect leader of Mo Yin Fantian sect, the premier disciple of the Ming He lineage, who, at the tender age of 19, had already concealed formidable prowess, standing out among the younger generation. In this martial competition, Yun Juhan had swept through his opponents, showcasing a terrifying strength. Had Li Zhu not appeared suddenly, he would have undoubtedly been the most dazzling presence today. The top 10 among them were indeed insufficient. Yun Juhan stepped onto the stage with deliberate grace, a sinister smile playing on his lips. How about I, the champion of this tournament, have a word with you? The sight of the blood fiend demon lord being subdued had evidently ignited Yun Juhan's fighting spirit. He could sense the unsettling aura emanating from Li Zhu, which thrilled him immensely. Yet, Li Zhu merely cast him a fleeting glance. "It appears you have misunderstood my intent." Yun Juhan frowned slightly. "Oh? Then what does junior brother Li Zhu mean?" "I did not suggest challenging the top 10, Li Zhu replied in a flat tone, yet his words rang out like thunder in the ears of the crowd. "Rather, I intend to challenge all present at this martial gathering." He turned to Yun Juhan, his eyes brimming with disdain. "You included, all of you are simply too weak to..." At this pronouncement, the martial arena descended into an abyss of silence. No one could believe their ears. Li Zhu meant to challenge everyone present. Such arrogance was staggering. It was known that all participants in this competition were elite disciples from the 5 main lineages of Mo Yin Fantian sect. Within the ranks of demonic sects, Mo Yin Fantian sect was a top-tier force, and none among its disciples could be considered ordinary. Even a random selection from their ranks could easily overpower adversaries from other sects, let alone an exceptional talent like Yun Juhan. Yet, despite their resentment, none dared to voice dissent, for Li Tianming remained watching from his elevated position. No one could guarantee that a misstep in words would not lead to immediate obliteration at the hands of this venerable elder. Hearing Li Zhu's words, Yun Juhan's smile only deepened. How amusing, truly fascinating. He could sense the heart-stopping aura from Li Zhu. Although he had practically dominated the competition, he still felt a profound sense of threat when facing Li Zhu. Yet, it was this very sense of danger that exhilarated him. As the son of the sect leader, he had not encountered an opponent capable of sparking his interest in a long time. The disciples below exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of disbelief and defiance. While Li Zhu had undeniably displayed terrifying strength, even overpowering the blood fiend demon lord, the prospect of facing all challengers simultaneously seemed far-fetched. Moreover, Yun Juhan's prowess was well acknowledged. In prior matches, he had crushed all his opponents with overwhelming ease, rendering even the most seasoned geniuses utterly defenseless. Now, Li Zhu audaciously claimed he would take on everyone. An act tantamount to insulting all present. Li Zhu, you are dreadfully arrogant. Yun Juhan's eyes gleamed with coldness. Even if you can defeat those weaklings, do you truly believe you can stand against us all alone? Li Zhu's expression remained impassive. Dealing with you lot of refuse requires but a single hand. This declaration was not just directed at Yun Juhan, but served as contempt for everyone present. Even Yun Juhan, known for his pride, felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered someone so brazen. Yet what astonished him more was the calmness with which Li Zhu delivered such words. As if stating the most mundane of facts, Yun Juhan coldly laughed. You dare to make such grandiose claims? I shall see for myself what abilities you possess. As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and an unassuming black long knife appeared in his grasp. The knife, entirely black without any ornate designs or elaborate inscriptions, exuded a heart-stopping aura of demonic energy. This was the heavenly demon devouring god blade, one of the most treasured artifacts of the sect leader. Said to be a high-grade earthly artifact unearthed from ancient relics, Yun Juhan was clearly intent on engaging seriously. Gasps filled the air as the spectators recognized the knife's origin. The heavenly demon devouring god blade, a high-grade earthly artifact, was among the most prized possessions of the sect leader. It was rumored that this blade had never recognized a master since its inception, and even the sect leader found it challenging to wield. Yet now, Yun Juhan seemed to merge with the blade, emanating an oppressive aura that could stifle the very air around him. Be cautious, young one. Li Tianming's voice suddenly resonated in Li Zhu's ear. This little beast has always been extraordinary. Now he has reached the 9th level of the Void Realm. Should he desire it, he can break through to even higher realms at any moment. Moreover, observe his current state. He is clearly gathering strength. Coupled with the enhancement of that heavenly demon devouring god blade, his power is likely on par with that of Yi Qingtian from the Tianen sect. Li Zhu, upon hearing Li Tianming's transmission, cast a calm glance at the heavenly demon devouring god blade in Yun Juhan's hand. The obsidian blade radiated an unsettling aura, with each wisp of demonic energy seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space. As a transmigrator, Li Zhu was acutely aware of the hierarchy of artifacts in this world, ranging from the lowest ordinary items to intermediate artifacts, and then to the elite spiritual artifacts, with each grade further subdivided into 9 tiers. The heavenly demon-devouring god blade in Yun Juhin's possession had evidently reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier among artifacts. Yet, Li Zu's gaze remained as tranquil as ever. Too weak. He casually uttered 3 words. As if commenting on a trivial matter, if his opponent were of the caliber of Yi Qingtian, they wouldn't even qualify to pique his interest. What difference could it make if Yun Juhin were to become a few degrees stronger? In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Li Qiuo. Golden and crimson light intertwined within him, enveloping his entire being as if it were a tangible entity. This radiance coalesced into a unique armor, exuding a suffocating pressure. The spectators below were left gasping in astonishment. What kind of divine power is this? Merely this aura is enough to leave one breathless. No wonder he dared to claim he could face many alone. It turns out he truly harbors such capabilities. Whispers of speculation arose, only to be swiftly subdued by an even more formidable presence. Yun Juhin, observing Li Qiuo's nonchalant demeanor, felt his fighting spirit surge. This aura indeed posed a slight threat, yet instead of causing him to retreat, it ignited the warrior within him. How intriguing! Yun Juhin licked his lips. It seems you possess the arrogance to back it up. However, before he could finish his thought, the heavenly demon-devouring god blade in his hand erupted with an astonishing malevolent energy. Countless arcane runes materialized upon the obsidian blade, each pulsating with a disquieting resonance. Slash! Yun Juhin bellowed, the long blade transforming into a streak of black lightning, descending upon Li Qiuo with lethal intent. This seemingly simple strike concealed boundless transformations. Wherever the blade's chi passed, the air was torn asunder, producing a deafening explosion. Such terrifying swordplay, truly worthy of the heavenly demon-devouring god blade. Even a peak expert in the void-breaking realm would be compelled to retreat. Yun Juhin had reached a state of unity between man and blade. And this strike would likely. Yet before the spectators could finish their thoughts, an astonishing scene unfolded. That seemingly indomitable strike, just as it was about to reach Li Qiuo, was unexpectedly obstructed by an invisible barrier. More astonishingly, Li Qiuo maintained his indifferent composure, not even a flicker of change in his gaze. Is this all you've got? Li Qiuo spoke lightly, disappointment lacing his tone. In that moment, everyone realized that Yun Juhin had not showcased his true prowess in the previous tournament. Those seemingly effortless victories were merely trifles for him. Yet even when unleashing his full strength, Yun Juhin appeared utterly feeble before Li Qiuo. Impossible! A glimmer of shock flashed in Yun Juhin's eyes, swiftly transforming into fervent battle intent. How fascinating! Truly, this is most exhilarating. He released a howl to the heavens, his aura surging dramatically. The heavenly demon-devouring god blade buzzed in his grasp, as if resonating with its master's fighting spirit. If that's the case, then allow me to demonstrate my true strength with that. The long blade in Yun Juhin's hand erupted with a terrifying demonic energy, his aura becoming even more formidable. The intensity of this presence caused even some elder-level experts to change their expressions. Yet Li Qiuo still wore his indifferent demeanor, as though all that transpired before him was of no concern. He couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, merely watching Yun Juhin's display with quiet amusement. In his eyes, even if Yun Juhin unleashed his full potential, it would merely be a futile effort. For from the very beginning, the chasm between them was not something superficial means could bridge. Yun Juhin roared, and the heavenly demon-devouring god blade once again unleashed a tremendous might. The pitch-black blade chi coalesced in the void, forming a colossal arc aimed directly at Li Qiuo. The sheer power of that strike caused the barriers surrounding the martial arena to tremble. As the blade chi surged forth, the air was riven with inky fissures, threatening to cleave the very fabric of space in two. However, in the face of this cataclysmic strike, Li Qiuo remained utterly still. The golden and crimson radiance surrounding him merely trembled gently, dissipating this fatal blow into nothingness. So it is, Li Qiuo silently acknowledged within. Gaining a deeper understanding of the benefits bestowed by the blood of the celestial spirit beast through their encounters. This blood not only fortified his physique but also catalyzed a qualitative leap in his six-path spiritual roots. Now, even without tapping into the system's power, this body, refined by the blood essence, was more than enough to crush cultivators of the same tier. How dulled Li Qiuo spoke flatly, his tone rife with disappointment. He raised his right hand, a golden light infused with crimson emanating from his palm. This light, seemingly unremarkable, emanated a pressure that made every onlooker's heart race. Even the air grew heavy under this force, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Slashed, a simple word, yet it seemed to contain the power to annihilate heaven and earth in an instant. The light transformed into a sweeping torrent, hurtling towards Yun Juhan with astonishing speed, so swift that even some elder-level experts failed to perceive its trajectory. The next moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded unfolded. The heavenly demon-devouring Godblade inexplicably slipped from Yun Juhan's control, as if recognizing a new master, and soared towards Li Qiuo. Meanwhile, Yun Juhan's figure was sent careening backwards like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the edge of the martial arena. Coughing up blood, Yun Juhan stained his chest with crimson, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Li Qiuo, filled with shock and resentment. This all transpired too rapidly. The onlookers struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. By the time they regained their senses, the tide of battle had completely turned. The illustrious son of the sect master, hailed as the foremost genius of the younger generation of the demon flame burning heaven sect, had been defeated in a single move, and that legendary heavenly demon devouring Godblade, which even the sect master found difficult to wield, now floated obediently beside Li Qiuo, akin to a docile pet. Li Qiuo casually grasped the long blade, toying with it nonchalantly. That weapon, which had driven countless strong individuals to madness, felt no more significant than an ordinary toy in his hands. Chapter 39. The Might of a Single Slash. With such meager prowess, you dare to call yourself a genius? Li Qiuo scoffed coldly. Come now, let all of you attack together. Let me witness just how formidable the geniuses of the demon flame-burning heaven sect truly are. Yet, the scene descended into an eerie silence. Hundreds of elite disciples from the demon sect surrounded Li Qiuo, yet none dared to take a step forward. Even those once proud and unruly geniuses were rendered mute. The image of Yun Juhan being bested in a single strike lingered too vividly in their minds. Who would dare to act rashly? Meanwhile, the blood-fiend demon lord, kneeling before Li Qiuo, was in a pitiful state. The residual force from that strike had severely injured him, leaving him battered and breathless. He yearned to flee this perilous place, yet the weight of Li Qiuo's oppressive aura bore down upon him like an invisible mountain, pinning him in place, unable even to twitch a finger. What is this? Is this the genius that the demon flame-burning heaven sect takes pride in? Li Qiuo surveyed the surroundings, his gaze dripping with derision, truly disappointing. With each word he uttered, the terrifying pressure intensified. Soon, even those disciples standing at a distance felt their breath catch, as if an unseen hand were tightening around their throats. Li Qiuo regarded the surrounding cultivators, who were now reduced to silence, with an inscrutable expression, plotting how to make the situation more entertaining. He had no intention of letting them off easily, for the level 1 zombie virus required blood to spread. Only when these individuals were battered and broken could the virus more readily infiltrate their bodies. Moreover, martial competitions were undoubtedly the best avenue for transmission. Yet, Li Qiuo had not anticipated that his overwhelming display of strength would instill such terror in them. Even Yun Juhan had been sent flying with a single move. Naturally, those of lesser cultivation would hesitate to approach recklessly. The current situation was not conducive to spreading the virus. Recommendation: host should take the initiative. The weaker the target, the higher the infection success rate. The system's prompt flashed in Li Qiuo's mind, a glint of cold light crossing his eyes. Truly a bunch of worthless fools. Li Qiuo spoke coolly, lacking the courage to strike. How can you all claim to be geniuses? His words should have sparked outrage, yet not a single disciple from the demon sect dared to retort. The disciples of the demon flame-burning heaven sect were inherently self-serving, with no sense of team spirit. Whenever their own interests were at stake, they instinctively chose to evade. A few disciples who had initially considered joining forces against Li Qiuo now had no choice but to acknowledge the insurmountable gap between them. Even if they poured every ounce of effort into the fray, they would likely falter after a single attack. Observing the fearful gazes around him, Li Qiuo felt a tinge of disappointment, yet soon a wicked smile graced his lips. Since you are unwilling to take the initiative, allow me to lend you a hand. Before his words had fully left his mouth, an astonishing aura of spirit beasts erupted around Li Qiuo. This was the power derived from the celestial spirit beast, even more tempestuous than before. Simultaneously, The heavenly demon devouring god blade in his hand unleashed a blood-red blade light, imbued with an endless desire to kill. As if it could rend everything asunder. Slash! A soft admonition rang out, and in an instant, the blade's radiance transformed into a torrential downpour of blood, sweeping across the surroundings. The disciples, who had been hesitating over whether to flee, were suddenly thrown into a state of panic. However, the momentum of Li Siyu's blade energy arrived too swiftly. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed relentlessly, and the cries of anguish reverberated throughout the martial arena. In any other sect, such brazen acts of violence would have been immediately curtailed by the elders. Yet, here at the demon flame-burning heaven sect, the survival of the fittest was the norm. The watching elders showed no inclination to intervene. Rather, they gazed at the scene with keen interest. On one hand, they feared Li Tianming's might, while on the other, they were eager to witness how these usually arrogant prodigies would meet their downfall at the hands of Li Siyu. The source of infection had been released, and multiple potential hosts were detected. Infection progress. Tude. The system's notification brought a surge of joy to Li Siyu's heart. Each streak of his blade, infused with his blood essence, contained the power of the zombie virus. As long as these wounds were not fatal, it would not be long before these so-called prodigies became his puppets. With such meager abilities, how dare they call themselves geniuses? As Li Siyu swung his blade, he mockingly declared, "I dare say you are unworthy even to shine the shoes of Chu Tianfeng." This statement momentarily stunned the onlookers. They recalled Chu Tianfeng's earlier display of incompetence, yet Li Siyu now claimed they were inferior even to him. But soon, they had no time to ponder this. For Li Siyu's onslaught grew increasingly fierce, his blade light reaping their flesh like the scythe of death. Help! Is this still human? The chilling wails rose and fell in a cacophony, transforming the martial arena into a veritable hellscape. Li Siyu wielded the heavenly demon-devouring god blade with ease, navigating through the crowd. The proud techniques of the disciples proved utterly futile before him, and even their most cherished life-saving spells could not be unleashed. What deepened their despair was Li Siyu's apparent control over his strength. Each strike was perfectly calibrated to avoid vital areas while inflicting excruciating pain. Soon, more than half the arena lay prostrate, the once haughty prodigies now groaning in a pool of their own blood. The observing elders looked upon the scene with a flicker of astonishment. Li Siyu's methods indeed bore the hallmarks of a formidable demon lord. A bunch of useless fools, one elder could not restrain himself from chastising. You cannot even flee when faced with defeat, after all these years of our sect's nurturing. This reprimand finally roused the dazed disciples, who then realized their dire predicament and scrambled to escape this place of turmoil, but it was already too late. The oppressive aura surrounding Li Siyu suddenly intensified, like an invisible mountain pressing down upon them. Those who attempted to flee found their bodies stiffening, unable to even move a finger. Trying to run? Li Siyu's voice remained indifferent. Too late. The heavenly demon-devouring god blade hummed ominously in his hand. Countless crimson runes swirling along its blade, emanating an unsettling energy. Slash! A breathtaking arc of blade light soared forth, wielding the force of creation itself. As this blade light passed, the very fabric of the void trembled. From his vantage point on the high platform, Li Tianming witnessed this spectacle with a glimmer of delight in his eyes. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" he exclaimed thrice. "What a marvelous strike! Truly worthy of being my grandson." Yet, the next moment, the arena was filled with piercing screams. "Ah, spare me, my hand!" Blood filled the air, severed limbs flying in every direction. The disciples, immobilized by Li Siyu's force, could only watch helplessly as their flesh was torn apart by the blade's light. Chapter 40. The conclusion of the duel. At that moment, the system's notifications resonated incessantly in Li Siyu's mind. Successfully infected one cultivator. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 erosion points. Successfully infected one cultivator. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6,700 erosion points. Successfully infected one cultivator. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 7,200 erosion points. The barrage of notifications lifted Li Siyu's spirits. The value of these talented disciples was indeed extraordinary. Every infected individual brought in substantial erosion points. Surveying the surroundings, he found no one left standing. The once arrogant prodigies lay in pools of blood, moaning in agony. some bearing wounds of varying severity. Only then did Li Siyu slowly sheath the heavenly demon-devouring god blade, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd. On the high platform, Li Tianming's appreciation for the scene intensified. He finally sensed the transformation in Li Siyu after absorbing the essence of the celestial beast. Good, good. Li Tianming stroked his beard, a satisfied smile adorning his face. Tio swept the entire arena single-handedly. Such prowess is something I could not achieve even in my younger years. Indeed, the strength Li Siyu displayed had transcended what these disciples could aspire to. Even the blood-fiend demon lord of the void-breaking realm seemed as fragile as an ant before him. Current number of infections, 527. Total erosion points gained, 756,000. Virus spread progress, 1. The system's statistical data filled Li Siyu with immense satisfaction. This contest not only netted him a wealth of erosion points, but more importantly, it laid the groundwork for the virus's propagation. These injured disciples, upon returning, would undoubtedly seek treatment. At that time, the virus would have the opportunity to reach more targets through them. What amused Li Siyu most was that these individuals would not even suspect the virus's existence. They would merely believe their injuries had yet to heal, unaware that they had become carriers of the contagion. Heh, Li Siyu chuckled softly. These disciples of the demon sect, who ordinarily presumed themselves invincible, proved so utterly vulnerable before a true powerhouse. Their pride and arrogance had instead become the ideal breeding ground for the virus. Meanwhile, Li Tianming remained enraptured by his grandson's astonishing prowess. Siuer, your strength has far exceeded my expectations. He mused that I fear it will not be long before you break through to even higher realms. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. An elder could not help but exclaim, with such strength, Li Siyu can already be considered the foremost of our young generation in the demon flame-burning heaven sect. Indeed, even Yun Juhen was defeated by him in a single strike. Such skill is truly awe-inspiring, another elder concurred. The disciples still writhing on the ground in pain now averted their eyes. In their view, these once lauded prodigies had lost all value as spectators. Li Siyu surveyed the devastation around him, a faint click of disapproval escaping his lips. How utterly dull, though he feigned disinterest on the surface. He felt quite pleased with today's gains. These injured disciples would soon become his puppets, laying a solid foundation for the virus's spread. He turned to Li Tianming and said softly, "Grandfather, let us depart." This contest was fated to be unremarkable. Li Tianming laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, well said. These individuals were merely here for you to hone your skills. This level of engagement is already sufficient." He patted Li Siyu's shoulder. "Embrace this power. It will carry you further on your path of cultivation." The grievously wounded disciples seethed with resentment upon hearing this exchange, yet they could do little more than curse silently. Unable to move even a finger, as they watched Li Tianming and Li Siyu depart, their eyes brimmed with bitterness and animosity, but they dared not express even a fraction of it. Once Li Siyu had left, Kong Qingshan's expression turned icy. He surveyed the area and coldly commanded, "The top 10, along with Yun Juhen, follow me." The barely mobile disciples endured their excruciating pain as they trailed behind Kong Qingshan. "A bunch of useless trash," Kong Qingshan suddenly spat, his voice laced with disdain. "If it weren't for the sect's impending expedition, based on your performance today, do you even dare to dream of entering the secret realm? A mere child of 17 bested you, yet you still dare to claim genius? I am embarrassed for you." This reprimand left the disciples present seething with shame, particularly Yun Juhen, the son of the sect leader, who had never endured such humiliation. But what could they do? The facts were laid bare. They had indeed been swept aside by Li Siyu. This profound disgrace would likely haunt them for a long while. "When I emerge from the secret realm, I will surely settle the score with him." Indeed, he didn't even participate in the martial tournament. What right does he have to enter the secret realm? Little did they know that Li Siyu had already ventured into the secret realm under Li Tianming's guidance. Not only that, but he had completely drained the essence of the celestial beast within. Detection of virus spread in progress. Target group: disciples of the demon flame burning heaven sect. Current progress: 5. The system's notifications echoed in Li Siyu's mind, further elevating his spirits. While these talented disciples squabbled over their right to enter the secret realm, they remained blissfully unaware that seeds of the virus had already been sown within them. When they eventually entered the secret realm for their trials, the virus would accelerate its spread in that enclosed environment. At that time, the entire secret realm would become a breeding ground for the contagion. What a bunch of fools! Licu's heart was filled with a secret amusement. At this moment, following Li Tianming, he maintained an expression of indifference, yet internally he was already devising his next plan. As Kong Qingshan and the severely injured disciples stepped into the secret realm, a suffocating aura surged forth. The disciples, who had been gritting their teeth and yearning for revenge, suddenly turned pale. This oppressive force bore a striking resemblance to the aura that Licu had previously displayed in the arena. Yet in comparison, Licu's pressure was purer and more domineering. Wasn't this the aura of Licu? Could it be that he had entered earlier? Yun Juhan clenched his teeth in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. As the son of the sect master, he understood the significance of this secret realm all too well. But now it seemed that not only had Licu entered the secret realm ahead of them, he had also seized the power within it. Just as everyone felt disheartened by this revelation, Licu and Li Tianming's path was suddenly obstructed by an unexpected figure. The newcomer was cloaked in black, surrounded by a dense black mist, interspersed with faint purple glimmers, evoking an air of enigma. It was none other than Yun Wuji, the master of the demon flame burning heaven sect. Chapter 41. The sect master appears upon seeing the newcomer. Licu furrowed his brow slightly. Since their brief encounter on the day of his wedding, this was only the second time he had laid eyes on Yun Wuji. However, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. As he had just defeated Yun Juhan, leaving him in a pitiful state, and had even taken the heavenly demon-devouring God Blade. Did he come to reclaim the divine blade? Licu mused internally. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference. Before Licu could speak, Li Tianming took the initiative to confront. What is the meaning of this, Sect Master Yun? Are you obstructing the path of my grandson and me? Perhaps seeking trouble? As the Grand Elder of the Netherworld lineage and a high-ranking elder of the Demon Flame-burning Heaven sect, Li Tianming showed no deference to Yun Wuji, especially when it concerned his precious grandson. His sarcastic tone was grating to the ears. Surprisingly, Yun Wuji not only did not show anger but instead revealed a benevolent smile. Elder Li has misunderstood. He gently waved his hand, his gaze settling on Licu and the heavenly demon-devouring God Blade in his possession. I have come to express my gratitude to Licu. Gratitude? Licu raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback by this statement. Yun Wuji continued, what transpired at the grand gathering was indeed due to Juhan's lack of skill, leading to a thorough lesson from Licu. This serves as a valuable lesson for him to understand that there are always greater talents beyond his OW and at this point. Yun Wuji's gaze fell upon the heavenly demon-devouring God Blade. As for this blade, since it acknowledges Licu, consider it a welcoming gift from me. This declaration genuinely surprised Licu. He had anticipated that Yun Wuji would come seeking trouble regarding his son, yet he did not expect him to not only overlook the incident, but also bestow the heavenly demon-devouring God Blade upon him. Li Tianming squinted at Yun Wuji, clearly taken aback by this attitude. It was known that the heavenly demon-devouring God Blade was a top-tier Earth-grade artifact, a rare treasure even within a superpower like the Demon Flame-burning Heaven sect. For Yun Wuji to make such a decision, he was either truly magnanimous or had ulterior motives. Regardless, this attitude significantly eased the previously tense atmosphere. The sect master is being overly courteous, Licu replied coolly. Though a glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes, he sensed the subtle probing intention emanating from Yun Wuji. This sect master was evidently not merely here to present gifts. Humph! Li Tianming snorted coldly, his expression darkening. Sect Master Yun, what exactly do you want? Yun Wuji maintained a faint smile, casually stating, Elder Li has misunderstood. I am not here to seek you out. His gaze shifted to Licu. I have come to find Licu. Licu immediately furrowed his brow, his expression growing grim. He could not fathom why this sect master would specifically seek him out, especially since their interactions had been minimal, limited to a distant glance on the day of the wedding. As this thought crossed his mind, a vision of the virus carriers from the Jiyuan lineage suddenly flashed through his mind. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. Currently, there were only a little over 100 virus carriers within the Demon Flame burning Heaven sect. Even if a small-scale zombie horde were to form due to infection and mutation, it would be but a drop in the bucket for the entire sect. Such an anomaly would hardly attract the attention of the higher-ups. So, Why did Yun Wuji wish to see him? Just as Li Siyu pondered this, Yun Wuji suddenly inquired, Li Siyu, are you aware of what significant event the demon flame-burning heaven sect is about to undertake? Not at all. Li Siyu shook his head, his expression remaining indifferent. Yun Wuji's lips curled into a meaningful smile. We are preparing to mobilize entirely to eradicate the remnants of the Heavenly Maiden sect. This revelation genuinely startled Li Siyu. In his memory, the demon flame-burning heaven sect was a leading force of the demonic path, while the Heavenly Maiden sect was one of the foremost sects of the righteous path. Although their stances differed, they had maintained a delicate balance over the years, refraining from interference with one another. However, recent events had been rather unusual. First, on the day of his wedding, several demonic sects had joined forces to set a trap, delivering a severe blow to the core strength of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Now, the demon flame-burning heaven sect was poised to mobilize entirely to hunt down the so-called remnants. There must be some undisclosed circumstances underlying this decision. A flicker of contemplation crossed Li Siyu's eyes. Why the sudden move against the Heavenly Maiden sect? Yun Wuji's gaze deepened, laced with significance. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged, however, he continued. Casting a meaningful glance at Li Siyu, with your current strength, you are more than capable of taking the lead in this operation. Li Tianming immediately frowned. Sect Master, this may not be appropriate. While Siyu is exceptionally talented, he is still quite young. Young? Yun Wuji chuckled lightly. Elderly, you have witnessed his performance at the martial arts tournament. Such strength is not something even some elders can match. This statement left Li Tianming at a loss for words. Indeed, Li Siyu's recent display of strength had surpassed common imagination. Yet Li Siyu's brow furrowed even deeper. The Heavenly Maiden sect, as a top-tier righteous force, possessed profound reserves. Even after suffering heavy losses on the day of the wedding, they undoubtedly retained considerable strength. Why would the demon flame-burning heaven sect dare to provoke them so openly? Unless they held some card that could overturn the Heavenly Maiden sect. Li Siyu, what are your thoughts? Yun Wuji's voice interrupted his reverie. Li Siyu looked up at Yun Wuji, only to find a glimmer of unusual interest in his eyes. As if appraising a useful tool. Why me? Li Siyu asked coolly. Yun Wuji replied with a smile, because you are the most suitable candidate. Most suitable? A glint of coldness flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. Sect Master, you may be overestimating me. Yun Wuji, however, was unfazed. Li Siyu, perhaps you are yet unaware of your own worth. This operation presents you with a rare opportunity. Li Siyu did not respond immediately but instead contemplated the pros and cons. On the surface, this appeared to be a prime opportunity for accomplishment. Yet his instincts warned him that matters were far from simple. Li Siyu raised an eyebrow, his tone still indifferent. What exactly do you want? Sect Master? Yun Wuji began slowly, his voice carrying a weight of seriousness. Within the Heavenly Maiden sect lies a legacy left by ancient powers. His eyes glinted with intrigue. This legacy is not something that those of the immortal sect can access freely, yet the Heavenly Maiden sect intends to reseal it. Humph! Yun Wuji scoffed, his face betraying a hint of disdain. They wish to suppress the news, not realizing that it has already spread far and wide. If our demon flame-burning heaven sect can restore this ancient legacy, the benefits will be immeasurable. Chapter 42. Celestial Grade Techniques. Upon hearing this news, Li Siyu's expression revealed no sign of astonishment. So that's the case. No wonder several demonic sects joined forces against the Heavenly Maiden sect, to weaken their core strength. But what did this have to do with him? Li Siyu cast a calm glance at Yun Wuji. Awaiting his further elaboration, indeed, Yun Wuji continued. Currently, that legacy remains in a dormant state, and its location is within the forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Maiden sect. To obtain the legacy, we must first seize control of the Heavenly Maiden sect and then unlock the secret location. Then why not send the elders? Li Siyu inquired coolly. Yun Wuji shook his head, sighing. If only it were that simple. However, this secret location was initially set with restrictions, allowing only cultivators under the age of 30 to enter. He cast a significant glance at Li Siyu. Originally, the sect had high hopes for Yun Juhan, but it appears you are now the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu finally comprehended the true purpose behind the martial arts tournament. The so-called competition was merely a means to select talents capable of entering the secret location. Yun Wuji continued, I wish for you to represent the demon flame burning heaven sect and enter the secret location alongside the talents from other sects to unlock it. Observing Li Siyu's contemplative demeanor, Yuan Wuji added, of course, this presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. It is the inheritance of ancient powers. After all, Li Siyu's expression remained inscrutable, yet internally he began to weigh the pros and cons. Setting aside the veracity of the so-called powerful inheritance, the mere mention of the Tian sect's forbidden grounds was enough to give him pause. As a premier force of righteousness, the Tian sect boasted profound foundations, and the forbidden grounds were undoubtedly rife with intricate traps. What concerned him further was Yuan Wuji's mention of other sects' prodigies joining the expedition, implying that the entrance to the secret realm was far from the straightforward affair it appeared to be. Li Tianming, overhearing this, immediately voiced his opposition. No. Tiur has only recently made a breakthrough. How could he be allowed to undertake such perilous endeavors? Yuan Wuji, however, was unfazed. Elderly, you have witnessed Li Siyu's strength. Even Yun Juhun is no match for him, which speaks volumes. It indicates he is the most suitable candidate. Moreover, a glint of profundity flickered in Yuan Wuji's eyes. The restriction of only allowing cultivators under 30 to enter this secret realm must hold significant meaning. Perhaps it is an opportunity expressly prepared for the younger generation. Upon hearing this, although Li Tianming wished to counter, he found himself at a loss for compelling arguments. Meanwhile, Li Siyu pondered another question. Since there was an age limit, it implied that other demonic sects would be dispatching their own young geniuses. Who might they be? What were their capabilities? Most importantly, the remnants of the Tian sect would undoubtedly not sit idly by. Once the secret realm was opened, it would likely attract countless powerful individuals. Yet, at the same time, was this not an exceptional opportunity for him? With so many cultivators gathered, it would be the perfect chance to expand the reach of his virus. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. Noticing Li Siyu's prolonged silence, Yuan Wuji continued, Li Siyu, this matter is of paramount importance, and I will not compel you. However, should you choose to partake, the sect will undoubtedly provide maximum support. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip. Contained within are some details regarding the secret realm. You may peruse it before making your decision. Li Siyu received the jade slip, glancing over it briefly before nodding decisively. I accept. Such a swift response left both Yuan Wuji and Li Tianming momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for his quick decision. Now that I have agreed, I wonder what benefits the sect leader is prepared to bestow upon me, Li Siyu inquired calmly. Yuan Wuji chuckled lightly. What do you desire? His curiosity piqued. He wondered just how ambitious this young man, who had exhibited astonishing prowess, truly was. The flicker of brilliance crossed Li Siyu's eyes. I wish to learn the 9 nether demon body technique. Upon uttering these words, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Li Tianming's gaze. He had not anticipated his grandson to be so astute as to request such a treasured art. Yuan Wuji's expression also turned notably intriguing. The 9 nether demon body technique was a pinnacle cultivation method of the Mingyi lineage, one of the only 3 celestial tier techniques possessed by the demon flame burning heaven sect. Its origins were anything but ordinary. Although it had reached the celestial tier, rumors suggested it was merely a fragment. Nevertheless, no one dared to underestimate its might, for it was not an ordinary cultivation method, but an unparalleled defensive demonic art. Within the entire demon flame burning heaven sect, only the Mingyi lineage had the right to practice it. You possess remarkable insight, Yuan Wuji squinted. Are you aware of the value of this technique? Li Siyu replied with a calm demeanor. I have heard a little. Yuan Wuji regarded him with a meaningful gaze. The 9 nether demon body technique is no ordinary art. It can render a practitioner's physical body comparable to a magical artifact, making it exceedingly difficult for even a transcendent being to breach its defenses. Moreover, most crucially, this technique has a unique characteristic. Yuan Wuji continued, not only does the practitioner gain formidable defensive capabilities, but they can also absorb the attacks of their enemies and turn them to their own advantage. Li Tianming interjected from the side. Siyu. This technique is indeed formidable. If you can master it, you could stand invincible even against those of higher realms. Despite hearing such endorsements, Li Siyu's expression remained indifferent, yet internally he recognized the technique's value. It was well known that he was currently lacking in defensive means. Although endowed with 6 spirit roots and the blood of a heavenly beast, he still lacked a genuine life-preserving technique when confronted with formidable foes. The 9 Nether Demon Body technique was perfectly suited to fill this gap. Yun Wuji continued, however, this technique also comes with its limitations. First, it demands an exceptionally robust physique from the practitioner, and second, the process of cultivation entails suffering that is unfathomable to ordinary individuals. Most importantly, he regarded Li Siyu with a pointed look. Once you commence practicing this technique, you cannot cease, lest you suffer backlash. Are you certain you wish to select this as your reward? Li Siyu nodded affirmatively. I am certain. Seeing the determination in Li Siyu's eyes, Yun Wuji chuckled. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Do you realize? Even my son, Yun Juhan, dares not rashly practice this technique. You possess quite the audacity. At this moment, Li Tianming, observing the exchange, could not help but cast a sardonic glance at Yun Wuji. What? Is the sect leader reluctant to grant it? Li Tianming stroked his beard, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As for that so-called powerful inheritance, no one has accessed it thus far. Who knows what benefits lie within? If you are sending my grandson to take such risks, he ought to possess some means of self-preservation. Chapter 43. The mystique of the technique. Yun Wuji's brow furrowed slightly, preparing to speak, but Li Tianming continued. My grandson is exceptionally gifted. He is destined to become a formidable demon lord. If any misfortune were to befall him in such a place, can you, sect leader, bear the responsibility? Listening to the conversation between the grandfather and grandson, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Li Siyu's mouth. He regarded Yun Wuji with a smirk, stating coolly, the sect leader is aware that as the chief of the Yuming lineage, I have never lacked for cultivation resources or magical artifacts. As for the Tian sect's inheritance, should I need to unlock it, I will naturally obtain the opportunities that belong to me. Pausing briefly, he continued, thus, I shall not request any promises from the sect. For who knows whether those promises can ultimately be fulfilled? I prefer that which I can grasp in my own hands. With that, Li Siyu's gaze settled on Yun Wuji and the 9 Nether Demon Body technique. As one of the 3 celestial tier techniques of the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect, is the true means of safeguarding my life. Despite having the system at his side, Li Siyu never underestimated this fantastical world. He was acutely aware that he was but a trifling existence among numerous cultivators. Now that Yun Wuji had approached him, he had no intention of being overly courteous. Yun Wuji regarded Li Siyu with a deep gaze, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. Li Siyu, you truly live up to being Li Tianming's grandson. Your insight and audacity are qualities even my unaccomplished son lacks. He waved his hand gently, and a purple radiance emerged from his sleeve, transforming into an ancient jade slip that floated before Li Siyu. This is the complete inheritance of the 9 Nether Demon Body technique. Take it. Seeing this, Li Tianming's face broke into a broad smile. The sect leader is indeed generous. My grandson shall undertake a visit to the Tianen sect on behalf of the sect. However, Yun Wuji shook his head. No, this technique is earned through Li Siyu's merits. His performance in the martial arts tournament has already proven his worth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of brilliance danced in Li Siyu's eyes. He understood that Yun Wuji was subtly hinting at him not to view himself as merely a pawn of the sect. Thank you, sect leader, Li Siyu said, extending his hand to receive the jade slip. His tone remaining calm, Yun Wuji nodded in satisfaction. Though this technique is profound, its cultivation is extraordinarily challenging. Even I struggled immensely to barely grasp it in my youth. Li Siyu stored the jade slip within his spatial ring. Responding coolly, rest assured, sect leader, having chosen this technique, I will devote myself fully to its cultivation. Yun Wuji observed Li Siyu as he placed the jade slip into his spatial ring, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Li Siyu, there is something I must caution you about. His gaze sharpened. This technique is of utmost importance and absolutely must not be divulged. Otherwise, even your Yuming lineage will face repercussions, as he spoke. A palpable killing intent laced Yun Wuji's tone, so intense that even Li Tianming could not help but frown. Yet, Li Siyu merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, sect leader, I am well aware. Yun Wuji scrutinized Li Siyu for a moment, seemingly assessing the sincerity of his intent. Seeing Li Siyu's composed demeanor, he finally nodded. At this juncture, the system's notification chimed again. Celestial tier technique detected. 9 Nether Demon Body technique. Would you like to spend 100 000 erosion points to learn the incomplete version? Note: this technique is an incomplete version, only containing the foundational cultivation methods. Upon hearing this notification, Li Siyu couldn't help but ponder. This scenario was entirely different from when Li Tianming had imparted the 9 turns Great Mystery Art. Back then, the system panel had directly displayed the progress of unlocking the technique. However, this time, it required spending erosion points to learn, indicating that the two techniques were fundamentally different. Learn. Licu made his choice without the slightest hesitation. Although the 9 Nether Demon Body technique is a heavenly grade cultivation method, mastering it through personal training would undoubtedly be an arduous task. However, the 100,000 erosion points required were negligible for him at present. Furthermore, the system's pricing indicated the extraordinary nature of this technique. After all, even the most basic incomplete version demanded 100,000 points, highlighting its intricacies. As Li Siyu confirmed his decision to learn. A mysterious force surged into his consciousness, and countless arcane runes flickered in his mind, each imbued with unimaginable power. These runes combined to form a complete cultivation system. Technique: 9 Nether Demon Body Technique, incomplete version, grade. Low heavenly completion. 1 attributes. 1. Physical defense increased by 1002. Ability to absorb attacks and convert them for personal use. 3. Extremely high cultivation difficulty. Gazing at the data on the system panel, Li Siyu pondered deeply. Although this technique was merely an incomplete version, the power it contained was still astonishing. Particularly remarkable was the ability to absorb attacks and convert them for personal use, which seemed tailor-made for him. It was essential to note that in his plans, he would inevitably face numerous formidable foes, and if he could convert their attacks to his advantage, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength to new heights. Li Siyu meticulously examined the system panel and discovered that to enhance the completion of the 9 Nether Demon Body technique, each increment required 6,000 erosion points. This meant that to fully unlock this incomplete technique, a total of 600,000 points would be necessary. Such a figure was astronomically different from the consumption associated with the 9 transformations of the Great Profound technique. Yet, having already grasped the profound essence of the 9 Nether Demon Body technique, Li Siyu did not feel that such expenditure was unjustified. The sheer power of this heavenly grade technique indeed exceeded his expectations. The ability to convert enemy attacks was worth every point spent. At that moment, Yun Wuji spoke. 3 days hence, let Elder Li bring Li Siyu to see me. Today, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Li Tianming replied with a smile. Rest assured, Sect Master, this operation will surely be executed flawlessly. Yun Wuji nodded, and with a flicker, he vanished from the spot. Subsequently, Li Tianming led Li Siyu back to the Nether Peak. Along the way, Li Tianming incessantly elaborated on the various intricacies of the 9 Nether Demon Body technique. Yet Li Siyu's attention was elsewhere. Through mental perception, he had sensed that Chu Tianfeng was lurking at the Nether Peak, awaiting their return. The special virus carrier, now fully transformed, was emanating an almost imperceptible aura. Had it not been for Li Siyu's unique sensitivity towards him, even Li Tianming would likely have failed to detect his presence. System upgrading in progress. Current progress, 76. Observing this prompt, Li Siyu felt a swell of anticipation. Although the system was still upgrading, it did not affect the basic functionality. However, the Spirit Beast virus acquired within the secret realm remained incompletely viewable in terms of its specific effects. He would need to wait until the system upgrade was complete to explore it fully. Chapter 44. Research on Mutants. Li Siyu contemplated the timing. Once the system upgrade was complete, it would be opportune to use Chu Tianfeng to test the newly acquired power. Grandfather, I wish to return and contemplate the technique first, Li Siyu stated. Li Tianming nodded with approval. Go ahead. This technique indeed requires careful consideration. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask me at any time. Watching Li Siyu depart, Li Tianming's eyes gleamed with expectation. He believed that with his grandson's talent, he would undoubtedly master this heavenly grade technique completely. Yet little did he know that Li Siyu's thoughts were occupied with something else. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Li Siyu immediately sensed Chu Tianfeng's aura had grown more pronounced. The essence he emitted carried a scent of decay intertwined with a hint of the spirit beast's ferocity, indicating a significant transformation of the 2 viruses within him. Come forth, Li Siyu spoke calmly. Chu Tianfeng's figure gradually emerged from the shadows, but his appearance had drastically changed. His skin now bore an unnatural bluish-gray hue, and his eyes glimmered with an eerie light. Li Siyu approached Chu Tianfeng, who, once the proud leader of the Jiyuan, now knelt submissively before him. He lifted Chu Tianfeng's chin, scrutinizing the bloodless visage before him. The mutant, usually characterized by ferocity and bloodlust, displayed an unusual docility beneath Li Siyu's pressure. Though his once clear eyes were now replaced by a strange bluish-gray, they still sparkled with a glimmer of rationality. How fascinating, Li Siyu mused softly. This was his first close encounter with a fully transformed virus carrier. With his current cultivation level, he only needed to delve slightly into Chu Tianfeng's being to perceive all the changes within him. The viruses infiltrating his body were not merely destroying the host but were continuously reinforcing and transforming it. All the tendons, bones, and meridians were undergoing marvelous changes under the virus's influence. Stand up. Let me see your current state. At Li Siyu's command, Chu Tianfeng immediately rose to his feet. His movements were fluid and graceful, devoid of the rigidity typical of ordinary corpses. Through this period of observation, Li Siyu gained deeper insights into virus carriers. Ordinary cultivators infected by the virus often succumb to madness due to their inability to control it, leading to a drastic decrease in their combat effectiveness. In contrast, mutants like Chu Tianfeng retained considerable intelligence and, indeed, exhibited a combat prowess that had multiplied several times over. Particularly in terms of speed, the rapid characteristics gained from the first-level corpse virus made his movements astonishingly swift. Strike me, Li Siyu commanded coolly. Before his words had fully settled, Chu Tianfeng had already transformed into a blur, appearing before Li Siyu in an instant. His speed was such that even cultivators of the same rank might struggle to react. Yet, Li Siyu merely raised a hand, and an invisible pressure held Chu Tianfeng in place. Speed has increased at least fivefold, Li Siyu calculated internally. This was while he had deliberately restrained Chu Tianfeng's power. Were he to unleash his full strength, his speed would likely exceed even this. What intrigued Li Siyu most was that Chu Tianfeng not only retained the capability to wield spiritual energy but could also seamlessly integrate the power of the virus with his own. This fusion rendered his combat style far more diverse, surpassing that of ordinary virus carriers. Li Siyu continued to observe Chu Tianfeng's state. The body, entirely devoured by the virus, showed no signs of decay. Rather, it had become remarkably resilient. Although his skin exhibited an eerie bluish-gray hue, it felt as hard as iron to the touch. Continue attacking. Chu Tianfeng immediately launched a series of relentless strikes, each one executed with astonishing ferocity. His attacks not only retained the techniques of a cultivator but also infused the unique barbarity of a mutant. This bizarre combination significantly amplified his combat strength. Watching Chu Tianfeng exhibit such remarkable power, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. This unique form of mutation might provide him with an entirely new perspective. Should he succeed in transforming more cultivators into this state, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Particularly in the forthcoming expedition to the Heavenly Maiden Sect, these special mutants might yield unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. Stop, Li Siyu waved his hand. Chu Tianfeng immediately ceased his assault, kneeling respectfully on the ground. The submissive demeanor he displayed bore no trace of the former pride of the Jiyuan leader. Li Siyu gently stroked Chu Tianfeng's head, akin to soothing a loyal pet. Through this experimentation, he gained profound insights into the characteristics of mutants. These special beings not only possessed exceptional combat capabilities but also demonstrated absolute obedience to his commands. This level of control was what Li Siyu valued most. Moreover, he was particularly pleased to observe that these mutants seemed to be in a constant state of evolution. With each passing period, their power would incrementally strengthen. This ongoing growth further enhanced their value. It appeared imperative to seize opportunities to convert more cultivators into these special mutants. Given sufficient time, he could forge an indomitable army of mutants. Yet, Li Siyu felt somewhat dissatisfied that although Chu Tianfeng retained his cultivation at the Shantian realm, he had lost the ability to fly after being infected. However, for Li Siyu at this moment, such minor imperfections were inconsequential. After all, Chu Tianfeng had become his most formidable mutant, and his astonishing speed was more than sufficient to compensate for the loss of flight capabilities. Besides, it would only be after the infected cultivators from the martial arts competition had fully mutated that he could truly assess the overall level of the mutants. At that moment, the system's notification tone suddenly resounded. System upgrade complete. Special album unlocked. Virus modification function activated. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Siyu raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated that the upgrade would take considerable time, yet it had concluded so swiftly. After temporarily dispatching Chu Tianfeng, Li Siyu immediately redirected his focus to the system's new features, particularly the special album, which piqued his curiosity. System, what is this special album? The illustrated guide is a built-in recording function of the system. Whenever the host acquires a new virus, its attributes and name are automatically documented. Once a virus is recorded, the host can utilize it indefinitely by consuming the corresponding erosion points. Licuy's eyes lit up. This feature proved to be even more practical than he had envisioned. Furthermore, each time a special virus is collected, the host receives a corresponding reward. Upon reaching a specific quantity, special rewards are triggered. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu immediately focused his thoughts to open the guide for further inspection. Chapter 45. Virus Modification Soon. A delightful prompt appeared before Li Siyu. Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the Spirit Beast Factor Special Virus. Reward erosion points. 1,000,000. Upon seeing this figure, even the usually stoic Li Siyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 1 million erosion points is no trivial sum. It's no wonder the system triggered an upgrade directly. Such a generous reward has been obtained. Let me examine the specific attributes of this Spirit Beast virus. Before Li Siyu's eyes, the specific attributes of the Spirit Beast Factor quickly materialized. Spirit Beast Factor, Special Virus. Activity level, 87. Mode of transmission, blood, bodily fluid contact. Characteristics, 1. Resistance 10-2. Mutation 3.0.001. Probability of awakening the Spirit Beast bloodline. Looking at these figures, Li Siyu's brow furrowed slightly. While these attributes appeared quite impressive, the 0.001 awakening probability was indeed exceedingly low. System, what does virus modification entail? The virus modification function allows for the fusion of existing viruses with other viruses. Upon successful modification, new characteristics will be obtained. But there is also a risk of failure. Should the modification fail, the original virus will be completely lost. The host is advised to consider this carefully. As the system explained, a virtual panel emerged before Li Siyu, displaying two symbols, one representing the level 1 zombie virus with a gray skull, and the other symbolizing the Spirit Beast Factor with a golden beast head. Licu fell into contemplation. Currently, he only possessed the level 1 zombie virus for modification, and the virus cultivation progress within Yunyuan had only reached 65. This meant that if the modification were to fail, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Those hard-earned virus carriers would also perish due to the loss of their viral source. Should he take this risk? A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Siyu's eyes. Now that the number of virus carriers within the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect had surpassed 100, a reckless attempt at modification could render all his hard work futile. Yet, on the other hand, if he could successfully integrate the Spirit Beast Factor into the level 1 zombie virus, the benefits would be immeasurable. Just the Resistance 10 attribute would make the virus carriers significantly harder to detect. Coupled with the Mutation 3 characteristic, it might elevate the strength of the mutated beings to new heights. As for the 0.001 probability of awakening the Spirit Beast bloodline, while it seemed negligible, with a sufficient number of infections, a few fortunate souls would inevitably emerge. System, what is the success rate of the modification? Based on the compatibility of the two viruses, the current success rate stands at 100. The host may consume erosion points to enhance this success rate, ultimately requiring 100,000 erosion points. Licu scrutinized the data before him, his brow slightly furrowed. He hadn't anticipated that the initial virus modification would be so costly. Extracting the Spirit Beast Factor alone required 100,000 erosion points, with the modification costs soaring to 500,000. Nonetheless, considering the potential benefits of the modification, such expenditures seemed worthwhile. Virus modification in progress. Monitoring mutation status. The system's notifications rang out incessantly, and Li Siyu felt an unusual fluctuation. Virus mutation detected. Level 1 zombie virus carrier evolution failed. Earned erosion points, 500. Virus mutation detected. Level 1 zombie virus carrier evolution failed. Earned erosion points, 500. Virus mutation detected. Level 1 zombie virus carrier evolution successful. Earned erosion points, 10,000. The incessant notifications echoed in Li Siyu's mind, each representing the fate of a virus carrier. Some perished in evolution, while others successfully ascended into more formidable beings. The success-to-failure ratio was approximately 3 to 7, which surprised Li Siyu, although the mortality rate was somewhat high. Those that remained were the elite among the elite. At that moment, Li Siyu suddenly sensed an extraordinary fluctuation emanating from afar. It originated from the wilderness, 1,000 miles away from the demon flame-burning heaven sect, where the zombie horde he had previously cultivated was undergoing an astonishing transformation. Through mental perception, he vividly witnessed the transformation of those zombies. Their once decayed skin began to sprout hard scales, some even developing claws and fangs. Most astonishingly, these mutated beings no longer exhibited the mindless behavior they once did. A spark of cognition appeared in their eyes, and their movements became more agile and swift. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure erupted from one of the mutated beings. A creature twice the size of an ordinary zombie, its body cloaked in dark golden scales. Its emergence caused the surrounding mutated beings to prostrate themselves, displaying a posture of submission. What further astonished Li Siyu was that this mutated being could emit coherent sounds. Master Li Siyu. The deep voice bore an endless reverence, as if pledging allegiance to its distant master. This transformation exceeded Li Siyu's expectations. He had initially thought the modified virus would merely endow the mutated beings with some characteristics of spirit beasts. He never anticipated such a remarkable evolution could occur. Special mutated being detected. Golden Scale Commander. Level: Elite. Characteristics: intelligence comparable to that of a human. Possesses preliminary commanding abilities, capable of simple communication. Completely loyal to the host. The system's prompt brought a gleam to Li Siyu's eyes. This existence, capable of commanding other mutated beings, was an unexpected boon for him. With these commander-level mutated beings, he could better control the zombie hordes scattered across various locations. There would be no need for him to personally oversee everything. A mere command would suffice for them to act according to plan. Most importantly, these mutated beings retained a considerable degree of intelligence. This meant they could not only execute simple commands but also make judgments based on actual circumstances. Virus modification completed. Successful evolution count, 317. Earned erosion points, 3, 170, 000. Observing the final data, Li Siyu nodded in satisfaction. Although a number of virus carriers had perished, those that remained were the cream of the crop. Particularly, the commander-level mutated beings had propelled his power to a qualitative leap. Now, he not only had unique mutated beings like Chu Tianfeng under his command, but also a new batch of formidable entities capable of commanding the zombie horde. Just then, the system's notification rang out once more. Special mutated being detected. Dragon Scale Commander. Level: Leader. Characteristics: intelligence comparable to that of a cultivator. Awakened partial spirit beast bloodline. Possesses formidable commanding abilities. Capable of full communication. Absolutely loyal to the host. This prompt momentarily stunned Li Siyu. 2. He hadn't anticipated that among those mutated beings, there would be one that had awakened the spirit beast bloodline. The awakening probability of such a bloodline was already pitifully low, yet he had encountered such a delightful surprise during the first modification. It seemed that the 0.001 probability of awakening the spirit beast bloodline was not entirely devoid of possibility. Chapter 46. A journey of thousands of miles. Spirit beast bloodline awakening detected. Reward erosion points, 600, 000. This unexpected delight further elevated Li Siyu's spirits. Although he maintained a facade of indifference, inwardly he began to devise how to best utilize these newly acquired powers. 3 days swiftly passed. Outside the demon flame-burning heaven sect, dark clouds loomed ominously, casting a shadow over the landscape. Hundreds of demonic cultivators gathered, each emanating an unsettling aura. These were the elite of the sect, who would today join forces to eradicate the remnants of the heavenly maiden sect. Li Siyu stood among the crowd, exuding a subtle yet palpable pressure. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it imparted an elusive sensation. Siyu, why did you bring her along? Li Tianming looked at Yun Yuan, who stood behind Li Siyu, with a hint of surprise. Yun Yuan had changed significantly from before. Though her beauty remained striking, her eyes lacked their previous vivacity, replaced by a touch of dullness. Her stunning visage bore a somewhat sickly pallor, which only added to her unique allure. After a period of training, Yun Yuan's demeanor had become even more enchanting. Yet, Her responses to the outside world had grown increasingly sluggish. Her gaze remained fixated on Li Siyu, akin to a soulless, beautiful doll. Most unexpectedly, Yuan Yuan's cultivation had fallen to the innate realm. Such a level of power was utterly inadequate for the impending operation. Among the assembled demonic cultivators, the weakest were at the profound heaven realm, rendering a practitioner of the innate realm like Yuan Yuan unqualified for this endeavor. She will not hinder our mission. Li Siyu opened his mouth faintly, his tone revealing no hint of emotion. In truth, Yuan Yuan had long since diminished in value to him. Those 3 spiritual roots had been entirely absorbed, and even his cultivation had fallen to a negligible level. Yet the sole aspect that piqued Li Siyu's interest was the unique virus within Yuan Yuan, which was on the verge of completion. The cultivation progress had now reached 75, drawing ever closer to the birth of the second complete virus. To ensure absolute certainty, he had to personally oversee this crucial cultivation subject. After all, the emergence of the second virus held profound significance for him. Very well, Li Tianming said, shaking his head in resignation. Since you are so determined, take her with you. But do exercise caution. Li Siyu nodded, his gaze drifting thoughtfully into the distance. Through mental perception, he could sense the mutated beings scattered in various locations, stirring restlessly. Particularly noteworthy was the leader who had awakened the dragon lineage. It was currently steering a vast troop stealthily towards the Tian sect. These mutated beings would serve as his greatest trump card. Although individually they may not possess great strength, their sheer numbers were formidable. Most importantly, these creatures had now developed considerable intelligence. At that moment, the figure of Yun Wuji appeared before the crowd. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering on Li Siyu for a moment before he spoke. Let us depart. Hundreds of demonic cultivators soared into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that sped towards the Tian sect. Meanwhile, Li Siyu followed behind the group at a leisurely pace, accompanied by Yuan Yuan. Observing her dazed demeanor, a glint of amusement flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. This woman now resembled a marionette, entirely under his control. However, the special virus gestating within her rendered her value far greater than that of others. Virus cultivation progress. 76. Estimated time to completion. 7 days. Warning. The host must maintain the viability of the cultivation subject. The system's prompt caused Li Siyu to frown slightly. This operation would likely extend over a considerable duration, and he would need to devise a means to protect Yuan Yuan. After all, the second virus was of utmost importance to him. Allowing for no margin of error. Stay close to me, Li Siyu instructed Yuan Yuan in a calm tone. She obediently nodded, a hint of infatuation flashing in her eyes. This woman, now tainted by the virus, had entirely succumbed to being Li Siyu's puppet. During their flight, he could feel the peculiar gazes of other demonic cultivators directed at them. They were evidently displeased with their companion burdened by an anchor. Yet due to his status and power, they could only mutter discontent behind his back. Siur, the Tian sect, lies a full 10,000 miles away from our Mo Yin Fan Tian sect. Li Tianming explained while flying alongside Li Siyu. Given your current cultivation level, flying alone would take you several days. Li Siyu nodded silently. Although his speed had now surpassed 6 figures, greatly exceeding that of his peers in explosive power, it did not imply that he could maintain such velocity indefinitely. Achieving remarkable speed in the short term was one thing. Enduring long-distance flight was another. With his current spiritual root cultivation, along with the unrefined Juyu Motiju, he indeed could not reach the sustained flight speed of Li Tianming. This realization deeply underscored his shortcomings. While contemplating how to remedy these deficiencies, his attention was suddenly drawn to the scene below. He squinted, observing waves of black tide flowing slowly across the ground beneath him. Upon closer inspection, he quickly recognized it as his army of walking corpses. Over time, the number of virus carriers had surpassed 1 million. Under the command of the leader-level mutants, these corpses marched towards their objective in an orderly fashion. The ominous tide of corpses stretched for dozens of miles, appearing like a moving black ocean from afar. Each corpse maintained a precise formation, entirely devoid of the initial chaos. Particularly, those mutants who had awakened the beast lineage emitted a chilling aura. They either lurked among the ranks or patrolled the skies, firmly controlling the entire horde. Surprisingly, the formidable members of the Mo Yin Fan Tian sect seemed oblivious to the peculiar spectacle below. Their speed was so rapid that they had quickly traversed thousands of miles. showing no concern for the ground beneath them. Even if someone inadvertently noticed something amiss, they would hardly pay it any heed. After all, in this fantastical world, bizarre occurrences were countless. Those who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years had long lost their curiosity towards the mundane. Gazing at the quietly advancing tide of corpses below, Li Siyu recalled a particular unique being, Guan Yun, the first successful virus carrier to mutate within Qinghe City. Now, he had awakened the beast lineage. Becoming a leader-level mutant. One could not deny that this youth was indeed extraordinary. Even after being infected by the virus, he exhibited remarkable potential. Following the transformation by the Level 1 corpse virus, he was the first to awaken the beast lineage. Chapter 47. The Gathering of the Demon Sects. The Son of Destiny truly stands out, Li Siyu mused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Initially, he had regarded Guan Yun merely as a test subject. Yet this youth had delivered an unexpected surprise. Not only had he become the first complete mutant, but he had also awakened his bloodline power directly after the virus transformation. Such a pace of growth was indeed astonishing, even for Li Siyu to concede. Perhaps in the future, this mutant who had awakened the beast lineage would yield even greater surprises. However, as Li Siyu pondered Guan Yun's potential, he suddenly recalled another perplexing figure, Zhou Hauer, the girl who had been mildly infected back in Qinghe City. At that time, her infection level had already reached 50, and logically speaking, she should have fully mutated by now. Yet, curiously, during the most recent investigation, the virus content within Zhou Hauer had not only failed to rise, but had actually declined to 30. This revelation took Li Siyu by surprise. It was well known that once the Level 1 corpse virus invaded, it would ceaselessly devour the host's vitality, with the infection level only increasing, never receding. Could it be that she possessed some unique power within her? A flicker of contemplation crossed Li Siyu's eyes. If not for the recent virus transformation causing all carriers' virus progress to surge rapidly, Zhou Hauer might have completely purified the virus from her body by now. This unique constitution certainly warranted further investigation. Perhaps it could unveil intriguing discoveries, even aiding future virus transformations. Once this operation concluded, he would need to find a way to bring her back for thorough study, Li Siyu silently resolved in his heart. Yet, the most pressing matter remained the current operation. Although the strength of the Tian sect had waned significantly, as a major righteous faction, its foundation remained robust. Particularly, those hidden powerful figures could strike with lethal force at any moment. Li Siyu had to tread carefully, completing the task assigned by the sect while also safeguarding Yun Yuan, this vital cultivation subject. Half a day later, the army of Mo Yin Fan Tian sect halted before a sprawling range of mountains. Yun Wuji stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping across the majestic peaks. Have the people from Fengyu Pavilion and Tai Su Demon Sect arrived? He inquired coolly. No sooner had he spoken than two voices responded almost in unison. Sect Master Yun, you truly are a bit slowed. We arrived long ago. Two figures emerged from the void. One was the enchanting demon lord of Fengyu Pavilion, Yuan En, and the other was Mo Tianhe, the demon lord of Tai Su Demon Sect. Behind them stood thousands of demonic cultivators, densely packed. Li Siyu regarded these two titans of the demon path, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. On the day of the wedding, these two sects had participated in the ambush against the Tian sect. Now, gathered here again, it was evident they aimed to eradicate the Tian sect completely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the leaders of the three major demon sects, Yun Wuji swiftly got to the point. Commenced the layout of the killing formation. Everything must proceed as planned. Do not alert the enemy. Should anyone take notice, eliminate them without hesitation. As the leader of the demon path, Mo Yin Fan Tian sect naturally spearheaded this operation. With a single command from Yun Wuji, the members of the three major demon sects sprang into action. Li Siyu stood at the rear of the crowd, observing the bustling figures before him. He understood that this so-called causal formation had been prearranged by the three major demon sects long ago. Such a large-scale formation required not only vast resources but also considerable manpower. Typically, even the major demon factions would not readily deploy such a colossal array. Yet this time, the three demon sects were evidently resolute in their intent to annihilate the Tian sect, willing to expend everything to establish this grand formation. Soon, countless demonic cultivators began setting up the formation bases from various directions. Each base was composed of numerous top-tier magical artifacts, emanating an unsettling aura. This formation had the potential to envelop land within a 1,000-mile radius, Li Tianming explained quietly from the side. Once activated, even experts in the celestial realm will find it impossible to breach. Li Siyu silently nodded. The army of ghouls lurking underground was quietly advancing towards the area enveloped by the formation. Mo Zhongzhu, the east side is entrusted to you, Yun Wuji said to Mo Tianhe. Once the formation is activated, the protective array of the Heavenly Maiden sect will inevitably reveal a weak point. It will then be up to you. Mo Tianhe nodded and led the members of the Tai Su demon sect eastward. Yuan Mo Zhu, you shall guard the west side. Yun Wuji continued with the arrangements. Remember, you must protect the formation. If the formation is breached, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yuan Nu let out a light laugh. Rest assured, with me here, no one will come near the formation. Watching the forces of the three great demon sects disperse, Li Siyu's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Observing the deployment of the three demon sects, he couldn't help but marvel at the scale of their operations. Although a group of powerful figures from the Heavenly Maiden sect had been successfully besieged at the wedding banquet of the Mo Yin Fantian sect just days prior, no one had anticipated that the three great demon sects would pursue victory relentlessly, even at the cost of everything, to annihilate them completely. Such a grand operation was something that even many high-ranking members of the demon sects learned about only at the last moment. After all, not everyone had a powerful ally like Li Tianming backing them. Tio maintained the secrecy of the operation. Even many elder-level figures within the three great demon sects only learned the details at the very last moment. The level of confidentiality underscored the significance of this operation. The three great demon sects were indeed investing heavily this time. Licu gazed at the formation taking shape before him, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. One must understand that the Heavenly Maiden sect, as a top-tier righteous force, had deep roots and profound heritage. Eliminating such a major sect with ease was nothing short of a fantasy. Yet, it was evident that the three great demon sects had meticulously planned this endeavor, truly managing to lay down such an earth-shattering super-killing formation. After the formation was completed, the three sect leaders gathered again in the sky. Yun Wuji surveyed the two and stated directly, according to insider information, the inheritance lies within the Jade Maiden Valley. Do you have suitable candidates within your sect? Yuan Nu immediately chuckled. This matter is of great importance. How could I not take it seriously? I have already instructed Lingyue to prepare. The Lingyue she mentioned was a standout among the younger generation of the Fengyue Pavilion, possessing extraordinary talent and having inherited the unique secret arts of the sect, making her a top contender amongst the younger generation in the demonic path. What about Mo Zhongzhu? Yun Wuji inquired again. Mo Tianhe replied with a calm smile. I will have Xue Sha take action. Though young, his strength is commendable, and he possesses the Blood Sha divine art. Xue Sha was the chief disciple of the Tai Su demon sect. Despite his ruthless nature, his strength was indeed formidable, especially with that Blood Sha divine art, which made him seldom matched among his peers. Chapter 48. It seems this operation will not be too dull. Mo Tianhe surveyed the camp of the Mo Yin Fantian sect, his brow slightly furrowing. As the sect leader of the Tai Su demon sect, he was well aware of the talented disciples from various sects, yet he could not find Yun Zhuhan in the crowd. Yun Zhongzhu, why is young master Yun Zhuhan absent? He should not be missing from such a significant event. Mo Tianhe asked with a hint of curiosity. Yun Wuji's expression remained calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yun Zhuhan has gone into seclusion on the blood-soaked battlefield. Oh? What is the reason for that? Yuan Nu also displayed curiosity. He felt inadequate after being defeated by our sect's newly promoted genius, Li Siyu, and thus went into seclusion for cultivation. Yun Wuji replied indifferently, showing no displeasure at the mention of his son's defeat. Upon hearing this, both Mo Tianhe and Yuan Nu expressed surprise. 1. Must understand that Yun Zhuhan was the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Mo Yin Fantian sect. It was astonishing that he would be defeated by a newly promoted disciple. Licu is the biological grandson of the underworld demon lord, with talent far surpassing Yun Zhuhan. He is the most suitable for the task of obtaining the ancient inheritance. Yun Wuji continued. Yuan Nu's eyes brightened as she seemed to recall something. Oh, is he the little devil who recently married the saintess of the Heavenly Maiden sect? I heard he is extremely ruthless and charming. I didn't expect even Yun Zhuhan to be no match for him. Mo Tianhe's expression grew increasingly serene. As a sect leader, he had long discreetly gathered information about Li Siyu. Yet, he did not expect this young man to rise so rapidly and even defeat a genius like Yun Juhan. Before long, the three sect leaders introduced their respective talented disciples to one another. Standing behind Yun Wuji, Li Siyu wore a black robe, his expression indifferent. To his left stood a pale young man, seemingly frail, yet exuding a dense aura of malevolence, subtly accompanied by a trace of Taoist essence. This was Xue Sha of the Tai Su Demon sect. To Li Siyu's right stood an exceptionally beautiful girl. Her long black hair cascading to her waist, dressed in a fiery red gown that accentuated her alluring curves, particularly her long, graceful legs. This was Lingyue of the Fengyue Pavilion. Yun Wuji regarded the three and said solemnly, "This operation is of utmost importance. The three sects will be responsible for holding back the remnants of the Heavenly Maiden sect, while the three of you need only focus on one task. Enter the Jade Maiden Valley and unlock the ancient inheritance." Li Siyu remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly to eye in his view. This so-called ancient inheritance was merely a minor episode within his overarching plan. Xue Sha grinned ominously, merely the inheritance of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Hardly worth mentioning. Lingyue smiled enticingly. How intriguing. I am truly looking forward to it. As the three sect leaders' figures vanished from sight, the atmosphere in the area became subtly charged. Before departing, Yun Wuji reminded them, "Familiarize yourselves first. We shall commence action tomorrow." Once the three sect leaders had left, Xue Sha broke the silence first, looking haughtily at Li Siyu and Lingyue. "During tomorrow's operation, you two will follow my command. In the Blood Sha sect, strength is paramount." Lingyue rolled her eyes at Xue Sha in annoyance, then turned her keen gaze towards Li Siyu. Is this the legendary Li Siyu who married the saintess of the Heavenly Maiden sect? He appears rather unremarkable. A hint of playful mischief flickered in her eyes as her lips curled slightly. In truth, Lingyue had always detested self-important, boisterous individuals, particularly arrogant fools like Xue Sha. However, the cool and composed Li Siyu before her evoked an inexplicable allure. In response to Lingyue's teasing, Li Siyu merely cast her a sidelong glance. Discussing this now is pointless. We shall see the outcome in due time. Li Siyu did not shy away from appraising Lingyue, acknowledging her undeniable allure. The fiery red gown accentuated her perfect figure, and every movement exuded an enticing charm. Yet, Li Siyu was no naive youth. He felt no need to hide his thoughts. As for Xue Sha, Li Siyu couldn't be bothered to spare him a glance. He had seen far too many arrogant fools who thought themselves above others. Regardless of their strength, those lacking intellect would ultimately achieve nothing significant. Seeing Li Siyu's demeanor, Lingyue couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing. This is becoming increasingly interesting. It seems this operation will not be dull at all. Xue Sha stood aside, his fury barely suppressed. Throughout his life, no one had dared to disregard him like this. As a standout among the younger generation of the Blood Sha sect, he was typically revered. Yet, at this moment, he was forced to swallow his indignation. Tomorrow you shall witness what true strength is." He sneered and turned to leave. Observing Xue Sha's retreating figure, Lingyue chuckled. This Blood Sha young master truly has a fiery temper. What do you think? Li Gongzi? Li Siyu shook his head slightly, boring with that. He too turned to depart. Wait, Lingyue suddenly called out. Since the three of us are to act together, why not discuss tomorrow's plan first? Li Siyu halted. Turning back, plan? My plan is simple, just don't hinder me. Upon hearing this, Lingyue was not angered. Instead, she smiled even more seductively. Li Gongzi is truly confident. However, the restrictions of the Jade Maiden Valley are not so easily broken. It is said that ancient powers left behind mechanisms there, and a moment's carelessness could lead to utter ruin. Is that so? A barely perceptible smile flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. Lingyue regarded him thoughtfully. You are quite interesting, far more so than I had imagined. It seems this collaboration will indeed be spectacular. Li Siyu looked at her with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. As night deepened and a cool breeze swept through, Lingyue's gentle voice floated over. Li Siyu? No. Li Siyu had already pulled Lingyue into a secluded valley. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating Lingyue's fiery red gown as it fluttered in the night wind. Her perfect figure was fully revealed at that moment, her graceful curves outlined by the moonlight, creating an alluring silhouette. Though Li Siyu was not one to be easily swayed by beauty, he found himself lingering on Lingyue's exquisite form for a moment. As a practitioner of the demonic path, he had always followed his desires. Since Lingyue had initiated her charm, why should he suppress his nature? Moreover, this presents an exceptional opportunity for the transmission of the virus. Recalling the substantial erosion points he acquired after being infected by Yun Juhun at the Five Veins Martial Arts Conference, Li Zu's lips curled slightly into a smile. Chapter 49. Compulsory Dual Cultivation. Not only did Yun Juhun grant him considerable erosion points, but he also revealed the potential to create aberrant warriors akin to Guan Yun. These formidable powers would undoubtedly serve as his allies. The enchanting Lingyue before him was undeniably an ideal target. The Fengyue Pavilion was renowned for its alluring arts, and this particular individual was its finest exemplar. At this moment, Lingyue, held tightly in his embrace, displayed a hint of panic. Clearly, she had intended to test this genius disciple of the Burning Heavens sect with her charms, unaware that she would be so forcefully dominated. What astonished Lingyue even more was that, before Li Zu, her proud, seductive techniques were rendered utterly ineffective. Those methods that typically drove men to distraction appeared as mere clumsy tricks before this man. Li Zu tightened his grip around her, his deep voice resonating in her ear. I have heard that the disciples of the Fengyue Pavilion excel in the art of dual cultivation. Did your sect leader not mention the importance of mutual exchange? The fragrance surrounding Lingyue intensified, her bitten lip betraying her tension as her formerly alluring demeanor vanished, replaced by uneased. Why, you're mistaken. The sect leader did not mean this kind of exchange. Li Zu chuckled softly, his fingertips gliding gently across her cheek. Is that so? Then who was it just now that attempted to entice me with charm? If you choose to play with fire, be prepared to be burned. Lingyue struggled to break free, but Li Zu held her firmly in place. Li Zu, let me go. Isn't it a bit too late to consider escape now? Li Zu's voice remained calm, yet his gaze held a hint of aggression. He could feel her tremble in his arms, further affirming that his choice was indeed correct. The night breeze tousled Lingyue's long hair, and her breathing quickened. The intention to test Li Zu with her charms had been thoroughly disrupted. For the first time, she sensed the helplessness of being a prey. Li Zu's fingers lightly traced her nape. Tell me, how do you think the Fengyue Pavilion would feel if they knew their most prized disciple was falling into my hands tonight? Lingyue suddenly realized that this seemingly aloof man was, in fact, more dangerous than anyone else. Every movement he made exuded a powerful aura that was impossible to resist. As the night deepened, an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the valley. Li Zu's mind raced with thoughts of how many erosion points he could acquire from this encounter, and what transformations would arise from Lingyue's infection. This stunning beauty would soon become a part of his power. As a practitioner of the demonic path, dual cultivation was nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, the disciples of the Fengyue Pavilion were particularly known for it. Sensing danger, Lingyue struggled to speak. Do you dare to harm me? Do you know what an extreme body is? If you forcefully absorb my essence, you will undoubtedly perish. Li Zu was momentarily taken aback, but then the system alert chimed suddenly. Ding. The host has successfully eroded a cultivator, acquiring 20,000 erosion points. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling cold spread from within Lingyue, causing Li Zu to furrow his brow. An extreme body. So that's how it is. Li Zu's gaze flickered, and a playful smile appeared on his face. How intriguing. She is indeed untouched. This unique constitution of the extreme body was typically awakened only at the void-breaking realm. However, as Li Zu had not yet reached that level, his understanding of various constitutions was limited. Nevertheless, having sensed the cold, he promptly activated the Nine Turns mysterious art, preparing to relish this unexpected delight. The scorching true energy and the frigidine energy intertwined between them, forming a peculiar energy field. The system alerts chimed in succession. Would you like to spend 150,000 erosion points to comprehend the extreme spiritual root? Would you like to spend 150,000 erosion points to comprehend the sound spiritual root? Would you like to spend 150,000 erosion points? Clearly, through the Nine Turns mysterious art, Li Zu had discerned the special spiritual roots contained within Lingyue. The number of spiritual roots within Li Zu surged to an astounding 9. A revelation that would undoubtedly stir waves throughout the cultivation world. After all, even the most gifted disciples of grand sects could typically master only 3 or 4 types of spiritual roots. Making 9 an unprecedented feat, the system continued to notify. Ding! The host has successfully plundered the extreme in spiritual root. Ding. The host has successfully plundered the sound spiritual root. Ding. The host has successfully plundered. As Li Zhu surveyed everything before him, his heart brimmed not with joy, but with an overwhelming chill that spread violently from within, as if it sought to freeze his very organs. This was the backlash of Lingyue's extreme Yin body, arriving more swiftly and ferociously than he had anticipated. Foolish, Lingyue's icy voice echoed in his ears. You are far too reckless. The extreme Yin body is not something you can easily control. Unless you possess an extreme Yang body, you will undoubtedly perish. This cold will erode your meridians, freeze your dantian, turning you into an ice sculpture. Li Zhu's expression changed abruptly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Lingyue's snow-white cheek. The crisp sound reverberated through the cavern, leaving a vivid red imprint upon her fair face. If you wish to die so badly, then I shall grant your wish, Li Zhu said coldly, while simultaneously channeling the Nine Turns mysterious art in a frantic bid to resist the rampant chill within him. The system panel materialized before him, displaying the available erosion points. Li Zhu's mind raced. If he could elevate the Nine Turns mysterious art to the heavenly tier, he might be able to completely suppress the backlash of the extreme Yin body. However, the required erosion points were staggering. Even the points he had accumulated over time would only suffice to elevate his technique to the pinnacle of the earth tier. Just then, an immense force erupted from within him. Li Zhu was enveloped in a golden-black aura, a manifestation of the primal blood of the spirit beast within him awakening autonomously. Spirit beasts were inherently of the utmost yang, and this searing energy clashed violently with Lingyue's frigid aura. These two opposing forces intertwined within Li Zhu, simultaneously nurturing and combating one another. Gradually, a wondrous balance began to form. A flush appeared on Lingyue's formerly pale face as she distinctly felt her cultivation level rising within this peculiar dual cultivation state. Her rationality began to dissolve, and she could not help but utter, "Hit me again, but harder this time." Li Zhu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the pride of the Fengyue Pavilion would possess such a peculiar preference. A faint smile crept across his lips as he raised his palm once more. Slap. Another crisp sound resonated through the air. Lingyue's delicate form trembled, her eyes glazed over. Even in this state of hazy awareness, her true essence instinctively operated the Fengyue Pavilion's secret arts, creating a subtle resonance with Li Zhu's Nine Turns mysterious art. Chapter 50. It seems I have understood correctly. The two of their auras gradually melded together, and Li Zhu could sense that the Nine Turns mysterious art within him was undergoing a remarkable transformation. The previously aggressive and domineering characteristics of the technique began to incorporate a hint of softness and fluidity. This transformation rendered his technique even more harmonious, amplifying its power. Time flew by in this extraordinary state, the sun rising and setting outside the cave as the world shifted. The powerful figures of the three sects gathered at the periphery of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Their expressions grim. The experts within the sect had already surrounded the Heavenly Maiden sect, while numerous beams of light surged towards the inner sanctum, each emanating the aura of top-tier cultivators. Had the members of the demon sect not concealed their presence in advance, they would have certainly been exposed. What is happening? Why have so many powerful figures suddenly arrived? Could it be that the Heavenly Yang sect, Flying Immortal Gate, and the Nine Heavens sect's old-timers received advance notice? This is bad. Could it be that our actions have been leaked? Several members of the demon sect exchanged grave whispers. Yun Wujie stood on a concealed cliff, coldly observing Li Zhu, Lingyue, and Shueisha. Speaking in a hushed tone, time is of the essence. We must act immediately. While they are still setting up the grand formation, we will provide cover for you to infiltrate the Jade Maiden Valley. At this moment, Yun Yuan appeared beside Li Zhu, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, indicating that the demon sect intended to use him as bait to draw the Heavenly Maiden sect's attention. Li Zhu sensed the murderous intent in Yun Wujie's words and was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate so severely. According to reports from spies embedded within the Heavenly Maiden sect, they had chosen this very moment to seal the Jade Maiden Valley and had invited numerous celestial sects to witness the event. This time, the valley was teeming with powerful figures, and the atmosphere had grown ominously tense. Damn it! Yun Wujie cursed under his breath. If the Heavenly Maiden sect successfully completes the sealing formation, our mission will be utterly foiled. Furthermore, with so many experts gathered within the valley, any delay will only render us more passive. Shueisha immediately puffed out his chest, a fierce glint in his eyes. Leave it to me. I guarantee you will enter the valley smoothly. The gaze of the three sect masters fell uniformly upon Li Siyu and Ling Yue.at this moment. Ling Yu was subconsciously entwining her arm with Li Siyu's, a scene that evoked a flicker of surprise in the eyes of the Wind Moon Pavilion's demon master. The resentful woman. She knew her disciple all too well. Usually aloof and indifferent towards any man, it was unexpected to see her so intimately close to this little demon today. Evidently, they had been getting along quite well. She mused silently, a meaningful smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Licu maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the collective scrutiny. I have no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Yuan sidled up, linking her arm with Li Siyu's other side. Now, flanked by two stunning beauties, this tableau ignited a blaze of jealousy in Shueisha's eyes. Those shameless wretches from the Wind Moon Pavilion, he muttered under his breath. As a proud son of the heavens, he harbored admiration for Ling Yu's beauty, yet the sight of her being so close to someone he deemed a worthless fool only fueled his anger. Nevertheless, Shueisha wore a mask of insincere smiles. Yun Wuji spoke coolly, then let us commence. When I transmit my voice, someone will lead you into the Celestial Maiden sect. With that, he transformed into a stream of purple energy, soaring towards the heavens, followed closely by the formidable figures of the Tai Su Demon sect and Wind Moon Pavilion. Their momentum grand and imposing. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in Li Siyu's ear. Grandson, keep this for your protection. A delicate blue porcelain vial suddenly appeared in Li Siyu's hand. He looked up to see his grandfather, Li Tianming, vanishing into the distance. Licu carefully stowed the elixir. He understood well that in this world, the value of such potions far exceeded that of magical artifacts. This was a privilege granted by his grandfather, a master alchemist. Otherwise, such life-preserving potions were exceedingly rare. Shueisha's jealousy intensified as he witnessed this scene. As a cultivator, he was acutely aware of what such quality elixirs signified. Yet, it was unbearable for him that this treasure had fallen into Li Siyu's hands. Meanwhile, Li Siyu remained remarkably composed, with 9 spiritual roots circulating within him, heightening his sensitivity to the external world. In the distance, demonic clouds obscured the sun, casting an eerie darkness over the entire sky. The ground quaked, mountains swayed, and a terrifying aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Lic could distinctly sense the oppressive force coming from afar, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. He recognized that this signified the outbreak of war, with no room for hesitation. Compared to the previous battle that erupted within the Burning Heaven sect, this one was far grander in scale. With a far greater number of powerful participants, from a high vantage point, he beheld the tumult of spiritual energy in the air, a kaleidoscope of hues flashing and intertwining, the myriad auras colliding in the void. This was the true manifestation of power befitting a fantastical world, stirring a sense of awe within Li Siyu. Yet, his gaze held no trace of fear, only an eager anticipation. Stay close to me. Ling Yu's voice suddenly resonated beside him. Ever since being compelled by Li Siyu to engage in dual cultivation, she had not only grasped its profound essence, but was also astonished that Li Siyu emerged unscathed. His power significantly augmented. This led to a subtle shift in Ling Yu's attitude toward Li Siyu. Although such matters were inconceivable in orthodox sects, they were commonplace in demonic sections through their dual cultivation. Ling Yu had clearly sensed Li Siyu's realm. Upon discovering he was merely at the spiritual root stage, her heart was taken aback, and an instinctive protective impulse arose within her. After all, in battles of this caliber, cultivators at the spiritual root stage were often regarded as mere cannon fodder. In response to Ling Yu's concern, however, Li Siyu merely closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly oblivious to her words. Shueisha, witnessing this, couldn't suppress a sneer. Just then, the voice of the resentful woman rang out. Children, it's time to depart. As her words fell, the space surrounding the four began to warp and contort, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves hovering above the Celestial Maiden sect. Below, powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy surged, each wave potent enough to obliterate a spiritual root cultivator. Instantly, the four felt a profound sense of crisis. Yet, under the guidance of the resentful woman, they took cover behind other demonic sect experts and sped toward the core of the Celestial Maiden Sect. 10 miles ahead is your destination. Prepare to enter, the resentful woman instructed, her expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm. A formidable presence, rivaling her own, was rapidly approaching. Without a moment's thought, Li Siyu and his companions accelerated, their movement attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. Chapter 51. Forced entry into the valley. Upon witnessing this scene, many cultivators immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. From all directions, the Celestial Gate's powerful figures surged into the air, racing toward Li Siyu and his companions like a swarm of locusts. They all knew that if they did not eliminate the intruders at once, they would lose their chance. Xue Sha, observing the ever-growing number of pursuers behind him, wore a dark expression, bellowing at Li Siyu ahead. Throw that saintess out? Let her be the target. Yet, Li Siyu remained calm, unfazed by the threat. To outsiders, Yuan Yuan might appear to be the most crucial target, but only Li Siyu understood that the true treasure worth protecting was the new virus within her, capable of altering the entire cultivation world. Seeing Li Siyu's reaction, Xue Sha's fury escalated, roaring, "What, are you reluctant to part with your furnace? Are you willing to risk us all for one woman?" No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, attempting to lure the pursuing forces toward Li Siyu. However, at that critical moment, a cold glimmer flashed in Li Siyu's eyes, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. "Seeking death," Li Siyu coldly uttered, unleashing a sharp surge of spiritual power directly aimed at Xue Sha's throat. Caught off guard, Xue Sha faltered, only to be engulfed by the throng of pursuers behind him. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Li Siyu grasped Yuan Yuan and Ling Yu, and the three shot into the valley like lightning. The instant they stepped into the valley's entrance, a peculiar force descended, seemingly severing all external disturbances. The Celestial Gate's pursuers crashed into an invisible barrier, finding it impossible to advance even a step. Liu had no time to respond, for a wave of scorching heat bore down upon him. Even with his robust physique tempered by 9 spiritual roots, he felt an intense burning sensation. Instinctively, he activated his technique to resist, only to discover that this searing force could penetrate his spiritual defenses and directly assault his flesh. At that moment, a deluge of information regarding the Jade Maiden Valley flooded Li Siyu's mind. This was the Celestial Maiden Sect's most significant forbidden ground, once home to divine fire. Even after eons, that scorching aura had yet to dissipate. Lower-tier cultivators found safety here, while those of higher cultivation levels risked being rebuffed by the residual fire energy. The system's prompt left Li Siyu in contemplation. No wonder Yun Wuji and the others did not come personally. Instead, they sent those of lower cultivation to enter. Ever since the emergence of the demonic path legacy, the Jade Maiden Valley had been completely isolated by a mysterious force. Anyone attempting to trespass would be repelled by the power of the rules. Surveying his surroundings, Li Siyu saw the valley shrouded in mist, waves of searing heat surging continuously. In this world, legacies were often accompanied by unique rules. These rules typically embodied the will of a fallen powerful being, and unless one surpassed the rules themselves in cultivation, everyone was bound to obey them. This also explained why the Celestial Gate's pursuing experts were unable to enter the valley. Li Siyu's gaze fell upon Yuan Yuan, deep in thought. As the saintess of the Celestial Maiden Sect, she could enter the forbidden ground with ease. Was this due to her complete fall into the demonic path? Or was there another underlying reason? However, now was not the time to delve into such inquiries. According to Yun Wuji's instructions, their purpose was to seek the place of inheritance, as for how to activate it. As previously stated, once they found the location, understanding would come naturally. Ling Yu regarded Li Siyu thoughtfully. In that fleeting moment, she had distinctly sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from him. Although he was still at the spiritual root stage, that aura was enough to instill a sense of dread. She spoke lightly, that fool Xue Sha, I wonder if he has met his end. And no sooner had she spoken than a furious curse rang out. Shameless woman. Whom do you curse? The group turned to see Xue Sha, bloodied and lying not far away. His right arm and left leg were completely severed, blood gushing from the wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. Even so, He had somehow managed to escape into the valley using some life-preserving technique. A glimmer of surprise crossed Li Siyu's eyes. He had to admit that as a prodigious disciple of the Tai Su demon sect, Xue Sha's strength was indeed formidable. Surviving amidst the onslaught of so many Celestial Gate experts proved that though he might be frivolous, he possessed a measure of skill. Observing the critically injured Xue Sha, Lingyu scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. The illustrious genius of the Tai Su demon sect, and yet, this is all he amounts to, being chased and beaten, with not even a chance to fight back. What a disgrace. The visage of Xue Sha turned a ghastly pale, yet he found himself utterly incapable of retorting. Indeed, amidst the relentless onslaught of numerous formidable figures from the immortal sects, it was already a stroke of fortune that he could preserve his life. Li Siyu stood to the side, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. What a pity, having escaped to this very place, only to meet your demise here. Upon hearing these words, Xue Sha was immediately thrown into a state of panic. He struggled to rise but found his body devoid of strength. As he beheld Li Siyu advancing towards him step by step, Xue Sha's voice trembled. What do you intend to do? I am a candidate for the holy son of the Taishu demon sect. My father is a senior elder of the sect. If you dare lay a finger on me, the entire demon sect will not spare you. Lingyue's countenance shifted dramatically at this juncture. Li Siyu, what are you planning? However, Li Siyu remained deaf to her concerns, continuing his approach. He loathed the kind of spineless individuals who relied on their status to bully others, and he had no inclination to waste words on the deceased. Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from within Li Siyu, pinning Xue Sha firmly to the ground. Xue Sha's eyes widened in horror, his face a mask of terror. As he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, only to find that he lacked even the strength to speak. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in Li Siyu's mind. Ding! Successfully eroded a cultivator, gaining 2,000 erosion points. Ding! Virus host deceased, gaining 1,000 erosion points. Without hesitation, Li Siyu lifted his foot and stomped down upon Xue Sha's head. With a crack, Xue Sha's skull shattered like a watermelon. Li Siyu had long seen through the narrow-mindedness and selfishness of such a person. Even in a moment of peril, Xue Sha still attempted to leverage his identity to threaten others. Keeping him alive would only invite disaster. Let us depart, Li Siyu stated nonchalantly, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Yun Yan and Lingyue exchanged glances, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This man was nothing short of a true fiend. The trio continued along the narrow path within the Yunu Valley. Surrounding them was a profound silence, devoid of any semblance of life, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. Soon, a wave of oppressive heat, imbued with a terrifying aura, met them. Upon reaching the end, they found themselves in a vast expanse. A colossal volcanic crater lay before them. However, this crater was anything but ordinary. Chapter 52. Unaware that this is the result of mutual checks and balances among the factions. There was no searing magma, nor any billowing hot air. Instead, streams of purplish-black demonic smoke rose ominously, a sight most peculiar. Just as the three stood in a daze, a thick miasma of demonic smoke surged towards them, enveloping them entirely. An inexplicable message flooded their minds. This is the place of inheritance. Yun Yan and Lingyue exchanged bewildered glances, while Li Siyu appeared deep in thought, as they gazed upon the bizarre purplish-black smoke. Another strange message infiltrated their consciousness. One must use their essence blood as a guide, dropping it into the volcano to unlock the ancient inheritance. The demonic soil is vast, with heaven and earth as witnesses. Those who inherit my legacy can wield countless laws. This information surged forth like a tidal wave, carrying an irresistible allure. Li Siyu furrowed his brow, recalling Yun Wujie's warning. The power of inheritance can affect one's mind. It is imperative to remain clear-headed. It seems we must use our essence blood to activate the inheritance, Li Siyu mused, then stepped towards the volcano's edge. Just then, Lingyue unexpectedly dashed past him. Arriving at the crater first, her bright eyes shimmered with an unusual light. It is not merely that, Li Siyu. You may be unaware. Before she could finish, a glint of cold light flashed in her palm. Without hesitation, Lingyue cut her own hand, blood trickling down from the wound. I apologize. But the one who personally activates the inheritance often reaps the greatest fortune. A hint of regret crossed her face. Yet her eyes burned with fervor as her blood dripped into the volcano. Though it seemed inconspicuous, all three felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Lingyue let out a light laugh, eagerly watching the changes in the volcano. As a disciple of the Fengyue Pavilion, she had perused countless texts regarding inheritances. These legacies were often gifts left behind by ancient powerhouses. Acquiring them was not overly difficult, yet two challenges remained. Firstly, the rules of inheritance. If one failed to meet them, even the most extraordinary genius could not attain the reward. Secondly, the brutal competition. For such a rare opportunity, cultivators entering the realm of inheritance would often engage in life-and-death struggles. The inheritance of Yunu Valley was of no trivial origin. Though Lingyue could not claim it all for herself, as the one to activate it, she would undoubtedly gain unique advantages. With this thought, Lingyue secretly felt triumphant. In truth, even if Li Xiyu had not slain Shueisha, she would have sought an opportunity to accede in her eyes. Though Li Xiyu was decisive in killing, he was ultimately too young and inexperienced. If Li Xiyu had any sense, he would know that should he dare to threaten her, she would not show mercy merely because he possessed great potential. After all, in the demonic path, it was not uncommon to be capricious for the sake of profit. Li Xiyu observed the blood from Lingyue's hand as it continuously dripped, merging with the purplish mist. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he calmly remarked, "What is there to apologize for? This was your choice all along." His voice was eerily calm, as if he were merely witnessing a predetermined outcome. Lingyue's expression suddenly shifted upon witnessing the scene before her. She sensed the surrounding demonic energy begin to whirl rapidly due to her essence blood, ensnaring her like an invisible chain. The force grew stronger, attempting to pull her into the air. "What is happening?" Lingyue exclaimed in shock, as the purple mist gradually turned pitch black. Her essence blood was being mercilessly devoured by the mist. And within mere moments, she felt her life force waning drastically. "Lic, you stood to the side." A glimmer of insight in his eyes as he spoke. "Do you understand why the three of us were sent here? Is it truly incomprehensible that this is a result of mutual checks and balances among the factions?" "What do you mean?" Lingyue inquired in terror, acutely aware that her essence blood was depleting at an alarming rate. If this continued, she would undoubtedly perish. Lic let out a cold laugh. How naive, to think that the ancient fiends would possess any benevolence. This inheritance requires countless lives to forge. It is not something that can be easily obtained. Before he finished speaking, Li Xiyu moved swiftly, appearing beside Yun Yin in an instant. Without a word, he pushed Yun Yin towards the volcano's mouth. Yet, unexpectedly, Yun Yin did not plummet into the crater. Rather, she, like Lingyue, was lifted into the air by an eerie force. Yun Yin's complexion turned ashen. She could feel the pitch-black demonic energy ravenously consuming her essence blood. Lic remained below, his gaze as tranquil as still waters. To him, Yun Yin had merely been a pawn from the very beginning. Observing the swirling demonic energy in the air, which was steadily thickening and darkening with the absorption of the two women's essence blood, Li Xiyu's brow furrowed deeper. "This is still insufficient," he muttered to himself. "At this rate, they will both perish." His gaze swept back and forth between the two, contemplating. Yun Yin still harbored that peculiar virus within her. She could not die just as for Lingyue, although they had engaged in mutual cultivation. She was ultimately dispensable. Had he not realized that Lingyue's essence blood alone was insufficient, he would not have pushed Yun Yin in. Li Xiyu understood clearly that the three great demon sects possessed profound foundations. Sending three individuals was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a calculated plot, confirming some of his previous speculations. At that moment, the pitch-black demonic energy suddenly surged violently, forming a massive vortex. Lic's expression sharpened. Sensing that events were spiraling towards a more perilous direction, in the air, the cries of Lingyue and Yun Yin echoed. Yet Li Xiyu remained indifferent, as if everything unfolding before him was well within his expectations. "How intriguing," Li Xiyu murmured. "It appears that the truth of this inheritance is far more complex than I had anticipated." The vortex of demonic energy spun faster, and the life forces of the two women grew increasingly feeble. Li Xiyu observed coolly from the side, sensing that the inheritance was on the verge of activation. Yet he deemed the cost of sacrificing his own essence blood not worth the price. "Save me, Li Siyu." Lingyue's frail voice reached him, her complexion as pale as paper, her essence blood depleting rapidly. Despite her formidable cultivation, she could distinctly feel her life ebbing away. Yunyin, ensnared by the demonic energy, gazed at Li Siyu as he turned to leave, but she refrained from pleading for help. She had long since seen through this man's ruthlessness, understanding that any cries for aid would be futile. Just then, Li Siyu abruptly turned to depart, only to swiftly return, dragging Shueisha's corpse behind him. "What are you planning?" Lingyue exclaimed in alarm. Li Siyu offered no reply, instead tossing Shueisha's lifeless body into the vortex of demonic energy. Chapter 53. Undergoing a second upgrade. In an instant, the pitch-black demonic energy enveloped the corpse entirely. As a prodigious cultivator, though Blood Shah had met his demise, his essence and blood had not yet completely drained away. The lifeless body, devoid of sentience to resist, experienced a frenzied extraction of its vital essence at an alarming speed. Soon enough, Blood Shah's form resembled a withered orange peel, drained of all vitality. The hue of the demonic energy deepened, as if it could devour all light, tainting the entire sky and rendering the sun and moon powerless. Elijah's gaze sharpened with vigilance. He recognized that his own blood was no longer needed, for the inheritance was about to commence. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Successfully eroded a Demon King's remnant soul, earning 20 million erosion points. Successfully eroded a Demon King's remnant soul, earning 20 million erosion points. Would you like to spend 1 million points to comprehend the heavenly spiritual root? Would you like to spend 1 million points to comprehend the earthly spiritual root? Would you like to spend 1 million points to comprehend the combined spiritual root? The dense spiritual energy had entirely transformed into black mist, filled with curiosity regarding the sudden emergence of the Demon King's remnant soul. Li Zhu promptly accessed the system panel to examine Demon King Remnant Soul Xianming. Extremely weak, residual intellect, attached to the virus carriers Lingyue, Yunyin, and the corpse of Blood Shah. Current erosion status, weak 0.0001. Immediately following, the system issued a warning. Due to the virus's extreme weakness, please upgrade promptly, or the entity will automatically purify the virus. Elijah squinted, deep in thought. This indicated he had to make a choice swiftly, to strengthen the virus or allow the Demon King's remnant soul to dissipate. Both options were fraught with peril, yet for Li Zhu, any opportunity to augment his power was not to be overlooked. Gazing at the fluctuating data on the system panel, his brow furrowed. As a cultivator with an intense desire for strength, he understood that all opportunities were precious, yet they also concealed risks. System, provide me with a detailed analysis of the current virus infection status, Li Zhu silently commanded. The system's prompt followed. Special situation detected. The Demon King's remnant soul has been mixed infected. The infection source is a fusion of level 1 zombie virus and an unknown mutated virus. It is advised to upgrade the level 1 zombie virus immediately to enhance host cell resistance and prevent the Demon King's remnant soul from self-purifying. Li Zhu's gaze hardened without hesitation as he issued the upgrade command. 2 million erosion points were instantaneously consumed, and the level 1 zombie virus commenced its third upgrade. The data on the system panel surged wildly, while his erosion points skyrocketed past an astonishing 10 million. What a surprising gain! Li Zhu mused internally. Merely from the weak state of erosion, I have acquired 20 million points. If I were to execute a heavy erosion, the rewards would surely be even more astonishing. His eyes swept over the fallen forms of Lingyue, Yunyin, and Blood Shah, and contemplation settled upon him. The reason the Demon King's remnant soul was eroded was precisely due to the absorption of their vital essence. Since all three were carriers of the level 1 zombie virus, even a slight infection meant that when the demonic energy absorbed their essence, the virus was likewise introduced into the Demon King's remnant soul. Particularly intriguing to Li Zhu was the undeveloped new virus within Yunyin, which also participated in the erosion of the Demon King's remnant soul. What kind of changes would this unknown mutated entity bring? Curiosity swelled within him. Upgrade successful. Level 1 zombie virus has acquired a new characteristic, enhanced cellular vitality. The system's prompt interrupted his musings. However, shortly thereafter, another warning was issued. Warning: the strength of the unknown virus is insufficient. The Demon King's remnant soul is autonomously purifying itself. It is advised that the host immediately undergo a secondary upgrade. Li Zhu's expression darkened instantaneously. The virus, which had consumed 2 million points to upgrade, still could not withstand the self-purification ability of a Demon King's remnant soul in a state of extreme weakness. Should the remnant soul regain even a fraction of its strength, the difficulty of complete erosion would multiply. Damn it! Li Zhu muttered through gritted teeth. I must find a way to enhance the virus's erosion capability. He fixed his gaze on the system interface, his brow knitted. The required erosion points for the 4th upgrade of the Level 1 zombie virus had reached an astonishing 5 million. A figure that plunged him into brief contemplation. Though he possessed over 10 million erosion points, such a colossal expenditure still pained him. In the distance, the 3 figures shrouded in demonic energy gradually floated toward him. The inky black mist surged like a tide, slowly returning Lingyue, Yunyin, and Bloodshaw's corpses. Li Zhu stared at the feeble 0.0001 erosion data displayed on the system interface and suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. So that's how it is. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Previously, the virus maintained its weak erosion due to the continuous absorption of their vital essence. Now that the Demon King's remnant soul has been satiated, those ordinary viruses have lost all efficacy. With no more time to hesitate, the situation compelled him to make a swift decision. Li Zhu decisively confirmed the upgrade, and 5 million erosion points were instantly devoured by the system. The system's notification echoed. Upgrade successful. Level 1 zombie virus has acquired a new characteristic, enhanced cellular vitality. Conditions for the 5th upgrade of the zombie virus have been met. Would you like to continue upgrading? Warning: this upgrade will result in a qualitative change. Please choose wisely. Just as Li Zhu was about to confirm, the next piece of information stunned him. The required erosion points for the 5th upgrade, 20 million. His countenance darkened immediately. 20 million erosion points far exceeded his current accumulation. Yet at that moment, the data regarding the Demon King's remnant soul on the system interface shifted, slightly alleviating his mood. Target: Demon King remnant soul Xianming. Status: extremely weak. Residual intellect. Host: virus carriers Lingyue, Yunyin, Bloodshaw's corpse. Current erosion status: weak 0.0002. Upon seeing this data, a subtle smile graced Li Zhu's lips, revealing a rare flicker of emotion. I have succeeded, he silently rejoiced. Although the erosion level has only increased by 0.0001, it signifies that the virus will not be purified, as long as I can sustain the erosion. This Demon King's remnant soul will eventually be fully assimilated. And at that time, it will undoubtedly yield a massive influx of erosion points. Gazing at the 3 suspended corpses in the air, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Zhu's eyes. The atmosphere within the Jade Maiden Valley grew increasingly eerie, as if the surrounding demonic energy sensed something, beginning to stir restlessly. Yet none of this swayed his judgment. To him, the current situation was evolving favorably. This is the best outcome, Li Zhu thought calmly. There is no need for haste. Slow erosion is the correct course of action. Once sufficient erosion points have been accumulated, I will consider the 5th upgrade. Chapter 54. The demonic sect descends into chaos. The demonic energy in the sky gradually subsided, and Xuanming's consciousness seemed to fall into a state of slumber. Li Zhu understood that this was a sign of the virus beginning to take effect. He discreetly observed the changes around him, already planning his next course of action. The system's notifications rang in Li Zhu's mind incessantly. Successfully eroded a cultivator. Congratulations on earning 200,000 erosion points. Successfully eroded a cultivator. Congratulations on earning 250,000 erosion points. Successfully eroded a holy sun. Congratulations on earning 150,000 erosion points. Li Zhu maintained a placid expression as he watched the numbers on the system panel surge at an astonishing speed. His erosion points were skyrocketing. With the awakening of the Jade Maiden Valley's inheritance, an endless tide of black demonic energy surged forth from the depths of the earth, rising like a colossal black dragon into the sky. The cultivators standing outside the Jade Maiden Valley gazed in shock at this scene, witnessing the oppressive black clouds overshadowing the city, blotting out the sun. The dense demonic energy spread like a tidal wave in all directions, transforming thousands of miles of land into vast expanses of demonic soil in the blink of an eye. The cultivators from various demonic sects rejoiced at this sight, greedily absorbing the demonic energy permeating the air, feeling their cultivation surge. Conversely, The righteous cultivators from the celestial sects turned pale, experiencing excruciating pain as the demonic energy coursed through their meridians, causing their cultivation to regress. Yun Wuji stood atop a high peak, gazing at the terrifying aura erupting from within the Jade Maiden Valley, exclaiming in astonishment, "Demonic soldiers have emerged, and the heavens have changed. This is a rare opportunity that comes once in a millennium." Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Burning Heavens sect, a different scene unfolded. Under the mountain gate of the Jiuan lineage, cries of agony echoed incessantly. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, severed limbs scattered about, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Has Brother Shao gone mad? How could he turn on his fellow sect members with such cruelty? Heavens, flee! Shao Tianfeng has been completely demonized. No one could have anticipated that the chief disciple of the Jiuan lineage, Shao Tianfeng, would suddenly descend into madness, leading hundreds of similarly frenzied disciples in a brutal rampage. These individuals moved with astonishing speed, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor, tearing at their fellow sect members like ravenous beasts. Strangely, those who were bitten would soon rise again, their faces twisted in rage, joining the ranks of the slaughter. The entire Jiuan lineage was plunged into chaos. Liu stood quietly in the center of the Yunu Valley, feeling the power within him intensifying. The corruption points displayed on his system panel had long surpassed 1 million, and this was merely the beginning. Current infected bodies, 1,273. Virus activity, 97. Current available corruption points, 1,573,000. As Li Siyu gazed at these figures, a faint smile graced his lips. The inheritance of the Yunu Valley had not only bestowed upon him immense power but had also catalyzed a qualitative leap in his virus. Now, those infected cultivators acted as his puppets, moving according to his will. Outside the Yunu Valley, the various sects were in disarray. The demonic cultivators surged towards the valley entrance, eager to claim a share. Meanwhile, the celestial sect cultivators debated how to thwart the spread of this calamity. Beneath Jiuan Peak, chaos reigned. Shao Tianfeng stood amidst a pool of blood, emanating an aura that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. His eyes were filled with a crimson hue, and whether it was due to viral mutation or the awakening of a great demon's bloodline, his power soared to unimaginable heights. "You traitor!" A disciple of the void-breaking realm roared, charging towards Shao Tianfeng. Yet, before he could draw near, Shao Tianfeng vanished like a specter, appearing before him in an instant. With a gaping maw revealing sharp fangs, he bit through the disciple's neck. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Staining Shao Tianfeng's robes crimson, he howled at the heavens, his voice brimming with fury and madness, causing the mountains to tremble. This cry, akin to a summoning, attracted even more disciples from the fiery demons sect. Under normal circumstances, such a commotion would surely alert the sect's powerful figures. However, at this moment, the upper echelons of the fiery demon sect were all preoccupied with the heavenly maiden sect, granting Shao Tianfeng a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, there were but a few virus carriers within the fiery demon sect, yet now, the number of infected was increasing exponentially. Once these demonic cultivators succumbed to infection, they gained powers that far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. The strength of 1,000 infected demonic cultivators was sufficient to sweep aside tens of thousands of regular infected. Even more astonishingly, while these infected demonic cultivators lost their ability to fly, they gained remarkable leaping prowess. Ordinary infected individuals could easily leap dozens of meters, while Shao Tianfeng could leap 100 meters, gazing down upon all like a demonic deity. "I never imagined this would be my true power," he cackled, holding aloft a mangled corpse. He had never anticipated that the pinnacle of his life would only arrive after he had been infected. A celestial realm cultivator attempted to halt this disaster. However, faced with swarming infected, even he, a formidable expert, seemed powerless. The infected surged like a relentless tide, swiftly tearing him to shreds. Blood rained down upon Jiuan Peak, where frenzied infected pursued the untainted disciples. Those who sought to flee were either ripped apart or transformed by infection. In the span of just half a day, over half of Jiuan Peak had succumbed. The skies above Jiuan Peak were shrouded in ominous clouds, a bizarre aura enveloping the entire mountain. Not only Jiuan Peak but the other 5 branches of the fiery demon sect were also ensnared in an indescribable turmoil. The once sluggish infected now darted between the peaks like wild stallions. Just 3 hours prior, the number of infected within the fiery demons sect had hovered around 200, most of whom lay hidden within the sect, maintaining a low profile. Yet now, it seemed as though some switch had been flipped, granting all infected a sudden surge in mobility. "Senior brother, look over there," a disciple exclaimed, pointing into the distance. A group of infected raced with astonishing speed, their forms flickering like lightning, leaping heights that surpassed those of some cultivators. This utterly upended previous perceptions of the infected. On Mingi Peak, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall was entangled with 3 infected. Shockingly, this capable cultivator found himself at a disadvantage. The infected moved with a synchronized precision, each attack pinpointing the weaknesses of their opponent. Those who had only been mildly infected saw the level of viral corruption in their bodies surge to over 60% in a mere half-hour. Chapter 55. The Supreme Demonic Weapon. Even more terrifying, this mutation seemed to continuously enhance their physical attributes, resulting in substantial improvements in both reaction speed and strength. The newly infected disciples appeared to possess a form of amplification within their viruses, significantly increasing transmission efficiency. Alarmingly, while the mortality rate following infection had previously been high, the current infected exhibited few fatal symptoms. Countless infected had infiltrated every corner of the sect, weaving a meticulously crafted net that enveloped the entire fiery demon sect. In the training arena, a chaotic battle unfolded. A dozen infected surrounded several cultivators, their movements quick as thunder, their forms unpredictable. Even more disturbing, these infected seemed capable of sensing one another's intentions, their coordination flawless. As time passed, the situation within the fiery demon sect grew increasingly dire. Those once weak among the infected now stood toe-to-toe with cultivators. Their numbers had multiplied several times over within a single day, and the escalation showed no sign of abating. The upheaval within the fiery demon sect was merely the beginning. Truly horrifying scenes were unfolding throughout the entire realm of cultivation, thousands of miles away from the fiery demon sect. A tide of darkness flowed ominously across the land. Upon closer inspection, this was no ordinary tide. It was a surge of corpses composed of millions of infected individuals. Among them were mortals, cultivators, and even some formidable demonic practitioners. They formed a dense phalanx, advancing like a locust swarm, leaving devastation in their wake. The ground became barren, life extinguished. Cultivators occasionally flew overhead, their faces pale with terror at such a sight. Some daring cultivators attempted to intervene, only to discover that the strength of these infected far surpassed their expectations. Within the underworld demonic sect, a grim-faced elder scrutinized a communication talisman. It bore an urgent plea from the nearby Qingyun sect, reporting that a multitude of unknown beings was assaulting their mountain gate. "Why should we concern ourselves with such a trifling sect?" the elder scoffed, casually tossing the talisman aside. He was currently preoccupied with preparations for dual cultivation with a newly acquired furnace, having no time for such trivial matters. Besides, given that the Qingyun sect was adjacent to the fiery demon sect, it was likely that their internal strife had spilled over into the Qingyun sect. Since no news had arrived in half a day, they were surely already annihilated. The survival of such a minor sect was hardly worth the attention of the underworld demonic sect. The elder muttered to himself as he rose and made his way to the rear hall. Little did he know that the fall of the Qingyun sect was only the beginning. The infected were spreading with alarming rapidity in all directions. Meanwhile, the changes within the Yunu Valley of the Heavenly Maiden sect were astounding. In just half an hour, the area within several hundred miles had been transformed into demonic soil. The inky black ground swirled with violet-black demonic energy, a sight rarely seen even in ancient demonic strongholds. Even the vast expanse of demonic soil surrounding a major sect like the Fiery Demon sect barely spanned a few dozen miles. Yet now, the radius of demonic soil around Yunu Valley continued to expand. Standing outside the Yunu Valley, the demonic cultivators felt an unprecedented surge of magical energy, their cultivation levels soaring under the nourishment of the demonic soil. The elder of the Xian from the Tai Su demonic sect hovered in the air, greedily observing the phenomenon below. Streams of violet-black light shot skyward from the Yunu Valley, darting in various directions. "This is no ordinary inheritance," the elder of Xian thought in astonishment. "These emanating demonic energies rival those of ancient demonic strongholds. If I could acquire the supreme demonic weapons within, I would surely soar to new heights." Li Siyu stood silently at the center of Yunu Valley, observing the incessantly fluctuating numbers on the system panel. Current number of infected, 1, 573, 426. Virus activity, 99. Available erosion points, 2, 157, 000. These figures continued to surge rapidly, and with the departure of those demonic soldiers, the speed of infection would only escalate. LICU understood that those demonic soldiers were not fleeing. Rather, they were in search of more suitable hosts. Each demonic soldier carried a unique viral variant, and once it found an appropriate host, it would trigger even more terrifying mutations. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and crimson lightning occasionally streaked across. The entire realm of cultivation seemed enveloped in a bizarre atmosphere. In the distance, a series of thunderous roars echoed. The major sects were mobilizing their forces in an attempt to halt the spread of infection. However, unbeknownst to them, among those infected, there had already emerged entities capable of contending with Yuanying stage cultivators. Continuing the narrative, Elder Xian Yin moved like lightning, pursuing the soaring light of the demonic soldier. He had originally been tasked with monitoring other factions, but that responsibility was now cast aside. In the face of the unparalleled allure of the demonic soldiers, all duties seemed trivial. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Greed filled Elder Xian Yin's eyes. Not just him, but the powerful figures from the three major demonic sects acted almost in unison. Those sect leaders, who usually held themselves in high regard, now disregarded their dignity and unleashed their lifelong skills in pursuit. The sky was ablaze with brilliance, as various escaping lights interwove into a net. The originally orderly siege tactics instantly crumbled, devolving into a chaotic melee. The elders of the Tianan sect, witnessing this, erupted in fury, joining forces with other invited celestial sect cultivators to block the onslaught. They were acutely aware of the character of these demonic beings. Should the demonic soldiers fall into their hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. Though not even think of laying a finger on the sacred relics of my Tianan sect, an elder with white hair bellowed. Yet, no one noticed that as the battle raged on, the demonic energy in the world was rapidly intensifying. Hidden within the seemingly ordinary black mist lay deadly perils. In the heart of Yunu Valley, Li Siyu observed everything with an impassive expression. The system notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Gained erosion points, 157, 000. Gained erosion points, 203, 000. Gained erosion points, 312, 000. These soaring numbers were not derived from the already formed corpse tide, but rather from the barely visible viral particles in the air. After its first evolution, the virus had reached an unfathomable level of transmission efficiency. How ironic, Li Siyu mused, as he watched the cultivators fiercely competing in the sky, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. These self-proclaimed superior beings now resembled mere common folk fighting over possessions in the marketplace. What they were oblivious to was that each violent surge of spiritual energy would only accelerate the virus's spread. Those powerful beings, whether shrouded in demonic energy or surrounded by celestial light, had become the finest carriers of the virus. The data on the system panel continued to fluctuate wildly. Current number of infected, 2, 103, 567. Virus activity, 99.9. Available erosion points, 3, 845, 000. This rate far surpassed Li Siyu's expectations. Even during the era of the Burning Sky sect, the infection rate had never been so terrifying. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the crux of the matter. The seemingly fleeing demonic soldiers were the true instigators of this chaos. Each demonic soldier carried a unique viral variant, and the cultivators chasing after them were spreading the virus to every corner of the cultivation realm. Li Siyu stood before the volcano, observing the panicked Lingyu, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. The erosion points on the system panel were slowly rising, further elevating his mood. Li Siyu, please come help me. Lingyu's voice trembled, her complexion as pale as paper, and her aura had grown exceedingly weak. Li Siyu chuckled lightly, speaking slowly. It seems the legacy of the demonic path has been thoroughly awakened. However, you appear to have gained nothing. Lingyu's face turned even grimmer. She had already been drained of a significant portion of her essence blood, her form swaying precariously. Just moments ago, when she activated the legacy, a colossal aura surged skyward, immediately followed by radiant beams shooting into the clouds. Those were clearly the legendary unparalleled demonic soldiers, yet curiously, They did not rush towards her as she had anticipated. Logically, these demonic soldiers should recognize me as their master, Ling Yu murmured, her eyes filled with confusion. Licu regarded her coolly and replied, if I were in their position, even if I were to perish leaving behind a legacy, I would never easily bestow benefits upon my successors. Ling Yu's expression shifted to one of dismay. Consider this, Li Siyu continued. These powerful beings of the demonic path are either seeking a chance for resurrection or aiming to take revenge on the descendants of their former enemies. How could they possibly leave any advantages for the next generation? The demonic sects had always been self-serving. When had they transformed into altruistic benefactors? Wouldn't you agree? Seeing Ling Yu's astonished expression, Li Siyu secretly reveled in his amusement. This was precisely why he had no intention of offering his essence blood from the very beginning. Too many people focused solely on immediate gains, never contemplating the underlying complexities, just like Ling Yu before him. Her perspective was far too narrow. Meanwhile, Yun Wuji and others had long been scheming, hoping to extract benefits from these demonic pathmasters. Yet, for Li Siyu, the true monumental gain lay in the potential to infect a remnant soul of a demon king. The system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Host erosion points 500, current total points 2750. Licu gazed at the nearly exhausted Ling Yu and continued, did you know? These so-called legacies often harbor hidden dangers. Those powerful beings of the demonic path delight in using others as tools for their own ends, and you are but stepping stones on their path to resurrection. Ling Yu trembled, wanting to voice her thoughts, but suddenly felt a surge of excruciating pain. Within her, something seemed to be rapidly growing. Licu narrowed his eyes, sensing the bizarre aura permeating the AI art. It was the harbinger of the virus's spread, and the emergence of the demonic soldiers undoubtedly accelerated this process. Ling Yu's complexion turned ashen, her body quivering. She could distinctly feel the demonic energy voraciously consuming her essence blood. What she had once believed to be a fortunate inheritance now revealed itself as a catastrophe. Li Siyu was right. This demonic energy was not a legacy at all, but rather a force devouring her vitality. Fear gripped Ling Yu's heart as she gazed at Li Siyu, her eyes filled with desperation. Please, save me. Li Siyu's lips curled into a subtle smile, a look of profound meaning gracing his features. He stepped forward, walking towards Ling Yu. The surrounding demonic energy seemed to sense a threat, immediately surging toward Li Siyu like a swarm of serpents. However, as this demonic energy approached the 3 feet surrounding Li Siyu, it was as if it collided with an invisible barrier, repelled by an overwhelming pressure. The once ferocious demonic energy crumbled before Li Siyu. Akin to paper, Yun Yuan stood nearby, observing this bizarre scene, chills running down her spine. She bit her lip, an indescribable terror swelling within her. Tioher, this man was even more fearsome than the demonic energy. His gaze held no trace of compassion, only cold calculations of self-interest. What on earth did he intend to do? Ling Yu felt an ominous premonition rise within her as she watched Li Siyu drawing nearer. Just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed, whoosh, without any warning. A sharp sword light sliced across Ling Yu's neck. Immediately after, another scarlet beam pierced through her internal organs, severing all her vitality in an instant. Ling Yu's eyes widened in shock. She had never anticipated that Li Siyu would suddenly turn against her. Until her very last moment, she could not comprehend why he would treat her in such a manner. Li Siyu regarded the fallen Ling Yu and calmly remarked, I merely wished to ascertain if there were any other benefits to be had. Although he had sensed the lingering aura of the Demon King's remnant soul, he had yet to pinpoint its exact location. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Alert! The Demon King's remnant soul is scattered across the bodies of Ling Yu. Yun Yuan and Shuezhad at Licuy's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He promptly waved his hand, relocating the corpses of Yun Yuan and Shuezha beside that of Ling Yu. At this juncture, Yun Yuan was trembling in fear, yet she dared not move a muscle. Fully aware that her life and death lay entirely in the hands of this formidable man, Licu gazed intently at them, awaiting any potential changes. Time slipped by, and as he fixated on the 3 corpses before him, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment began to surface in his eyes. Just as he was about to turn away, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. 2 transparent shadows erupted simultaneously from the bodies of Yun Yuan and Shuezha, surging toward Li Siyu like phantoms. An indescribable sense of eerie oppression washed over him, reminiscent of his experiences within the secret realm. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he mused. So this is the remnant soul of the Demon King. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Confronted by the swiftly approaching shadows, Li Siyu remained utterly still, calmly observing their advance. The moment the shadows made contact with his skin, they penetrated his body without obstruction, as if they had never existed. The system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Special virus detected, currently unresolvable. Would you like to expend 5 million erosion points for containment? At this point, Li Siyu's erosion points had already reached a staggering figure, rendering the mere 5 million insignificant in his eyes. Moreover, he could extract even more erosion points from the Demon King's remnant soul. Not to mention that this was a special type of virus. Contain, Li Siyu replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he recognized an intriguing phenomenon. The remnant soul itself was also a form of special virus. Chapter 57. The Demon King's Remnant Soul. Could a virus truly be a virus? This thought flickered through Li Siyu's mind. Once the remnant soul entered his body, he could not accurately perceive its specific location, but he vaguely sensed that the Demon King's remnant soul was imprisoned in a place beyond his reach. This was evidently a maneuver by the system, and he had an inkling that the Demon King's remnant soul would not be the last entity to be contained. At that moment, Li Siyu's expression suddenly froze, revealing a rare look of astonishment. As the system contained the remnant soul, a fragment of memory surged into his mind. A glimmer of surprise and scrutiny flashed in his eyes, for these memory fragments contained a powerful magical technique known as the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art. Li Siyu beheld the continually flashing memory fragments before him, and his previously calm gaze betrayed a hint of unmistakable delight. Were it merely a typical memory inheritance, his usual composure would have prevented such an outburst. However, upon discovering that these memory fragments harbored the complete inheritance of the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art, even his typically unflappable demeanor was shaken. Both think that the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art truly exists in this world. Li Siyu's eyes sparkled with intensity, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. As a time traveler, he was no stranger to this demonic artai in the fantasy novels of his past life. The Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art was renowned. Its domineering ability to devour the essence of heaven and earth driving countless cultivators to madness. Yet, he had never anticipated that such an astonishing technique would also exist in this realm. The subtle difference between Xianming and Xuanma belied their identical characteristics, a coincidence that could not be taken lightly. Li Siyu's gaze grew profound. If this were indeed the case, the value of this inheritance was immeasurable. Reflecting on the inexplicable familiarity he felt when first encountering the Demon King's remnant soul, Li Siyu suddenly grasped the truth. Initially, he had only sensed a hint of familiarity in the aura of this ancient master of the demonic path, never contemplating further. Now, upon witnessing the inheritance of the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art, he realized it was the most precious treasure within the entire legacy. Gazing at the intricate profundities of the technique swirling in his mind, Li Siyu could not help but draw comparisons. The technique he currently practiced, the Underworld Devouring Demon Classic, paled in comparison to the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art, akin to the disparity between a firefly and the bright moon. While the Underworld Devouring Demon Classic possessed the ability to devour, its rank and power were far inferior to that of the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art. The system's notification chimed in at an opportune moment. Would you like to spend 10 million erosion points to comprehend the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Art? Li Siyu took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the agitation within him. Though he yearned to grasp this unparalleled technique immediately, reason dictated that this was not the appropriate time. He found himself in a perilous situation. Far from the secure sanctuary of the Burning Heaven sect, and at any moment, he could encounter unforeseen dangers. No. Now is not the time for indulgent cultivation. Li Siyu scanned his surroundings warily. No matter how alluring this technique might be, it would have to wait until he returned to a place of safety for further consideration. Taking a deep breath, Li Siyu lightly tapped his fingers, causing crimson beams of light to entwine around Yunyuan. The black mist, which had been frantically absorbing her essence, retreated swiftly under the onslaught of the blood-red radiance, as if faced with a natural enemy. This prompted Li Siyu to raise an eyebrow. It seemed that after containing the Demon King's remnant soul, He had gained some measure of control over these demonic energies. Within Yunyuan, a remnant soul of the Demon King lay dormant, although its aura was faint. Li Siyu could discern it clearly. After absorbing Shuaming's memories, he had developed a preliminary understanding of the characteristics of the Demon King's remnant soul. These remnants were essentially the lingering obsessions left behind by Ximing before his complete dissolution. Yet, even as mere obsessions, they were still the obsessions of a Demon King. The most terrifying aspect of these remnant souls lay in their ability to silently attach themselves to the bodies of cultivators, gradually eroding the host's consciousness over time. Once the remnant soul fully controlled the corporeal form, it could use this to be reborn, while the original consciousness of the cultivator would be utterly obliterated. Serving as nourishment for the rebirth of the remnant soul, Licu calmly contemplated his strategy. Now was not the time to kill Yunyuan. Allowing the remnant soul to continue residing within her body was a prudent choice. Through the system panel, Li Siyu observed that the viral development within Yunyuan had already reached 80. Once fully developed, he could dispose of it and simultaneously contain the Demon King's remnant soul. He just wondered what kind of memories this remnant soul might harbor. Yunyuan's situation was distinct from Lingyue's. At present, she still held significant value for Li Siyu. Moreover, once the Demon King's remnant soul found a suitable host, it would not easily relinquish its hold. Exposed in the void, it would suffer great harm, affording Li Siyu the time to methodically plan. The spread of the virus was occurring even more rapidly than anticipated. Li Siyu observed the constantly fluctuating data on the system panel, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With the emergence of the demon soldiers, the entire cultivation world had descended into chaos. Major sects hastily sealed their mountains, attempting to halt the spread of the virus, yet unbeknownst to them, such actions only accelerated internal infection. Yunyuan looked at Li Siyu, her eyes filled with gratitude and complexity. Thank you. Li Siyu paid no heed to Yunyuan's words of gratitude. His gaze abruptly turned serious, brows furrowing as he focused on the distance. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching. Be silent. Li Siyu interrupted Yunyuan indifferently, inwardly contemplating his next move. Just then, an enraged roar echoed from afar. Wretched beast, dare you lay hands on the sacred grounds of the Heavenly Maiden sect? Several figures raced toward them from outside the valley, led by an elder clad in pure white robes of the Heavenly Maiden sect. His flowing white hair and dignified countenance radiated an aura of terrifying spiritual pressure. Licu narrowed his eyes, swiftly analyzing the situation. This elder's cultivation far surpassed that of Yi Qingtian, yet his ostentatious approach confirmed one thing to Li Siyu. True top-tier powerhouses never made a spectacle of killing. This old fool was likely a near-death relic, clinging to life through elixirs. The elder's gaze was like lightning, fixated on Li Siyu. It is you, this little beast, who stirs up the winds and clouds. Drawing forth the legacy of the demonic path, you have caused my Heavenly Maiden sect grievous losses. With the activation of the demonic legacy, the prohibitions of Yunu Valley had been rendered ineffective, and the rampant demonic energy from the outside world left the Heavenly Maiden sect struggling to fend off attacks from all sides. At this moment, the only one free to pursue Li Siyu was this elder, who had long been stationed near Yunu Valley. Today, I shall ensure that you, this demon, face justice. The elder roared, unleashing a brilliant divine light from his palm, powerful enough to level the entire valley, as he beheld the radiant divine light surging toward him. A smirk of derision crept onto Li Siyu's lips. Such a feeble attack dares to boast? Chapter 58. Fusion of spiritual roots. A flicker of disdain crossed Li Siyu's eyes. Although this power was indeed immense, to him, it was riddled with flaws. The elder of the Heavenly Maiden sect exhibited an utter lack of control over his strength, akin to a novice cultivator. Was this truly the so-called elder of the Heavenly Maiden sect? It seemed he was either paralyzed by fear or had simply grown old and senile. Licu coldly scoffed as he spoke, just as the divine light was about to envelop him. He kicked Yunyuan away into the distance and simultaneously invoked the most formidable defensive technique of the Burning Sky sect, the Nine Nether Demon Body Art. Rather than a mere defense, this technique was an exceedingly profound evasion skilled in an instant. Li Siyu's form began to dissolve into nothingness, as if he were merging with the void itself. His body swiftly fragmented into countless minute particles, flickering erratically in space. The next moment, Li Siyu's silhouette had reappeared several dozens of feet away. Seizing this opportunity, he unhesitatingly expended a substantial amount of corruption points to begin comprehending the root inheritance he had obtained from the remnants of the Demon King. To his astonishment, Xianming also possessed the 9-spirit root constitution, with each root reaching an unparalleled level, truly deserving of the title of a great entity of the ancient demonic path. The mysteries of the 9 roots surged into Li Siyu's consciousness in an instant. However, he did not cease there. Instead, he continued to expend points, attempting to merge the roots. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Even with Li Siyu's exceptional talent, under normal circumstances, he would not dare to attempt such a fusion lightly. Yet at this moment, he had no choice but to seize the opportunity of a breakthrough to rapidly acquire sufficient strength. System prompt: do you wish to expend 50 million corruption points to attempt root fusion? Confirm. In that instant, the 9 roots began to intertwine. A terrifying energy rampaged within Li Siyu's body, yet his expression remained remarkably tranquil. As the roots continued to merge, an unprecedented force began to gestate within him, far exceeding the limits of the root realm, aiming for even higher realms. The void breaking occurred at this moment. Boom! An earth-shattering momentum erupted from Li Siyu. The void trembled, and the heavens and earth changed color in that instant. His cultivation broke through to the void-breaking realm. The expression of the elder from the Heavenly Maiden sect instantly turned ashen. He could hardly believe that this young man before him could break through his realm amidst battle. This is bad, the elder exclaimed in alarm, attempting to retreat, but it was already too late. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Li Siyu's eyes as he formed a hand seal and unleashed the god-slaying technique. The void quaked as a fierce sword light tore through the heavens. Li Siyu formed seals with both hands, the profound incantation of the art of heaven flowing at his fingertips, and in an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Before him, a long sword of pure silver materialized out of thin air. Its blade exceeding 3 feet in length, emanating an unsettling ancient aura. This sword was not tainted by the bloodthirst of ordinary magical artifacts, but instead radiated a transcendent coldness. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern a crystalline bloodstain upon the sword's edge, containing the breath of the ancient primal chaos, as if it had come from a time before time. Li Siyu gazed at the long sword with an impassive expression, silently calculating the corruption points he had expended. To elevate the art of heaven to a higher realm, he unhesitatingly invested nearly 2 million corruption points. Such a vast expenditure finally allowed the art of heaven to ascend 2 levels, reaching the same minor perfected tier as the 9 nether demon body art. Initially, he had contemplated further enhancing the power of the god-slaying technique, but that move had already reached its limit, leaving no room for enhancement. Nevertheless, even so, the current god-slaying technique remained terrifyingly formidable, sufficient to alter the fabric of the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this, the elder from the Heavenly Maiden sect erupted in fury. She could never have anticipated that her all-out strike would not only fail to eliminate her opponent, but that this junior would dare to retaliate. Humph, such audacity! The elder coldly declared, a mere junior dares to strike against me? Yet, when she beheld the ancient aura emanating from the sword in the void, a glint of greed flashed in her eyes. How intriguing! Such a divine object is hidden within the Jade Maiden Valley. No wonder this young man's strength has surged. It seems my journey here has not been in vain. Outside the Jade Maiden Valley, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Clearly, the army of the Heavenly Maiden sect was launching a fierce assault on the valley. The reason this elder was able to infiltrate the valley in advance was ostensibly to carve a breakthrough for the Heavenly Maiden sect, but in truth, she harbored ulterior motives. Now, witnessing Li Siyu display such an extraordinary artifact only solidified her determination to seize the opportunity for herself. Li Siyu's demeanor remained indifferent, fully aware of her intentions. He continuously formed hand seals, pouring an endless stream of spiritual energy into the long sword. The sword trembled, emitting a clear dragon's roar, as countless runes flowed across its blade. Radiating an overwhelming pressure, a mere heavenly tier artifact dares to be so presumptuous before me, the elder of the Heavenly Maiden sect bellowed, waving her hand to summon a green treasure mirror. The mirror shimmered with rich, spiritual light, evidently of remarkable quality. Yet, Li Siyu did not even spare it a glance, focusing solely on channeling the art of heaven. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in, the runes on the sword became increasingly brilliant, accumulating an indescribable, terrifying power. The very spiritual energy of the entire Jade Maiden Valley trembled, and countless spiritual flowers and unusual herbs quivered under the weight of this overwhelming pressure. Cut! Li Xiyu softly uttered a single word, and the long sword instantly transformed into a dazzling beam of sword light, carrying the might to cleave the heavens and earth, aimed at the elder of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart, emitting a spine-chilling sound of shattering. That resplendent sword radiance cascaded down like a galaxy, swiftly piercing through the elder's body. The elder's face, filled with terror, froze in that final moment. She did not even have time to utter a scream before her body was reduced to a mist of blood beneath that sword radiance. A peak void-breaking realm powerhouse thus fell at the hands of Li Xiyu. Boom! At the moment of the elder's demise, the entire gorge erupted with a deafening roar. Countless figures surged from all directions, their numbers so dense that they nearly obscured the sky. The elder, my heavens! The elder has been slain! This child must die! Roars of anger erupted in succession, as dozens of figures rushed towards Li Xiyu. Most of these individuals were young disciples of the Heavenly Maiden sect, their cultivation all at the void-breaking realm. Yet in Li Xiyu's eyes, they resembled a swarm of ignorant ants. Li Xiyu cast a cold glance at these individuals, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Their actions completely validated his perceptions of the Heavenly Maiden sect, lacking not only strength but even fundamental tactical awareness. They had clearly witnessed a senior elder fall at his hands, yet dared to recklessly rush forward to meet their demise. In the rear, several elderly cultivators at the Heavenly Realm were shouting loudly, "Stop! Fall back!" Unfortunately, it was too late. The young disciples had already been blinded by hatred, heeding no counsel. Chapter 59. Heading to the treasure pavilion, Li Xiyu observed this scene, a glimmer of indifference flashing in his eyes as he softly murmured, "Since you insist on seeking death, then let this place become your grave." He slightly raised the long sword in his hand, and a more terrifying aura of slaughter instantaneously permeated the air. The runes on the sword's body flowed, each rune containing the dreadful power capable of rending the void. Death. Li Xiyu merely uttered a single word, and the long sword traced a graceful arc. This strike bore no flashy techniques, even the fluctuations of true essence were minimal. Yet, in its simplicity lay the essence of the path of slaughter that encompasses heaven and earth. The foremost dozen or so void-breaking realm cultivators had no time to scream before being cleaved into pieces by this sword. Blood rained down like a torrential downpour, staining the entire sky crimson. The Heavenly Realm cultivators behind bore witness to this scene, all gasping in shock. They had initially believed the elder's fall was due to Li Xiyu employing some sort of special means to launch a sneak attack. However, witnessing this earth-shattering sword strike, they realized just how profoundly they had misjudged the situation. How is this possible? How can a void-breaking realm cultivator be so terrifying? This child is no ordinary individual. Quickly retreat! The remaining cultivators finally grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily withdrawing. But would Li Xiyu grant them such an opportunity? The long sword rose once more, another resplendent beam of sword light sweeping across. "Since you have come, let none escape." Li Xiyu's voice remained calm, as if he were merely stating an ordinary fact. Yet with each word, several figures transformed into blood mist in just a few breaths. Dozens of void-breaking realm cultivators had perished, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. The Heavenly Realm cultivators in the rear turned ashen, finally realizing that this young man before them was nothing less than a demon god clad in human skin. Meanwhile, Li Xiyu stood serenely in the air, the bloodstains on his long sword having been dispersed by the sword energy. Only his calm eyes still shimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The residual power of the heavenly tier killing move had yet to dissipate, yet Li Xiyu felt no shortage of magical power. The 9 roots within him resonated, akin to 9 inexhaustible springs, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This was his unique trait. While others would require vast amounts of magical power for their techniques, for him, it was as commonplace as breathing. Li Xiyu's expression remained indifferent as he withdrew his hand seal, casting his gaze upon the barely conscious Yun Yuan not far away. Once the holy maiden of the Heavenly Maiden sect, she now appeared disheveled, having her blood essence drained by demonic energy and suffering a severe blow from Li Siyu, leaving her in a wan state, her complexion as pale as paper. "Take me to the treasure pavilion." Li Siyu's tone was flat, as if he were discussing the most mundane of matters. Yuan Yuan struggled to lift her head, but her gaze was drawn to the horrific scene not far away. She saw the elders of the sect sprawled in pools of blood, their faces contorted and eyes wide open. Those once exalted senior brothers had now become lifeless corpses. How could this be? Yuan Yuan murmured to herself, disbelief saturating her voice. Impatiently, Li Siyu grabbed Yuan Yuan by the collar, lifting her as effortlessly as one might a small chick. An overwhelming pressure enveloped Yuan Yuan's entire being, rendering her immobile. Li Siyu turned and strode toward the valley's exit, leaving behind a somber silence in the Jade Maiden Valley. As he rushed forward, Li Siyu pondered. With the emergence of the demonic path, the three major demon sects were stirring restlessly, and the Heavenly Maiden sect would surely be left vulnerable. Though the scattered demon soldiers were tempting, they were surrounded by formidable foes, and he was unwilling to wade into such murky waters. Instead, the Heavenly Maiden sect, as the leader of the righteous path with profound roots, presented an excellent opportunity for plunder. Under the oppressive force, Yuan Yuan felt a chill coursing through her. She had long been trained to be obedient. And now, facing the survival of her sect, her heart stirred with little turmoil. Indeed, when the sect had abandoned her, the outcome had already been sealed. To the northeast of the Heavenly Maiden sect lay the treasure vault. Yuan Yuan spoke mechanically, guiding the way. As she uttered this, a flicker of satisfaction surged within her. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged imprisonment, or perhaps her resentment towards the sect had reached its zenith. She began to anticipate the moment of the sect's demise, a thought that filled her with trepidation. Li Siyu pivoted sharply, racing toward the indicated direction. Yuan Yuan dangled from his grasp like a lifeless puppet. Under the pressure of Li Siyu's beastly aura, she had completely lost her will to resist, akin to a marionette at the mercy of its strings. This state could only be escaped by someone whose cultivation vastly surpassed his. Otherwise, it was impossible to break free from such mental shackles. "Take me to the treasure vault," Li Siyu commanded coldly. Yuan Yuan numbly nodded, beginning to lead the way. Before them, the entire Heavenly Maiden sect had descended into chaos. Distant explosions echoed, shaking the ground, while the sky shimmered with various hues, and the figures of cultivators occasionally plummeted from the heavens. A strange red light flickered in the distance, and every time it flashed, several figures would dissolve into blood mist. Li Siyu noted that this was the large formation set by the demon sect, hastily activated. Although its effects fell short of expectations, it was sufficient to sow significant disorder. More importantly, he did not sense the presence of any sect leader-level experts. Just as he had anticipated, those top-tier masters had been drawn away by the allure of the mysterious demon soldier inheritance. It seemed even those from the celestial sects could not resist temptation. A cold smile graced Li Siyu's lips. The greater the chaos, the greater his opportunity. As he advanced toward the treasure vault, numerous disciples and elders from the Heavenly Maiden sect attempted to obstruct him. Yet, under the might of Li Siyu's celestial demon devouring spirit technique, these individuals were as inconsequential as mere ants. His black cloak soon soaked in blood, the corpses piling at his feet without stirring even a flicker of emotion within him. Just as they approached the treasure vault, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Li Siyu's brow furrowed, his heart racing with an intense premonition. The cataclysmic power unleashed could only be the result of a clash between top experts from both celestial and demonic paths. Indeed, the horizon was illuminated by a spectrum of light, as powerful auras surged from the depths of the Heavenly Maiden sect, racing towards the battlefield. This was the sect's last reserve of strength, compelled to intervene. This situation played directly into Li Siyu's hands. His cultivation would be deemed insignificant in the eyes of those masters, instead serving as the perfect cover. One would notice that a mere foundation establishment cultivator was drawing near the sect's most crucial treasure trove. Chapter 60. Breaking the restrictions with raw power. Yuan Yuan continued to lead like a marionette, traversing several layers of formations. Each layer was easily dismantled under her guidance. Li Siyu could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy intensifying around them, indicating they were nearing the core area of the treasure vault. The battle in the distance grew increasingly fierce, with terrifying forces of laws sweeping through the sky. Yet, none of this concerned Li Siyu. His focus was solely on the target ahead. His 9 spiritual roots physique allowed him to remain unconcerned about the backlash of the celestial demon devouring spirit technique, which was his greatest advantage. Finally, they arrived. Upon catching sight of the ancient structure, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Li Siyu's eyes. Soon, the two stood before the treasure vault. The imposing edifice, crafted entirely from dark iron, boasted 2 coiling dragon pillars that pierced the heavens. Exuding a dense aura of spiritual power, the entire structure was surrounded by numerous arcane symbols, clearly signifying it as a critical location of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Yun Yuan stood before the entrance. A complex emotion flickering in her eyes, she spoke softly. The Heavenly Maiden sect's treasure vault is a sacred place, one that ordinary disciples cannot enter. Had I not once been the saintess, I too would be unable to open this door. Li Siyu silently surveyed the grand entrance, mentally calculating. The door was encrusted with layered restrictions. Forcing it open could provoke a counterattack from the entire Heavenly Maiden sect. Although he possessed considerable strength now, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Noticing Yun Yuan's willingness to cooperate, Li Siyu refrained from further discussion. If someone was willing to open the door, why should he act? With a delicate lift of her jade hand, Yun Yuan infused the door with intricate incantations. As the symbol shimmered, the seemingly impenetrable door began to slowly open, revealing a shadowy passage within. Leading the way, Yun Yuan explained, the treasure vault is divided into 3 levels. The first level contains ordinary cultivation methods suitable for novice disciples, and their value is not high. The second level holds various magical artifacts, some of which are quite precious. As for the third level. At this point, Yun Yuan's voice suddenly turned grave. The third level houses the scripture repository, containing the most core techniques and secrets of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Without an elder's token, one would face backlash for intruding. Even I have never set foot on the upper level. Li Siyu nodded, following Yun Yuan into the treasure vault. Stepping into the first level, he was greeted by rows of ordinary cultivation jade slips. Neatly arranged on the shelves, techniques such as the Tying Condensing Chi method, the 9-in soft body technique, and the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra were indeed, as Yun Yuan described, entry-level methods. However, Li Siyu did not rush to ascend the stairs. Instead, he stood still, coldly observing the techniques. Yun Yuan looked at him in confusion. These methods truly have little value. We should head directly to the second floor. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Siyu's finger lightly tapped, and a ghostly blue flame surged from his fingertip. The flame seemed to possess its own sentience, rapidly spreading and enveloping all the techniques on the first floor. The silent blue fire consumed everything in its path. Turning the jade slips to Li Siyu watched this scene with not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Yun Yuan, witnessing the destruction, turned pale. She finally understood that this young man sought not merely to seize treasures. His goal was to utterly dismantle the foundation of the Heavenly Maiden sect. As the last jade slip turned to ash, Li Siyu retracted his finger and turned towards the stairs leading to the second floor. His voice remained calm. Let us proceed and see what treasures await us on the second floor. Yun Yuan shivered at the sight of Li Siyu's back. What manner of being was this youth? As Li Siyu stepped into the second level, his gaze sharpened immediately. Before him was a dazzling array of magical artifacts, neatly arranged from grade 1 to grade 9, radiating various hues of spiritual light. Good heavens, the Heavenly Maiden sect's reserves are indeed profound. Li Siyu's lips curled slightly as he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of divine consciousness that enveloped the entire artifact hall with a simple wave of his hand. One artifact after another vanished from sight, all absorbed into his storage ring. Having completed his task on the second level, Li Siyu made his way directly to the third level. Here, he found an array of profound and earthly grade techniques. Although these were no longer particularly valuable to him, the system's notification rang incessantly in his mind. Discovered profound grade technique. 9 Heavens Mystical Maiden Sword Technique. Would you like to spend 100,000 erosion points to learn? Discovered Earthly Grade Technique. Tying Shintian Technique. Would you like to spend 200,000 erosion points to learn? A flicker of disdain crossed Li Siyu's eyes. These techniques were indeed trivial to him. Yet since they were at his disposal, none would be left behind. He waved his hand. unleashing a spirit fire that consumed all the jade slips, simultaneously learning them through the system. Standing behind him, Yun Yuan noticed Li Siyu's gaze shifting toward the fourth level, her heart tightening in alarm. She hastily spoke. The restrictions on the fourth level are exceedingly strong. Even I have never ventured there alone. Only accompanying my master to enter. Li Siyu turned slowly, his indifferent gaze sweeping across Yun Yuan's face. In that fleeting moment, Yun Yuan felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her entire being, as if she had plunged into an eternal ice cavern. Involuntarily taking a step back, such a trivial restriction dares to obstruct me? Li Siyu scoffed coldly, stepping toward the entrance of the fourth layer. Indeed, as he approached the entrance, a faint ripple barred his path. This barrier resembled an invisible wall, seemingly tranquil, yet fundamentally unbreakable, beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator to dismantle. A glint of brilliance flashed in Li Siyu's eyes as he focused his thoughts. Summoning the system panel. Would you like to expend 1 million erosion points to enhance your power? Affirmative. In an instant, an immense force surged within Li Siyu, akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami. Nearly bursting his meridians, he grit his teeth against the tempestuous energy, fists clenched tightly, his inner essence swirling violently. Break for me, boom, boom, boom. Li Siyu's fists struck the barrier like a torrential downpour, each blow imbued with the might to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Yun Yuan watched in stunned silence, never having witnessed anyone so audaciously assault the protective formation of the Heavenly Maiden sect. With a resounding crash that shook the heavens, the ancient barrier, which had endured for thousands of years, began to crack. Soon, more fissures appeared, spreading like a spider's web. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered completely, transforming into a cascade of starlight that dissipated into the AI art. Li Siyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, casting a detached gaze upon the now open entrance of the fourth layer. Yun Yuan was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that this enigmatic young man had accomplished what even the sect leader found challenging. Let us proceed. Chapter 61. Spreading the virus. Li Siyu spoke nonchalantly, striding into the fourth layer. That moment, as Yun Yuan gazed at Li Siyu's retreating figure, she felt his presence grow increasingly towering and unfathomable. She finally understood that this was no ordinary cultivator, but a genuine monster. Upon entering the fourth layer, Li Siyu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Compared to the previous 3 layers, the treasures here, though fewer in number, radiated an exhilarating power. 3 spiritual artifacts were neatly displayed upon a jade platform. A suit of silver-white armor that shimmered with a subtle spiritual light, a pair of black boots inscribed with intricate runes, and a palm-sized boat that, despite its modest size, exuded an air of profound mystery. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Siyu's eyes as he quickly discerned the rank of these treasures. A 7th-grade Tiangang armor, 5th-grade swift wind boots, and a 5th-grade earth-shrinking boat. Such high-tier spiritual artifacts would undoubtedly incite a bloodbath outside. Without hesitation, he collected all 3 artifacts into his storage ring. Gazing toward the 5th layer, Li Siyu proceeded in a similar fashion, channeling his entire spiritual power to forcibly breach the barrier. Within the 5th layer, several jade vials were arranged, containing various elixirs, some radiating a rainbow glow, while others exuded a rich medicinal fragrance. The value of these elixirs rivaled that of the spiritual artifacts, and Li Siyu was elated, sweeping all the elixirs into his possession. However, when his gaze shifted to the 6th layer, Li Siyu halted. Forcing his way through 2 layers of barriers had already created quite a commotion. Continuing would surely attract formidable opponents. He sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching the treasure hall. At that moment, Li Siyu's perspective suddenly shifted. Through the previously infected cultivators, he could observe the situation outside the Heavenly Maiden sect. The array set by the demon sect was dissipating, and several strong figures were hastening back. Time was of the essence. He had to evacuate immediately. Yet, just as he prepared to leave, Li Siyu's attention was drawn to a certain spot on the 1st layer, in the blazing book hall. A faintly visible rune caught his eye. Almost simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected heavenly level movement technique, Heavenly Maiden step. Would the host like to expend 500,000 erosion points to learn it? Amidst the raging flames, an ancient tome shone brilliantly within the fiery treasure vault. Showing no signs of being scorched, Li Siyu's eyes flickered with interest. He hadn't anticipated an unexpected gain at such a moment. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, and the corners of Li Siyu's mouth curled upward. Spending 500,000 erosion points for a mid-tier, heavenly-level movement technique was indeed a delightful surprise. It is well known that heavenly-level techniques are rare in the cultivation world, let alone a combat-specific technique like the Heavenly Maiden Step. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Siyu chose to learn it. With the system's prompt, each enhancement of the Heavenly Maiden Step required the expenditure of 1,000 erosion points. For Li Siyu at this moment, erosion points were no longer a concern. He lavishly spent 1,000,000 erosion points, instantly elevating the Heavenly Maiden Step to mastery. Even after mastering the Heavenly Maiden Step, Li Siyu retained the tome within his storage ring. Such a technique, even if learned, should not be carelessly discarded. Heavenly materials and treasures can be sought anew, but the value of a heavenly-level technique is incalculable. It is time to depart. Li Siyu turned to Yun Yuan, preparing to lead her away from this perilous place. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. In the next moment, Li Siyu moved, activating the Heavenly Maiden Step. After investing 1,000,000 erosion points, he became as swift as lightning, his afterimages nearly impossible to discern. Although the Heavenly Maiden Step excels in agile maneuvers rather than pure speed, in the realm of mastery, it exhibited unparalleled velocity. Were it not for Yun Yuan's burden, Li Siyu could have easily departed the Heavenly Maiden Sect using this technique. Outside, while the battle raged on, the chaos had begun to stabilize, and no one would notice the movements of a mere Void Realm cultivator. Upon reaching the exterior of the Heavenly Maiden Sect, Li Siyu gazed at the battlefield. The commotion had come swiftly and departed just as quickly, clearly indicating some unforeseen changes. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the number of disciples within the Immortal Gate gradually increasing. It seemed that even in the face of the demonic onslaught, the Immortal Gate still held the upper hand. This was not surprising. After all, the practitioners of the demonic path are notoriously cunning and treacherous, each harboring ulterior motives. The powerful figures of the three major demon sects were like a scattered sandpile. Their purpose here was to vie for legacies, not to seize the Heavenly Maiden Sect. In such circumstances, it was reasonable for the Immortal Gate to hold the advantage. However, in Li Siyu's view, even possessing the upper hand, it was impossible to discern a victor in such a short span of time. Yet, the current outcome was clear, undoubtedly linked to the previous earth-shattering explosion. Li Siyu stepped forward slowly, his Tiangang armor shimmering with a silver light, while the swift wind boots enabled his movements to be as swift as the wind. In his hand, the demon-devouring blade emanated a chilling black aura, each swing stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. It is time to leave them a reminder. Li Siyu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The blade's radiance swept forth like a hurricane, leaving a trail of screams in its wake. Those cultivators of lesser strength had no time to react before being struck by the fierce blade energy. However, Li Siyu's true intention was not to claim their lives, but rather to take this opportunity to implant the zombie virus. The system's prompts echoed continuously in his mind. Host successfully infected target, gaining 1,000 erosion points. Host successfully infected target, gaining 1,500 erosion points. Host successfully infected target, gaining 2,000 erosion points. At that moment, a massive spiritual sword suddenly appeared in the heavens above, its blade stretching 100 feet, radiating blinding golden light. The sword energy surged, tearing apart the space before Li Siyu. At last. I've been waiting for you. The flicker of anticipation crossed Li Siyu's eyes. The cultivators he had injured now served as the perfect bait, drawing nearby powerful figures to investigate. This played right into his hands. The more people gathered, the larger the area of infection. Utilizing the intricacies of the Heavenly Maiden Step, Li Siyu deftly maneuvered through the swirling sword energies. His movements fluid as water, akin to a butterfly flitting through flowers. Even when confronted by powerful golden core cultivators, capturing his figure proved elusive. The might of the Nine Nether Demon Body technique was fully displayed at this moment. As Li Siyu's body seemed to meld with the surrounding darkness, blade energies flickered in the shadows, each strike precisely hitting its target. They were merely tools providing erosion points, Li Siyu mused inwardly. Throughout the journey, he remained highly vigilant, his senses attuned to the surroundings. Any approaching cultivator was either repelled by his blade or became a new host for the virus. Chapter 62. Taking Yun Yuan as a disciple. While the true powerhouses posed a threat, Li Siyu always managed to escape at critical moments due to the intricate changes of the Heavenly Maiden Step. The system's prompts continued to resonate. Host successfully implanted level 1 zombie virus. The target is expected to fully transform in 12 hours. Host successfully implanted level 1 zombie virus. The target is expected to fully transform in 24 hours. In this manner, Li Siyu swaggered out of the region of the Heavenly Maiden sect, leaving chaos in his wake. Those infected cultivators remained oblivious to their newfound status as carriers of the virus, angrily cursing the mysterious intruder. In less than a day, this place would become a new source of infection. Li Siyu's heart secretly chuckled. Everything felt reminiscent of the events that transpired in Qinghe City. It merely required the sowing of seeds, while the passage of time would take care of the rest. The virus would spread insidiously, its reach expanding further, ultimately providing him with an inexhaustible source of erosion points. After departing from the realm of the Heavenly Maiden sect, Li Siyu sheathed the heavenly demon-devouring divine blade and retrieved the shrinking earth boat, preparing for a swift escape. Casting a glance back at the still-burning Heavenly Maiden sect, his eyes remained devoid of any emotion. To him, this was merely a plundering journey that yielded bountiful rewards. With several high-grade spiritual artifacts in hand, complemented by the celestial-level technique, the Heavenly Maiden Step, along with the virus he had disseminated, this trip could be deemed a resounding success. As for the fate of the infected cultivators, Li Siyu harbored no concern. The system's final notification echoed in his mind. This operation has infected 147 cultivators, with an estimated acquisition of erosion points. 735,000. Li Siyu nodded in satisfaction. The moment he stepped onto the small boat, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. With a gentle wave of his hand, the boat began drifting away with the current. Inside the cabin, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and instantaneously connected his consciousness to the perspective of Yun Yuan. Her identity was shrouded in mystery. He recalled the day of the grand wedding at the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect, when the Heavenly Maiden sect had dispatched several elder-level experts to come to her rescue. It was worth noting that the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect was separated from the Heavenly Maiden sect by tens of thousands of miles. Such a grand mobilization for the sake of rescuing a saintess seemed unwarranted. What intrigued Li Siyu even more was Yun Yuan's origin. Through his meticulous investigations, he discovered that she was born in Qinghe City, a place clearly within the sphere of influence of the Burning Heaven sect. It was inconceivable that the Heavenly Maiden sect could extend its reach so far or select a saintess from there. How fascinating. It was growing increasingly intriguing, Li Siyu mused, narrowing his eyes. The most perplexing aspect was the inheritance rules of the Jade Maiden Valley. The regulations left by the predecessor Xianming were notoriously strict. Ordinary cultivators would be repelled by the power of those rules even from a distance. Yet, Yun Yuan had effortlessly entered, as if those rules held no sway over her. Even after his relentless plundering, the essence of Yun Yuan remained pure, untouched by a hint of demonic energy. All these signs indicated that she must be concealing some earth-shattering secret, one that even she herself might not comprehend. It was precisely because he discerned these clues that he intentionally left Yun Yuan in the Heavenly Maiden sect. There, she would not only be shielded from life-threatening dangers, but would also be given special protection. After all, regardless of the secrets she bore, they were invaluable to the Heavenly Maiden sect. At this moment, the virus incubating within Yun Yuan had also reached an infection level of nearly 90%. Let her remain within the Heavenly Maiden sect for now. Once the virus fully matures, the secrets she harbors will naturally be revealed. Through the virus's perspective, Li Siyu's brow furrowed slightly at the scene before him. Yun Yuan was respectfully standing before a middle-aged man. This man donned a bright yellow Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. But what was most striking was the terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura was vast as the ocean, unfathomable, far surpassing any other powerful beings Li Siyu had encountered. Even Li Tianming and Yun Wuji would likely pale in comparison before him. Who was this man? Li Siyu pondered inwardly. During the siege of the Heavenly Maiden sect by the three great demonic sects, he could ascertain that he had never encountered such a figure. The appearance of this individual was exceedingly abrupt and enigmatic. What was even more astonishing was that dozens of top experts from various sects surrounded this mysterious powerhouse. There were elders from the Heavenly Maiden sect, as well as experts from other celestial sections. These individuals, who usually held themselves in high regard, were now standing there in respectful silence, their gazes filled with a peculiar anticipation. All focused intently on Yun Yuan. "Are you willing to take me as your master?" Upon the utterance of these words, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the surrounding experts. Through the virus, Li Siyu sensed Yun Yuan's emotional turmoil. She appeared to be equally taken aback by the unfolding situation, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that my decision to leave her behind has inadvertently granted her such an opportunity? Li Siyu contemplated inwardly. Originally, he intended to utilize the virus to probe into the secrets of Yun Yuan, but he had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Yet, his intuition suggested that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Why would this suddenly appearing extraordinary powerhouse place such importance on Yun Yuan? And what hidden meanings lurked behind the enigmatic gazes of those experts? Observing this entire scenario through the virus's perspective, Li Siyu's heart grew cold as the one who understood Yun Yuan best. He was acutely aware that this so-called saintess of the Heavenly Maiden sect had long since become an empty shell. The 3 strands of spiritual roots had been completely plundered, and her cultivation had plummeted from the former divine transformation stage to the mere void realm. Yun Yuan's current state resembled a flower battered by a tempest. Having lost all its former brilliance, this elicited a cold laugh from Li Siyu. A distinguished and unparalleled powerhouse was actually seeking to take on a disciple devoid of any potential. There must be more to this than met the eye. In the brutal realm of cultivation, no one would extend a helping hand for no reason. He scrutinized the middle-aged man, whose aura was as vast as the ocean, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Even the top-tier experts he had previously encountered, such as Li Tianming and Yun Wuji, would likely find themselves overshadowed in his presence. If such a being were truly seeking a disciple, they would undoubtedly select someone with exceptional aptitude. Yet, Yun Yuan's current state hardly seemed appealing to such a formidable figure. The 3 strands of spiritual roots within her had been entirely stripped away, her cultivation diminished, and her appearance tarnished by Li Siyu's violation, stripping her of her former purity. How could someone like her possibly catch the eye of this powerhouse? Li Siyu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the crux of the matter. Typically, a powerful expert would take on a disciple for one of 2 reasons. Either they recognized the disciple's talent and wished to cultivate a successor, or they had ulterior motives. Given Yun Yuan's present condition, it was evident that the first scenario did not apply to so. What intentions did this powerhouse harbor? Was he drawn to some secret concealed within Yun Yuan? Or was it related to the residual soul of a demonic king hidden within her? However, Li Siyu felt no concern regarding the virus within Yun Yuan. The virus was still in its incubation phase, showing no obvious signs. Even this extraordinary powerhouse would be unlikely to detect any clues. By the time the virus fully matured, it would all be too late. Chapter 63. The Divine Dr. Valley's medical sage in that moment. Through the virus residing within Yun Yuan, Li Siyu clearly witnessed the scene unfold. Yun Yuan gracefully approached, respectfully kneeling before the middle-aged man, and softly spoke, "Disciple Yun Yuan, pays respects to Master." This moment stirred deep emotions among the many celestial sect experts present. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Maiden sect felt tears of joy welling in his eyes, softly exclaiming, "Who would have thought that our saintess of the Heavenly Maiden sect would gain fortune from misfortune?" Becoming a disciple of the medical sage, such an opportunity is truly a blessing from the heavens. Indeed, with the protection of the medical sage, our Heavenly Maiden sect can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Echoed several elders in agreement. The demon who tarnished the saintess's reputation will inevitably pay the price. A disciple of the medical sage is not someone he can taint. Poor Yun Yuan has suffered greatly. She has endured much hardship these days. Now, being accepted as a disciple by the medical sage, it is indeed a reward for her trials, another voice added with a sense of empathy. Everyone looked at Yun Yuan, who, despite her severe injuries, had returned unscathed and gained such a monumental opportunity, and they were all filled with uncontainable joy. The middle-aged man was none other than the renowned medical sage, known for his rigorous standards in selecting disciples. To be chosen by him was indeed an immense honor. However, observing all of this through Yun Yuan's perspective, Li Siyu's expression suddenly darkened. The medical sage? Could it be the medical sage from the Divine Doctor Valley? The memories of his past life revealed to him that the Divine Physician Valley held an unparalleled status within the realm of cultivation, distinct from other sects renowned for their martial prowess. Those who could enter the Divine Physician Valley were exceptional alchemists, endowed with extraordinary talent. In this world of cultivation, the position of an alchemist was held in the highest esteem, as a single high-quality elixir could be worth its weight in gold. If cultivators could consume the appropriate elixirs during their practice, they often experienced remarkable results with minimal effort. Some cultivators, faced with bottlenecks, could break through their realms simply by consuming a barrier-breaking pill. Moreover, certain miraculous pills crafted by the Divine Physician Valley could even restore the dead to life, making such elixirs invaluable. Li Siyu's gaze grew colder. He was acutely aware of the profound heritage of the Divine Physician Valley. Although this sect did not excel in martial strength, every disciple possessed the capability to determine the life and death of others with a mere gesture. An alchemist harboring malicious intentions could easily concoct a toxic pill that would take a life. At that moment, as he breached the treasure vault's 4th level of the Heavenly Maiden sect, his attention was captivated by several exquisite jade vials. These vials were displayed on a carved sandalwood shelf, surrounded by various formations and prohibitions, offering tight security. It was remarkable that the Heavenly Maiden sect, a major power, would so solemnly enshrine a few vials of elixirs. This alone sufficed to illustrate the rarity of elixirs in this realm. In the world of cultivation, a top-grade elixir could often be exchanged for several supreme-grade magical artifacts or even precious tomes of cultivation techniques. Alchemists who could refine such elixirs were highly coveted by various factions. Li Siyu's grandfather, Li Tianming, could occupy such an important position within the Demonic Flames sect not only due to his formidable strength, but also because of his exceptional alchemical skills. When people mention Li Tianming, they often thought not of his earth-shattering achievements in battle, but rather of the life-saving and cultivation-enhancing elixirs he had crafted. Reflecting on this, Li Siyu could not help but recall his past experiences. When Li Tianming sent him to the Divine Physician Valley, he had failed even the most basic entrance trials. Had it not been for the hint of talent he demonstrated in cultivation, he might have ended up like Xiao Tianfeng, completely abandoned by Li Tianming. Nevertheless, in his previous life, he harbored an inexplicable obsession with the Divine Physician Valley. In the entire realm of cultivation, there were remarkably few individuals who could be called saints of medicine. Only within the Divine Physician Valley, where powerful and skilled alchemists resided, could one earn such a title. Though Li Siyu's knowledge, there were only 7 saints of medicine in the vast expanse of the Divine Physician Valley, each a globally renowned figure. At this moment, the appearance of a saint of medicine before Yun Yuan evidently disrupted Li Siyu's original plans. He squinted, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had initially intended to use a virus to infect the entire Heavenly Maiden sect, thereby acquiring more power. However, if Yun Yuan were to be taken back to the Divine Physician Valley by this saint of medicine, this plan would undoubtedly be affected. Yet, upon further contemplation, this could also represent an opportunity. Through Yun Yuan, he might gain early access to more information regarding the Divine Physician Valley, as one of the most enigmatic forces in the world of cultivation. The depth of the Divine Physician Valley was unfathomable. Gaining prior knowledge of crucial information would undoubtedly benefit his future plans. Li Siyu furrowed his brow as the system's notification chimes echoed persistently in his ears. Due to the death of a virus carrier, the host receives 2,000 erosion points. Due to the death of a virus carrier, the host receives 800 erosion points. Due to the death of a virus carrier, the host receives 1,500 erosion points. In a mere moment, the death toll had already surpassed 10,000. This data was evidently unusual. Even during a normal transmission process, such a dense wave of death notifications should not have occurred. Li Siyu's expression grew grave. He was well aware that while his virus had undergone multiple evolutions, its potency in this world of cultivation was far inferior to that in his original realm. Here, a mere Baiyuan pill could significantly enhance a cultivator's progress, let alone those miraculous medicines capable of restoring life. Thinking of the Divine Physician Valley, a flicker of worry crossed Li Siyu's eyes. As the most prestigious alchemical sect in the realm of cultivation, the existence of the Divine Physician Valley had always been a hidden peril in his plans. Those alchemists capable of refining enigmatic elixirs might indeed devise a remedy to counter the virus. especially given Yun Yuan's recent entry into the Divine Physician Valley, which compelled him to reassess the entire situation. Although Yun Yuan carried a modified special virus within her, if the alchemists of the Divine Physician Valley detected any anomalies, the consequences could be dire. While he pondered, the system's notifications continued unabated. LICU promptly called up the real-time surveillance of the virus carriers, but the scene that greeted him caused his pupils to constrict sharply. The demonic flame sect was currently engulfed in chaos, dense demonic energy swirling and obscuring the sky. Through the perspective of a virus carrier, Li Siyu calmly observed the unfolding situation. Throughout the sect, infected cultivators were evident, their gazes vacant, faces pale, and their movements stiff. The sheer number of these virus carriers had far exceeded Li Siyu's initial estimates. Conservatively, at least 10,000 had been infected. Not including those who had already perished. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from the sky. Through the eyes of a virus carrier, Li Siyu witnessed countless blood-red demonic lights manifesting in the heavens. These demonic lights plunged down like swords, each infused with the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. This was bad. A powerful figure from the demonic flames sect had made their move. In the instant the demonic light descended, hundreds of virus carriers were instantly reduced to dust. The system's notification chimed in Li Siyu's ears. Erosion points gained, 1,000 points. Erosion points gained, 1,500 points. Erosion points gained, 2,000 points. Although he had accumulated a substantial number of erosion points, Li Siyu's expression only grew more somber. Through the sensations transmitted by the virus carriers, he could distinctly feel the suffocating pressure emanating from a true powerhouse. A force that surpassed even the Saint of Medicine's aura he had sensed from Yun Yuan. Suddenly, Li Siyu's vision was engulfed in darkness as the virus carrier he was controlling was crushed by a beam of demonic light. Yet, he had prepared for this, swiftly transferring his consciousness to another mutated host. Through this new perspective, he observed more demonic lights raining down, enveloping the entire sect like an inescapable net. Immediate withdrawal was imperative. Li Siyu decisively commanded all remaining carriers to disperse and retreat through the virus network. At that moment, a venerable and imposing voice resonated from the heavens. How dare mere ants act recklessly within my demonic flame sect? Li Siyu recognized the voice as belonging to the supreme elder of the demonic flames sect, a being who had been in seclusion for nearly a century, now unexpectedly making his move. The elder's attacks were overwhelmingly brutal, each strike obliterating hundreds of virus carriers. However, this grandiose style of attack provided Li Siyu with an opportunity. He swiftly directed the remaining carriers to scatter and concealed certain special mutated hosts in the sect's remote corners. These ancient beings are indeed troublesome, Li Siyu mused inwardly, yet their arrogance also serves as their weakness. Through the perspective of the mutated hosts, he finally caught sight of the elder's figure materializing. It was an old man draped in a blood-red robe, surrounded by surging demonic energy. However, to Li Siyu's surprise, the elder appeared somewhat pallid, evidently having expended considerable vitality in his recent actions. It seemed he had emerged from seclusion in haste and was not in prime condition. Li Siyu mentally noted this crucial information. The elder's sudden intervention had caused the situation within the demonic flame sect to take a drastic turn. Yet, Li Siyu remained unperturbed, using this opportunity to gather a wealth of valuable intelligence. He observed that while the elder wielded immense power, he seemed unaware of the virus's characteristics, suppressing it solely through sheer strength. Though the losses this time were not insignificant, the gains were also considerable. Li Siyu silently calculated the pros and cons. He had at least gained insight into the capabilities of a top-tier powerhouse and amassed a significant number of erosion points. More importantly, he had learned how these ancient formidable beings responded to threats. Half an hour had passed, and Li Siyu quietly sensed the virus carriers fleeing the demonic flames sect. Thousands of infected individuals, under his guidance, dispersed like an invisible tide into the surrounding forests. Although there had been tens of thousands of infected individuals slaughtered on the spot within the sect, Li Siyu's gaze remained as calm as still water, even curling into a faint, elusive smile. What an unexpectedly fruitful outcome. Upon his initial entry into the infernal flame sect, the number of virus carriers under his control was relatively modest. Yet, within a mere few days, the scale of infection exhibited a staggering rate of expansion, resulting in the cultivation of tens of thousands of virus carriers within the sect. Although the majority of these newly infected individuals were lower-ranked disciples from the outer sect, such a colossal base in itself was sufficient to demonstrate the terrifying transmissibility of the virus. Li Siyu observed the successful escapees closely and discovered that a significant portion of them had already undergone viral mutation, their power having increased several-fold compared to before. This was evidently closely related to the enhanced activity of the viral cells. All carriers that had completed the mutation exhibited astonishing combat prowess, which was an unexpected boon, Li Siyu pondered calmly. In fact, the losses had long been anticipated. As the scale of infection continued to expand, it was inherently impossible to completely conceal their traces. Conversely, the speed of viral transmission had far surpassed his initial expectations. Seizing the opportunity during the command of the mutated entity's retreat, Li Siyu shifted his attention to the vast horde of undead. Presently, this army of over 1,000 undead was spreading in all directions from the Infernal Flame sect, with the shadow of virus carriers visible in nearly every corner within a radius of several thousand miles. Countless towns and small sects had already been engulfed by this invisible tide. In the near future, the rate of infection should exhibit a slowdown. Li Siyu analyzed the situation with a cool demeanor. Yet the individual combat strength of each carrier was multiplying, and the proportion of those who had completed mutations was steadily rising. Following this trend, it would not be long before all virus carriers evolved into even more formidable mutated beings. What brought Li Siyu some comfort was that the modified first-level undead virus significantly enhanced the overall strength of these mutated entities. However, at the same time, he recognized the necessity for adjustments to the existing strategies. Standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed down at the undulating mountains below. The upheaval within the Infernal Flame sect compelled him to re-evaluate his tactics. This sudden blow had taken him by surprise. A flicker of coldness passed through Li Siyu's eyes, yet it allowed him to perceive certain issues with clarity. The previous semi-free-range state had indeed led to an explosive increase in the number of virus carriers, reaching a scale of tens of millions in a short span. However, the accompanying problems gradually surfaced. Ultimately, this realm of cultivation was not a haven, particularly in the region where the Infernal Flame sect was situated. It was rife with various demonic sections. These desperate individuals acted ruthlessly, and upon discovering any anomalies, they would undoubtedly resort to the most extreme measures without hesitation. Within a radius of thousands of miles, cities and small sects had nearly all been infiltrated by virus carriers. Yet, as evidenced by the upheaval within the Infernal Flame sect, this chaotic mode of expansion had already aroused the vigilance of powerful beings. Previously, he had devoted most of his time to enhancing his own cultivation, merely providing the virus carriers with the most basic guidance. But now, he resolved to personally take command. As the virus continued to evolve, some mutated entities began to exhibit extraordinary intelligence, particularly Guan Yun. This earliest infected mutated entity had reached an astonishing level of wisdom. Li Siyu began formulating a new strategic deployment. Firstly, he would select 50,000 of the most powerful mutated entities, dividing them into several small teams specifically tasked with exterminating various small sections. Chapter 65. This grandson truly is pampered. These mutated entities possessed formidable strength and a degree of intelligence, allowing them to execute tasks in an orderly manner. Secondly, he would disperse 300,000 virus carriers across various cities. These cities, often lax in their defenses and densely populated, were the ideal locations for virus transmission. Li Siyu deliberately selected some highly discreet virus carriers for this task, allowing them to infiltrate silently. The cities were akin to vast petri dishes. Given sufficient time, they would cultivate more virus carriers. Lastly, he would divide the remaining 20,000 elite mutated entities into 8 groups, advancing in 8 different directions. These mutated entities would be responsible for expanding the infection range, establishing new strongholds far from the core area. Li Siyu was heartened to find that among the existing mutated entities, several highly intelligent individuals had already emerged, capable of autonomously leading the horde. Particularly, Guan Yun's intelligence had approached that of humans, enabling him to comprehend and execute complex commands. This meant that Li Siyu no longer needed to monitor every virus carrier constantly. Maintaining contact with these mutated leaders sufficed. It was akin to establishing a complete command system. Li Siyu contemplated silently, and these mutated leaders were continuously evolving, potentially gaining the ability to think and make decisions independently in the future. He began to establish communication with each mutated leader through his consciousness, conveying new directives. Soon, the previously chaotic throng of virus carriers began to move in an orderly fashion, dispersing according to the established plan. Li Siyu paid particular attention to Guan Yun's condition. This earliest mutated entity was now leading a team of 1,000, lurking near a border town named Qingyun City. Through Guan Yun's perspective, he could clearly observe every movement within the city. The alchemists of the Divine Physician Valley would eventually discover a method to counter the virus, but before that, he aimed to entrench the virus in every corner of this land. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Siyu's eyes. By the time they realized it, it would all be too late. Li Siyu stood on the spatial vessel, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the progress of the virus within Yuanyuan. Why was the progress so sluggish? He pondered, lightly tapping the vessel's body with his fingers. The limitations of the first-level undead virus were indeed considerable. Not only did it require blood contact for transmission, but the targets were also too conspicuous. If a virus capable of airborne transmission could be developed, both efficiency and concealment would be greatly enhanced. Gazing toward the horizon, a hint of anticipation glimmered in Li Siyu's eyes. The fact that Yuanyuan had been taken away by the saint of the Divine Physician Valley might, paradoxically, serve as an opportunity, as a sacred ground for alchemy. The Divine Physician Valley gathered countless rare materials and spiritual herbs, potentially fostering the mutation and evolution of the virus. May Yuanyuan bring me a surprise. A faint, elusive smile graced Li Siyu's lips. The spatial vessel soared through the air, having distanced itself from the previous battlefield. At this moment, Li Siyu raised his eyes to see several figures soaring through the sky at the edge of the heavens, shrouded in swirling black demonic energy, clearly members of the demonic path. He chose not to evade them. Instead, he steered the spatial vessel directly toward them, for he recognized them as elders of the Infernal Flame sect, one of whom was Elder Kong, who had previously spoken on his behalf within the sect. Since he had encountered acquaintances, it would be prudent to inquire about the current situation. Li Siyu calculated in his heart. Returning alone to the Infernal Flame sect would be too conspicuous, so it was better to blend into the larger group. Although the spatial vessel was a valuable spiritual artifact within the realm of cultivation, as the great-grandson of Li Tianming, these demonic powerhouses would not dare to lay a hand on him unless they were courting death. Moreover, this spatial vessel was a protective item bestowed upon him by the sect. Upon seeing a spiritual ship approaching, the distant experts from the Infernal Flame sect immediately adopted a vigilant stance. After all, such a class of spiritual artifact was not trivial. Those who possessed such treasures were either reclusive old monsters or significant figures from major powers. Hold on, that aura belongs to Li Siyu? Elder Kong squinted his eyes, scrutinizing closely, and soon recognized the visitor. Li Siyu, with an indifferent expression, descended from the spatial vessel and saluted Elder Kong with cupped fists. Elder Kong, long time no see. Elder Kong gazed at the scene before him, a hint of incredulity flashing in his eyes. The spatial vessel, emanating a faint spiritual glow, was a rare treasure even within the Infernal Flame sect. Such a precious spiritual artifact had never been possessed by him. Even as an elder, Li Siyu casually waved his hand, and the spatial vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his storage ring. This deft motion thoroughly convinced Elder Kong that this invaluable spiritual artifact indeed belonged to Li Siyu. Li Tianming truly dotes on this grandson. A sense of envy flickered within Elder Kong's heart. As an elder of the Infernal Flame sect, he was acutely aware that Li Siyu's possession of such numerous precious spiritual artifacts was entirely attributable to the protection of his alchemist grandfather. Standing beside Elder Kong were two demonic powerhouses, one an elder of the Mingi lineage and the other an elder of the Blood Demon lineage. Upon witnessing the spatial vessel, a glimmer of greed flashed in their eyes. So this is the grandson of the Netherworld Demon Lord? The Blood Demon elder squinted and inquired. Elder Kong quickly nodded. Indeed, this is Li Siyu. The two elders regarded Li Siyu with thoughtful gazes. Recent events surrounding Li Siyu and the Infernal Flame sect had already reached their ears, particularly the rumors of his ruthless tactics and decisive killings, which left a deep impression on them. The Blood Demon elder looked at Li Siyu, a knowing smile appearing on his face. I have seen your decisive actions in the sect's grand competition. Your ruthless methods bear a striking resemblance to the young Netherworld Demon Lord. To my astonishment, at such a tender age, he has already manifested such formidable prowess. Liu merely cast a disinterested glance in his direction. Merely a few insignificant ants, hardly worthy of mention. The Elder of Blood Demon felt a chill flicker in his eyes upon hearing this. He could sense the arrogance woven into Liu's words, which irked him considerably, however, considering the identity of the other party. He suppressed his rising ire. Young Master Li has misunderstood. I merely admire your strength, the Elder of Blood Demon remarked with a cold smirk. However, it stands to reason that someone of your standing must have acquired quite a few treasures from the ancestral legacy. No? That spatial vessel we just witnessed is indeed a rare gem. At this juncture, the Elder's tone abruptly turned somber. For a junior like you to flaunt such treasures while traversing the world is rather ostentatious. Perhaps I could take it under my guardianship until your return to the sect. How does that sound? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Liu's eyes. Chapter 66. What qualifications do you possess to safeguard it? He had long discerned the greedy intentions of these elders towards his spatial vessel, yet he never anticipated their audacity. At that moment, Elder Xiao of the Blood Demon lineage scrutinized Liu with narrowed eyes. A sinister smile creeping onto his lips before erupting into a harsh cackle. His aura ebbed and flowed, clearly testing Liu's depths. Liu could distinctly sense that Elder Xiao's cultivation level was not far removed from that of the elder he had previously slain within the Heavenly Maiden sect. However, in Liu's eyes, such prowess now seemed rather mediocre. Still, he felt a twinge of surprise that these individuals dared harbor malicious thoughts despite being aware of his background. Beside them, Elder Kong furrowed his brows upon hearing Elder Xiao's words. His expression betraying displeasure. Brother Xiao, this lad is the most cherished grandson of Elder Li. We should refrain from overstepping our bounds. Yet another elder from the Mingyi lineage, Elder Xiao, chimed in with a smile that concealed a glint of menace. Precisely because he is Elder Li's grandson? We should take extra care to watch over him, should we not? Such an invaluable spatial vessel warrants our protection. Elder Xiao's gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Liu. Young friend, I have heard that even the young Master Lianyan Zhuhan is no match for you. Surely, you must harbor some undisclosed secrets. Why not share them with us? We assure you, we will safeguard you well. Elder Kong's countenance darkened at these words. He had not anticipated that Elder Xiao and Elder Xiao would brazenly target the grandson of Elder Li. A subtle, cold smile crept upon Liu's lips. I appreciate your well-meaning intentions, esteemed elders. He could feel the three elders' auras subtly encroaching upon him, clearly preparing to strike. Just then, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Liu, instantly shattering the auras of Elders Xiao and Zhao. The two elders' faces paled, astonished that Liu's strength could be so terrifying. At that moment, the heavenly demon devouring god blade manifested abruptly, exuding a fierce radiance as it hovered in the air. Aimed directly at the two elders, the blade shimmered with an eerie coldness, akin to a black hole capable of devouring all, instilling dread. Since you elders desire my spatial vessel so fervently, allow me to ascertain what qualifications you possess to safeguard it. Liu addressed the two elders of the Mo Yin Fantian sect, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. The audacity of these two to attempt to seize his treasure and pry into his secrets was truly laughable. Have you lived too long? Your minds grown muddled? Liu's voice remained calm, yet his words dripped with an icy chill. Had it been the former Liu, faced with two elders in the late stage of void breaking, he would have likely yielded and submitted. Yet now, despite being at the mid-stage of void breaking, he was no longer the same. The power value displayed on the system panel had long since surpassed the million mark. Such frightening strength was unattainable even for cultivators in the merging stage. Liu slowly raised his right hand, the heavenly demon devouring god blade coalescing within his grasp. This demonic blade, forged from the essence of countless powerful beings, radiated a bone-chilling aura. One strike. Merely one strike. No flamboyant techniques, no intricate variations, just the most unadorned cut. Yet, this simple strike contained unfathomable, terrifying power. The heavenly demon devouring god blade buzzed ominously in Liu's hand, trembling slightly as it struggled to contain the ferocious energy, hinting at the potential to shatter. Impudence. Elder Xiao bellowed in fury, clearly taken aback by Liu's audacity to strike first eye in their eyes. A junior in the mid-stage of void breaking, regardless of any fortuitous encounters, could not possibly pose a significant threat. Both elders reacted almost simultaneously. Elder Xiao summoned a 9th-tier defensive artifact, the Xintian Cold Iron Armor, enveloping himself in a flickering azure light. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao unleashed the fiery demonic flames, causing flames to erupt skyward, distorting the very air with their searing heat. Nevertheless, they had overestimated themselves and underestimated Li Siyu's prowess. Under Elder Kong's watchful gaze, that seemingly unremarkable blade light traversed the heavens. Where the blade passed, the very fabric of space appeared to tear, emitting a piercing shriek. Elder Zhao's 9th-tier Xintian Cold Iron Armor was rendered as fragile as paper beneath that strike. Torn to shreds in an instant, Elder Zhao's prideful fiery demonic flames proved equally ineffectual, extinguished before they could even touch the blade light. The two mighty elders, in the late stage of void breaking, found themselves utterly powerless against this single blow. In an instant, blood rained down like a deluge, and flesh scattered like confetti. Those once imperious elders were thus transformed into a mist of blood. The falling snowflakes intertwined with the blood mist, casting this expanse into a grotesque hue of our Elisiu sheathed his blade, his expression as impassive as ever as he surveyed the scene before him. For him, slaying these two oblivious elders was as effortless as crushing two insignificant ants. Such was the chasm of strength. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations appeared utterly ludicrous. The heavenly demon-devouring Godblade emitted a satisfied hum, as if celebrating its feast upon the blood of the strong. This demonic blade resonated increasingly with Li Siyu, seeming to acknowledge him as its rightful master. The dark luminescence emanating from the blade swirled in his grip, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Elder Kong stood by, gazing at the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Plunged into profound shock, these two elders, his equals, had fallen so effortlessly beneath Li Siyu's blade. They had not even had the time to establish the most rudimentary of defenses before their swift demise. How is this possible? Elder Kong's voice trembled, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. What had this young chief of the Yuming lineage endured to transform into such a formidable force in such a brief span? Even with his assistance, he doubted he could alter this outcome. Li Siyu, expressionless, retracted the demonic blade as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned away, his indifferent gaze settling upon Elder Kong. Now, enlighten me. What has become of my grandfather? This calm tone only served to heighten Elder Kong's unease. The two elders had dared to strike at Li Siyu, evidently sensing that Elder Li Tianming's influence was beginning to wane. Li Siyu had long since perceived this, hence his straightforward inquiry. Elder Kong swallowed hard, stammering, "Elderly." His words faltered as he met Li Siyu's frigid gaze, which seemed to pierce through the very soul. Chapter 67. Elder Li Tianming injured. I am not entirely certain of the specifics, Elder Kong hastily clarified, but following the emergence of the inheritance from the Jade Maiden Valley, Elder Li pursued a suddenly appearing demonic soldier. Subsequently, that demonic soldier detonated, affecting all the pursuing powerhouses. There were casualties among a dozen or so formidable beings, and although Elder Li did not perish on the spot due to his proximity, he sustained grave injuries and subsequently vanished. I suspect, Elder Kong cautiously observed Li Siyu's expression, Elder Li may have returned to the demonic sect to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Li Siyu's brow furrowed slightly as he fell into contemplation. Elder Kong dared not utter another word. His mind replayed the astonishing scene from earlier. The rapid ascension of this young chief had completely surpassed his grasp of reality. The demonic soldier exploded. Li Siyu murmured softly. He recalled the thunderous roar he had heard earlier. It seemed to be the reason behind it all. If grandfather had indeed suffered such grievous injuries, then the situation was likely far more dire than he had imagined. At this moment, he comprehended entirely that Elder Kong must be nearby, and it was highly probable that he was involved in the pursuit of the demonic soldiers alongside those two oblivious elders. This was likely why they were so well acquainted with the intricacies of the matter and so covetous of his treasures. They had witnessed the entire ordeal and concluded that Li Tianming was at death's door, which emboldened them to act against him with such recklessness. In the realm of demonic cultivation, such occurrences were all too commonplace. Li Siyu had long since become accustomed to this. Should Li Tianming truly fall or sustain severe injuries, these individuals would indeed have no concerns about raiding him. Even if Li Tianming managed to recover, they would merely claim to safeguard his belongings. Moreover, the various sects within the demon flame-burning heaven sect were already embroiled in open and covert rivalries. Even if Li Tianming sought retribution in the future, given their status and strength, they believed they could bear the consequences. Little did they know, however, that Li Siyu did not adhere to conventional norms. In their eyes, how could a fledgling who had just embarked on the path of cultivation possibly possess the audacity to strike against an elder? Yet, the truth revealed their hubris. The system's existence had endowed Li Siyu with power beyond their wildest imaginings. In mere moments, he reduced the two once mighty elders to cold corpses. Reflecting on the earlier scene, a cold smile crept upon Li Siyu's lips. Upon returning to the sect, he deliberately chose not to utilize the earth-shrinking boat, opting instead for direct flight through the skies. This decision was not born from trepidation, but rather a result of the enhancements he had received from the system panel, which had significantly increased his speed beyond that of these elders. More importantly, when he returned to the demon flame-burning heaven sect to see his grandfather, he felt it prudent to maintain a low profile, not out of fear, but to avoid unnecessary complications. With the virus spreading uncontrollably, unless he intended to personally disseminate it, there was no longer a need to concern himself with the infection status of one or two individuals. Li Siyu had never been particularly mercenary. Without sufficient benefit, he would not bother to asct as he flew. His thoughts wandered. The matters concerning the Divine Healer Valley remained unresolved, yet the virus's transmission rate exceeded his expectations. In this context, he pondered what issues might have arisen on his grandfather's end. He was well aware of the explosive power of the demonic soldiers. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage might struggle to withstand such force. Meanwhile, Elder Kong remained hidden in the shadows. Watching as Li Siyu's figure gradually receded, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The earlier spectacle had been overwhelmingly shocking. The two elders had fallen without even managing to exchange a single blow. This level of power was entirely beyond his comprehension. All he could do now was maintain silence, fearful of inciting the ire of this young yet unfathomable demon. As Li Siyu's flight accelerated, the clouds rushed past him. Wisps of white cloud floated beside him like silk, and a hint of a blood-red hue appeared on the distant horizon. During the course of his several thousand miles of flight, more cultivators joined his ranks, elders from the demon flame-burning heaven sect, as well as formidable figures from the Wind and Moon Pavilion and the Void Demon sect. These individuals clustered together, discussing the peculiar events that had recently transpired. No one paid attention to Li Siyu. In the eyes of these seasoned demonic cultivators, he was merely an ordinary disciple following Elder Kong. Recently, something seems off with the mortals below, remarked a female cultivator from the Wind and Moon Pavilion, furrowing her brow. Indeed, when we passed through Qingshan City, we found it in utter chaos, another cultivator from the Void Demon sect concurred. Li Siyu listened quietly to their conversation, his expression impassive as he gazed below. As they continued their flight, sporadic virus carriers began to appear on the ground. These infected individuals roamed below, and as they drew closer to the demon flame-burning heaven sect, their numbers swelled. From his elevated vantage point, the infected congregated densely, resembling a dark tide spreading across the earth. Li Siyu knew these were the fruits of his labor, yet his demeanor remained calm, as if he were merely observing a catastrophe unrelated to himself. What is the meaning of this rabble? A senior from the Void Demon sect scoffed, casually unleashing a burst of demonic energy. The brilliant purple-black light struck the throng below, obliterating dozens of infected individuals in an instant. Li Siyu's mind was immediately flooded with feedback regarding the numerous deaths, but his expression remained unyielding. Although these carriers had been enhanced by the virus, before these demonic powerhouses, they were akin to insignificant ants, easily dispatched. Fascinating. Another elder from the demon flame-burning heaven sect mused, watching the scene below with keen interest. Casually waving a hand, an invisible wave of energy swept through, creating a vacuum amidst the throng of infected. Though their numbers may be considerable, they are but ants. We should prioritize our return to the sect. Some cultivators even expressed curiosity, capturing a few infected individuals to take back for study. Yet, they soon lost interest and discarded the grotesque creatures. Li Siyu observed all of this, deep in thought. This was the first time he had witnessed his creations. The virus carriers, so utterly powerless before true strength. Even he had to concede that their numbers had far exceeded his expectations. In just a month's time, the virus had spread to such a scale. This transmission rate was indeed astonishing. Even I find it challenging to easily eliminate these carriers now, Li Xiu mused inwardly. Chapter 68. Truly the bloodline of Li Tianming. However, he bore no concern, for this was precisely the outcome he desired. Those high-ranking cultivators, now dismissive, would soon understand the true meaning of fear as the virus continued to proliferate. As more and more demonic cultivators joined the procession, a grand spectacle formed in the skies. Even the typically arrogant demons and monsters dared not approach this formidable assembly. Li Xiu followed the group with an impassive expression, yet his thoughts had already soared to the demon flame-burning heaven sect. The state of his grandfather's injuries was his utmost concern. After half a day's journey, the outline of the demon flame-burning heaven sect finally came into view. Majestic peaks pierced the clouds, with countless structures built into the mountainside, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Li Xiu did not linger, flying directly toward the main peak where Li Tianming resided. Upon reaching the summit, he found no sign of Li Tianming. The sight of the elder, who usually stood with his hands clasped behind his back, was now conspicuously absent, tightening Li Xiu's chest with worry. "Grandfather?" he inquired, his voice tinged with barely perceptible concern. After a lengthy silence, a feeble voice emerged from the mist. "Is that you, Xiu'er?" No sooner had the words been spoken than a fit of violent coughing erupted. "Come in." The mist atop the peak gradually dissipated, revealing a cave shrouded in crimson light. Li Xiu hurried inside, and the sight before him sent a chill through his heart. There sat Li Tianming on a meditation mat deep within the cave, his condition appearing far more aged than before. The once vibrant black hair had turned largely gray, his features gaunt, and his breath frail. More alarming were the numerous unhealed wounds upon his body, where pale bones could be faintly discerned. As a breakthrough realm powerhouse, Li Tianming's physique had long transcended that of ordinary mortals. Typical injuries would heal rapidly within him, and even severe wounds could be mended with sufficient time. This distinction between breakthrough realm cultivators and ordinary practitioners was one of their most significant differences. Their vitality was powerful beyond imagination. Yet at this moment, the wounds on Li Tianming's body had yet to heal. According to Elder Kong, Li Tianming had returned some time ago. Given his cultivation level, the sight of these grievous injuries alone underscored the severity of the situation. These injuries were far from superficial, just minor wounds, Li Tianming remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, his pale complexion and somewhat weak aura betrayed him. This time, the inheritance had undeniably been a substantial loss for Li Tianming. Not only had he gained nothing, but he had also suffered such severe injuries, compounded by a burden of resentment. The price he had paid was likely beyond Li Xiu's comprehension. At that moment, Li Tianming retrieved a dark red pill from his storage ring and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the chamber. Li Xiu could distinctly sense that Li Tianming's previously listless aura began to invigorate. The alarming wounds on his body also started to heal slowly. "Now tell me, what did you gain from this inheritance?" Li Tianming did not inquire about how Li Xiu returned safely to the Mo Yin Fantian sect, but rather cut directly to the chase. His tone was composed, as though he were engaged in a routine conversation. In the face of this inquiry, Li Xiu maintained his customary calm, having acquired a means of transportation in the form of a spiritual artifact and simultaneously breaking through to the void-breaking realm. His response was succinct and straightforward, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Such an answer was, in fact, the result of careful contemplation. The spatial vessel had already been seen by Elder Kong, making it impossible to keep this matter concealed. For a formidable figure like Li Tianming, while a means of transportation was indeed precious, it was hardly a world-shattering treasure. As for the breakthrough to the void-breaking realm, that too could not be hidden. As a shift in one's cultivation level would manifest in a distinct change in aura, easily discernible by any experienced cultivator. Claiming to have gained nothing, given Li Xiu's consistently displayed prodigious talent, would only raise suspicions. This balanced response not only aligned with the truth, but also avoided drawing excessive attention. Li Tianming's gaze flickered as he regarded his grandson, who now appeared somewhat unfamiliar to him, and slowly spoke. "The void-breaking realm? That indeed takes me by surprise." Li Xiu nodded slightly, his expression placid as he replied, "Yes, I just recently achieved the breakthrough. This unperturbed demeanor caused a flicker of astonishment in Li Tianming's eyes, prompting him to inquire further, "And what of your spiritual roots? How many paths have you comprehended?" Li Tianming seemed to disregard the mention of the transportation artifact, instead focusing intently on his grandson. Observing Li Zhu's silence, he raised his hand and with a swift motion, 6 brilliant lights representing spiritual roots circled around him. The overwhelming waves of spiritual power instantly filled the room, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. 6 spiritual roots. Li Tianming abruptly rose to his feet, his previously pale visage flushed with excitement, his voice trembling with emotion. "Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being my bloodline. 6 spiritual roots, alongside a breakthrough to the void-breaking realm. This level of talent shall undoubtedly make you the brightest prodigy of our Mo Yin Fantian sect within the next millennium." In response to his grandfather's praise, Li Zhu merely stated, "It is all thanks to your guidance, grandfather." However, Li Zhu felt a sense of unease within, as he sensed a certain inscrutable depth in Li Tianming's gaze. A feeling of being scrutinized that he found quite discomforting. Unaware of his grandson's disquiet, Li Tianming continued, "You should return and solidify your realm. The void-breaking realm is the final and most crucial stage for unearthing the treasures within the human body. Once you reach the 3rd layer of the void-breaking realm, you will begin to awaken your own unique constitution." At this point, Li Tianming's eyes glimmered with an unspoken intent. "In a few days, come find me, and I shall take you to the Yuming Demon Abyss. It is the most mysterious sacred ground for cultivation within our Mo Yin Fantian sect, perfectly suited to assist you in awakening your most formidable constitution." As Li Tianming looked upon Li Zhu, his smile grew increasingly radiant, as if beholding his most prized creation. This gaze intensified Li Zhu's discomfort. "Disciple understands and shall diligently cultivate. Grandfather, please take care of your health." Li Zhu slightly bowed, adding, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Watching Li Zhu's departing figure, Li Tianming's eyes reflected a profound depth as he murmured to himself, "At last, the moment has arrived." Chapter 69. The replacement by the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. The name Yuming Demon Abyss resonated within the Mo Yin Fantian sect like thunder. As one of the most enigmatic forbidden zones within the sect. It served not only as a sacred ground for body refinement, but also as a coveted training ground sought after by countless prodigies. It is said that only the most exceptional talents within the sect are granted the privilege to step inside. While ordinary disciples may never catch a glimpse in their entire lives, Li Zhu stood before the entrance of the cave dwelling, gazing at the distant, elusive black mist, his heart stirred with ripples. The location of the Yuming Demon Abyss was perpetually shrouded in dark fog, said to harbor boundless Yuming power, making it the most suitable sacred ground for cultivation within the entire Mo Yin Fantian sect. Although Li Tianming was grievously injured, he still intended to grant himself this exception. This led Li Zhu to recall the earlier occasion when he was guided to the secret realm. It seemed this elder truly held high expectations for him. Just as Li Zhu turned to depart, Li Tianming suddenly called out, "Zhuer, the Yuming Devouring Demon Classic is the foundational technique of my Yuming lineage. You must cultivate it diligently in a few days. I shall impart the secret arts of the Yuming lineage to you." Upon hearing this, Li Zhu paused momentarily, responding with a simple acknowledgement. In truth, ever since confirming that Li Tianming was unharmed, he had been restless, eager to return to his cave dwelling to cultivate the heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique, his greatest gain from this journey to the Tiannu sect. Now back at the Mo Yin Fantian sect, he could finally settle down to ponder this technique thoroughly. As for the Yuming Devouring Demon Classic mentioned by Li Tianming, Li Zhu hardly took it to heart. With the presence of the system, he could simply expend erosion points to achieve mastery of the heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique directly, rendering any previously obsolete techniques as mere relics of the past in the days that followed. Li Zhu confined himself within his cave dwelling, engrossed in cultivation. While his cultivation and attributes could be directly enhanced through erosion points, the refinement of spirit, energy, and a profound understanding of practice remained equally paramount. In just a few short days, his cultivation surged once more, reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the void-breaking realm. Should he wish, he could breach into the 3rd layer of the void-breaking realm at any moment, beginning to excavate the treasures of his potential and awaken his innate talents. However, he refrained from acting impulsively, for he knew that entering the Yuming demon abyss would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his impending awakening. Sitting cross-legged in his cave dwelling, Li Zhu gazed deeply at the jade slip in his hand. The heavenly demon devouring spirit technique inscribed within was profoundly intricate, even with the system's assistance. He required time to assimilate this information. Each time he practiced the technique, he could sense the power within him steadily amplifying, a force that was incomparable to the Yuming devouring demon classic. Li Zhu murmured to himself, a cold smile playing at his lips. The path he had chosen diverged greatly from Li Tianming's expectations, but did it truly matter? The journey of cultivation ultimately relies on one's own efforts. This thought echoed in his mind, yet he resolved to attempt to comprehend the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique directly through the system. After all, in this world governed by the survival of the fittest, time equated to life itself, the host certain to expend 15 million erosion points to directly comprehend the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. The system's prompt resonated in Li Zhu's mind. His gaze remained tranquil, void of hesitation. Confirmed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the fundamentals of the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. Current mastery level 0'd. Would you like to expend 2 million erosion points to increase your mastery by 1? This prompt caused Li Zhu's pupils to constrict. After a simple calculation, he realized that to cultivate the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique to perfection would require nearly 100 million erosion points. This staggering figure extinguished his initial ambition to elevate his cultivation to its pinnacle in one go. Just as Li Zhu was deep in thought, a surge of violent purple energy suddenly erupted within him. This force swept through his meridians like a colossal wave, and even in its nascent form, the power of the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique far exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a technique crafted by an extraordinarily talented emperor, incomparable to the nether-devouring demon cannon he had practiced previously. The purple energy, akin to a ravenous beast, voraciously consumed the power that resided within Li Zhu. The blood-colored spiritual spring, formed from the nether-devouring demon cannon in his dantian, gradually succumbed to the onslaught of the purple aura, ultimately being completely obliterated. The system panel, which had once displayed a mastery level of 100 for the nether-devouring demon cannon, began to fade away, signifying that the technique he had previously labored over was being forcibly replaced by the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. Li Zhu remained remarkably composed in response to this development. The path of cultivation has always been one of the survival of the fittest, and to acquire a more powerful technique at the cost of something lesser was only natural. Moreover, he did not inherently reject this transformation of power, as the purple energy rampaged within him. Each cycle sent a faint cracking sound through his veins. This pain caused Li Zhu to furrow his brow slightly, yet he maintained his composure. Pain signified transformation, a necessary journey toward becoming stronger. As time passed, the frenzied purple aura began to subside. Li Zhu could sense that his dantian was now entirely filled with the power of the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. Even with only a mastery level of 1. This power far surpassed the state he had achieved with the nether-devouring demon cannon at its peak. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at the genius of the being capable of creating such a technique. Gazing at the data displayed on the system panel, a contemplative glimmer flickered in Li Zhu's eyes. The cost of 100 million erosion points to cultivate the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique to perfection seemed, in his current situation, rather reasonable. Exhaling a deep breath, Li Zhu could distinctly feel the changes brought about by the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique. After the replacement of the nether-devouring demon cannon, his attributes underwent a radical transformation. Even his previously untouched defensive attribute had now surpassed the million mark, an enhancement that left Li Zhu in a state of disbelief. And this was merely the beginning. A spark of anticipation flickered in Li Zhu's eyes as he invested another 1 million erosion points, raising his mastery of the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique to 2 in an instant. A more formidable power erupted within him, causing all attributes to nearly reach the level of 500,000. This degree of enhancement made Li Zhu feel that the expenditure of 1 million erosion points was far from wasteful. What delighted Li Zhu the most was the core ability of the heavenly demon devouring spirit technique, the capacity to devour the essence of others. This ability not only allowed him to gain erosion points upon defeating enemies, but also enabled him to directly absorb their cultivation. representing a qualitative leap. Chapter 70, Journey to the Nether Demon Abyss. The Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit technique and the erosion system were truly a match made in heaven. This technique not only enabled Li Siyu to obtain erosion points upon vanquishing foes, but also allowed him to directly absorb their cultivation, marking an undeniable advancement. With a mere thought, a semi-transparent attribute panel materialized before him. Host. Li Siyu Age. 17 Realm. Second layer of the Void-Breaking Realm base attributes. Strength. 3. 78 million. Speed. 5.66 million. Defense. 1.90 million. Spirit. 2.50 million. Techniques. Godslaying Style. 9 Nether Demon Body Technique. Heavenly Maiden Step. 9 Transformations of the Great Profound Art. Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit Technique. Virus System. Erosion Points Acquired. 2. 6 million. Current Virus. Level 1 Zombie. Unnamed Research Progress. 90. Gazing at this astonishing data, a hint of intrigue crossed Li Siyu's eyes. According to the memories of his previous life, even those so-called super physiques of the void-breaking realm had attributes barely exceeding 100,000 yet. His current attributes had entirely surpassed the normal range for void-breaking cultivators, exceeding even the strongest of their kind by more than tenfold. Based on this combat prowess, encountering a practitioner at the Divine Ability Realm would likely result in overwhelming victory. Li Siyu estimated that even cultivators at the Divine Body Realm might not stand a chance against him. Although much of his understanding of the cultivation world stemmed from the memories of his predecessor, this newfound strength instilled in him an unprecedented confidence. In the past few days, he had perused various texts and discovered that cultivation beyond the void-breaking realm would necessitate delving into the most profound aspect of the human body, the brain. The realms of Celestial Bridge, Divine Body, and Void Realm were all related to the development of the brain's celestial bridge. Those who could reach the Celestial Bridge realm were often elder figures in major sects, rightfully regarded as true powerhouses in the cultivation world. Any being who attained the Celestial Bridge realm was a pillar of their respective sects, typically occupying high positions of authority. Just like the 2 elders of the Burning Heaven sect that Li Siyu had previously slain, as well as the fallen elders of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Based on his estimations, these individuals possessed cultivation levels that were at least above the 7th layer of the Celestial Bridge realm. Such beings were pivotal figures in any sect. However, before Li Siyu, they were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. This realization further underscored the terrifying nature of the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit technique. The path of cultivation has never been a smooth one, especially after reaching the Divine Ability Realm, where the pace of advancement would significantly slow. Many exceptionally gifted individuals might spend their entire lives without breaking through the Divine Ability Realm, let alone the legendary realms of Divine Body and Void. After thoroughly comprehending the Heavenly Demon Devouring Spirit technique, Li Siyu did not invest all of his erosion points into it. He had developed the habit of keeping a portion of points in reserve for emergencies. This cautious personality trait enabled him to navigate this uncertain path more steadily. Currently, the rate at which his erosion points were accumulating had risen more than 100-fold compared to before, effortlessly increasing by several 100,000 or even millions daily. This astonishing growth rate left Li Siyu somewhat incredulous. However, in recent days, this rate of increase had begun to slow down, primarily due to the rampant virus carriers being targeted by various cultivators. Although these incidents were still sporadic, Li Siyu had begun to sense a hint of impending threat. Yet, this did not instill panic in him. The virus carriers he had previously spread throughout the territory of the Heavenly Maiden sect had begun to propagate and erode on a large scale. These virus carriers were far from powerless. Rather, after undergoing transformation through spiritual beast factors, they exhibited remarkable combat capabilities, particularly when a leader-level entity emerged from the horde, unless a top-tier Celestial Bridge cultivator intervened. Any cultivator below that realm would be walking to their death, regardless of their numbers. These mutated virus carriers demonstrated an unimaginable level of terrifying combat prowess. The rapid growth of Li Siyu's erosion points could largely be attributed to that leader-level mutated entity, which was relentlessly harvesting lives, converting more individuals into virus carriers, and providing Li Siyu with a continuous stream of erosion points. At that moment, Li Siyu suddenly retracted all his magical energy, his consciousness sharply detecting a familiar presence approaching. Since he had entered seclusion for cultivation, this cave had long been fortified with numerous restrictions, making it difficult for even golden core cultivators to tread lightly. Yet now, that familiar aura effortlessly breached the intricate formations. Drawing nearer to him, a gentle voice resonated, and as Li Siyu opened his eyes, he beheld the figure of Li Tianming slowly materializing within the cave. The visage, somewhat aged yet still commanding, bore a rare smile at this moment. Li Tianming scrutinized his grandson, a glimmer of approval flashing in his gaze. Indeed, it seems your time in seclusion has yielded substantial gains. Your cultivation has progressed significantly. Come with me. It is time to take you to the Nether Demon Abyss for body tempering. Li Siyu was momentarily taken aback, yet he silently rose and followed his grandfather as they soared out of the cave. However, as they flew, he felt an odd sense of unease. Typically, he was the one who sought out his grandfather. When had Li Tianming ever been so proactive in seeking him out? Moreover, given that his grandfather had recently suffered a severe injury, he should have been recuperating in seclusion. Before long, the two arrived at the summit of the Nether River Peak. A magnificent hall stood tall at the peak, exuding an ancient aura. As Li Siyu gazed at the structure before him, his confusion deepened. This was clearly the hall where they usually conducted meetings. How could it possibly be the location of the Nether Demon Abyss? Additionally, the layout of this hall bore a striking resemblance to the meeting hall of the Nether Peak. Yet, his grandfather seldom presided here, most often cultivating in his own cave nearby. Seemingly reading Li Siyu's thoughts, Li Tianming began to explain. The Nether Demon Abyss, like the Spirit Beast secret realm, is a vital location for our Nether River lineage. Even if I were to bring you in, I must first greet Yun Wuji. With that, Li Tianming stepped into the council hall, closely followed by Li Zhu. The flickering candlelight within the hall cast an eerie glow, and the empty sides heightened the profound silence. At the far end of the grand hall, a massive mural commanded attention. This mural depicted a mysterious scene, seemingly imbued with an enigmatic essence. At its center lay a colossal vortex, surrounded by countless distorted silhouettes, all exuding an unsettling aura. Gazing at the eerie mural, Li Zhu couldn't help but furrow his brow. The vortex at the mural's heart seemed to possess a certain allure, drawing one in irresistibly, while the twisted figures encircling it radiated an indescribable strangeness. Chapter 71. The upcoming sect competition. Li Tianming stood in the center of the grand hall, his gaze sweeping across the desolate space as he spoke softly. Is the sect master present? His voice, though not loud, resonated through the stillness, carrying a unique rhythm. As soon as he finished speaking, the seemingly ordinary mural began to ripple gently, as if the calm surface of water had been disturbed. A figure emerged from the ripples, revealing none other than Yun Wuji, the sect master of the Mo Yin Fantian sect. Clad in a simple black robe, he appeared more casual than his usual imposing demeanor. Ah, elderly, Yun Wuji smiled warmly upon seeing Li Tianming. How is your injury faring? Li Zhu, standing silently to the side, observed the interaction. Compared to the usual commanding presence of the sect master, Yun Wuji today exuded a remarkable sense of approachability. Yet, this very demeanor heightened the sense of unease. Thanks to the sect master, I have fully recovered, Li Tianming replied nonchalantly. Yun Wuji raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, I heard that elderly was injured by the explosion of the demonic soldiers and had to resort to the blood-burning technique. Without a decade or so, complete recovery would be impossible. With a meaningful glance at Li Tianming, he continued, word has it that Mo Zhantian from the Yuming lineage is returning from the northern wilderness battlefield. If elderly truly were to fall from grace, before he could finish, Li Tianming snorted coldly, I am a 7th-tier alchemist. My abilities are not to be compared with the common man. As for Mo Zhantian, he is not worthy. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Tianming, instantly filling the grand hall. Li Zhu stood by, observing the verbal duel with composure. From Yun Wuji's words and considering the two elders he had previously slain, it was evident that his grandfather's injuries were indeed severe. However, what concerned him more was the underlying implication in Yun Wuji's statement. The sect master had clearly sensed something amiss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically mentioned Mo Zhantian. In the Mo Yin Fantian sect, strength was paramount. The rule of respecting the powerful was deeply ingrained. The mightiest wielded the most influence. Li Zhu understood well that if Li Tianming truly became incapacitated, the power he had amassed over the years would undoubtedly be seized by others, with no regard for past loyalties. Yun Wuji's mention of Mo Zhantian's return was clearly not without purpose. Li Zhu pondered privately, The sect master likely had already perceived something. After all, what merit was there in mentioning a returning elder from the battlefield? Sect master, what do you imply? Li Tianming's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Do you believe I am no longer fit for the position of Grand Elder of the Yuming lineage? Yun Wuji, maintaining a smile, replied leisurely, Elderly, you are being overly harsh, as the sect master. I must act impartially. The position of Grand Elder of the Yuming lineage should rightfully be held by the most powerful. This is not solely my decision. Li Zu noted the sudden change in his grandfather's expression, which darkened significantly. Although Li Tianming had consistently emphasized his identity as an alchemist with unique methods of healing, Li Zu couldn't shake the feeling that his grandfather appeared strong on the outside but was vulnerable within. If he were indeed fully recovered, he could have directly confronted Yun Wuji instead of resorting to empty bravado. Elderly, what brings you to seek me today? Yun Wuji shifted the topic, his gaze subtly sweeping over Li Zu. Clearly already aware of his safe return, Li Tianming took a deep breath. Zhu'er has already reached the second level of the void-breaking realm, as the most outstanding son of the sect. I hope to utilize the Yuming Abyss for his body refinement. Oh? Yun Wuji regarded Li Zu with a knowing look. Indeed, he is the grandson of Elderly, possessing extraordinary talent. It seems he has gained much within the Yuna Valley. He then shifted his tone. However, the Yuming Abyss is a sacred ground of our sect. Although Li Zu is exceptionally gifted, we cannot afford to treat him as an exception. This remark further darkened Li Tianming's countenance. Those present understood that Yun Zhuhan had undergone body refinement in the Yuming Abyss numerous times. Now, Yun Wuji's insistence on not making exceptions was a clear, veiled refusal. Li Zu watched the exchange with a cold gaze. In this power play, Yun Wuji had evidently begun to doubt Li Tianming's strength. Had Li Tianming been at his peak, Yun Wuji would not have dared to treat the Grand Elder of the Yuming lineage in such a manner. Yet now, he adopted an official stance. The atmosphere within the hall grew increasingly tense, and Li Zu could sense the suppressed anger emanating from Li Tianming. Slowly rising, Li Tianming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he solemnly stated, Sect Master Yun, what do you mean by this? Do you think this old man has become useless, that even this minor matter must be so troublesome? Yun Wuji smiled, seemingly unfazed by Li Tianming's anger, and replied leisurely, Elderly, why such words? I am merely adhering to the rules. However, since this topic has arisen, it reminds me of something that may be good news for you. He paused before continuing. The Divine Physician Valley is soon to host the Danyuan Conference, and I've heard that Xuanxia Mountain will also send representatives. That should be a fifth-tier alchemist, someone you're surely acquainted with, right? Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's expression darkened instantly, his body trembling slightly. Clearly, this news struck a significant blow to him. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Yun Wuji's eyes. He had intentionally brought up this matter to undermine Li Tianming's authority. Everyone present understood that even in his injured state, Li Tianming remained a formidable top-tier powerhouse. Yet at this moment, Yun Wuji showed no consideration for this venerable figure. Turning his gaze to Li Zu, Yun Wuji softened his tone slightly. I hold great admiration for young friendly Zu's talent. Thus, if you can secure the top position in the upcoming sect competition, I will certainly grant permission for you to enter the Yuming Abyss. Li Tianming did not respond. He remained lost in the shock brought by the earlier revelation. Li Zu observed this, realizing that his once mighty grandfather could no longer provide him with support. Yet Li Zu was not one to yield easily. He fixed a cold stare at Yun Wuji and replied indifferently, Sect Master, your words are misguided. Such contests of violence are rather juvenile. Instead, allow me to enter the Yuming Abyss first. If I can awaken my physique within, I shall undoubtedly bring great honor to the sect. As he spoke, Li Zu formed a hand seal, and in an instant, 6 spiritual roots manifested simultaneously. Radiating a brilliant light, it was known that possessing 6 spiritual roots was an exceedingly rare talent in the realm of cultivation. Chapter 72. A complete mutation. Yun Wuji's eyes narrowed, his gaze slicing through Li Zu as he assessed him. 6 spiritual roots. Such talent was indeed exceptionally rare even within the entire realm of cultivation. He couldn't help but ponder. As the esteemed sect master of the Mo Yin Fantian sect, he had only awakened 3 spiritual roots, while even his prideful son, Yun Zhuhan, possessed merely 4. This young man was indeed a remarkable talent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yun Wuji's eyes, and his expression shifted from initial shock to deep contemplation. The potential of someone with 6 spiritual roots, if cultivated properly, could yield immeasurable achievements. Such a talent, if harnessed for the Mo Yin Fantian sect, would undoubtedly provide substantial support. After a moment of deliberation, Yun Wuji slowly spoke. Since young friend Li Zhu has demonstrated such astonishing talent, I can grant permission for you to enter the Yuming Abyss. However, the upcoming sect competition is not merely a simple contest of combat. His words carried significant weight, indicating that Yun Wuji was already contemplating how to utilize Li Zhu as a new pawn. Those with 6 spiritual roots often awaken special physiques. If Li Zhu could indeed awaken a legendary physique, it would represent a qualitative leap for the entire Mo Yin Fantian sect. Li Zhu furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his indifferent features. The sect competition is not about fighting. Then what is it? Beside him, Li Tianming remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding. As a formidable figure of his generation, he was acutely aware of Yun Wuji's current thoughts. The sect leader had entirely disregarded him, shifting his focus solely onto Li Zhu. This subtle transfer of power instilled a profound sense of crisis within Li Tianming. Li Zhu, perceptive as ever, sensed the unusual demeanor of Li Tianming. The usually domineering figure, reminiscent of an ancient demon, had never been this muted before. What perplexed him further was the nature of Xuanxia Mountain and why it elicited such concern from Li Tianming. Within the hall, the atmosphere was tense, with a faint smile playing at the corners of Yun Wuji's mouth. He slowly raised his hand, beckoning towards the depths of the grand chamber. A figure emerged from the shadows. Making their way forward, an esteemed elder from the Burning Heaven sect Ayan Yinhui's hand was a massive cloth bag that trembled violently, as if something within was struggling to escape. Li Zhu's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the writhing bag. A foreboding premonition stirred within him, yet he maintained an outward calm. Yun Wuji waved his hand lightly. Yinhui understood and placed the bag on the ground, subsequently unsealing it. The bag opened with a rustle, and a familiar figure tumbled out. The individual was bound tightly with specially crafted magical ropes, their features grotesquely distorted. Their skin bore an abnormal ashen hue, and their eyes were bloodshot, resembling a walking corpse. Suddenly, the figure let out a heart-wrenching scream, and a powerful pressure swept through the hall. Li Zhu's heart jolted. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Xiao Tianfeng. The tone in which he spoke betrayed no hint of abnormality. As if discussing an inconsequential stranger, Yun Wuji narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Zhu's reaction, evidently intrigued by his demeanor. The Burning Heaven sect's ability to capture this aberrant Xiao Tianfeng indeed took Li Zhu by surprise. He vividly recalled how Xiao Tianfeng had managed to escape after being manipulated into a mutation, believing him to be safe, only to find he had ultimately fallen into the hands of the Burning Heaven sect. Li Zhu's thoughts raced as he reflected on Xiao Tianfeng's background. As a senior elder of the Jiao Yuan lineage, his disappearance would undoubtedly spark an uproar. Standing in the hall, Yun Wuji's gaze flickered with a hint of significance as he addressed Li Zhu. Speaking of which, this matter bears some relation to you. Xiao Tianfeng has been completely mutated, reportedly due to the cultivation of a certain corpse-related technique. He has now entirely lost his sanity. A chilling tone laced Yun Wuji's voice. He snorted disdainfully and continued. This is the inevitable consequence of lacking strength yet yearning for rapid advancement. Engaging in such heretical practices harms not only oneself but also implicates numerous disciples of the sect. Li Zhu stood silently, his expression impassive as he listened. Yun Wuji's gaze swept across his face before abruptly shifting the conversation. Recently, the number of practitioners of corpse techniques has been on the rise, and they continue to disseminate this art. The likes of Xiao Tianfeng have become increasingly common. It is said that several small sects have already been eradicated by them. Yun Wuji's tone grew more solemn. If this situation persists, these malevolent forces will only become more rampant. Therefore, this upcoming competition among the demonic sects is primarily to hunt down these practitioners of corpse techniques, with the final ranking determined by the number of kills. At this juncture, Yun Wuji's voice softened slightly. I inform you of this in advance so that you can prepare accordingly. These entities are not to be trifled with. Although individually they may possess average strength, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Even practitioners of the Tongtian realm have fallen prey to the hordes they create. After hearing this, Li Zhu's demeanor remained tranquil as he replied nonchalantly. Compared to slaughter, our Yomi lineage has never feared any adversary. While his exterior remained calm, a tempest brewed within Li Zhu. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What the hell? Virus carriers transformed into corpse practitioners? These burning heaven sect disciples truly have a vivid imagination, categorizing those who should not exist in this world as cultivators. Even more absurd to Li Zhu was the sheer proliferation of these so-called practitioners of corpse techniques. The Burning Heaven sect not only failed to take this matter seriously but also intended to incorporate the hunting of these corpse hordes into the sect's competition. This thought prompted Li Zhu to shake his head in disbelief. As a time traveler, he understood all too well what these so-called practitioners truly were. Modern viruses more terrifying than any malevolent force in the realm of cultivation. Yet, to the inhabitants of this world, this was merely viewed as another misguided approach to cultivation. At that moment, Li Zhu's ears suddenly rang with Li Tianming's familiar voice. Zhu'er, the means employed by these practitioners are indeed despicable. A rare demonic tide emerged a millennium ago. You must not be careless. Li Zhu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself. So similar occurrences have happened in history. Although he was already convinced that the demonic tide spoken of by Li Tianming was not synonymous with the viral carriers before him, it nonetheless corroborated the surreal nature of this fantastical realm. Even such a corpse tide could find analogous references throughout history. Feigning curiosity, he cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Tianfeng before turning to Yun Wuji. Inquiring, Sect Leader, may I request a visit to the Yomi Demonic Cave? Chapter 73. A descent into temptation. Yun Wuji's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, showing no signs of reluctance as he replied nonchalantly, let us proceed. Elderly need not accompany us. Rest assured, with me here, he shall be secure. The underlying provocation in his words instantly darkened Li Tianming's countenance. He could only watch helplessly as Yun Wuji led Li Zhu towards the enigmatic mural. Once their figures vanished within its depths, he exhaled slowly. He never anticipated that the old immortal would encounter misfortune. It seemed the plan must be expedited. Li Tianming muttered to himself, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Once Zhu'er emerges from the Yomi demonic cave and awakens that physique, I shall be free from this broken shell. He snorted coldly, a mix of resignation and determination in his tone. Zhu'er, do not blame your grandfather for being heartless. After all, it is your fortunate fate. As they passed through the mural, the world before them abruptly transformed. It was an entirely different realm, the sky a bizarre shade of crimson, and the distant mountains appeared as though drenched in blood, creating an otherworldly spectacle. Amidst this eerie landscape lay a vast lake, its waters as dark as ink, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Yun Wuji guided Li Zhu through this peculiar space, their figures appearing diminutive beneath the crimson sky. They raced towards the horizon, encountering bursts of chilling air along the way. Two silhouettes sped through the void, an oppressive coldness enveloping them as they advanced. Li Zhu followed closely behind Yun Wuji, feeling the relentless chill that pervaded the environment. The density of spiritual energy in this realm exceeded his wildest imagination. As they ventured deeper, Li Zhu's extraordinary senses began to detect anomalies. It seemed that the presence of other powerful beings flickered in and out of perception. Some felt razor-sharp like blades, while others exuded a bone-chilling aura, clearly not ordinary individuals. Gazing at the violet sky, the blood-red mountains, and the boundless black lake, Li Zhu fell into contemplation. While Li Tianming often boasted of the Yomi lineage's heritage, it was the Mingyi lineage that truly reigned supreme within the Burning Heaven sect. This fact was all too clear to Li Zhu, a direct descendant of the Yomi lineage. Although the Yomi lineage boasted a long-standing legacy, its strength had gradually waned over the past millennium. In contrast, the Mingyi lineage not only possessed a greater number of talented disciples, but also maintained a more complete transmission of their techniques. Such a disparity in strength could not be reconciled with mere words. Just as Li Zhu's thoughts spiraled, Yun Wuji abruptly halted. A massive spatial rift loomed ahead, pulsating with disquieting energy waves. Here we are, Yun Wuji stated calmly. This is the entrance to the Yomi demonic cave. Step inside and I hope you awaken a powerful physique. Li Zhu fixed his gaze on the rift, understanding that although Yun Wuji was willing to bring him here, he would not extend the same level of care as Li Tianming. The sect leader had always been this way, never overly concerned with the affairs of younger generations. Without further pleasantries, Li Zhu strode directly towards the rift. Behind him, Yun Wuji narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. A genius with 6 roots of spiritual affinity is a rare find, appearing once in a millennium. Such talent signifies boundless potential. If properly guided, he is destined for greatness. Observing Li Zu's figure gradually vanishing into the rift, Yun Wuji pondered. What secrets lie within this young man? What sort of physique will he awaken? These are all uncertainties, but what can be confirmed is that, at such a tender age, Li Siu's extraordinary talent foreshadows an extraordinary future. At this moment, Li Siu gazes intently into the abyssal demonic cavern, feeling the 6 spiritual roots within him subtly tremble, as if they are filled with an insatiable yearning for this enigmatic realm. The machinations of Yun Wuji have become inconsequential at this juncture, for he senses that true opportunity lies just before him. The instant he steps into the cavern, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness envelopes him. Li Siu feels as if the ground beneath his feet has vanished, and he plunges into an endless abyss. The void around him is a pitch-black expanse, unfathomable and deep. Is this truly the fabled abyssal demonic cavern? Li Siu muses inwardly, yet his expression remains composed in the face of this sudden fall. In the blink of an eye, he has plummeted thousands of fathoms. The surrounding space seems infinite, devoid of an end. Li Siu attempts to channel his spiritual energy, only to discover that the environment here is exceedingly peculiar. Ordinary flight techniques prove difficult to execute. Just then, tendrils of dark purple demonic energy surge from all directions, starkly contrasting with the needle-like sharpness of the demonic energy he previously encountered in the Jade Maiden Valley. This demonic energy, akin to gossamer, gently envelopes his form. How can this demonic energy be so gentle? Li Siu furrows his brow slightly as the energy continues to permeate him. He feels a warm current flowing through his meridians, nourishing every fiber of his being. This sensation is intoxicating, almost tempting him to relinquish all thought and surrender to this blissful state forever. However, at that moment, Li Siu suddenly realizes that he is accelerating downwards once more. His senses sharpen instantly, and he comprehends the true peril of the abyssal demonic cavern. So it is. The demonic energy here is cunningly deceptive. Li Siu lets out a cold chuckle, understanding why everyone can enter this place, yet few can genuinely seize the opportunity. The demonic energy does not violently expel outsiders as in the spirit beast secret realm. Instead, it lures cultivators into a state of indulgence, ultimately devouring them whole. Li Siu casts a cold gaze at the swirling demonic energy around him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yun Wuji has withheld such crucial information from me. It seems he truly regards me as an outsider. Though discontent simmers within him, Li Siu does not dwell on it. On the contrary, the unique environment of the abyssal demonic cavern ignites his curiosity. The gentle demonic energy flows around him, appearing harmless while concealing lethal intent. Yet for one with 6 spiritual roots like Li Siu, this could be an invaluable opportunity. If my goal is to temper my physique, then let me ascertain the depths of this cavern. A glimmer of determination flashes in Li Siu's eyes as he propels himself upward, defying the downward pull. The surrounding demonic energy seems to sense his movement, rushing towards him like a tide, enveloping him in layers. Li Siu presses forward, forming seals with his hands and channeling the heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique. In an instant, a powerful suction emanates from within him, radiating outward into the encroaching darkness. If this demonic energy can manifest into substance, it must contain pure primal power, perfect for absorption and refinement through the heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique. As the technique activates, Li Siu's body transforms into a colossal black hole, voraciously consuming the surrounding demonic energy. Chapter 74. An anomaly in the cavern. The abyssal demonic cavern reverberates with muffled sounds, more and more demonic energy drawn toward him, weaving into a net and forming an ocean of darkness. Boom! The collision of demonic energies unleashes astonishing waves of energy. Yet, rather than harming Li Siu, these violent energies are flawlessly absorbed and transformed by his heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique. His aura steadily ascends, his meridians expanding and fortifying under the onslaught of demonic energy. The data on his system panel fluctuates wildly. Strength, 50 agility, 45 physique, 60 spirit, 55. Even more astonishing for Li Siu is that his heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique has inexplicably increased its proficiency by 1 without any allocated points. This signifies that this technique possesses a unique resonance with the demonic energy of the abyssal demonic cavern. As the relentless influx of demonic energy continues, Li Siyu feels his cultivation rapidly advancing. The spiritual energy within him surging like a river breaching its dam. An unprecedented sense of power fills his entire being. The vortex of energy in his dantian spinning faster and faster. Crack, a crisp sound reverberates within him, and an immediate warmth courses throughout his body. His cultivation has finally shattered the bottleneck, propelling him into the third layer of the void-breaking realm. Yet, Li Siyu does not cease his absorption. The demonic energy in the abyssal demonic cavern seems boundless, and his heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique continuously adapts and evolves, becoming increasingly efficient. The surrounding space distorts slightly due to the intense energy fluctuations. A massive vortex of demonic energy forming around him. Having just broken through to the third layer of the void-breaking realm, Li Siyu senses an unprecedented transformation. Even without channeling the heavenly demon-devouring spirit technique, the surrounding demonic energy begins to rush into his body uncontrollably. This sensation is peculiar. It feels as though the very essence of the abyssal demonic cavern is actively drawn to him, eager to merge with his being. What is happening? Li Siyu furrows his brow, acutely aware that this body possesses an innate affinity for demonic energy. This talent is fully awakened following his breakthrough to the third layer of the void-breaking realm. The blood within him begins to boil, and strange sensations ripple through his bones. Li Siyu feels an ancient, vast aura circulating within him, an awakening of power from primordial times. His bones crackle and pop under this force's baptism, as if he is undergoing a profound metamorphosis. Suddenly, the cavern resounds with a thunderous roar akin to crashing waves, as boundless demonic energy forms black tidal waves that relentlessly assail Li Siyu's form. This energy, filled with astonishing power, does not harm him. Rather, it nourishes his flesh. At that moment, 9 radiant beams of light appear around Li Siyu without warning. Each beam emanates a distinct aura, yet all exude an extraordinary essence. Enveloping him completely, a spark of realization ignites within Li Siyu. He suddenly comprehends that these 9 beams represent the manifestation of the legendary top-tier spiritual roots. Could this be the hidden treasure within me? A flicker of astonishment crosses Li Siyu's eyes. He senses his physique solidifying at an astonishing pace, mysterious forces accumulating within him. Ethereal lights dance around him, each strand embodying a unique Tao rhythm. These energies do not stem from the outside world, but are the very forces coalescing from his own being. Li Siyu can distinctly perceive that an unprecedented physique is forming within him, and all signs indicate that it may very well be a superlative constitution. However, what Li Siyu does not realize is that at this moment, the demonic energy throughout the abyssal demonic cavern is frantically converging towards him. In the distance, the demonic energy appears to be drawn by some invisible force, ceaselessly flowing toward his location. The concentration of demonic energy in other areas is plummeting, with many places even beginning to exhibit phenomena of energy vacuum. Above the abyssal demonic cavern, a figure suddenly materializes. This individual is a formidable guardian who has long protected this realm. Upon witnessing the extraordinary events below, his expression shifts dramatically. This is bad. This situation is unequivocally abnormal. Who is that junior who has just entered the abyssal demonic cavern to provoke such a significant anomaly? I must report this to the sect leader immediately. This guardian, filled with trepidation, vanishes from sight. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal demonic cavern, Li Siyu remains immersed in his own transformation. The 9 beams of spiritual root light grow increasingly resplendent, illuminating the entire cavern. An endless sea of demonic energy swirls around him, continuously surging into his body. His aura climbs ever higher, hinting at a potential breakthrough of his current realm. The entire abyssal demonic cavern trembles in response to his metamorphosis, the demonic energy's agitation reaching a fever pitch. The cavern shakes violently, the demonic energy roiling like a boiling ocean, crashing and colliding, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. This sudden phenomenon alarms the powerful beings of the Mingyi lineage. Yuan Wuji's figure materializes outside the abyssal demonic cavern, his countenance grave, brows furrowed. Behind him, numerous figures emerge in the void. These are the apex powerhouses of the Mingyi lineage. They sensed the anomalous fluctuations of demonic energy within the cavern, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Sect leader Yun, what is happening? Why is the demonic energy within the abyssal demonic cavern in such turmoil? An elderly elder with white hair inquires, urgency lacing his voice. Yun Wuji narrows his eyes. Feeling the energy shifts within the abyssal demonic cavern, he observes that the previously dense demonic energy is vanishing at an alarming rate, as if something is consuming it fervently. A thought strikes him, and he immediately considers Li Siyu. This is bad. The demonic energy within the cavern is rapidly depleting. Another powerhouse exclaims, "This is the sacred ground of our Mingyi lineage." Yun Wuji takes a deep breath and slowly replies, "It must be that young lad, Li Siyu, who has triggered some sort of change within." As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding powerful figures erupted in an uproar. The Netherworld Demon Cave, as a sacred site of the Underworld River lineage, holds undeniable significance. Here, not only can those with mediocre talents enhance their physical prowess through the tempering of willpower, but for the exceptionally gifted, it may even give rise to extraordinary physiques. Master Yun, are you aware? Our Netherworld Demon Cave has once birthed 3 unparalleled prodigies with 9th-grade physiques. An elderly elder spoke solemnly, emphasizing that the strength of a 9th-grade physique could easily crush that of a 1st-grade practitioner. In fact, merely standing before a possessor of a 9th-grade physique would leave a 1st-grade practitioner paralyzed with fear from their aura. Chapter 75. Absorbing all the demonic chi. Yun Wuji nodded. Affirming indeed. Even the geniuses of the Demon Flame Burning Heaven sect wished to leverage the Netherworld Demon Cave to alter their fates, which attests to its immense value. As he observed the demonic energy within the cave dissipating, Yun Wuji's heart was filled with both anger and anticipation. He was enraged that the sacred site was experiencing such turmoil, yet he eagerly wondered what kind of physique Li Qiu was awakening. Could it be that the young man was on the verge of awakening a 9th-grade physique? Yun Wuji mused, recalling the astonishing event of Li Qiu awakening his 6-path spiritual roots. A flicker of hope ignited within him. If that were true, Yun Wuji's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This young man's potential might indeed far exceed my imagination. Having lived for several centuries, he understood the origins of the Netherworld Demon Cave all too well. The last time a 9th-grade physique was birthed here was 5,000 years ago during ancient times. The cultivation world back then was entirely different, with abundant spiritual energy and practitioners everywhere. Even in that golden era, such violent phenomena had never occurred within the Netherworld Demon Cave. Everyone, please refrain from acting rashly. Yun Wuji raised his hand to halt the eager crowd. The junior who entered the cave has awakened 6-path spiritual roots, and it is highly likely he will awaken a physique of 7th grade or higher. Upon hearing this, the numerous powerful figures present were momentarily stunned, before a glint of greed flashed in their eyes simultaneously. A 7th grade physique is something that could drive the entire cultivation world into a frenzy. At that moment, the Netherworld Demon Cave emitted another violent tremor, shrinking at a visible speed, as if being consumed by some unseen force. What is happening? Why has the demonic energy suddenly vanished? What is that young man doing inside? The practitioners began to murmur anxiously, their faces etched with confusion and concern. The spiritual fluctuations within the Netherworld Demon Cave had reached a state of utter chaos. Even a strong practitioner at the void-breaking realm could be crushed if they recklessly intruded. Most alarming was that the previously pervasive demonic energy had become imperceptible. Yun Wuji's expression grew increasingly grave. As the Grand Elder, he understood better than anyone the implications of this. The demonic energy in the Netherworld Demon Cave had been completely drained. This had never occurred in the past 5,000 years. Meanwhile, Li Qiu was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Boom! Another violent tremor shook the Netherworld Demon Cave, causing its size to diminish sharply, nearly halving in an instant. Debris continuously fell from the cave entrance, as if the cave might collapse entirely at any moment. We cannot wait any longer. Someone, unable to contain themselves, prepared to force their way in. Hold on! Yun Wuji shouted sharply, if we enter now, we will only interrupt his transformation. If we miss this opportunity, the consequences will be unimaginable. Only then did the crowd reluctantly suppress their restless hearts. Yet, as they watched the Netherworld Demon Cave continue to shrink, they resembled ants on a hot stove, agitated and anxious, No one expected that a single youth could cleanse the netherworld demon cave, which had existed for tens of thousands of years in such a short time. Outside the cave, the expressions of many powerful figures were grim, filled with rage and resentment. An elder draped in black robes spoke first. "This young man is simply courting death. Even if he has awakened six-path spiritual roots, what of it? To ruin our sacred ground of the underworld river lineage like this, even an awakening to a ninth-grade physique would not spare him from death." "Indeed," another elder, with hair as white as snow, coldly snorted. "The netherworld demon cave is the foundation of our underworld river lineage, passed down for tens of thousands of years. Now that he has drained it, how are our descendants to cultivate? I've heard that this boy is the grandson of the netherworld old demon. If that is true, the netherworld old demon must offer the spirit beast secret realm as compensation." A robust middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. "Absolutely. The spirit beast secret realm must be surrendered, or our underworld river lineage will never let this matter rest." Another powerful figure echoed. The growing fury of the multitude of strong practitioners was palpable, their murderous intent evident. The netherworld demon cave was the most crucial cultivation sacred ground for the underworld river lineage, where generations of geniuses awakened their physiques. To see it obliterated by a mere youth was enough to incite their wrath. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A resplendent pillar of light shot into the sky. The netherworld demon cave trembled violently, and countless cracks spread like a spider's web. Subsequently, a figure slowly ascended from the cave. While the ancient netherworld demon cave collapsed with a thunderous roar, the anger of all the powerful figures froze instantaneously, replaced by an uncontrollable fear and trepidation. The figures suspended in midair exuded an aura so overwhelming that they struggled to maintain their footing. Li Qiuo floated quietly in the void. Behind him, a colossal demonic shadow flickered in and out of existence. This shadow was both terrifyingly fierce and exquisitely pure, emanating an eerie glow, as if it were a supreme entity from the depths of the abyss. "What is this?" An elderly grand elder with white hair trembled as he spoke. "The ninth-grade celestial demon body? No, it cannot be. You are mistaken." Another powerful figure suddenly buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground. Trembling, this aura, this divine manifestation, is beyond anything a celestial demon body could compare to. This is the legendary demon god. Upon hearing this, all the powerful figures present felt as if struck by lightning, one by one involuntarily kneeling on the ground. Their foreheads pressed to the earth, lacking even the courage to glance up. More people began to bow, and the atmosphere became solemn and reverent. "We pay our respects to the demon god," unbeknownst to who initiated it. The chant of reverence echoed through the air, and soon, a chorus of kneeling voices resounded all around. These typically unyielding practitioners of the demon path now resembled the most devout of followers. Prostrating on the ground, they were not bowing to Li Qiuo as an individual, but to the inheritor of the legacy of the ancient celestial demon body, the embodiment of the demon god. Everyone present understood what it meant to awaken the ancient celestial demon body. It represented the highest honor of the demon path, a miracle that countless practitioners had yearned for over 3 millennia but had never witnessed. In that moment, the collapse of the netherworld demon cave seemed trivial, and no one dared to mention it again in comparison to the re-emergence of the ancient celestial demon body. What did the destruction of a blessed land matter? Li Qiuo stood aloft, gazing down upon the kneeling throng below, his expression remaining indifferent. He could feel the surging, immense power coursing through his veins, a force belonging to the ancient celestial demon body, potent enough to shake the very heavens and earth. Suspended in the void, the dark demonic aura surrounding him gradually receded, yet the oppressive weight of his presence grew ever heavier. Within him, the overwhelming strength surged forth like a river breaching its dam, each vein resonating with a pleasurable roar. His realm ascended steadily, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the void-breaking realm, merely a step away from the legendary Great Ascension. This sensation was ineffable, as if the entire cosmos rejoiced in his awakening, and boundless spiritual energy flowed toward him willingly, unveiling the mysteries of the heavenly path before his eyes. There is no need for such reverence. Li Qiuo spoke with a hint of detachment in his voice. "I have merely awakened the celestial demon sacred-bodied, as for the ancient celestial demon body, it does not exist in this world. As soon as his words fell, a stir rippled through the prostrate crowd. Yuan Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but then a glimmer of profound understanding flickered in his eyes, as the leader of the demon flame burning heaven sect. How could he not discern that the might Li Siyu exhibited far surpassed that of an ordinary celestial demon's sacred body? The aura he emanated was unmistakably that of the fabled ancient celestial demon body. The celestial demon sacred body? Yuan Wuji feigned surprise, echoing Li Siyu's assertion. Indeed, it is the celestial demon sacred body, in the purest form of the ninth grade at that. His gaze took on a significant depth. If news of the ancient celestial demon body were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire realm of cultivation. At that moment, he resolved. From this day forth, Li Siyu shall be the foremost demon son of my demon flame burning heaven sect. Having declared this, he solemnly bowed to Li Siyu, his gesture not only a mark of respect for the celestial demon's sacred body, but also a pledge of loyalty to the unspoken secret. The Lord is wise, the demon son is formidable. My demon flame burning heaven sect shall surely rise. The crowd erupted in a chorus of fervent cheers. Licu remained aloft, surveying the scene with an augmented perception. Acutely aware of the inner turmoil of each individual, there was shock, reverence, anticipation, as well as ambition and scheming. Those powerful figures, who normally held positions of great authority, now appeared as the most humble of ants, vying to curry favor before him. Were this spectacle to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely cause a tremor throughout the entire domain. Yuan Wuji, ever so respectful, referred to him as the foremost demon son. His once imperious visage now etched with awe and trepidation. Yet, Li Siyu held no interest in such hollow titles. Instead, a hint of gloom stirred within him in the memories of his predecessor. The image of the demon god who pioneered the path of demonology was vividly clear. As a once great emperor, his renown was sufficient to instill fear across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a figure whom Li Siyu had long revered and aspired to emulate. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would awaken the legendary ancient celestial demon body. Observing the astonished expressions of Yuan Wuji and the others, Li Siyu understood the gravity of the situation. The ancient celestial demon body had never manifested throughout the annals of history, and the awakening he experienced today caused these titans of the demon path to lose their composure. Revealing the terrifying nature of this physique, could it be that the blood of the demon god flows within me? The thought flitted through his mind, and Li Siyu's gaze darkened slightly. He resolved that once this matter concluded, he would seek out that benevolent grandfather to seek clarity. What troubled him further was the abruptness of this awakening. Aside from his utilization of the celestial demon devouring spirit technique to absorb boundless demonic energy to nourish his physique, he had not relied on any external force. If it were any other physique, it would have been acceptable, but this was the ancient celestial demon body, which had never appeared in history. Reflecting on his predecessor's experiences within the abyssal demon cavern, it seemed the seeds of awakening had already been sown. This implied that even without his crossing over, the predecessor possessed the potential to awaken the ancient celestial demon body. In other words, he did not require any external assistance. His physique was inherently exceptional. The reactions of Yuan Wuji and the others only served to corroborate this notion. These formidable figures of the demon path, now seemingly wary of a junior, harbored not only reverence but also a tinge of fear, as if they beheld a figure that instilled terror within them. Licu gazed at his own hands, feeling the torrent of immense power within him. The formidable strength bestowed by the ancient celestial demon body was indeed intoxicating, but the connection to the emperor who founded the path of demonology raised questions of fortune or calamity. Amidst the aftermath of the collapse of the abyssal demon cavern, Li Siyu stood quietly, tendrils of black aura swirling around him. He opened the system panel, and an astonishing array of data flooded his vision. Gazing at these values, Li Siyu maintained a stoic expression, though a ripple of astonishment stirred within in a mere moment. His attributes had surpassed the 1,000,000 mark. This enhancement far exceeded his expectations. What astonished him further was that when he looked toward the surrounding powerhouses, he could effortlessly discern the depth of their strength. Yuan Wuji emanated a dark red aura, with strength hovering around 800,000, while the other elders fluctuated between 400,000 to 600,000. This newfound ability instilled in Li Siyu a sense of dominion over the situation. Just then, A prompt echoed in his mind. Detection of host awakening the ancient celestial demon body. Would you like to spend 1,000,000 erosion points to enhance 1 progress in physique? Li Siyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that erosion points could be utilized in such a manner, and the exalted status of the ancient celestial demon body was astonishingly comparable to that of the celestial demon devouring spirit technique. 1,000,000 points for a mere increment was indeed a staggering expenditure. Observing the fearful gazes of those around him, Li Siyu felt no inclination to engage further. Their kneeling and submission were merely a byproduct of the pressure exerted by the ancient celestial demon body. Although he could influence their emotions to a certain degree, claiming total control was still far beyond his reach. Master Yun, if there are no pressing matters, please escort me away, Li Siyu spoke coolly. His gaze steady upon Yun W.S. he turned to depart, his thoughts churned. These formidable demons practiced a path of selfishness, and even though they presently displayed subservience, it was merely instinctive self-preservation. Should he cultivate the ancient celestial demon body to its consummate state? Perhaps he could genuinely influence their minds, but at present, with a mere 1 progress, that was evidently insufficient. At this moment, he yearned to seek out Li Tianming for clarity regarding the origins of the ancient celestial demon body and the secrets of his bloodline. These were the matters that truly concerned him. The attitudes of these powerhouses, in contrast, seemed trivial. Yun Wuji, as if awakening from a dream, gently shook his head and remarked, "If that is the case, let us take our leave." However, just then, Li Siyu reined in his aura, allowing the heart-stopping pressure to dissipate gradually. The many powerful figures of the underworld river lineage appeared to be freed from some invisible constraint, their expressions returning to normal. Reflecting on their earlier subservience to a junior, many wore expressions of embarrassment. "Let us depart," someone murmured quietly, turning to leave. "Not so fast," a venerable voice suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of the crowd. An elder from the underworld river lineage stood solemnly in place, his gaze fixed intently on Li Siyu. "Have you all forgotten something of great importance?" The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly and slowly spoke. "Our underworld river lineage has inherited the abyssal demon cavern for thousands of years, and now it lies in ruins, its once bountiful demonic energy utterly depleted. Young friend, do you have anything to say?" Upon hearing this, the previously departing crowd halted in their tracks. Indeed, the abyssal demon cavern was their sacred ground. How could its destruction be so easily dismissed? As the oppressive aura of the ancient celestial demon body waned, the reverence in the hearts of many powerful figures was supplanted by a thirst for profit. They turned to Li Siyu, their gazes intense, demanding an explanation. "Even if you are the unparalleled demon son, this matter requires accountability," one asserted. "Indeed, the abyssal demon cavern is the very foundation of our underworld river lineage's inheritance. How can it be so easily obliterated? Without the abyssal demon cavern, how shall our disciples cultivate? This represents the culmination of our underworld river lineage's efforts over millennia." Voices rose in a cacophony, and the atmosphere grew tense. Li Siyu furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that his awakening of the ancient celestial demon body would lead to such a complete destruction of the abyssal demon cavern. Observing the indignant expressions of the crowd, Li Siyu remained calm, though a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. He was not unreasonable. Since this had arisen from him, it warranted an explanation. However, the attitudes of these individuals were rather displeasing to him. Yet before Li Siyu could voice his thoughts, Yun Wuji stepped forward, a serene smile gracing his features as he gestured for the elders to withdraw. "Esteemed ones, the emergence of a successor to the ancient celestial demon body within the abyssal demon cavern is an unparalleled opportunity. Are you not satisfied?" His gaze swept over the assembly, and he continued, "You must understand. If the first demon child can bring the demon god back to this world, our demon flame-burning heaven sect will undoubtedly shine for eternity, reaping endless benefits. What is a mere netherworld demon cave in comparison?" As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from Yun Wuji, exerting a pressure akin to a mountain upon the few skeptical powerhouses present. The pitch-black demonic energy swirled in the air, as if it sought to devour everything. At that moment, several other powerful figures also stepped forward to echo Yun Wuji's words. "Indeed, the ancient heavenly demon body embodies unparalleled fortune. How dare you question it?" To show disrespect to the demon child is tantamount to seeking death. Apologize to the demon child at once. In an instant, dozens of terrifying auras exploded simultaneously, the demonic energy roiling through the air. So intense that even Li Zhu, who had been observing coldly, could feel the overwhelming pressure akin to a great wave. The potency of this force was such that even he couldn't help but be secretly astonished. The previously skeptical powerhouses swayed under the ferocity of this aura, their faces pale. Though each was a formidable cultivator, they found it difficult to withstand the combined pressure of so many experts. The principle of the many overwhelming the few applied within the realm of cultivation as well. We were wrong. One of them knelt first, forehead touching the ground. Please forgive us, demon child. We were too reckless. This is the 9 Xian transforming spirit pill that I have treasured for many years. I humbly offer it to the demon child as an apology. This Xintian demon sword is our clan's greatest treasure. I wish to present it to the demon child as recompense. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Wuji snorted coldly. Remember today's lesson. Should you dare to show disrespect to the demon child again, do not blame me for being impolite. He then turned to Li Zhu and said, Demon child, let us depart. There's no need to stoop to their level. Li Zhu squinted his eyes. Though he had not intervened from beginning to end, he had already seen through Yuan Wuji's intentions. This sect master was merely leveraging his own authority to establish dominance. He had no genuine respect for himself. Reflecting on this, Li Zhu couldn't help but smirk coldly. It appeared that the intrigue within the Demon Dao sect was indeed as notorious as rumored. Even a sect leader could not escape the mundane. Even with such a rare opportunity at hand, they sought to profit and build their reputation, which was truly laughable. Li Zhu cast a casual glance at those kneeling powerhouses before turning to leave. Yuan Wuji looked at the indifferent young man before him. A glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Li Zhu, you have awakened the ancient heavenly demon body, a truly extraordinary constitution, unique throughout the entire northern desolation realm. From today onward, you shall be the first demon child of my demon flame burning heaven sect. Yuan Wuji stroked his beard and smiled. The conditions we previously agreed upon are now null and void. As for the sect competition, you need not participate. However, if you're interested, you may sit on the judging panel and enjoy tea while observing the contest. I wonder if you have any intention of severing ties with the Netherworld lineage. Should you wish, my demon flame burning heaven sect will do everything in its power to cultivate you. Not only my sect, but the entire northern desolation realm will belong to you. Chapter 78. Be cautious of Li Tianming. After hearing Yuan Wuji's words, Li Zhu raised an eyebrow, a hint of indifference curling his lips. No need, Tio him. Yuan Wuji's proposal was merely a superficial title. What first demon child? What northern desolation realm? These were but fleeting illusions in Li Zhu's eyes. He understood that these places would ultimately be destroyed by his own hand. So why concern himself with such ephemeral promises? Those treasures of immeasurable value in others' eyes were, to him, nothing more than trivial baubles. Having awakened the ancient heavenly demon body, a supreme physique, he was not something a mere sect could confine. Yuan Wuji seemed unfazed by Li Zhu's response, maintaining that inscrutable smile. Please allow me to finish. Yuan Wuji continued slowly, you may not yet know, but Li Tianming is currently in a precarious situation. Li Zhu's gaze shifted slightly, waiting for more. His old rival was about to re-emerge. Yuan Wuji lowered his voice. According to the information I have received, this old rival has made significant progress in his cultivation. Moreover, there exists a deep-seated enmity between him and Li Tianming that cannot be resolved. He paused before continuing, worse still, your Netherworld lineage's second elder, Mo Zhantian, has secretly contacted this person. Under normal circumstances, it would be manageable. But Li Tianming was severely injured in the battle with the Celestial Maiden sect. You may not know, but the explosion of the demon weapons occurred right in his hands. Although he used pills to temporarily sustain his life, his vitality has been greatly damaged. Yuan Wuji sighed, you are his grandson. Should anything happen to him, you will inevitably be implicated. The only way to ensure your safety is to ally with my demon flame burning heaven sect. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in Li Zhu's eyes. He had to admit that the information Yuan Wuji provided was far more detailed than what Elder Kong had previously told him. So, the explosion of the demon weapons happened in Li Tianming's hands? No wonder he was gravely injured. Coupled with the imminent return of his old rival and the internal unrest within the Netherworld lineage, Li Tianming's situation was indeed precarious. Li Zhu finally understood why Yun Wuji was treating him with such courtesy. To him, this was merely a power struggle. Yun Wuji sought to bolster his influence by leveraging Li Zhu's ancient, heavenly demon body, while Li Zhu needed a temporary refuge. Yet, Li Zhu was acutely aware that these arrangements were only temporary. Once he cultivated the ancient heavenly demon body to a higher realm, these so-called power struggles would be nothing more than a battle of ants in his eyes. What truly concerned him were the so-called destinies spoken of by Li Tianming and the hidden secrets within his own bloodline. Yun Wuji's words cut to the essence of Li Tianming. He gazed deeply and slowly said, Li Zhu, do you know that your seemingly kind and amiable grandfather is, in fact, a ruthless individual? Were it not for this, how could your father have decisively betrayed the demon flame-burning heaven sect that year? Li Zhu's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze shifted slightly in the fragmented memories of his previous life. His impressions of his father were indeed scant. For the first 13 years, Li Tianming always claimed that his father had perished in a duel. But now, hearing Yun Wuji's words, it was clear that the matter was not so simple. It seemed that Li Tianming had another side that he was unaware of. Li Zhu mused inwardly. However, he was no longer Li Tianming's grandson, and he held little interest in these old tales. The notion of searching for his biological father was as futile as a tadpole seeking its dad, utterly meaningless to him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhu looked up at Yun Wuji and said indifferently, Thank you for your kind offer, but I currently have no plans to join the Nether River lineage. This resoluteness was not born from unwavering loyalty to Li Tianming or a desire to sacrifice himself for him. On the contrary, it was a rational choice. Both the memories of his former self and his current self were intimately familiar with the Netherworld lineage. His true objective was to consume the world. He had no need to depend on any faction. Recklessly entering an unfamiliar environment could lead to unnecessary troubles. Moreover, the crisis Li Tianming faced had yet to truly erupt. Perhaps by that time, he would have completely taken control of the demon flame-burning heaven sect. Even if he reached a point of desperation, it would not be too late to align himself with the Nether River lineage. Turning against Li Tianming now was clearly unwise. Even if Li Tianming were to exploit him, was he not doing the same to Li Tianming? This game of power between grandfather and grandson was simply a matter of mutual benefit. Yun Wuji could never have imagined that the very person he had painstakingly tried to win over, Li Zhu, was currently contemplating how to bring about the downfall of the burning heaven sect. Regrettably, he said to Li Zhu, Since my dear nephew has his own plans, it would not be appropriate for me to insist. Should you change your mind in the future, feel free to seek me out. He paused before adding, As for those ungrateful individuals, their reparations will be sent shortly. However, I must remind you, dear nephew, to exercise caution regarding Li Tianming. The two soon emerged from the mural and returned to the grand hall they had initially entered. Li Zhu merely nodded indifferently. Although born into a demon sect, he had never truly trusted anyone. Had Li Tianming treated him sincerely, it would have been one thing, but regrettably, this individual harbored ulterior motives. He already possessed sufficient territory. Why concern himself with these matters?